Good morning. Good morning, Thomas Queter. Yes, we are here from Alaska to New York. How's it going, Thomas? Woo.
Well, and good afternoon. It's morning there, and it's afternoon here. It's interesting how that works. Uh,
Yeah.
it's great to have you helping me out, Robert. I love what you do for the campaign, and that's what we're here for today is the campaign. Um,
Right.
we're going to talk to some of the people that I've worked with. We're going to talk to a lot of people about why we should entertain libertarianism at all. Um, to that note, we do have some guests, but before we go to discussing who's going to show up today, let's go ahead and play a commercial from last campaign. Let people know what I'm about.
Take a moment and look around. Really look. Our communities are in pain. Our businesses are failing. Our small farms are crumbling. Our neighbors and friends are leaving. We need solutions, and we need them soon.
When I look around, I see that pain. High taxes and burdensome regulations are killing business opportunities, crushing small farms, and driving people out of the state at an unprecedented rate. My name is Thomas Daniel Queter, and I am not a politician. As a disability rights advocate, I have spent every day of my life fighting for myself and others to find solutions to get around a broken system. If you want someone who will fight for you in Albany, vote Tom Queter for State Senate. I'm Thomas Daniel Queter. I approve this message. Check out the campaign at tomfor52.com.
Paid for by Tom for 52.
There you have it.
That was one of our radio commercials last cycle, and it's pointed and it's to the point. It's factual in that I am not a politician. I'm a regular guy who grew up in a small town, not even a small town. I live in a hamlet of a small town in Chenango County, central New York. And, we've had this whole COVID situation going on for 2 years. But I find it interesting, all of the problems that people are blaming on COVID with relation to the economy and our healthcare system, they've all been there before. They were there before COVID. A lot of the reason so much went wrong was because of what existed before COVID. Our healthcare system was restrained, our economy was restrained, and when an emergency happened, we faltered. And why did we falter? Because we over-restrained ourselves. We didn't allow our hospitals to do what hospitals should do. We haven't even allowed doctors to do what doctors should do. As a disabilities advocate, I've been running into people who's telling me that their doctor advised them to get a vaccine that the doctor should not have advised them to get the vaccine, and it caused harm. The doctor doing doctoring should have known that that vaccine didn't harm them. And here we are, those individuals are harmed, and the doctors themselves are upset. They feel like they were duped. They feel like they were messaged or pushed or coerced into harming their own patients, something they don't want to do. We take a look at New York with healthcare staff. We are so low on healthcare staff right now that our governor has called in the National Guard to fill that in. A lot of people don't understand military medicine is not civilian medicine. Military medicine is to patch you up and send you back to work. Civilian medicine is to exercise preventative medicine, to exercise continuous treatment, to ensure that people get what they need. Now, it's gotten even more interesting. Our governor recently stated they don't have enough National Guard personnel to fill that gap. It's almost like libertarians knew what was coming. It's almost like we knew this would hurt. We'll be talking about that later when Tim O'Connor, who's a good friend of mine, chair of Otsego County, another member of the state committee of the LPNY, and he'll be on at 4 p.m. And that's when we're going to discuss all of this COVID 2020 nonsense. But that's the only segment that we're going to discuss it in. We have Brian Lambert coming on first at 1 p.m. Brian's an interesting dude. Brian actually works for Spike Cohen with Spike's new initiative. Brian also has a history of successful petitioning around the country. Brian's going to
I'm
be
excited
organizing my petitioning drive come spring. When we know what that's about.
I'm excited to meet everybody today, Tom. It's going to be great. I mean, 12 hours, you guys, we're going to be here. So stick it out. I'm excited to meet all these people. You know, Thomas, keeping me active. You know, I'm up here in the big state, staying warm. So, yeah, Brian Lambert sounds like an interesting guy, you know. So stuff we all need to know, too. Petitions and sure.
You know, we also have the vice chair of the Libertarian Party of New York coming on. That's Tony DeRazia. He's a good guy, a friend of mine. We're going to talk about specifically building infrastructure. Now, infrastructure, that's a word, right? What kind of infrastructure are we building? Well, we're not building Joe Biden's infrastructure. We're not talking about bridges and roads or child care or cell phones as infrastructure. No, we're talking about campaign and political activism infrastructure. How to make these things work. How to be people in a community that take action by working on a campaign, by running for office, by getting involved in a local affiliate or a single initiative group or an activism group or a nonprofit. Those are all infrastructure. And we forget that a lot. Another good friend of mine is coming on at 5 p.m. after Tim O'Connor. That's Daniel Fishman. I call him Dan. He's a good guy. He used to work for the National Party, the Libertarian Party, and now he works for a organization, a nonprofit called People for Liberty, trying to support anybody who's moving that needle a little bit closer to what we consider freedom to be. At 7 p.m., Gabrielle Cordova, who is on the fundraising committee for the LPNY, is going to come on, and we're going to talk about fundraising and why campaigns need money. Now, that's what we're here for, right? We're here to raise money. When you run for office, you need money. It costs money. So today we have a special promo code, MoneyBombTom. If you type that in when you're checking out of my store, you can get $5 off any t-shirt. $5 off a t-shirt, MoneyBombTom at tomfor52.com. Then we're going to have a friend of mine at 9 p.m., Daniel Berman. He ran for the nomination for president for the Libertarian Party. I worked on that nomination campaign. He's a good guy. And we're going to talk about cannabis as a human right.
Cool. I like Dan.
Dan's a good guy. He's one of those politicians you meet. You could just tell he cares. And we need more caring in our politics.
Of course.
My own campaign manager, Brianna Coyle, is coming on at 8 o'clock.
Finally get to meet her.
Yes, you do. She's going to be awesome. She's always awesome. She's a hard worker. She does the thing, right? I'm always telling people, do the thing that's in front of you, the thing you can do, the thing that matters to you. That's the thing to do. It's a line I'm starting to get known for because all of us have this potential to do the thing. I'm gonna switch gears here on you a little bit, Robert. You know that we've been raising money for various needs for those with disabilities, right?
Yes.
We crowdfunded a motor scooter for a gentleman whose motor scooter was hit by a car and ruined. We are working on a accessible home renovation for another gentleman who lost his leg.
Awesome.
And I've been doing this kind of crowdfunding for the last 8 years. Finding the individuals that are dropped by the systems, not helped by the systems, or not adequately helped by the systems, and finding a solution that's outside of the systems. I've also been the beneficiary of that. Voluntary crowdfunding. The wheelchair I'm sitting in right now was crowdfunded by libertarians. It took 2 months to crowdfund, create, ship, and modify for my specific needs this chair. It takes state systems 2 years in New York. Instead of 2 months, or instead of 2 years, I waited only 2 months to get the perfect chair for me that the state would not supply. That's how we create our own solutions. We also spend about a third the money the state would. Libertarians do more for less. Recently, libertarians also crowdfunded my van because my personal vehicle that's accessible died at the end of last cycle. I did a lot of campaigning. I went across the entire district. Every single small town got a stop. And at the end of it, the van was just done. It petered on and worked a little bit through till about this fall. And then finally, there was just no more repairing it. Do you know how long it took libertarians to crowdfund $12,000 to replace my van with an adequate used van?
Well, I know, Tom.
It took 23 hours.
Yeah.
23 hours to crowdfund an accessible van that's normally way out of reach for me. I'm not allowed to save money because I beholden to disability welfare. My family doesn't always have that money around. Now, the interesting thing is that my van was the third accessible van that libertarians in that group, the Liberty Memes charity $5 group, $5 charity group. I always forget the name of it. I was the third van in November. They're crowdfunding their 10th accessible van now. 10th. I was number 3 in late November, and they've done 7 more since. They've raised well over $100,000 to give those with disabilities adequate transportation that doesn't harm them and that they can rely on. That's something the government just doesn't do. So voluntarism is a huge thing, and I've got 2 special guests who might show up. They didn't know if they could make it, but we sent them the link and we told them, you know what, if you could come, we'll work you in. I'm not going to name who they are, but when it comes to voluntarism, these 2 guys are amazing. I want to double check my list here. Holly Ward is coming on at 10 p.m. Holly worked on my campaign for 2020, and will likely probably help out again in 2022. Holly Ward is very big on history, the founding of our country, and why it's important for average people, regular people, you and I, Robert, everybody watching, to get involved in their politics locally or however they can, or issues locally or however they can.
Yeah.
And our last guest, very interesting fellow, a friend of mine. He was my fundraising director in 2020. He's a libertarian pastor, and he's going to come talk to us about how Christianity, and yes, even other religions, line up with libertarianism. That pretty much runs down our guests. Robert, is there anything more you want to know about anybody?
Oh, well, we got some. That'd be nice to throw up just some recognition. Matt, you guys see you in there. And Tom52.com. Thank you, Matt. Let's send Tom to Albany. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's all. It's just early here for me, so I'm just I'm here just holding space and enjoying myself. I don't have a chance to really reach out and be political or network much besides when I do live shows or when I'm on Clubhouse. So me living in the woods, this is what I do to reach out, and I'm having fun hanging out with you, Tom. You said 12-hour live stream. I said, bring it on. This is my life, So here I am, and I'm glad to be part of it. Hi, Bill Snyder. I see you in there.
Bill's the gentleman who will be shortly receiving that replacement scooter.
Yes, yes.
And, 12-hour live stream. All my friends in the party, everybody I work with is like, you're nuts. You can't do 12 hours. Who does 12-hour live streams? Well, I have a point. I have a point to doing a 12-hour live stream. It's endurance. I believe that a representative needs to work hard. I believe that a representative should work hard, long days. I believe they are paid more than enough to work hard, long days. And I believe they should work year round, not just 6 months. I believe they should be doing something and being involved. Currently, our New York State Legislature is in session for only about 6 months. The salary is $120,000 plus. Right? Imagine getting $120,000 for 6 months of work. And I think about other people I know who make less, like our local small farmers, mechanics even, those in construction. They make a lot less than $120,000 a year. They work a lot harder. They take a lot more physical risks. There's much higher percentage of yeah, and there's a much higher percentage rate of injury, disability for those who work hard than there are for politicians. Why are we paying them so much to be figureheads and puppets? And we see this in Albany as a great example. A lot of the COVID situation, the legislature just said, okay, Cuomo, here, you have the power. You do it. We don't want to do anything. Just let you have it. We don't want to do our jobs. We don't want to investigate things. We don't want to understand what we're doing. We're just going to give Governor Cuomo the power to do whatever he wants and to showboat and apparently write that book, right? He wrote a book on handling the pandemic while badly handling the pandemic. Doesn't that show you his motives? Why would he write a book? What's the point of writing a book, Robert?
Money.
Yes. So our governor at the time decided he'd rather make money than help the situation, do the work.
We've seen that throughout the whole pandemic. I mean, honestly.
And it's not the first time. It won't be the last. We need to stop that. I believe Wisconsin actually, so they followed up 2020 with some interesting legislation, so I'm told. I was told that they have now passed legislation that if the governor is to get any of emergency or such type powers, it needs to be reviewed every 30 days. If it's not reviewed and approved every 30 days, it goes away. So that means that they want to ensure that whatever the governor does under the state of emergency is appropriate. And if it's not, and they also want to make sure it's necessary, and if it's not, they want to remove that power. Why give one person power over an entire state if there's no reason? I'm not saying there wasn't a reason, but maybe the reason for forbidding it after 30 days is the governor's not doing a good job. We can talk about this pandemic a lot, and we're going to try not to, because it gets exhausting.
Oh boy.
So, libertarians, we're about solutions, right? We are about solutions. What is the solution here? Well, the solution is to move forward and understand what we did wrong and understand where the problems are. And I believe there's a misnomer regarding the COVID situation. I believe that people think that all the mistakes that were made after the pandemic had started, after COVID was here. They think that's when it was made, but no, it wasn't. A lot of those mistakes were made long before that situation. So, Robert, we were talking earlier. You're excited because you get to meet a lot of libertarians, right? The lineup, people who run for office, people who hold positions in the party. What do you tend to call yourself? Baby libertarian, right?
Yeah, so I never really labeled myself in the past, and I like to coin the term that was coined, liberty minded, because I mean I can relate living up here. It does take a sense of, I hate using the word. I don't really like using the word community so much, because there's backlash on it. But it takes people, and it takes some sort of self reliance, that matches really well with libertarian values. Living on my own, not paying, not working that much to, I'm trying to lessen the government rule over me. I'm out here so I don't have to deal with, the rules and stipulations in town. Like I don't deal with, the vaccines or mandates and stuff at all here, just because.
So where are you, Robert? Let's clue people in. Where exactly are you?
I am like 225 miles from the nearest stoplight, which would be Palmer, Alaska. And so I'm south central. I'm in the mountains, and it's just me and my dog and my chickens and the libertarians.
How far are you from the nearest grocery store?
Oh, 5-6 miles. There's a little country store that I get to about once a month, honestly, because the snow is just deep. I stick to myself out here. I make it through the winter however I can. Just cut wood, stay warm, and haul water. And I'm a free range homestead property, so there's no taxes on the property here. There's also no water and trash pickup and things like that. So they give you a chance to kind of be able to live by your own means. In a way, it's not completely, it's not 100%, because I don't get enough vegetables and meat and stuff like that, but I make just enough money to pay my electric, and I can stay warm by the wood and drink the local water, and I can fish in the summer and get a lot of food, but not 100% self-reliant. So it's still like that grab, but
it sounds like it sounds like it's a lot more self-sufficient, self-reliant than most people these days.
Yeah, it's a lot of work just to survive.
Now, I have to ask you a question, Robert. Would you ever thought you would meet someone from New York State who grew up living the same way?
No, I wouldn't actually. No, Clubhouse was pretty amazing. I run into you, and you're just making a difference, and you're showing up, and you're talking, and we're about to do 12 hours here, and so I mean, who does that? Who's that transparent? That's the kind of person
right.
You want in the feed. That's the kind of person you want to be able to follow, because you can see that what you're talking about is what you actually mean, and you're inviting, interaction, and you're encouraging involvement, and it's something that inspired me, because and for me to be able to do something way out here in the middle of the woods to ever make a difference, this is how I can, by offering a platform or hosting. I'm not a professional, but I like doing it, and so I always use my gut. And so when you're being transparent, it's easy to understand. That's why
Robert, I'm gonna back you up there. I'm gonna say you're fairly professional. You're doing a good job. I really appreciate your support. If anybody watching wants to offer support, they can go to tomfor52.com/volunteer. TOMFOR52.com/volunteer. If you would like to assist the campaign, you can go to that same tomfor52.com and just click that donate button.
There we go.
We have some goals today for donations and for fundraising. We'd like to raise about $1,000 every 3 hours. If you have $5, you can help us do that. If you have $500, you can definitely help us do that. But here's the thing that works. Here's the thing that's been interesting in this last month. This all started with another volunteer of mine, Joe Sabin. He made a donation, and then he told everybody on social media that he made a donation. And then a lot of other people made donations. And then some other people did the same thing. And it's happening. We've been getting $5, $10, $20, and even $200 donations from people actually sharing what they support. So, to that note, you can affect the people you know by pointing them to my website or whoever you support's website. You can um, ask your friends and family to support a candidate that you support and tell them why. There are an awful lot of things you can do to help the campaign, even without volunteering. You know, what does $1,000 do for a campaign? Right? You know, people always want to know where does their money go? Most of the money that we're raising right now will go towards our petitioning efforts. We need to collect about 4,500 plus signatures in district for me to be allowed to run for office here in New York. They have increased that number recently. They have suppressed our ballot access. We had met the needs to have ballot access for 4 years, and then they changed the rule. Now it's only 2 years. And so while I technically don't have ballot access, I could still run. I just need more signatures. Why do you need money for petitioning? $10,000. That sounds like a lot of money for petitioning. Well, Robert, do you like food?
Yeah.
You like to eat, right?
Yeah, sure.
So do the volunteers. So do the volunteers who petition. And
I'm hungry.
I'm guessing you don't take your car down the road without gas. So
No.
that $10,000 is to cart around our volunteers, to feed our volunteers, maybe even house some of them for petitioning purposes. Now, our need is 4,500 signatures, but there's roughly 110,000 people, voters, in every Senate district, give or take. I would like to blow that 4,500 out of the water. I'd like to make a statement. We'll see what happens, but $10,000 ensures that we can reset 4,500. It ensures that we have the resources we need to do it. So if you can donate towards that goal, do so now, please. You know, interestingly, $1,000. Go ahead.
You're gonna be making food today, right?
Say that
Am I
again.
correct? You're gonna be making some food today, correct?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, so we were talking about self-reliance, and I got on a tangent about petitioning. Can you tell I'm worried about it? It's the number one thing right now. We need to make sure we get on the ballot. And
Absolutely, it's a topic that I'm interested in listening to as well. I really need to hear about that.
You know, state governments quite often make it hard for libertarians, third parties, or independents to get on the line. They like to make it difficult. They like to maintain control. They want to make sure that it's only a Democrat or only a Republican that's going to win. They don't want the average Joe to be representing the average person in any district. We never see that encouraged by either the Democrats or the Republicans. Although I did recently hear that a certain assemblyman near me is hoping to propose legislation to give back ballot access, to make the requirements easier for us. Now, isn't that interesting? You know, we complain about our government, we complain about the overreach and everything that happens, but we have to make sure we recognize those individuals who have the right mind for what they're doing, no matter what party they ascribe to. So there are Republicans I'll work with, there are Democrats I'll work with, there are Green Party that I will work with. And I'm sure there's conservative and Working Families Party members that I will work with. It's not that difficult. Most of us are just humans. So
yeah, I've heard Alaska. Honestly, I don't really know, but there's less or no restrictions on the ballot access requirements for a libertarian in Alaska. I heard.
Yeah. So the petitioning push is really, it's the big thing right now. Once we get over that, we can start fundraising for other needs and other goals. we have already fundraised for some of those goals, met those goals. I have currently enough money to pay a few of my staff members that need to be paid. I have enough money to pay for, I believe, approximately 60 paid press releases through the year, which is good. We have a lot of our infrastructure tools paid for and set up. That's a great start. That's how we get to the point of how do we raise the money for petitioning? You have to do all this work just so you can get to the point of doing all this more work, so you can get to the point of doing more work. So once we're past petitioning, then I have a campaign to run. I mean, I have a campaign to run totally throughout all of this time. However, it changes. Once you're on the line, you really start doing the thing. And I did that last cycle. 4 or 5, 7 days a week, up early, home late, just going out talking to anybody, everybody I can. If you're in New York, if you're in my district, I want to talk to you. And you can contact me through the website. Robert, you brought it up a minute ago that I'm going to be cooking today. And we were talking about self-sufficiency, self-reliance. And we have Dwayne Whitmer coming to talk about gun rights. Very interestingly, in New York, they're looking to suppress gun rights to the point where it'll be difficult for those who are rural and poor and rely on venison. They don't sport hunt, they rely on it. It's food. People need food. They're going to make it cost a lot. They're going to make it harder to do. They're going to tell poor people they can't reap the natural resources in their backyard. Well, not directly in their backyard. And they're going to make it more expensive. That's the food side of that, right? Let's talk about environmentalism and animal rights, right? Animal rights. You want people to kill deer for animal rights? That doesn't make sense. Well, in the past, we had predators like wolves and more mountain lions, and they kept the deer population in check. The whitetail population explodes here now. What happens when the population of an animal like that explodes? Robert, we were talking just a minute ago that you like food, I like food. You know what else likes food? The deer. When you have too many deer, you don't have enough food. When you don't have enough food for a large herd of deer, you get sick deer. We've had mass die-offs in New York. You want to talk about animal rights? Let's make sure that they're not out of control, that they're not eating themselves out of food, that they're not overpopulated. And let's, at the same time, allow those who are poor to reap good, healthy food. I personally eat that. That's what I'm going to be cooking later. I've got a nice piece of venison. You'll get to watch me trim it up. I left it untrimmed so that I can demonstrate that. But it's going to be a nice, simple country meal. And I'm going to enjoy it.
You're going to reap the benefits of it. I'm just going to sit here and salivate.
I wish I could share it with you, Robert. I do feed libertarians. Any libertarian who wants to come and have a meal here in Mount Upton, New York, is welcome. All they have to do is contact me and make a plan, and I will present. And I'll present the best food I've got, because, as my great grandmother told me, we are kitchen folk, and she explained that meant. That meant that if the best you had was prime rib, or if the best you had was butter and saltine crackers, whatever it was, when you had company, you put out the best you had. Shared the best you had. And that's an integral part of community, is sharing. We see that all over here. Where I live, in Shenango County, people will take their tag limit of deer, realize they've got more meat than they need in the freezer, and find somebody who needs it. And can you imagine someone just giving you 20 pounds of healthy red meat?
Well, I remember getting roadkill a lot when I was younger, and we were always thankful of that. If
A lot of
basically you're
people
on a
don't.
list, if you're
Yeah, a
yeah,
lot of people
basically
don't
you're on
realize.
a. Sorry, there's an echo. I'm just talking here. It's a lot of because if you're on subsistence in the area, and if there's an animal gets hit like a moose, they'll call the next person on the list that's closest to come clear the road of the mess. And I used to get some good meat that way.
A lot of people don't realize that if the circumstances are right, you can eat that roadkill. I mean, what's the difference?
Good
I
meat.
grew up that way. So I want to talk about another advantage of self-sufficiency and self-subsiding lifestyle. Um, I live in an apartment that I rent from family in the home that I grew up with. In 1983, the year I was born, my parents paid all of $16,000 for a 1 acre property with a large country home and 2 barns on it. It was almost worth that $16,000. Winters were cold here. We were poor. Everything was a struggle. And you know what? Harvesting game, foraging wild goods like berries and apples, and growing our own produce and raising some other of our own meat. You know what that did for us? Uh, this house is now warm. This house is fully heated. The plumbing works. We have insulation, Robert. Can you imagine that? In upstate New York, where it gets as low as 20 or 30 below sometimes, we actually have insulation now. And how did we get to this point? How did we get to this point? We cut out our grocery bill. We did the work. We did things for ourselves. We stopped spending that money on groceries. Now, there is an argument to be had that there are cases where it's better to spend the money, you know, to buy your food, because the time that you have, you can make more money. But not everybody has a skill that means that the time they have is making enough money to actually be better than producing for yourself. So for those of us who are starting out, for those of us who are poor, for new families, for anybody seeking to better their health, self-subsistence is key. And that's why I support small farms, because even if you're buying your food, buying it from your local farmer keeps your money local. It helps the farmer more. The farmer gets to make more money. You know, there's an interesting fact about milk in particular when it comes to farming. Generally, until recently, with this new inflation, the price of milk had not changed much since the 1970s. There was a time, 5 or 10 years ago, when you could look it up and you could see that a 1970s dollar was worth $19 at that time. And yet milk hadn't gone up in price. Who took the hit on that? Who's working harder and making less? The farmer. And that's why we have the New York Fresh program in my policy on the website, which I encourage everybody to go look at the New York Fresh program. We can get rid of unnecessary regulatory burden simply by taking care of ourselves as a state. A lot of the federal regulatory burden we can defy as a state. Another state has done it. We're working on that. If your local health department regulates restaurants and their quality of food, and your state health department regulates restaurants, grocery stores, and non-USDA butchers, why do we need the federal government forcing our products that we sell for food through USDA processes when those regulations are comparable? Right? Why are we spending more money for less? And we need to get out of that habit. Our government is so familiar with spending money. If you've seen the national debt, I can tell you our states are in no better shape. Most of our counties are in no better shape. A lot of our towns and municipalities are in no better shape than that federal debt. Comparatively and per capita, every level has problems with spending. But you know who doesn't have a problem with spending? Farmers. Farmers know how to manage money. Farmers know how to live with nothing. And it's important that we support them and get out of their way. Robert, I know you do self-subsistence up there. What kind of food do you generate for yourself?
Well, I basically can, fish for fish. I have access to the Copper River with a fish wheel. So basically, if you get fish within the first couple weeks of June, I can get I get as many as I want. These are red salmon, king salmon, silver salmon. And if you smoke and can, freeze those. And of course, every year for subsistence tag, you can get 1 moose, 2 caribou per person, sheep, black bear, brown bear if I wanted to. Never have I had to get all that type of meat before, but 1 moose will fill up your freezer. When it comes to vegetables or gardening, I haven't gotten that down very well. But, you only have a short amount in Alaska. And then, of course, milk with goats. Goat milk is really a really good way to get your milk and cheese and butter, because the goats, like American Sainan goat, is really, really similar to the native goat in the area. So, and it forages, pretty self-sustaining itself. And then chickens, I've got chickens now, eggs for, half of them could be for meat, whatever. And just have my dog for companionship. And really, if it wasn't for having to pay for electricity and for a phone, I wouldn't really need money, honestly. I do get some food benefits from the.
So, other than the moose, what you just described is my childhood, Robert. I grew up on goat milk.
Yeah. Goat milk is, my grandpa was known as the goat man, so, I grew up the same place my dad went to school, he was my hockey coach, and it was always goats. And my dad, when he was younger, there was an issue where he didn't take to formula or something, and so neighbor gave him some goat's milk, and that was kind of the story where saved his life. And ever since then, yeah, and I'm kind of the only one that's stuck it out here. Most of my family, all of my family actually have moved towards the city, but that's their choice. I don't have this like $2,500 bill hanging over my head, the ceiling coming down on me every month because I live out here. I don't have to worry about the taxes and make sure my vehicle is, tagged. And, there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of expenses it takes when I live in town that I don't have to deal with out here.
So, Robert, are you at risk for being homeless? Is that something you worry about?
No, I've always lived right here.
and you don't feel like you could lose your home for any reason?
I don't feel like that. It's my dad. He's got the ultimate say on the property, and it's always been there's a patent to the property here, so it's not we're not governed by the bureau. We're not in the.
So I bring that up for a reason, Robert. Statistically, most Americans are only 2 to 3 paychecks away from being homeless, and that was pre-COVID. 2 to 3 paychecks from being homeless, and your lifestyle more self-subsiding, less government intervention. You don't have to worry about being homeless in 2 to 3 weeks.
Right. So that's exactly why I feel safe out here, because I don't feel like, I've learned to live without anybody helping me. So this is home to me. So the word homeless doesn't even hit my vocabulary, honestly.
Not a concern.
I know I can live here, die here. My grandpa died here. He's on the property. He's in a crypt on the property here. And it's home. I don't get bothered by people. I don't even have a mailbox right here right now. So
that sounds like a very pleasant way to live, Robert, for the most part. Now,
I don't contribute to society. Like on that note, like I don't work and generate taxes, but also like there's some tax benefits I don't reap, of course, but I do collect, food benefits. So some people might have a different idea about it, but for the most part, I definitely don't leave a carbon footprint. I don't utilize water that much. But yeah, I cut you off there.
That's excellent. My water comes from a spring-fed well. I love it. Now we do have a guest coming on in about 15 minutes, as long as he shows up. Brian Lambert. We get back to petitioning and organizing and why it's important. And of course, Brian's an interesting character. He's a friend of mine. We love talking to each other. Be prepared, we may go off on a tangent.
That doesn't bother me none.
Now, for everyone listening, I want to remind you that we're releasing the promo code today, which is good through Friday night. Money Bomb Tom. If you go to tomfor52.com, TOMFOR52.com, click the menu and go to the store, you will find all kinds of t-shirts that code will give you $5 off. Happy New Year, TJ. TJ just volunteered for my campaign. He is now a volunteer officially. And you can do that by going to tomfor52.com/volunteer.
Yes.
Robert did that. Robert went to tomfor52.com and he volunteered.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm donating my time.
Which is often more valuable. So you can work for the campaign, you can work on the campaign, you can donate to the campaign, you can talk about the campaign, you can share our social media, and if you're watching this on any of our platforms right now, click like, comment, and make a share. Tell everybody about what you're watching and that it's 12 hours long. Tell everybody to say hi to Tom. Tell everybody that this is their chance to ask Tom Queter some questions. Which is the last thing that I really want to point out before I personally take a little break, and I'll leave you with Robert to play a video. And
which video? What we got here?
Well, you'll figure that out. So before I go for that break, I just want to make sure everybody knows that sharing is caring. And if you share this video, if you share this live, if you share my message, if you share other social media posts, you are helping. If you like what I'm saying, if you like me, it doesn't matter where you are, what you're doing, or who you are, you can help the campaign with a simple social media share, a simple $5 donation, or simply donating a little bit of your time or expertise to our campaign. On that note, Robert, I am going to take that break, and I will be back in 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll see what happens.
From the moment I was born, I was told what I couldn't do, that I wouldn't live beyond a day, that I couldn't help provide for my family. But I fought, and I overcame. I'm running for state senate to fight for our communities, to fight for our economy, and to fight for our most vulnerable. If you want someone who will fight for you, vote Tom Queter for state senate. I'm Thomas Daniel Queter. I approve this message.
Paid for by Tom for 52.
We'll play another one.
Hi, my name is Thomas Daniel Queter, and I'm running for Senate in District 52. So I'm running because I care about everyone in my district. I don't want to chase special interests too much. I don't want to chase falsehoods. I don't want you to vote for me because I lied to you. I've spent many years reaching out to those who are failed by our government and lifting them up, finding solutions. I want to improve our communities. I may not work at a job for pay, but I work all day long, every day. I'm working to help those with disabilities who fall into these healthcare gaps that are created left and right. And that includes the elderly, our veterans, and everyone sooner or later. I want you to vote for me because you believe that I want to help our district be more self-sufficient. I want you to vote for me because I want to do something productive. I've been fighting my entire life. and I will fight for you. I will fight for your economy, your stability, your health care, and I will fight for those instances in life in which you need help. I am not in this for myself. I'm in this for you. And everyone I talk to on a regular basis, every time I reach out, I find somebody who's suffering either from lack of health care, lack of coverage for health care. Help me help District 52 become what it once was, a thriving agricultural district. Help me bring back what we need. We need to seek innovation. We need to seek better options. If you believe I want to help, if you believe that I will help, if you believe that I will work hard, if you believe that we need somebody who can put in 16, 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, as I've been doing for most of my life, then vote for me for Senate in District 52, Broome, Tioga, Shenango, and Delaware. Vote for Tom. Vote for freedom. Vote for our economy. Vote for health care that works. And vote for systems for those with disabilities that actually help them instead of just hurting the taxpayer. Go to tomfor52.com. Consider making a donation. Reach out for a yard sign. Reach out for some media. Volunteer. Give us a hand. I appreciate any support you're willing to give because I care about my community. I care about our communities. And we need to allow our communities the freedom to care about themselves and each other. Thank you for your support.
See, those are some video clips and some commercials that we made for the campaign last cycle. They're still true. They're still true.
Yeah. It's going to be getting light out here soon.
Yeah. What time of day is it where you are, Robert?
It is 8:53.
8 a.m. for you?
8:53 a.m.
Almost
9 a.m.
Is your sun up yet? I know you're way up there.
Yep. I know my. Nope. You'll see the sun when it comes. I got the bay windows and stuff up here, so you'll be able to see when the sun comes out. But it's, you can see it's kind of starting to get a little bit light out.
It's like dawn is coming.
Surprised my roosters aren't going nuts. I'm sure they will, though. They're going to be wanting food here anytime.
Well, your roosters are welcome here. We were talking about farming and self-subsistence. There's an interesting thing about chickens. A lot of places have extraneous laws against owning chickens, mostly not enforced. We have a lot of small towns right around where I live. Oxford, locally, has a law against keeping chickens in town. But even though a lot of people have plenty of room for chickens, plenty of room.
They are annoying.
Yes, well, they can be annoying. Yes, but that's a food source. That's a farming is a right, in my mind. It's a basic right.
Right.
You can't be happy without food.
If you have 2 dozen chickens, you can easily average a dozen eggs a day, and if you have a family, that's enough for breakfast, basically, with some bread, and so one way to look at it, one of your meals are done with.
Right. So here's the thing, right? It's illegal in so many places to have chickens, but in most of those places, an awful lot of people have chickens. Isn't that strange? People are defying a useless law. Interestingly, in a town nearby, it's illegal to graze your cow in the town park unless it's on a leash.
Well, cows are kind of, I could understand because they'll tear up the ground. You gotta have
right.
room for that.
So that's actually an example of an antiquated law. We don't need to graze our cows in public parks, and nobody does. But there's still a law against it. Now, to that note, I mean, I kind of want to get a cow and put it on a leash. But, you know, that's a huge problem that we have. We have so much legislation, so much burdensome legislation, so much antiquated, burdensome legislation. I don't usually talk about federal policies, but we have a problem in New York when it comes to trash, recycling, pickup, and it's actually very difficult to recycle in New York. You might have a recycling service. You might have a recycling service that gives you a recycling bin, and you might separate recyclables and put them in the right bin. But often enough, what's in those bins ends up in a landfill anyhow. And there's a federal law called the Jones Act that is the reason why. The Jones Act makes it exceptionally expensive to ship bulky, lightweight goods on water, particularly low-value goods. What's the best way to ship our recycling here in the watershed? Maybe by river and boat. That's...
You know, we have guests here.
Oh, I see we have a special guest.
Yes, we have a guest.
He is. Oh, we'll wait for him to come back. I saw him in the studio.
Yeah, no problem.
So the Jones Act makes it almost impossible to recycle on the kind of scale that we should be. That's another thing that we can push for. We don't really have an effect on federal legislation, but it's a big conversation right now. And so just speaking about it as a state legislator, or getting other legislators to also speak about it, to get multiple parties on board with the same concept of just doing things better, then we can make an effect. We can have an effect on that. But, you know, from chickens to recycling, right? We're suppressed there. You know, it's also suppressed to help each other. In some places in this country, and even in New York State, it's illegal to feed the homeless. Why would it be illegal to feed someone who's hungry?
Yeah, I have to basically once a year, I'll haul trash to a dump and pay for that.
So, you know, there are an awful lot of things that we can approach as far as undoing unnecessary regulation, undoing burdensome regulation. It's one thing to regulate, it's another thing to do so in a manner that harms people. And that's it. That's a key word right there, harm. And what do we as libertarians seek? We seek policy that does no harm. So whatever we do legislatively, we do our best to ensure that we're not causing harm, that we're actually legislating to reduce harm. And that's important. We have an interesting, a lot of states have them. In New York, we have it called the scaffold law. Scaffold law makes businesses liable for any injury due to gravity. Now, here's the thing about that, Robert. Under this law, you can come in to work at, I don't know, say Walmart, and you're stocking shelves. Drunk, climb a ladder, fall down, and the business is liable. You're apparently not liable for not being responsible, but your business is liable. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is when the liability is legitimate, when it is the business's fault and they should be responsible, they actually spend an awful lot of time to spend more money than the recipient receives working this out through the court system. So it's not actually helping the person affected so much. Typically, it's hurting everybody. It's delaying their care, it's delaying their needs, it's costing the business, it's costing our court systems. We could simplify this. You can simplify this so easily. When the business is responsible, make the business responsible.
I do want to let Brian know that you can come on whenever you'd like. I see you in the studio there. And Thomas, you ready to bring on Brian here?
Oh yeah, let's bring Brian up.
All right, hey Brian, let me I do the stream. I'm just using my iPhone 6, you know, being innovative. What's up, Brian?
Like I can't hear
How's
them.
it going?
Hold on.
How you doing?
Hold on a minute.
What's up? What's happening?
I don't know.
Well, let's put them down until they're figured out.
Are you ready, Brian? Okay.
Give us a thumbs up when you're ready.
Yep, just give us a thumbs up when you're ready.
Sounds like technical difficulties.
You got a thumbs up? We got a thumbs up? I can't. I am just using the
No,
cell phone.
let's
So.
let him in. Can you hear us?
Okay. Hey, there we go. I can hear you. Yeah. So hey, how you doing? We have a guest.
Yeah.
Brian, you're beautiful. Oh, there he is.
Bring yours up again.
Hello. You guys, where are you at? Look at it, beautiful.
I'm just opening it up second.
There it is.
Hello.
I mean, I can hear him a little bit, but it's too quiet. So,
Oh,
hey.
we can hear you now.
Yes.
Well, at least it's light out.
Well, you know, it wouldn't be an internet live stream without technical difficulties.
Absolutely.
It's because I don't have Facebook on my phone.
Is it?
That's right.
Yeah, this is dumb.
Yep.
I'm going to try running it through something separate.
Nope, not there.
Selfie. Or screenshot.
I can hear them clearly in mine when I'm there. I can't get my thing to work.
Okay.
That's
Guys.
okay, Brian. We'll wait for you.
I can hear them a little. I can hear you guys a little bit. I'm just trying
All right.
I know. I'm trying to get there.
That's
We're
fine.
getting there.
I don't have Facebook on my phone, and that's why.
Where are you guys?
Microphone. Allow while using the app.
Green
Come
the
on.
ground.
I don't know why it's doing this.
All right, we'll bring them back once they figure it out.
No problem. We got all the time in the world. We're here
I
for
love
you
Brian.
guys. Brian, yeah, he has a top hat on. what a gangster. Yeah, whenever you guys are ready, I mean, you guys come right back. You know. Can you see him?
Now we have
Brian, we got two Brians in the audience now. Okay,
Thank
Try
you
it
so
again.
much. I appreciate it.
Brian.
your sideways.
Can you hear me?
It'll work.
Brian.
And all right, I guess I have to then just kind of keep the phone like that, and it won't even fit here. This is the best. I'm having the best day. How you guys doing?
Excellent. Thanks
Great.
for the show, Brian.
For whatever reason, this StreamYard link was like, I guess, registered through Facebook. I don't have Facebook on my phone. I have the Messenger, but I don't have the app on my phone because I feel like the app is crap and I don't want it. So I've never had it on any of my phones before. I don't like a lot of the features of it. So it wouldn't let me, I couldn't hear you, and then I couldn't see myself. It was the dumbest thing. I was like sitting in the waiting room. And then what name did it have up there when I first showed up? Did you read the name that was on there when I first showed up?
Yes, it did.
It said Spike.
You were impersonating Spike Cohen.
Yes, because the last time I did this, Spike was the guest somewhere, and I held the phone and took care of it for Spike, and which was fine. Hold on a second. Why can I not get this? Is there some way where I can switch this and make it work where I'm not sideways and get this thing to be like landscape, or no?
It looks like
Doesn't
it's actually.
seem like it.
Let me see if I can do this. This is driving.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'cause
no. This is just technology. This is Facebook. How are you guys doing today?
Not too bad.
I'll
Yourself?
get you.
I was doing wonderful until I had to jump into this StreamYard, Thomas. That's how it was going.
Hey,
Everything
buddy,
today
you're
was going
welcome.
beautiful up until this moment.
You're welcome and thank you.
I wanted to get dressed up. I wanted to look nice. I'm representing my DuPage Libertarians chapter. I've got my Joe Jorgensen campaign mug from 2020 with some black tea with a little bit of pomegranate juice in there. It's
Fancy hat too, by the way. Fancy hat.
This is my gambler. This is called a gambler. It's not a fedora. It's not a cowboy hat. It's what the bad guys used to wear in the Westerns. So like if John Wayne walked into a bar, there'd be some thugs. They'd have, guns and stuff. But the rich guy sitting at the poker table, that ain't going to help. Well, maybe it will. Yep. Nope. That don't do it either. So sorry, my woman is trying to help me with a thing. Let's see if we can. No, because I'm looking at this now. Let's see if I can just kind of.
See something a little lower.
Yeah, no, screw it. I give up. So anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to get set up like 15 minutes before, and that clearly was not enough time to figure out the tech issues here.
It's all about how
makes you feel better.
Put your phone on, right? I have the same issue.
It was driving. I don't do podcasts. I keep telling you, I don't do podcasts. I don't want to do live stream. I did bootleg. I did Cajun. I did the Bearded Truth. I try to avoid. I'm going to be on Matt Wright's show on Thursday this coming week coming up because I'm going to be down there in Florida. So I'm going to be in the office. I'm going to be in his office with him.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man who does no podcasts.
I rant and I rave a lot. I'm full of a lot of aggression. You've heard it on Clubhouse. There's a reason why I took off of Clubhouse for about 5 months. I went on Clubhouse the other day for the first time in about 5 months. And I was there for 10 minutes talking about like the state of Arizona. And I was talking about like a convention and stuff. And then I got texts and a phone call because there was drama. Drama started. It was about nothing. I just casually mentioned something and then people made assumptions going forward and then phone calls and texts happen. And it's like, fuck, I can't do this. I can't tell stories. Libertarians, they're amazing at spreading gossip, but give them a clipboard and tell them to go get signatures. They can't freaking do it. Why am I here today, Thomas? What am I here to talk about? What are we here for?
Petitioning. You're the guy that's going to give a bunch of people clipboards and tell them to go get petitions.
So here's the thing about petitioning. When it comes to libertarian activism, there are people that they believe their activism is going on Facebook and ranting. They believe that their idea of bringing a freer world about is fighting with idiots on Twitter, not recognizing sometimes they are the idiots. I've literally been in situations where we're ready to take off and go to an event to do actual work, and a group of libertarians are now sitting around on their phone arguing with other idiots. And I'm like, this is pointless. It does nothing. So I have no time for that kind of slacktivism. It does nothing. Nobody benefits from it. There's no purpose to it.
So I want to correct you a little bit, Brian. You're right. Libertarians do that, but Democrats and Republicans do that too.
Mm-hmm.
And as someone with a more professional presentation, who's a candidate and a disabilities advocate, I do not fight on the internet.
It's a waste of time.
It is.
And you're right. Republicans and Democrats do this all the time, but libertarians can't afford it.
Yes.
We can't afford to do that. Our resources are limited. So, and petitioning is the one thing I bring it down to the most. Now, I'm going to tell you a story about a woman named Fran Holt. I'm wearing my DuPage Libertarians shirt here. Yay, if you can't really read it. My DuPage Libertarian shirt. My chapter back in Illinois was founded before the state and national party. Fran Holt was there. The gentleman who founded the chapter was one of the original 24 people who was in Denver, Colorado, with David Nolan at the creation of the party in December of 1971. But before 1971, before the National Party was created, the DuPage Libertarians were created. It was a club. That's what it had to be legally called a club. And the chapter's existed ever since. I love the history of my chapter. I think it's amazing. They're super active. In the 70s, 80s, 90s, they were getting signatures and pushing through referendum items to put in property tax freezes on the county to help people get elected. We did get some people elected to school boards and city councils throughout the county. They were amazing, and I was very honored to be their chapter chair for 6 years. From 2014 until a couple of years ago when I moved down here to Tennessee, I had to step away. And Fran Holt was 91 or 92 years old when she passed away about a week and a half ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I was very sad to hear it myself. Fran was an amazing libertarian and an activist, an actual activist. She doesn't go online. She doesn't have social media. She barely knew how to use her email. This woman, every 2 years, and she lived in the middle of nowhere. She lived out in the middle of nowhere. And I'm telling this story for a purpose for everybody listening now. Fran has a glass eye. She only has one good eye. Every year she was 84 years old, 86 years old, 88 years old, and last year 90 years old. She can't drive at night, and every year it gets a little harder for her to move around. This woman would turn in 100 signatures every 2 years for petitioning to get our candidates on the ballot. Now, for those who don't know, in Illinois, in Illinois, Republicans and Democrats, to get a statewide candidate on the ballot, that's president, Senate, governor, comptroller, attorney general, treasurer, all down the line. Republicans and Democrats only need 5,000 signatures. We, libertarians and other third parties, need 25,000 signatures, and they are going to challenge them line by line to try and throw them off. So we have to turn in closer to 50,000, 45, 48,000 signatures so we can survive a challenge. So getting signatures is the single most important thing you can do, because then we have a platform to talk for 5, 6, 8 months that year about our candidates. We get invited to the studios. We go on television. We do the radio interviews. Recently, and I had to fight a lot to make this happen, we got invited to the editorial board reviews for endorsement at the Chicago Sun-Times and the Chicago Tribune, several other newspapers around the state. We had made huge grounds in this. It's super important. And of course, you want to get the president on the ballot in all 50 states, right? Petitioning to get someone on the ballot is a huge undertaking. And also, not only do we have to get these 45, 48,000 signatures, we have 90 days to do it. Fran would get a clipboard. Somebody would have to print out the pages for her because she didn't have a computer and didn't know how to really print things. Give her, 10, 12, 15 pages. She would go out. Some years she'd only get 90. Others, she'd get 115. You never knew exactly what she was getting. But she was always roughly 100 signatures. Now, with that being said, there is no reason anyone watching this cannot go out and fill up one page of 10 or 15 signatures, depending where you're at. There's none. You have no excuses. Fran Holt is living proof that you have no excuses. Sitting on your ass on your phone and fighting with people on Twitter and Facebook does nothing. Going out with a clipboard, not even if you have a problem going up to strangers. Now, I will stand outside a Starbucks for 5 hours. I will go to every train station. I'll go to every bus stop. I'll go to every farmer's market. I'll go to the DMV. I'll stand outside the post office. I will show up at a parade and walk down the route before the parade starts. I will go anywhere, and I will take people with me to get those signatures. Because it's important to get candidates on the ballot, whether they're running for governor or they're running for city council. All of it is important. Fran could go out and get those signatures. Other people can go out and get those signatures. Even if you don't like talking to strangers, there is no reason that you cannot get your family members to sign if it's statewide, pass it around to your neighbors. Fran used to keep one folded up in her purse. I would meet with her every 2 weeks. Because the state chair at the time, he lived an hour south of her. I was an hour north of her. Her city was her town in the middle of nowhere, Dwight, Illinois, was a perfect midpoint for us. And we'd meet up for lunch every 2 weeks so we could swap petitions and swap all the information. We'd grab breakfast for an hour, and she would pull out a petition from her purse, and she'd get the server to sign it. She'd get the person up at the front ringing us up to sign it. I remember, I will never forget, in 2016, I was in downtown Chicago. It was the day before we had to turn them into the State Board of Elections. So it's like the 90th day. We're downtown on a Sunday, and they were having the Pride Parade that day, because the Pride Parade is always the last Sunday in June. And we had to turn it in the Monday the next day. I didn't do the Pride Parade because, one, it was super, super crowded. They get 750,000 people. And I needed to get my press conference ready for the next day because I was leading the press conference that next morning. So I went and sat by the beach on Lake Michigan by the planetarium and had my notes out, and I wrote up the things. Everybody else was in the Pride Parade, right? Our candidates were there. We had the banners. I dropped them off like half a mile away. They walked with all of our stuff. They were in the parade, and they were texting me and like, okay, you're going to have to pick us up. We're going to be at this spot. While I'm sitting there going through this, Fran had to have surgery on her good eye. She's at a hospital about an hour and a half away from me. She calls me up, Brian, I've got another 6 signatures for you. I got the doctors and the nurses here to sign my petition. Can you stop by and pick this up? I'm like, Fran, I can't. Everybody's about to get out of the Pride Parade. I got to drive into the middle of that, swoop them up, and then we're driving down to Springfield for the rest of we're going to stay there Sunday night so we can shower, be ready, get the petition stack. I mean, the petition stack was 19 inches long, 19 inches of freedom. And we had to turn in a 19-inch tall stack of petitions. And we had to get that ready the night before, make sure everything was numbered and labeled properly. But there's Fran in a hospital coming out of surgery with 6 more signatures to give me. We couldn't get them. I couldn't do it. She was mildly upset about it. With that being said, there is no excuse anybody here has for not getting signatures, for not being able to turn something in. I want to give a shout out to my friend Nathan Flory. Nathan Flory is he's a veteran. I believe he was an Army veteran. He lives in DeWitt County, Illinois. He suffered, I don't remember what it was he suffered, but basically he is wheelchair bound. He doesn't have a lot of mobility in his arms or legs. He can't really move too much. But he's phenomenal at the yes. He's really good at networking, communicating with people online, and he helps run the database for Illinois. It's something he can do, and that's how he contributes. He still turns in signatures from his family and his friends that he meets and people he encounters. He will staff a booth. He will pull his wheelchair up to a table at a festival and tell people, hey, can you reach over there? I can't reach over there and sign that petition myself right now. That petition is too far away from me across on the table. But would you mind signing that petition to help get my friends on the ballot so more people have a chance to run for office in Illinois and you have more choices on your ballot? Nobody watching this has an excuse. I'm sorry. Talk to me, Thomas. How are you doing? By the way, Robert, I've never met you. It's nice to meet you, Robert.
Hey, I'm joining. Go ahead, Thomas.
In the last couple of years, I myself have collected a few hundred signatures for various reasons, petitioning. And, it's pretty typical. I'm in a very rural area. But it can be done. Everybody can do it. That's one thing you can do if you're in New York and you want to support my campaign. You can go to tomfor52.com/volunteer, sign up, and just say in the box that you want to do petitioning. We need petitioners. The more, the better. And Brian, you're going to help us out with that, right? You're going to coordinate our petitioning efforts.
So, and we're going to have a talk about this because now it's January. Has the law been finalized in your state now? Do you know what animal you're dealing with specifically?
So, no.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, well, so they're supposed to choose a district map by January 15th. At that point, I should know what my district will be, and we can do that.
Okay.
And as far as the political calendar is concerned, that should be out this month as well. We do have people watching, and you're my first contact when I know, Brian, because I know you've had success.
I need to know because I got to start making plans.
Yep.
And I'm probably going to be sleeping on couches up there because I'm going to come out there. I'm going to get some signatures myself. So for everybody who's watching, I am taking on the ballot access director role for Thomas Queter's campaign. I don't know the laws in Illinois, or I don't know the laws in New York. I've never done this before. I've never directly managed petition drives in Illinois. They're huge, but I've been behind them. I've been the driving force in a lot of them, basically supporting whoever the top person is that's doing it. We've had several amazing people do it over the years. Props out to Lex Green. Krista had done it. I'm not sure who did it last year. I might have been Bennett Morris, but we've had some great people that have done work running it. I've never done it myself. And at the same time, I've never done it in another state where the laws are different. Yours is challenging enough, but small enough where I'm taking it on as a challenge. I can't do your campaign full time. For those who don't know, I work for Spike Cohen. Spike work is work. People don't realize how hard it is. People have no idea what I go through. I just got skinned alive, set on fire, tarred and feathered earlier this week because of something that wasn't even my fault. Somebody else messed something up. They messed up like 5 or 6 things, but someone's got to be the bad guy. So it's got to be me. Spike work is work. It's not easy to do this.
So Brian, on that note, yes. I really appreciate you being willing to help us with petitioning and coordinating that drive.
I'm excited about it. I'm excited to do this.
It was a conversation with you about petitioning that led me to ask you. And as far as the rules for signatures and petitioning in New York, I have a full handle on that. I drafted and coordinated petitioning for a few other candidates in 2020, but the requirements were so much lower because they rolled back the number of signatures necessary by percentage. And so me personally, I only needed like 30 signatures to get on the line. And that's an advantage we don't have. Now, I'm going from needing 30 signatures to needing 4,500 plus. And that's a huge difference. And that's why I reached out to Brian, the expert. As a candidate, I recognize, unlike most politicians, that I don't know everything. Can you believe that, Brian? I don't know every single thing there is.
You're the one I go to. Whenever I don't know what's going on, I go to you. I don't know how that's possible, Thomas.
So the reason people come to me is because I know who to go to. I can usually get an answer very fast. There are many, many times where I get asked questions that I don't know the answer to, but within 5 minutes or 5 hours or 5 days, I've got somebody who will respond to me with an appropriate answer that I can pass along. That's networking, just like you brought up earlier. Networking is extremely important. So if you're in the area of Shenango, Otsego, Delaware, Broome, possibly Cortland, and some other nearby counties, and you want to help, you're likely to be in my district, and you can help. And you know what? Even if you're not in my district, a state senator will be voting on legislation for the state. Not just anything that I vote on or pass is not just for the district that I'm in. Yeah. So if you're in a different district and you wanna vote for me but can't, what's the best way to do that, Brian?
The best way to do that is to if they're not going to collect signatures or work on the campaign themselves, they can send you money. And that would be that. What is the website again? I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I haven't heard it in a while on Clubhouse.
The current website is scrolling across the bottom. TOMFOR52.com. That's Tom for 52.com.
I see it there.
If you add a /donate, you go directly to the donor box. But if you don't have the donate on there, you get to read my policy and learn some more about me.
Which is exciting stuff. And you know what? Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say I appreciate you coming on. And it's the first time meeting you. I've talked to you a couple times on Clubhouse. I enjoy your energy. And I just wanted to, if you could just kind of explain for us, baby libertarians and political people, what is a petition and what can you get signatures for?
Well, a petition is a constitutional right? To petition your government for grievances, to petition your government candidates to be on a ballot. You can petition to have a referendum item. In Ohio, for example, earlier this year, they were petitioning for a constitutional amendment to the Ohio State Constitution to eliminate qualified immunity as a defense for police officers in civil court. And granted, there's checks and balances on government, but government's created their own checks and balances on us. So when you create a petition and you put something to have on the ballot, in Ohio's specific case, the attorney general has to approve the wording of it. And wouldn't you know it, He just didn't approve any of the 4, 5, or 6 they submitted to him. But they would go out and get signatures, and they would keep trying so that they could get the option on the ballot so citizens could vote for that particular cause. Sometimes it's a vote in your hometown. Do you want to pay higher taxes to have a swimming pool? Is it for higher taxes for the schools, or maybe they want to build a giant extension to the community college?
We just had one here, Brian. We just had one here. I worked with a town board member who was upset that the board opted out of allowing cannabis dispensaries in town limits, which generates revenue, jobs, and revitalization to certain properties here in our tiny little town. They were going to opt out. That didn't mean that you couldn't have cannabis. That didn't even mean that you couldn't purchase cannabis in town. It just meant that you would have to actually call a dispensary to the next town over and have them deliver it to you or go get it there. That's all money that can stay here. That's all businesses. That's all jobs. That's all increasing our lifestyle here. And I was willing to work with a Republican whom I know. He's a good guy. I don't play these partisan hate games. I don't hate Republicans and I don't hate Democrats. If they're willing to work with me on something that we both agree on, I will work with them. And to that note, Matt Retz, who sits on the Guilford Town Board, he did not believe that the vote was representative of the town. He did not believe that the vote was transparent whatsoever. They do their posts on the website and they do their newspaper article, but you know what? Nobody's got the time to read the paper in this town. Nobody's got the time to look at a website every day in this town, or even every week. So,
and that's understandable.
Yeah. So
people have lives; they have jobs.
We passed a petition to overturn their decision. We required 89 signatures. We got well over 200. And when the vote came down on December 4th, the vote won to allow cannabis dispensaries in Guilford 2-1. 2-1, right? Like the local government made a decision that the people wouldn't like. Somebody spoke up about it. We passed a petition. That passed. We held a vote, and the people got what they wanted. They got actual representation.
And it's good when it works, because there's states like Mississippi where it didn't work. 74% of the public voted to legalize medical marijuana in Mississippi, and the state Republicans there just decided through several different tactics they had a court overturn it, and I guess in the process of overturning that vote overturned the entire process of having referendum items in Mississippi. So while all these people on the radio in Mississippi are talking about how important constitutional rights are, they're completely shredding them because they're scared that marijuana is a big, scary thing, and so we should all hide.
How can a state government overturn a national constitutional right?
They sent it to a court, and the judge somehow ruled, and I don't want to be quoted on this because I don't have it accurate. Spike knows this because Spike talked on Super Talk FM radio for an hour about this specific issue. But the judge overturned it, saying he didn't overturn saying that there was something wrong with the legalization of medical marijuana. It was something with the process wasn't quite right. They found a technicality to do it on. It was pathetic. But to get to your point, but the point is this does work. When it doesn't work, that's when you have to petition to get candidates on the ballot, throw these evil, corrupt, disgusting bastards out of office, and make sure things like this don't happen again. And I believe, now granted, if your superpower skill is desperately trying to be a Libertarian on Facebook and on Twitter and on Instagram, by all means, there's a million of you and you don't mean anything. If you work on a campaign, if you're willing to run a campaign, if you're willing to do event coordination, if you're willing to take on all those jobs, you're wonderful. And hey, if you're an accountant or a finance person and you're actually willing to be a treasurer for a real campaign and file paperwork on behalf of them, you are a fucking unicorn and people need you and you all deserve to get paid for your work. But when it comes to
Dwayne Whitmer is a unicorn. He is an accountant who is my treasurer.
Yeah, and it's very important. They are very hard to find those. But when it comes down to the basic thing that everybody can do, not everybody can be a treasurer. Let's be honest. Not everybody's a web designer, right? Not everybody can write press releases. You can learn, but not everybody knows how to do it. Everybody can collect signatures on a petition. There's no excuse for that. Everybody can do it, and I think that is the greatest, most powerful thing. If you're a libertarian and you want to do something good for the cause of liberty, go out and collect 30 signatures for anything. Collect 30 signatures for a candidate, for a statewide candidate, for a local candidate, for something to get on the ballot, for a referendum item, for a recall effort, whatever. Go out and collect signatures, 20, 30, 40 signatures. If you do that in a weekend, you've done more activism than the bulk of the most popular libertarians you see on Facebook do all year.
Yeah.
And I'm serious. It doesn't come close.
There's another point about petitioning that I want to put out there.
Tell me about it.
Most people don't care what they're signing. Most people like the idea of representation, the idea of multiple options, the idea of letting the people vote on a thing if it's a referendum or a candidate if they're running. So they don't even have to support you to be willing to sign your petition. Often enough, you could just say, hey, we're trying to get this guy on the ballot so that we can have some better representation. He wants to offer a different choice. They don't even have to like that, and they will often sign.
Mm-hmm. Most people are willing to sign petitions. Understandable. It is a difficult thing, right? You're literally walking up to strangers and asking them for your personal information. And I have lots of tactics I use. I say, hey, I'm trying to get a friend of mine on the ballot. Usually I have a pin, especially if it's a close friend. Like, hey, you know, I have a pin on my hat. My friend Julie Fox, she's a CPA who's running for comptroller. You know, we've never had an actual CPA for comptroller in Illinois. You mind signing this petition? Just a chance for her to run for office. You don't even have to vote for her. This just says she can run. 9 out of 10 people will sign it. If they hesitate, I always remind them. I say, this is just for state board of elections. You're not going to wind up on a mailing list. You're never going to get contacted. You're never going to see this gorgeous face again. This is just to prove that you are who you are. You're a voter. You live here in city, county, town, whatever it is you're collecting for. I'd be nice to people. I'd be honest. And if someone says, no, I'm not interested, thank them. Keep on walking by. If somebody wants to fight with you and argue with you about something, thank them and walk away. They're not important. When you stand at a train station fighting with some stranger about politics, you're no better than your favorite libertarian on Twitter. It doesn't matter. It means nothing and does no good. You don't change anybody's mind. And when the train shows up, you've now missed 2, 3, 4 other signatures you could have been getting. Doesn't matter. Slacktivism means nothing. Go out there and do real activism, man. That's my word for everybody out there. All of you can do this.
I agree 100%. And there's something that you probably heard this before, Brian, but I'm going to repeat it again. I said it to Robert earlier. Do the thing that's in front of you, the thing you know you can do, the thing that'll make progress to whatever it is you want to see happen. That's the thing to do. Do the thing. Mm-hmm. And petitioning is the thing you can do.
And it's the easiest thing everybody can do. Like I said, if you can collect 20, 30 signatures a year to get somebody or something on a ballot, that beats out every podcaster you see. It beats out every person, every meme maker. None of that matters because all of that is in a giant echo chamber. Going out in your community, talking to friends and neighbors, talking to strangers outside of Starbucks. I've had people see me out there in the heat. Do you want me to get you something? Are you thirsty? I'm like, I'm doing okay. I'll take an iced tea. Somebody gets me a giant iced tea. People are nice. You're going to come across jerks. It's like 5-10% of the people. The majority of people are great. And here's the thing. Petitioning sucks. It's a necessary evil, but you get good at it. Eventually you get comfortable with it. And before you know it, you kind of start to have fun with it. It becomes like a video game. You got the ideas in your head and you can start going forward and making it happen, and you get better at it as you go along. So if you've never done it, try it. Don't be afraid. Go out. By the way, here's something else that's important. And I'll be leading this effort when I'm in there in Thomas, when I come to New York and when I'm working with people on the phone. You don't have to petition alone. You can do it yourself with your family, or maybe when you go to your neighbor next door. But if you're like, ooh, I think I'm going to go to the post office on Saturday and hang out from 9 to noon for 3 hours, get a friend to come with you. Get somebody who's more experienced, or get somebody who's less experienced, and maybe you get to be the important one that knows what's going on. Nothing wrong. You can do it. And when you have the candidate with you, because Thomas is not going to be at home, he's going to be out all over the place. You can just be like, hey, you want to sign my petition? My friend Thomas over there across the street, he's running for state representative, and they'll see Thomas. He'll have a name tag on him. He's going to be shaking hands and talking to people. Oh, you know what? That guy's out here doing it. Give me that petition. I'll sign it. I could go on about this forever, but you know what? It's already, it's 12:35 by me here, and I've already got texts coming in from Spike and other things. So I'm going to have to split out of here in a minute.
Well, Brian, I'm about to take a little break myself, but before you go, I just want to thank you again. And you're absolutely right. Petitioning is one of the easiest things you can do. It's the best thing you can do because that's the start, right? There is no hope for a candidate without a line to run on. There is no hope for an initiative if it's not on the ballot. So petitioning is the thing that everyone can do and that we all have the right for. We all have the right to petition our government.
And it's at the core of what activism is. It's the core of what activism truly is. Going out and actually doing something, filing a petition to support something. It's your most basic fundamental freedom. And most libertarians don't know it. And you're not going to get anywhere on Facebook or on Instagram or on TikTok. Maybe on TikTok now. That's like the new thing. But yeah, everybody, petition. Don't be afraid to do it. Find people in your area that are running, collect 20, 30 signatures for them. And like you said, Thomas, even if you're not from that person's area, just to mention to people in Illinois, Paul Durr, Ian Peake, Preston Nelson, Aaron Wright. I have gone down and driven 4 or 5 hours across my state to get signatures in towns to help get my friends on the ballot because they need the signatures. They need the help. I'm going there. I don't even know how many hours you're away, Thomas, but it's at least a good 10 to 12. But I'm going to be up there. I'm going to stick around for a few days. I'll probably make several trips up there. I'm going to be getting signatures for you. And I'm going to have 2 petitions. Aren't we? It's you and who else is running out there that we're going to be getting signatures for, Thomas?
But as long as the political calendar lines up appropriately for that, and we never know until it comes out, we will also be collecting signatures for Larry Sharp.
What's not to love about that? Take a photo and post that online with your clipboard. I mean, don't put people's names on the clip, but take a picture of the clipboard and the pens and be like, hey, I'm getting signatures. I'm getting information. We're going to turn this into the State Board of Elections. We're going to get candidates on the ballot. I think that is awesome. I totally respect everybody that does that. It's the most common thing you can do. I got to run, guys. I'm getting ready to pack over here too. Spike and I are doing an event in Key West next week. So if you're in Florida and you're in the Florida Keys, there's 2 events going on down there. Keep an eye out for that. We're going to get that information published soon. And then we're going to be coming to, right. Spike's doing Arizona. He's doing Iowa, Florida, Alabama. We got a lot of stuff coming up.
I'm looking at Alabama too, actually.
Yeah, Spike's going to be there just in time for the Afro Man concert. Flying in from Florida, he's got to do both. And they feel bad in Florida they won't have him for the whole weekend. So there's a rumor that there's going to be a giant cardboard cutout of Spike there.
Well, if it works out for my own financial situation, because I have to spend my own money on something like that, I will go to Alabama for a few reasons. It's a good opportunity. From what I hear, their event is going to be very, very nice. It's a good opportunity to network. But I also have family in Alabama, and I have driven through Alabama twice in the last 2 years without seeing that family because I was doing libertarian stuff. And what do we do when we're on our way to libertarian stuff? We hurry because we have to get there and do the thing. So to everybody out there, before Brian leaves, remember, petitioning is the easiest thing you can sign up to do. You can do it for candidates. If you're in a small town or city and there's a problem that you want addressed, you can likely get some practice. You can start petitioning now for something else. And by the time it comes petitioning period for my campaign, you'll be all set to help. But if not, people like Brian and myself are perfectly willing to teach you how to do it, train you for what's necessary, and show you just how easy it is.
And we're going to have that discussion when we get closer. Once it's time to get out there and hit the streets and start getting signatures, we'll be putting out some videos. We'll be doing some Zoom calls, talking to some people and telling them tactics of how they can do it. And we're going to have dates published where they can come out and meet you and meet other petitioners and help get signatures for you.
That's amazing. That's exactly what I wanted. I knew you were the guy, Brian. I always have these feelings. I talk to people. I network. I learn what people are good at. And Brian, you're an amazing person. Thank you again for coming on.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, and go ahead.
And welcome on my show, Brian. Just so you know, I know you guys are talking and stuff, but this is me up in the top. I'm from Alaska. I'm sure you heard a little bit about my bio. It's not always easy for me to get involved locally. There's just no petitionings going on. There's no government in the area. So But you are definitely on fire. The audience loves you. You're welcome anytime on my show. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Reach out to me sometime. And you know what? I love Alaska. I've learned so much about Alaska from Eskimo Libertarian. She is so fantastic. She's a phenomenal worker. She's brilliant. She's been doing so much work for You Are the Power for Spike Cohen. Nobody has any idea what kind of work she's been doing behind the scenes. It's incredible. And in the process of working with her on this, I learn about Alaska. I hear all about Alaskan issues. So, but anyway,
she eats well too.
Mm-hmm. She does eat well, and she's buff. Like she eats like all the good salmon and all the good fish, and then she just goes to the gym and just lifts these heavy weights. She's a monster. I can't say enough good things about Eskimo Libertarian. If you're not following her online, follow her on Facebook. She's on TikTok, and if you see stuff out there that Spike Cohen's been putting out, chances are Eskimo Libertarian's fingerprints are all over it because she's been doing so much wonderful work for You Are the Power. You'd be amazed. So yeah, we can talk soon, Robert. But I got to run, guys. I'm running a little bit late. I got to get back some messages. You all take care. You're awesome. Good luck. And I'm going to see you in a little while, Thomas. I'll see you in a few weeks.
All right. Tell the whole crew I said hi.
Will do. Take care, gentlemen.
Guys, take care, Brian.
I love Brian. He's great.
We do have
I see we've got Dwayne down in the audience a little early. Dwayne, are you ready to come up? Yeah, go ahead and bring. I'm going to take a little break. Why don't you introduce Dwayne? He can introduce himself.
Bringing you up.
Don't. Oh, all right. I'm in. Hi, guys.
Okay.
All right. I'll be back in 5 minutes, Dwayne. Here are the intermissions.
Hold on. Hold on.
Buddy?
My dog wants to say hi. There's no one here.
Where are you coming from today?
Hold on one second. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Where are you coming from, buddy? Nice to meet you. I have a horrible mic. Thomas, taking a quick break. How you doing? Where are you coming from today? Where are you coming from? Sorry, Dwayne, can you hear me?
I cannot hear you. I can barely hear you on my end.
Oh, I have a horrible mic on here, but Thomas will be back in just a second. He's just taking a break.
I'm gonna jump out and jump right back in if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. Yep, so we're just taking a quick break here while Thomas takes a break, and then he's going to come on, and I'm going to take a break. My roosters are starting to crow, so it's about chore time. You can see the lights coming back in the windows. Yep, the light's coming. There's a lot of snow on the ground right now. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I know that my mic is not the best right now. I'm just using my iPhone 6, so all y'all that might think you have an excuse to not be there, be present, I'm your proof. I'm doing this all on my 6S Plus, and I took a class to do live streaming about a year ago, and this is just what I've been doing to help out with the campaign. Thomas is back. Hello, Thomas.
I am. Let's go through some of these comments. I am looking at, I'll do I'm sorry for not looking at the camera, but I'm manning some controls.
Probably easier.
Let's go to this one right here. Right, that's Bill Snyder. Bill Snyder is a gentleman that we crowdfunded a new motor scooter for when his was damaged by a vehicle. And he says, look what I did for CHOP. CHOP is an organization that combats childhood hunger where he lives. Bill Snyder manned a school bus that was donated for storage for an entire month. 9 to 5, an entire month. And he collected enough food to provide thousands of meals to children who were hungry. Thousands.
You gotta use the bathroom.
Thousands of meals. And Bill Snyder did this without a working scooter. He struggled and maintained and raised so many donations, both food and cash, for this organization that really, truly helps people. Now, if Bill Snyder can do that, what can you do? That's what I think everyone should be considering. What can you do for someone else around you? what voluntary action can you take to help people? And what sort of problems are in your community that you can address? It's very important to think about these things. I'm going to bring Dwayne up if he's ready.
Hey Tom, how you doing today?
How you doing?
Good. Sorry about earlier. Something wrong with my other phone, so it doesn't. I couldn't hear you guys, so that wasn't good. So here I am.
Technical difficulties, right?
Yeah, I have something's wrong with my phone. I think it's tapped or something. So I'll have to look at that later.
So we have you on to discuss gun rights, but before we do, you do happen to be both an accountant and my campaign treasurer.
Yes.
We're here to raise money for the campaign for obvious reasons. And we have a promotional code, MoneyBombTom. You can use that on the merchandise page on the website to get $5 off a t-shirt. We have some pretty cool t-shirts. People have been making memes that have a good point and are also fun. And they're all available at top52.com. Just click the menu, go to shop. Money Bomb Tom as you check out. Get $5 off a t-shirt. And Dwayne, let's talk about guns.
All right. Let's talk about them. What would you like to know about firearms?
Well, let's start with New York suppressive regulation.
Yes. The SAFE Act has done one thing. If you trust the science, so to speak, the SAFE Act has done one thing very well, and that is throw minorities in jail for victimless crimes. 92 to 96% of arrests and convictions are non-white. It has zero impact on the crime rate. If you look at the where the crime rate was trending, we are in line. There was no blip. We were trending downward for decades. That's not true. We're trending downward for years, not decades, and we're still trending downward at a slower pace. But it's as you get closer to zero, it's going to get closer to. It's going to slow down. Is that an asymptote? Is that the word I'm looking for? And when it approaches the line but doesn't touch, it'll never get to zero. There's always going to be crime. And it's slowing down, but it's really no impact on crime rate. Really no impact on preventing guns being bought, sold, or purchased, as evidenced by all-time record highs in gun purchases. The SAFE Act really didn't do anything on anything. I mean, it was just the Security Blanket Act passed by the government. What it really was Andrew Cuomo. Typical 90% of the country wants the government to solve their problems, and so Andrew Cuomo appealed to his base by after Sandy Hook, he wanted to be able to puff out his chest and grab some woman's butt and say that he prevented gun violence, and he really didn't. But that's his followers wanted the government to solve something, so he did a security blanket measure, and
that sounds awfully convenient to pass a regulation to lower crime when crime is already going down, because no matter what, you get to take credit.
Yeah, and also, you give more power to police to violate Fourth Amendment rights and other rights to people who may be doing things you don't like. You
also often get to waste a lot of money.
Yes, it's allowed a lot of money to flow into agencies that the government likes to use to spy on people, and justify overtaxing and overregulating people in the name of safety, which is what a majority of this country wants. They want to, the government to provide them security, which is a problem.
So, do you remember what happened in Putnam County a little over a year ago?
No, remind me.
So, a gentleman had a magazine, right? Yes. He did not have a gun. He had a magazine. The magazine was over the limit for regulatory reasons, right? It would hold too much ammo for New York State's legal limit. There was no ammo in the magazine.
Is this the guy, the whiskey tango or whiskey warrior?
I don't think so, but maybe. Yeah, it might have been. But here's the point that I'm trying to make. He had an empty magazine that was regulated against. He did not have a gun. And the SWAT team was called out, and they had a day-long standoff with a guy who had no gun. A SWAT team surrounded a man who had no gun and had a standoff for a day. Does that sound like effective policing?
No, and yeah, in New York State, if I would have known, I would have shown you. I have 30-round magazines somewhere, and they're illegal, even though there's no magazines don't shoot a projectile. Even if there's no rounds in them, they're still illegal. But really, if you think about it, the magazine doesn't doesn't shoot the projectile. It doesn't fire the projectile. It doesn't cause the bullet to fire. It's a piece of plastic or metal with a spring. If you think about it that way, it really makes no sense why they're banned. The logic is that you can hold more ammo to do more damage, but again, statistically speaking, our biggest mass shootings in this country were they weren't using 30-round magazines.
Yeah.
But
when these shootings happen, my own mother makes a point. She was captain of the rifle team in high school. She's quite the amateur marksman. And every time there's a mass shooting, she assesses the situation, how many people were in front of the person, what kind of gun the person had. And she usually says something like, if I were inclined, I could have taken out more people with a 7-shot 22. So when it comes to doing harm to others, does it really matter which gun you're using?
No. Training and knowledge of the firearm is probably more important.
Right. So training and knowledge also does something else, though, when we learn about guns, particularly from a young age. One of the first things we learn is that they can kill us and that they're dangerous and that we need to respect them. I think that's something that has waned in our culture through the years and years of suppressive regulation. And I fully believe that training people to understand guns is one of the biggest things we can do. And I know you're involved with some of that, Dwayne.
Yeah. Growing up, I grew up out in the middle of nowhere, in kind of a low-income town. And what was weird to me was, people always like to say, well, guns are part of your culture. And they really were, but not in a negative way. In more of my family, my friends, we were poor. And we had a lot of poor families where I was from. And so hunting was a way to put food on the table. It wasn't anything other than that. So, my dad had a screwdriver to screw things in. He had a hammer to pound nails. He had a gun to hunt. And they were tools. We didn't worship them, or there was no fetishization around them. Mm-hmm. They were another tool in a tool belt to accomplish the goal, and the goal was to feed your family.
It's also efficient and effective. I'm going to be cooking some venison later myself that was taken by a family member.
Yes, it's a lot.
I was telling Robert earlier, if you hunt properly and you choose your cull properly, you can get 50 pounds of red meat off a good white-tailed deer.
Yep.
What does 50 pounds of quality beef cost right now?
Right. Now imagine getting 2 or 3. You're looking at 150, 200 pounds. That feeds your family. For back then, ammo was cheaper, but now let's say it's you're paying 60 cents a round, so that's $1.80. that's, price per pound compared to, $3-4 a pound is, to some people, that's, a couple $100 that allows them to continue paying their bills. A lot of people live check to check where, every dollar matters. So allowing them to save a couple money, and it's better for you. It's not processed. It's not full of, preservatives and whatever they're putting in our meat now. And, there's no recalls, there's no issues. So, growing up, guns were not, they weren't cool, or they weren't, different. They were a tool used by people to, put food on their family, put food on their plates. It was.
So guns are tools with a purpose.
Yes.
A hammer is also a tool with a purpose. What if we do something the hammer's purpose isn't for? But I mean,
right? You could kill someone with a hammer. You could kill someone with a screwdriver. You can kill someone with, you can vote for a bad president, and we can drone strike a wedding and kill 19 people the week before Sandy Hook and forget that. You can kill people by voting, because we do. So, I mean, I don't really understand the logic, but it all comes down to people who don't want to have conversations. They want to be afraid, and they want to bury their head in the sand, and they want to think, well, if we ban guns, there'll be no crime. I don't want to hear anything else, because they're incapable. I blame government schools for this, but we're incapable of having conversations to understand. This is when I left the Conservative Party and became Libertarian. When I started to realize this was, nothing's ever going to be zero. Abortion, immigration, gun violence, crime, drug use. So the sooner you stop punishing people for doing that, and try to figure out the root cause and focus on that, the sooner you can have better solutions. Why are you seeing mass shootings in schools? Well, it's a combination of, as evidenced by the lockdown, mental health issues. We're beating the crap out of our kids, mentally, emotionally, and giving them no hope. They're frustrated, they're angry, they're upset, they're bullied. You got mental health issues, you got social economic issues, and you just got some pretty shitty people out there that do shitty things sometimes, and that's part of life.
So I want to throw out a couple of things.
Yes.
First, I want to state that wheelchairs routinely make the top 30 list of most dangerous consumer goods. Guns don't. Isn't that interesting?
Well, I will say,
well, they measure it by harm.
Huh.
Yeah. Wheelchairs actually kill people. I've had several almost try to kill me. And they were government regulated for safety.
Well, government regulations always work out very well. There's never been a downside in any government regulation.
Two more things I want to point out. More people are killed with human feet than guns every year. That's an FBI statistic. Our government tells us more people are killed by someone's feet than by guns every year.
One thing that they don't do very well is, I think there's an average of 30,000 deaths by firearm every year. And then that doesn't take into account suicides, which is like 50 or 60% of that number. So then with homicides, it gets down to like 6,000 to 8,000, I believe, or I might be off on the numbers. I haven't looked them up, and they used to know them, but I haven't been studying them any recently.
They also include in that number when a police officer shoots someone on the job.
That, and they also include gang violence, which technically that is a problem, but that's a whole nother issue in itself. And that's indicative of the war on drugs, the war on guns, the war on poverty, which has all been complete failure.
Obviously, we've got to take away their feet, man.
Well, maybe,
Damn feet.
But I mean, that's the problem too, is that a lot of these deaths are preventable by, again, the mental health issue that this country has. But that's a whole nother conversation that no one wants to have, because it's easier to just put a Band-Aid on an axe wound and preach.
Well, it's easier for people like Cuomo to showboat and say, "Look what I can do."
Yes. It's eerily similar. Gun control's eerily similar to what we're going through with COVID. There's a problem in this country. COVID exists. The government really doesn't do a lot of things well except exert force. Well, the government can't arrest COVID. We can't invade COVID land for 20 years and then leave $1 billion of equipment and let a bunch of my friends die in a war that we shouldn't be in. They can't arrest it. They can't evade it. They can't kill it. They can't throw it in jail. They can't fine it. They can't tax it. So really everything the government can do can't be used to stop COVID. And it's similar to gun violence. You really can't prevent gun violence because there's no such thing as prevention of crime because you don't know the crime's going to occur till it happens.
Right. So I think the point there, even if we got rid of all of the guns on Earth, people would still kill each other.
You can't. Well, to take it a step back, you can't get rid of all guns on Earth. There is no. I got into an argument with people when I ran for office. I got into an argument with some people from Moms Demand Action, and their response was, "Well, we're going to get rid of all the guns." I said, "Well, how do you do that? Are you willing to go door to door with a metal detector to find the guns?" And then I have, well, never, we're not going to that. But there's no way to actually get rid of all the firearms. Then if somehow you manage to, you can create a projectile that shoots with a tube, a nail, a hammer, and a bullet. So really, you're never going to get rid of anything that shoots a projectile. You've seen it at gun buybacks. We're trying to do one next time Buffalo does a gun buyback is we're going to make a bunch of homemade guns from Home Depot. And then you get $100 gift cards. So you buy like $12 worth of materials and you get $100 gift card. So we're going to profit off of it. But really, there's no way to really prevent it. And they don't want to have that conversation because in the back of their head, they think, if I bury my head in the sand and they pass gun control, I'll be safer. And that's...
So can I ask you a different question here, Dwayne?
Yes.
What one thing that has been illegal for some time, years or decades, or maybe a century, what one thing can you name that's been illegal that has been completely stopped?
Nothing.
Right. So we're talking about guns, right? If they get rid of the guns, what happens if they get rid of the guns? Well, people will still want guns. And how do we get things that are illegal that we want? How do people do that? They go to the black market. I believe Russia in particular sells an awful lot of guns all over the world. I believe other countries do similar things. We do it. Our country sells guns everywhere.
We do it very well.
So if you create a illegality, you drive up the price of an item, and if the price of an item goes up, the black market's going to fill it in because it's going to be worth taking that risk. And then you're going to see people having, quote, illegal guns because they're the only guns you can get, and we're going to be supporting a black market.
Yep.
Now, I have a particular weapon that I ended up having to sell because I needed money. But Dwayne, you saw the video where I had an AR-15. What does AR stand for?
Armalite.
Oh, what actually is an assault rifle?
It's a made-up term because there's no real definition of it.
Correct. I am currently holding a assault remote control. If I hit Dwayne in the head with this remote control, this is an assault remote control, and I guarantee you, with enough time and instance, the government will make remote controls illegal.
Well, if you can hit me with that remote control, you're 4 hours away. I'd be pretty impressed.
I got quite an arm.
No, but that's the problem. Also, is that there's no real terminology. There's a lot of ambiguity in the law, which makes it harder to enforce, which is kind of par for the course with government. So
right. So when the government makes up terms that are false and takes diatribe from big media that doesn't even understand what they're talking about, they take language from news channels that don't know the difference between a rifle and a shotgun, and then they create a law. How is that supposed to be representation?
It's not. Speaking of, did you ever see I think CNN? They're like, this is a hole that was made by an AR, and it's this massive hole. I'll try to find it and send it to you. It's like, it looks like someone punched through a sheet of paper, and they're like, well, this is a hole made by an assault rifle.
A round for an AR-15 is not as wide as this pen I'm holding.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm very disabled. I have brittle bones. My joints dislocate easily, and I can hold, operate, and fire accurately an AR-15. You know what I can't hold and fire accurately and safely? A shotgun.
Yes.
It would hurt me badly. I do believe that despite my disability, I still have a right to self-defense.
Yes.
Should I not have the right to a weapon that works and that I'm capable of using?
So this is a sidebar, but yeah, the whole, I think it was Joe Biden. I've been watching what show is it? Street Talk? Never mind, it's not relevant to this. But Joe Biden said that you need a shotgun for home defense, and that's one of the dumbest. That was actually a common saying back in the day. Times have changed, where everyone wanted a shotgun for home defense, and Joe's talking about getting a double barrel shotgun and firing around in the air, which is completely illegal.
Can you imagine Joe Biden firing a double barrel shotgun? What would happen to Joe if he fired a shotgun?
Ignoring some of my problems might get solved. No, but ignoring the fact that you should never fire around in the air, because something called gravity exists. Again, trust the science. And what comes up is going to come down. But if you have a double barrel shotgun and you have 2 rounds and you fire one in the air, everyone who's assaulting you knows you now have 1 round. They can spread out, and you have 1 round. It's a matter of who you're going to do. Not the point. No, ARs are great equalizers because the ARs pattern rifles are great equalizers because there's less recoil. They're easy to handle. They're easy to deal with. When I was married, I took my wife at the time, she's now my ex-wife, out shooting, and she was easy to use the AR pattern rifle, and really struggled with the shotgun. We had a 12 gauge and a 20 gauge. 20 gauge was easier, but she really struggled. And one thing I learned, because I used to believe that you need a shotgun for home defense, and then Steve Filano and Pat Kimball made fun of me and hurt my feelings. Pat's I don't know if anyone's from Western New York is watching this, but Pat's out at First Line Defense. He does work with the firing pin out in Virgin. And they made fun of me a lot and hurt my feelings, but they made a couple good points with, shotgun for home defense. First of all, I used to have a 12 gauge shotgun, and if you're in a compromised position where you're not able to shoulder it properly and really brace for that recoil, you can break your wrist. You can snap your hand. So now you broke your wrist and you're still in a fight situation. Really not an ideal situation to be in. So, a lot more can go wrong. So, no, I do use, I'm not going to, I have a rifle for self-defense and home defense that I use.
How do you feel about the extraneous permitting costs and regulations? I believe I don't know if they passed it or they're proposing a psych regulation. You have to get a psych exam for every gun.
All this does is hurts poor people. As someone who's independently wealthy, I can easily pay 10 grand for a rifle, 10 grand for permits. I can pay whatever they want. This is only hurting low income and middle class people. And that's the unintended consequence, and it makes no sense. Whenever they add regulations, taxes, fines, licensing fees, all they're really doing is taking the ability to do things away from lower income people. I mean, that's something that really doesn't get talked about.
It sounds like if you're rich and powerful, you can still have the guns.
Yes, if you're rich and powerful in this country, you can do almost whatever you want, as evidenced by the Epstein trial. But yeah, there's really no logic behind what they're doing, other than security blanket measures so they can go to people who are afraid. Like I said earlier, comparing this to COVID, people are afraid of COVID, and people are dying of COVID. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. It exists. People are dying.
Absolutely.
And so people are afraid, and instead of understanding that unfortunately people die, they want the government to solve their problem. So the government comes in with mask mandates, with vaccine passports, with this and that, which is evidenced by the numbers. It's not working, or not working well enough. But people want someone to blame. They want to feel like they're safe and secure, and they want the government to provide that security. And sometimes it just doesn't happen. Like violence. I want to be prevented from gun violence. Well, the only way to do that is to train yourself and be prepared if a situation arises. If you want to be protected from COVID, exercise, eating properly, taking care of your body, don't be obese. Things like that have been statistically shown to prevent you dying from COVID. But in both of those situations, you have to do something. It relies on you, and that's a lot of, in my opinion, this is why the Libertarian Party struggles. It's nothing we're doing wrong. It's society has shifted from taking care of themselves to relying on the government to do so. And you can see this in COVID. Look how many people are begging anything. You see it with like the minimum wage. You see it with stimulus checks. You see it with immigration, abortion, healthcare, gun violence. You see it with everything.
That brings up an interesting topic. Just real quick, I remember when the government tried to tell us how to eat. The food pyramid posters in every school and every classroom. The food pyramid brought to us by our government, which caused the diabetes epidemic. The diabetes epidemic brought to us by our government.
Yes.
And did that make us more susceptible to COVID?
It does. Diabetes is an underlying risk.
Yes, diabetes is an underlying risk. The food pyramid taught in schools to children for generation after generation after generation created the diabetes epidemic. So it's interesting. It's interesting to point out or to see how prior regulations, prior imposition upon our people by our government for reasons that are purported for our good, but not really, they made this situation worse. I mean, we're in New York. We see that restrictions on healthcare too. Is restrictions on guns really going to make the problem better?
No, as evidenced by the crime rate, it will not. The problem is, and this is where you have the issue, is negative. There's a term for it. I'm forgetting it right now, but essentially, we passed the SAFE Act, and there's been no mass shootings. Well, there were really no mass shootings before. Well, that negative, what's the word for it? But essentially, causation and correlation don't line up. Another example is, I got into an argument with a friend of mine. They got COVID. Her and her family got COVID. And she said, well, if I wasn't vaccinated, it would have been worse. And I said, how do you know it would have been worse? And she goes, well, what do you mean? I go, did you get COVID when you weren't vaccinated? She said, no. I said, so how do you know what it would have been if you weren't vaccinated, you got COVID? She said, well, it would have been worse. How would it have been worse? How do you know it would have been worse? We don't have a control group. I'm not saying it would or wouldn't have. She might be correct. I'm saying there's no control group. So that's a statement that you really can't prove. So it goes on feeling. They
do the same thing with guns.
Yes.
They impose their will upon us by playing with our emotions, by instilling fear.
Yeah.
Fear is the greatest tool of a government in regard to its own people.
Yes. And that's terrifying. It's all emotional. It's all emotional driven. It's all emotional driven and anger and fear driven, which is really embarrassing. But and speaking of firearms, one thing with them is it's not always, owning a firearm isn't enough. Just buying one isn't enough. If you're not training with it, if you don't know how to use it, if you're not training with it, if you're not, taking care of it, if you're not, actively preparing with it, you're going to become a casualty or a statistic because this is an issue I have with a lot of my friends who buy a gun. They'll buy a gun and then it'll sit in their closet for 10 years. Well, okay, great, but if you don't know what happens when you draw it from a holster, you get ready to fire it. If you don't know what it's going to do, if you're in a life or death situation, you don't know what's going to happen. And that's one thing. That's when I shifted again. When I went from a Ben Shapiro loving conservative to a libertarian was, I thought I was going to be Wyatt Earp and a hero, and I was going to, save the day. And then I realized that more often than not in those situations, I would become just another casualty because it's not how you train. As I get,
there's a statistic that we always hear about people being shot with their own gun, in a robbery or anything like that. It sounds like maybe those people weren't properly trained.
Well, so the anti-gun people use that against us all the time, and it's like that's also kind of a common sense statistic because I'm more likely to get in an accident in my own vehicle. I'm more likely to get hurt in my own home because you're there. It's your gun. It's on you more often than not. It's the one you're using. A lot of that is lack of training and lack of preparedness.
And am I more likely to breathe the air in front of my face?
I believe, unless you are an elephant, yes. Actually, elephants breathe through the mouth, so it doesn't make sense. They don't breathe through the trunk, so it doesn't make any sense. But yes.
So, I mean, some of these things that are used to purport certain issues and causes that a lot of us don't like, or that a lot of us like too much, they're often almost false, or at least a false dichotomy, or a false correlation. They're misconstrued numbers and facts. Does that make sense?
No, it does. Yeah, you can take any number. I'm an accountant. I do this. I've seen this before. You can take any statistic and spin it in a way where you want to hurt people or make people look bad. It's not hard. So it's really not hard to do. I'm looking for a number now. I can't find it. There's a statistic that the anti-gun people use a lot, and I can't find it. But a lot of times it's acceptance of it's acceptance of loss, and you never want to see people dying. I'm not saying that it's good people are dying, or I'm glad people are dying, and that's not a thing. It's just you're never going to make that number zero in anything you do. Even if people die of obesity, it's one of the biggest cause of deaths. You're never going to prevent obesity. You can force diet regimes. You can force people to exercise, force them to work out. And you're never going to stop obesity. You're never going to stop cancer. You're never going to stop a lot of things. And it's understanding that, well, it's not good that it's happening. It's going to happen.
There is something we can do, though. Even a government can do this. We could advise. We could put forth information when it's necessarily pertinent. Like, as a federal government, we could state, hey, we're wrong about the food pyramid, and believe it or not, a Pop-Tart is not healthier than an avocado, but they don't. They could admit their mistakes, or they could, like in the pandemic situation, I remember hearing about other countries where in New York, where they rolled out with $1,000 fine for anybody reported by their loved one or neighbor for not social distancing or wearing a mask. In other countries, you would get pulled over by the police, stopped by the police on the sidewalk, you would be informed. And you know what they did about you not wearing a mask? They handed you one. What a shocker.
Right.
And, New York State in particular, this should get talked about more. There were cargo containers full of masks on the docks, waiting to be used. And because they were not FDA approved, or they were not N95 masks, they were not allowed to be used. And then within weeks, they're telling everybody to use these cloth masks. And it just sounds absurd. Why would we turn that away?
This is my favorite. This is my favorite New York move. Everyone needs to wear a mask, and I've seen every day I go out of my house, I will go somewhere and I will see masks on the ground. Whether I'm going to 7-Eleven, I'm going to Walmart, I'm going to Tops, I'm going to Lowe's, going to Home Depot. I got one hanging in a tree. I put it on Facebook saying, "Oh, people are decorating for Christmas too early." Everywhere I go, I see masks on the floor, on the ground, on the floor, not in the garbage. Yet New York State just banned styrofoam takeout containers, and it's like typical. Ignore the splinter in my eye while we focus on the splinter. Masks are leading to massive pollution, and we're going to combat global warming and climate change by banning styrofoam containers. It's just like a laughable. None of it makes sense anymore. It's almost like a comical. I'm not convinced that we're a sitcom for some other species. It's almost like not funny anymore how just dumb it is.
It does kind of make you wonder how many dolphins and sea turtles are going to choke to death on these masks.
Right, and no one's going to care because something you hate poor people. I don't know. It's going to be weird. None of it makes sense.
It's strange. So while we're waiting for Robert to come back, let's talk about the campaign a little bit, Dwayne.
Go right ahead.
We're the treasurer. We should probably ask for. Oh, hey, there's Robert. We're going to bring Robert back. There he is. See, Robert's got his own homestead, and he's got a lot of things to take care of. So when he dips out, we're just going to go that way. And I'll do the same thing for a break now and then. Dwayne, we're about ready to talk about the campaign and raising money and what we should be raising money for. You ran a campaign. You ran for office.
I did.
You ran for Congress. What do we need money for?
Well, you're not as hated as I was. So you'll need money for outreach, petitioning, reaching voters through mailers, flyers, door hangers, ads. Third parties don't have the ability to have the name recognition, the zombie voters. So you have to do more outreach. So that's where you're going to probably want to spend most of your money. Most of my money went to fighting corruption because my own party tried to keep me off the ballot. And then the GOP tried to get me off the ballot using our own party against us. So I had to spend a lot of money on lawsuits. But you're not going to have that issue, thank God. You're welcome.
Yeah, that was interesting. We did have in the LPNY, we had quite the interloper syndrome at first, didn't we? Both ends of the state.
They tried their hardest. Cost me a good chunk of money to take care of that. But no, raising money. This is what I tried to do. Is most of the money I raised went directly to outreach, whether it was door hangers, door mailers, advertising. Because where third parties struggle is we don't have, I'll use Erie County where I live as an example. I can actually look right now. There's a couple 100,000 Democrats. There's 150,000 Republicans, and there's 1,800 Libertarians. So, I got a pretty big gap to cover in any race with straight ticket voters. So, we have to reach out to these people multiple times and convince them to vote for our candidates. So,
yeah, and that's interesting to me because from what I've seen, particularly in the last 2 years, even before my 2020 run, but even more so now, we see an awful lot of Democrats and Republicans who are fed up with their party.
Yes.
Now, for whatever, they may not be ready to change their registration, but they've got some severe grievances with their party. And offering people like that another option, whether they switch their registration or not, that's kind of what we're here for. And actually,
Yes.
In my own opinion, we have a lot of people who are registered to vote, but they're registered independently, no party, because none of the parties that they know about really fancy their needs, right? Libertarians want everybody to focus on their own needs. We want the individual, the community, the town, the city, the county, and states to all be looking at their own needs. So what I believe we do as libertarians who run for office is we offer that option to those who are disgusted, to those who are fed up, to those who have been harmed by the government through regulation, fine, fee, whatever you want to call it, victimless crimes. We offer these people an opportunity to stick their middle finger up at whoever it is that harmed them. And you know what? That's a great thing. That feels good, doesn't it?
It does.
You know why it feels good, Dwayne? It feels good because we're not voting for evil. We as libertarians, we say this all the time. The lesser of two evils diatribe is incorrect. It's a misnomer. It's a misdirection. And it's a game played to make sure that you still vote for evil. Personally, I vote for no evil. If there's not a candidate that I like and support and understand their positions for, and if they're an incumbent, then I want to look at their voting record, right? Look at your incumbent's voting records before you vote for them again. And to that note, that's the audience that I really think we're reaching. There's so many Democrats who are fed up. I remember last cycle, an entire county's Democratic committee resigned at once over the pandemic and everything going on and coming out of our governor at the time. And I ran into a whole bunch of Republicans who were fed up. I don't think it matters. I don't care what party you ascribe to. I don't care what your personal beliefs are. I want to give you options. I want you to meet me. I want you to ask me questions, right? This is an AMA. Please ask questions in the comments, which I'm about to look at right now. All right.
Yeah, it's starting to light out here finally.
I see that. You do have light.
Yeah, it'll be a couple hours of this and it'll get dark again.
Robert and I were talking about a game for food earlier, and Dwayne and I just had that conversation. I remember being a kid, hunting season. My father brought home a whitetail. It was a celebration. We were all ecstatic. We were all thrilled. We were all very, very happy that we had food because we were poor.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember so many times, Thomas, where it was a moose that my dad would bring home, or that we would bring home from hunting, or even if it was a roadkill, and there's several hundred pounds, and of meat on there. 1,200 to 1,800 pound animal. You get a couple hundred pounds of good meat on there, easy, and it does fill your freezer. And if it wasn't for knowledge of safely using a 30-06 or 338 or whatever. I know this is a different kind of an end on the whole point of gun rights, but for me, that's what guns are for. They're a tool, and they keep me safe from animals and intruders, and for me to feed my gut. So,
and
that's
the AR-15 thing made the news recently over the last few months. I'm sure Dwayne knows what I'm going to talk about here. The Rittenhouse trial. Everybody's up in arms about the Rittenhouse trial. To me, it looked like it was self-defense. He didn't fire until he was attacked.
The Rittenhouse thing, I have a weird theory on that. But I watched the video a few times, and as someone who does train a bit, not as much as I should, I tried to figure out, in my opinion, like the statistical possibility of him doing what he did, and it's small. I don't know. It was a weird. I don't know if we witnessed, a once in a lifetime opportunity, where he was able to clear a jam, fire around, hit the target, stop the target all in one motion. I don't know if that was lucky or he trains a lot as well. But yeah, I ignoring the Rittenhouse case was an issue because a lot of people, they wanted to get their feelings involved and they wanted to be upset or harmed by something, and ignoring the fact that he, should he have been there? Who knows? But you really can't use that as a justification of being mad at someone because that line goes anywhere. If a person under the age of, and I'll use this example, a friend of mine was under the age of 21. She was at a bar. She was drinking and she was on her way home and she got sexually assaulted. The man that they got the guy that did it. One thing he tried to say when he was on the stand, his attorney said, should she have been there? She was underage and drinking. So, that's an argument you don't really ever want to get into because of unintended consequences of it. But as far as, what he did, when shit hit the fan, yeah, I do believe it was self-defense.
Right.
Was it a preventable thing? Yeah, if he was never there, it never would have happened. But
do you remember how everyone tried to paint this kid through all this?
Yeah, that's common. That's kind of what we do. If someone we don't agree with, we paint him as someone really bad and evil.
Yeah, he was obviously a gun nut Republican that hated black people. Isn't that really what we were hearing out of the media? People discussing this.
Yeah.
And what happened after the trial? He came out supporting BLM.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I mean, it's important to remember that seeing a blip in the news, reading an article, I don't care how well written it is, that's not the truth, and that's why we have the courts. And we should not be convicting people before they get to court. We should not be convicting people in the media. We should not be convicting people in our own circles. We should be convicting people, when necessary, through the courts.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The Rittenhouse thing was it was sad because no one really acknowledged the other trials that went on or the other issues. I know, like that same time, I believe the people that shot Ahmaud Arbery, I can't pronounce his last name. It's Ahmaud Arbery. They were convicted, rightfully so. You had another guy that was let off in self-defense. And that was ignored. And I kind of blame the media for it. They're going to show the most divisive and anger-making videos because that's what drives clicks, which drives revenue, which drives people to watch their stuff. So
that's another interesting point, right? We think the news is there to report the news, but the news is a business. The news is a company, it's a corporation, and now they're multinational corporations, are they not? What does a corporation or even just a small business, what does it exist for?
Make money.
Yes. And what drives up ratings?
Money, views.
Vitriol and controversy.
Yep.
Anger, emotions. Yes, Justin. Can you put that up there, Robert?
Sure. I'll put them both up here. I can't really read too well because I'm far from the phone, but you guys can read that.
Yeah, it's the news one. There you go. So is it there to manipulate and divide? There's a lot of argument for that.
Absolutely.
But that is absolutely whether that's the intention or not. That is what it does, and that's the important part, right? As individuals and as constituents and as residents within our country, we need to recognize that the news is not there to give us information. The news is there to keep us hooked on their channel. The news is there to make money, and they only make money if you have emotions that force you to watch more news. So when we approach the news, when we approach an article or a segment on TV, we need to be very, very careful and objective when we decide how we think about what it is we're taking in. Because they can skew it any way they want to make money, and they will because they have shareholders. Dwayne, is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, for the most part, there is no real generic news anywhere that just report. I mean, there is. I found a bunch of local people. A lot of smaller companies. Town or county news. A lot of the ones in like your major, even your major stations, like here in. I'll give you an example. Here in Western New York, when Steve and I launched what we were doing, we were Channel 4. Which is WIVB. If you guys aren't in Western New York, but there's 3 major stations, 2, 4, and 7. Channel 4 covered us everything we did. 2 would come sporadically pending the reporter, and 7 never covered us. Even though it's a newsworthy thing, and then as we got bigger and moved on, we got less and less press, less and less coverage, and we were kind of confused by that. And it turns out that what it boils down to was the people that were covering the news disagreed with our viewpoints, and so just wouldn't cover us. They'd cover, and you can see it here in Western New York. You can see it. I always got a kick out of it. Some of our local news stations will cover, man from Texas who wasn't vaccinated died of COVID. Okay, but why aren't you covering the guy from Western New York who was double vaccinated, double boosted? He died of COVID. You didn't cover that. First of all, why are you covering individual COVID deaths to begin with? That's weird. But it's like little things like it's little things like that, and you notice that they're going out of their way to push a narrative. And now, like I said, we're getting covered less and less, and now apparently there's an agreement with a lot of these news stations that they're not going to cover anti-government views. So it's stuff like that where they're removing opposition thoughts, and a lot of our views. It's not like I'd understand if they're not going to cover like a KKK rally. They're not going to cover a white supremacist rally. Like I get that there are things you shouldn't cover, but covering a group of people who are, suing, trying to get your case in the Supreme Court to tear down the pistol regime in New York State, that should be a coverable thing. Never happened. And what really put the icing on the cake was when I ran for NY27, I was in a debate with my 2 opponents in a heavy televised debate. All the news stations showed up, and the Buffalo News covered the debate. And I was there. It was Democrat, Republican, me. We all answered the same questions. The Buffalo News did a story on the debate, and they broke down my Republican and Democratic opponents' answers and never acknowledged me. I'm not mentioned once in the article. I was in the debate. I won the debate. I was there. I'm in all the photos, so they have to acknowledge me in the photos. But as far as the write-up, I'm not mentioned once.
Yeah, I had similar problems.
It's that's happened time and time again. I get a kick out of that. I think that's kind of funny, but that's another issue where we struggle, is that we don't get the same treatment, so we can't get our views, our ideas, and our knowledge out there, because if someone in the if someone in the station doesn't like what I have to say, which is usually the government's a criminal organization, they don't cover it. And so you got to find an alternate way to let people know what's going on.
Yeah. And, it's interesting. Spectrum News, that's kind of big right now in New York, right? Spectrum News, they're a cable company too. And they sell a lot of advertising. They weren't even capable of looking up what party I belonged to. They just assumed I was a Democrat. And I was, at one point, listed in an article as having run as a Democrat, when I'm a Libertarian. It says Libertarian on the ballot. It says Libertarian on my website. It says Libertarian on my social media. It says Libertarian on my stationery. How would they not get that right? So, and part of it is because the news doesn't like to do the job. They don't like to work. They like to make it easy, quick, emotional, and that fast buck.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. It's very lazy. That's why when we send our press releases, we send them a certain way where they can essentially copy and paste what we do.
Yep.
Because
That is something I learned. Make your press releases read like a small article.
Yep.
Dwayne, I want to thank you. It's been an hour.
All right.
You did more than I anticipated. But for the last few minutes with you here, what would you tell people about their gun rights, and how can those of us watching, those of us in my district or New York State, how can we do something at all to retain our rights?
So the easiest way to do it is not necessarily through legislation or through courts. It's through non-enforcement, non-compliance, nullification, and repeal. And what that is you don't comply with the SAFE Act. If the police don't arrest you, if the DAs don't convict you, the SAFE Act is nullified. If you go to a jury and the jury doesn't convict you, jury nullification, the SAFE Act is nullified. If the law isn't enforced, it doesn't really matter what's on the books. And
Boy,
so,
this sounds an awful lot like cannabis in New York until they legalized.
yes, it's similar to any law. Hell, some of the lockdown stuff we're facing here in Erie County is that, if you're not enforcing it, if you're not arresting people for it, it empowers people to not follow the law, and then it allows them to, essentially go around it. And I think in a state like New York, that's our best bet, is to focus on, hammering the sheriffs, hammering the police, hammering the DAs, and, starting to move for jury nullification and jury trials where, if a jury doesn't convict someone, then they're good to go, because that's the best way. New York
What about
State,
sanctuary counties? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, in theory they work. The problem is that they're all for show, and here's the problem you run into a sanctuary county. And this is what the Republicans don't want to hear, because they're Republicans, they don't want to hear it. Let's say you declare your county a sanctuary county. The state police come in to enforce the SAFE Act. What are you going to do then?
So what's supposed to happen, I know what's supposed to happen. What's supposed to happen in a situation like that is that your sheriff is supposed to show up and kick those state police out if they can.
Are they willing to resist? Because a lot of sheriffs will not. And that's the issue. I kind of got into it with a guy in a town here. A town here in Erie County just said that they're going to be a constitutional town, and they're not enforcing the SAFE Act, or they're not enforcing the COVID measures. And my question was, you guys don't have a police force. You rely on the county sheriff and you rely on the state police to do your policing. So if the sheriff comes in or the state police come in, not only do you have no police to respond and escort them out, you have no one, where do you draw the line? Are you going to resist the state police? Are you going to arrest them? Are you going to tell them to leave? Are you going to throw a fit and try to sue them in a court that's rigged against you? What happens then? And a lot of people don't have the answer for that. And that's the problem with those, is that I think it starts locally, working with your town and sheriffs to see. Fulano did a good job when he was with 2NYS, and one thing he realized was that a lot of the cops, when they get out to a range, or when they get out to, if you're training with them, or they're not training and you are, and they watch your training videos, that's a great equalizer, because they realize that you're not some FUD, some boomer FUD who will yell about the Constitution and come and take it, and then when they come to take it, you'll be like, I back the blue. But when you're out shooting them, out training them, out working them, you're in better shape than they are. They tend to take you more seriously. So that's one thing Steve realized.
That's important, right? We do see this dichotomy happen. Back the blue, support your police. And when it comes to good police officers, I am supportive of police officers. But when it comes to bad police officers, I am not supportive. However, there's another thing to support or not support, right? The people back in the blue forget that it's the police who are going to come take their guns. So
Yes.
if they are amenable to cooperating with police and police come to take their guns, well, there goes their Second Amendment right. They're just going to hand it up. I told somebody the other day where I live, the only way they're going to come and take guns is if all the Republicans and conservatives in the area just say, here, take them, after railing against gun legislation for decades.
Yes.
So don't roll over.
That's the issue is I don't believe in backing anyone or any agency, any organization, any group blindly, because as soon as you do that, it's like walking into a business deal and your partner knows that you're going to accept whatever offer they give you.
So while I have friends who are police officers that I know and love and respect, the system especially is not something that I know and love and respect.
Yes.
Because the system enforces laws that come from legislation, that come from legislators and governors, and that legislation is not necessarily for the people. It's not necessarily even for the police officers. Just real quick, but we're on the subject of guns and police officers. The number one killer of police from 2018 to 2020 was their police cruiser, because they were in high-speed chases. The number two killer, I believe, was training, because they require all police officers to do this ridiculous deep dive training, diver training underwater. And you know, not every police officer needs that training. But apparently, that was the second most prominent reason for death of a police officer. And the third, here's where it's going to get interesting. Remember, I told you there are police that I know, that I like. That's very, very true. What I don't want is for these police officers whom I know and whom I like to be put in a situation that's dangerous to them, endangers others, and is completely unnecessary. The number 3 cause of death for police officers between 18 and 20 was suicide by their own revolver, because their job was so stressful and they were put into situations that are just terrible, and we're not vetting people to be police officers properly.
The easiest way to end a lot of the issues with police is to cut the scope of what the police have to do. The job of a police officer is to respond to violence with force. It's not to, arrest my neighbor if he's smoking marijuana. It's not to yell at my neighbors down the street for playing music too loud. It's not for, issuing speeding and parking tickets. Really, the only job the police force should be doing is to responding to violent threats or violent acts with force. And so if you want to limit the interactions with police, if you want to limit the issues with police, you limit the interactions with police by ending the war on drugs, ending the war on guns, ending the war on poverty. Stop turning police into revenue generators and turn them into, protectors like they're supposed to be. That's, if you look at a lot of interactions where people are dying at the hands of police, a lot of them are completely preventable because they're not really a police necessary situation.
Same with the death of police officers.
Yeah.
See, I always take the position, a police officer is a person and an individual and a resident of this country, and they have rights and they deserve to be happy. And it is unfair, it is incorrect, it is improper to put them in situations that get them killed when they don't have to be there.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
So if you want to back the blue, let's stop sending them to die.
Yeah, back the blue makes no sense. Because the only way to back the blue is to really allow them to, push for changing legislation that doesn't put them in as many situations they don't need to be in. But the same people want the war on drugs. They want the war on poverty. So it's kind of a catch-22 there. Yeah, I don't believe in blindly supporting any organization either. Like I said, we're letting cops know we're here for them. Great. And that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. So it's almost like we need to use critical thinking and take every instance and every faction of everything we do in our government to its own accountability. Meaning, if we're going to do a thing, we need to ensure it works. And if we're going to do a thing, we need to make sure that it doesn't violate the rights of the individual, including the police officer.
Yep.
On that note, Dwayne, I thank you again.
Hey, thanks for having me.
I look forward to the campaign.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you soon. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Dwayne. Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah, take care, guys. Nice seeing you. Take care. Have a good one.
Nice to meet you, bud.
Nice meeting you.
I like Dwayne. He's a good guy. He knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Robert, I am going to take another quick little break so I can get a drink before our next guest comes on, which is supposed to be Tony D'Orazio, the Vice Chair of New York, talking about building infrastructure. So let's...
I can go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
All right, play the clip.
All right, buddy. And there's somebody here, too, so I see you down there in the comments. We'll get right back.
Hi, my name is Thomas Daniel Queter, and I'm running for Senate in District 52. So I'm running because I care about everyone in my district. I don't want to chase special interests too much. I don't want to chase falsehoods. I don't want you to vote for me because I lie to you. I've spent many years reaching out to those who are failed by our government and lifting them up, finding solutions. I want to improve our communities. I may not work at a job for pay, but I work all day long, every day. I'm working to help those with disabilities who fall into these healthcare gaps that are created left and right. And that includes the elderly, our veterans, and everyone sooner or later. I want you to vote for me because you believe that I want to help our district be more self-sufficient. I want you to vote for me because I want to do something productive. I've been fighting my entire life, and I will fight for you. I will fight for your economy, your stability, your health care, and I will fight for those instances in life in which you need help. I am not in this for myself. I'm in this for you. And everyone I talk to on a regular basis, every time I reach out, I find somebody who's suffering either from lack of health care, lack of coverage for health care. Help me help District 52 become what it once was, a thriving agricultural district. Help me bring back what we need. We need to seek innovation. We need to seek better options. If you believe I want to help, if you believe that I will help, if you believe that I will work hard, if you believe that we need somebody who can put in 16, 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, as I've been doing for most of my life, then vote for me for Senate in District 52, Broome, Tioga, Shenango, and Delaware. Vote for Tom. Vote for freedom. Vote for our economy. Vote for health care that works. And vote for systems for those with disabilities that actually help them instead of just hurting the taxpayer. Go to tomfor52.com. Consider making a donation. Reach out for a yard sign. Reach out for some media. Volunteer. Give us a hand. I appreciate any support you're willing to give because I care about my community. I care about our communities. And we need to allow our communities the freedom to care about themselves and each other. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody for coming too. I appreciate everybody sticking with us. And that's a long program. And Tony was in the guest spot there. Whenever you want to pull him on, Tom. And thank you. Yep, thank you for coming. Thank you for supplying the time and the space. And I'm here for you.
I appreciate it, Robert.
Appreciate it all.
When Tony gives us the thumbs up, we'll bring him in. But that's a great commercial, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that. It was very, very nice. I very much enjoyed that. And this was when did you make? When your values hold true over time, you can use reuse videos like that. When did you make that video, Tom?
So that video was made in the summer of 2020, and the person who filmed, directed, and produced the video is actually my campaign manager this cycle, and she'll be on at 8 o'clock. And we'll talk to her about that video. She got great compliments, actually. Larry Sharp specifically did an entire show talking about that video and why it was so good.
All right. Good.
And that'll end to the conversation with Tony about campaign infrastructure.
Campaign infrastructure. You can write in.
So while Tony's not here to see, we're going to give him a shout out here. He is running for LNC chair. That's not really the topic today, but Tony is a good guy, and he runs a heck of a campaign himself.
And it looks like he's here I think I can't tell if he's on camera yet, but he is.
He's not on camera yet. We're gonna wait until he's on camera. There he is. I see Tony.
Now bring him on, Tom. There we go.
How you doing, Tony?
Going? How's it going?
Well, I think Tony's having technical difficulties.
That's all right.
I'm
ready. We're pretty friendly here. You can have technical difficulties. We're patient. That's why we have such a long show too. Give everybody time to come in and say hi, and it's important. I'm enjoying meeting your friends, meeting the party.
If you're watching, ask questions. We want questions. We've been answering questions. Bring them on. This is an AMA, 12 hours long, with guests.
Ask him anything. See if you can knock him out of his seat.
It's been tried.
I see our loyal friends and libertarians in the comments. I see you, Connie, Sweetheart, Liberty, and Matt, and I see Justin in there. Everybody's talking. I appreciate the comments, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. For sure. It's getting light out, so this is about as light as it's going to get. And it's about 10 degrees below zero, so we're doing pretty good.
So, while we have a few minutes, I'm just going to remind people, you can go to my website, tomfor52.com. It's scrolling across the bottom. And, you can read all of my policy positions. You can learn more about me. You can donate. You can volunteer. You can buy some merchandise. And if you want some merchandise, I recommend the t-shirts. If you use the promo code MoneyBombTom, all one word, MoneyBombTom, you'll get $5 off any t-shirt in the store. And, it's an excellent little promotional that we can do. So get your t-shirt and get a better deal at tomfor52.com. You can also volunteer if you add a / volunteer. There's a form to sign up to volunteer. If you want to donate, you add a / donate, and you can donate. And that is Money Bomb Tom, Connie, known as Liberty Shamrocker in the comments. Money Bomb Tom.
Money Bomb Tom. Somebody type it in the comments. Pull it up.
I just want to talk about Bill Snyder for a minute. So he's working on Russell's campaign. Now, when we talk about Russell's campaign, what are we talking about? So Russell Jordan is a friend of Bill's. Remember, Bill's the guy who raised all those donations for feeding children who were hungry. He's the guy who did that without a working scooter. He did that despite his disability. He did that for a month long. And when we were done with his fundraiser for his scooter, he immediately, within a week or two, came to me and said, hey, Russell Jordan is my friend in Waverly, New York. And he recently lost a leg. So I was going to be down that way anyhow for a campaign event. And I went and I met Russell Jordan. Russell Jordan lost his leg after his 8th knee replacement. And he happened to be in the middle of a remodel for his home because it needed it. The floors are soft. And, he's going to be walking around on a walker. He's going to be walking around with just one leg. And potentially, eventually, he's going to be in a wheelchair that might be quite heavy. And if anybody knows what a soft floor is, that means it's weak and you can fall through because it's been old or damaged. And, another libertarian friend of mine came with me. He's a contractor. He did an estimate. And we're raising money to do an accessible remodel on Russell's home so that he can be comfortable inside his own home.
That's a great thing to do.
It's not only a great thing to do, but look at this, right? Bill has a disability. Bill uses a scooter to get around. I have a disability. I'm in a wheelchair. People with disabilities are helping people with disabilities better than government systems do, faster than government systems do, for less money than government systems do. And this is why I am constantly encouraging people to help each other, to get involved. We have what appears to be a green line named Tony.
Tony, are you there? I can pull you off for a second again if you want to. He's behind the shutters. Open the blinds. We can't see you.
Tony, can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We just might have to go on without your picture.
Orientation?
Your picture's not coming through.
Try to pop off and talk back on one more time. Only slight technical difficulties. Tony, something's happened to you. Yeah, just go on and come on back, Tony, and it'll work one of these times. Believe me, I've had to deal with this quite a bit, actually. When I just first started, I had just this little tiny Samsung phone, and man, it was hard to get on, and I would be on for just a second, and it's tough having meetings that way, but.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate your support. Everyone can use that Money Bomb Tom code for $5 off the t-shirts.
Tom's sending me a shirt, aren't you, Tom?
Say that again?
You're sending me a shirt?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
A lot of my volunteers get shirts, actually. One's in the mail of my campaign manager right now.
Yeah.
But,
I hope Tony makes it.
Merchandise is a good way to support a candidate. They do make a little money off it, but it's also shows off their campaign. Yeah, we've got Tony with no picture again. Tony, can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Tony?
Yeah, we don't have Tony.
He's in the Matrix.
We only have a very small part of Tony. All right. Well, Tony,
I definitely.
if you can get your stuff situated, we'll bring you in. Come on anytime. We'll work you in.
Yeah.
I can't hear Tony.
Well, sorry, Tony. We're gonna pull you off screen here, buddy. Yep. In spirit. In spirit. What was Tony was gonna talk about infrastructure, campaign infrastructure.
Right. So what is campaign infrastructure, right? What do we think of when we think of the word infrastructure? Robert, what do you think of when you think of the word infrastructure?
Well, I think of some sort of a format or some sort of a outline or a guideline to that is, I hate the word self-sustaining, but something that, you know, can handle its own adversity and still stay strong. Some sort of schedule, maybe some sort of, you know, allotment of duties or something of that sort. Something that would bring a system together. Infrastructure. That's
very correct. And in regard to a campaign, that means organizing your teams of volunteers in a way that they work together and independently to get the job done. My job is to do what I'm doing today. I'm here to be the candidate. I'm here to listen to people's concerns, and I'm here to represent. But there's the number one thing that any candidate should be trying to do is represent you, represent all of you as best as possible. You're never going to make everybody happy, but a candidate needs to get a feel for his constituents, to get a feel for who he's dealing with. Part of that is outreach, which is part of campaign infrastructure. Part of that is working in and with the press, another part of campaign infrastructure. Part of that is having teams and directors and managers in place to do the things that need to get done and make sure the candidate gets to where he needs to be and make sure the candidate gets to hear and speak what he needs to hear and speak. Let's give Tony another shot. I see him there.
I want to say also with Tony, if you have your green screen on for your camera, go ahead and turn that off. It kind of looks like you have your green screen on.
I don't think I do, but I'll check.
That'll mess you up.
Maybe I do.
I
can hear him.
Yep, it would be under camera and mic option settings possibly.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I'm looking. I don't think I do.
It looks like you're coming from.
No green screen.
Are you coming from Mars today?
Yes, that's the problem.
Oh.
I chose today to take the trip to Mars.
Tony, can you just turn your camera off?
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Hit the camera.
There you go. We'll save
Better?
some bandwidth.
Yeah, well, we can
There
we
you
can
go.
see. There you go. As long as you can hear us. Cool.
So, Tony, I was just trying to introduce Robert to campaign infrastructure, but I'm sure you could do a better job. Why don't you take it from the top?
Well, I mean, I was listening to some of what you were saying, and Tom, you know campaign infrastructure because, well, you ran a campaign, and you did. The best and most important piece of a campaign, of course, is a great candidate. So thank you for being a great candidate, Tom. I just wanted to open with that. The second most important piece of a campaign, very, very close second, is the shots in the campaign. The candidate's job.
We're losing your audio.
The public face of the campaign. Oh.
Of course, now it's fine. I just heard your computer notification.
Of course, it's fine.
I don't know if you're on Clubhouse, but it's just like you're on the Matrix. But keep going. You're in and out.
Yeah, you want to repeat that? The second most important campaign infrastructure. Oh.
The most important piece is a campaign manager. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, and you're right. And I have a campaign manager.
Who's going to be a guest here soon today?
Tony, I'm sorry, your audio keeps going out. Is your internet connection okay?
And sometimes if you have more than one tab open, like if you have your Facebook tab open, go ahead and close that.
Hang on, we're going to try something. We're going to try something slightly different here. 2 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, sure. If you close your tabs, it helps. I can't have my Facebook tab open, or it won't work for me.
Okay. Well, Tony has his 2 minutes. We'll.
He will figure it.
Yep.
The infrastructure. You're saying that. So the second most important would be your campaign manager. What are some of the what are some of the roles that a campaign manager would take, Thomas?
Oh wow. So in libertarian campaigns, it's a little different than the other two parties. We don't quite have the resources that they do. So in my mind, and Tony may slap me for this, but in my mind, a good campaign manager can adjust and do work wherever is needed on the campaign, and seeks others who are like that. If you have versatile volunteers, you can better utilize their time. Last cycle, I had Tucker Coburn as my campaign manager, and I tell you what, that man can work. He worked hard for me, and we had some success. For those watching now or in the future, my campaign in 2020 was the best performing by percentage and votes for any libertarian in New York State in that cycle. And I'm very proud of that. I owe that a lot to both Tucker Coburn and Brianna Coyle. And that's why Brianna Coyle is currently my campaign manager. Tucker had to move on in life. He's young and he's growing and he's becoming, a whole adult person, and he has needs in life. So sadly, he could not come back. But he's still a supporter. He's still an advisor, and he still talks to us. And that's another great resource because he has that relationship with Brianna. She's capable of asking anything at any time.
So I agree. Yep, I found my problem, and I think it's fixed, and you should be able to hear me now.
I can. Do you want to try video?
I don't want to push my luck, but kind of. Video should work.
Yeah, just click the camera button once, like that. Oh.
How's that? Video?
Nope, your video's still bad. I think
Okay.
you got a camera problem.
Okay, forget it. At least my audio's working. We can talk. So Tom, I think you mostly hit the nail on the head. In libertarian campaigns, our bench is not deep. Sometimes we have to, so we have to grow our bench, not only in the candidate realm, but also in the campaign manager realm. And it's good that you've worked with Tucker. I heard you heap praises on him. I worked with Tucker. He was my first vice chair when I was chair of the Libertarian Party of New York. And he is a workhorse. He is a workhorse and a half. And then Brianna as well, also doing a great job for you. But one common misconception is that the candidate is the one who calls all the shots in a campaign. And Tom's laughing because he knows better. Tom's laughing because he knows better. And so do I. Because I have a campaign manager who keeps me in line too, for my LNC chair campaign. But a good campaign manager is versatile, does know all the moving parts of a campaign, knows is there to make the candidate look good. The candidate is really just the public face of the campaign. and that's all they are. They are a big old figurehead.
I feel insulted, Tony. That's all I am.
You'd make a great figurehead, Tom. Actually, I got a nice ship I could use you on.
You know, I think I should get a bobblehead made too. I'd make a great bobblehead.
Yeah, that'd be great in my driveway.
You absolutely would. So
those of you who don't know, Tony and I have known each other for some time, and we joke.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we have the good banter going, which is great. So yeah, your campaign manager should be well organized, not afraid to speak up, and not afraid to speak up to the candidate. Sometimes there are candidates who are overpowering, I guess is the word. Kind of big personalities, and you need a really strong campaign manager who can deal with that big personality. Every successful campaign I've seen, libertarian or otherwise, has had a strong campaign manager behind them. Every last one of them.
And to that note, I respect Tucker and I picked Brianna because they're both perfectly willing to figuratively slap me. If I'm about to do something wrong, if I'm about to say something wrong, if I'm about to make a move that shouldn't be made, those two are the first people in my life who will shout at me and tell me not to. Well, they're more polite about it, but essentially, they're the guiding light to the do's and the don'ts that we often overlook. I mean, even in society as individuals, regardless of politics, we do tend to overlook the nuances. But when you're a candidate running for office, those nuances are extremely important.
Yes, they are. They can make or break a candidate or candidacy completely. Those nuances. Sometimes it's the little things that can sink a campaign or really make it soar. And it is the campaign manager's job to recognize those things. I know personally, as a candidate, I'm probably the world's worst candidate. I've been a candidate for public office a couple of times myself, and I tried to do it without a campaign manager, frankly, and that was a mistake. Because I needed somebody who could tell me where I was screwing up and what I was doing wrong and how to make myself better, how to make myself a better candidate. And I'm grateful to have that for my LNC chair run this time. So yeah, a strong campaign manager, and they're the boss. Absolutely. There are a bunch of other moving parts for a campaign that really should be in place. And your campaign manager should have some knowledge of some of these things, but doesn't necessarily have to be the expert in all of them. The first one, Tom, is fundraising.
Money is sadly important in politics. None of us as individuals seem to like how important money is in politics. But the sad fact is it is important. And to that note, go to tomfor52.com and consider a donation.
I'd also be remiss if if I didn't say go to tony4chair.com. That's Tony the number 4 CHAIR.com and maybe consider a donation there as well. I have a couple people on my fundraising team who are really good at what they do, and it's a really daunting task, especially from a third party standpoint, because you're fighting against the tide of you guys don't exist. Oh, you aren't a real candidate. Oh, you are too small to win, and we're fighting against that tide. As libertarians, we all are. It's a reality of American politics. We're winning the battle. They're especially winning the battle in Pennsylvania with all those victories they had in November. But we're winning it across the country. We won it in Massachusetts. We've won it in the Midwest, in the West. We've been winning it all over. But none of those candidates have done it for free. You can't do it. From the smallest little town justice race to a presidential campaign, everything costs money. Everything's expensive. Travel is expensive, even local travel. Literature is expensive. Taking the time out of your busy life as a candidate, and instead of maybe using that time to earn money, campaign, you're campaigning. That takes money. That takes a bite out of your personal finances. All of this is to say that fundraising is really important, and candidates cannot be afraid to ask for money. That is a learned that's a learned trait. It's not easy for some candidates to ask for money, but it's something that we as candidates all have to do.
I can speak to that. I can speak to that a little bit. It was actually Tucker who acclimated me to asking for money. He's the reason I'm good at it, and he's the reason that I'm known for telling other candidates when they ask me for advice that you have to ask for money. Don't be afraid to go ask for money. And anybody who's heard me on Clubhouse or some other podcast or in person, go to tomfor52.com. Read about Tom, that's me. Read about my policy positions and consider a donation. That's a simple ask for money. But if you don't ask, you're not going to get it.
That's 100% correct. Yeah, I've never had anybody just walk up to me and say, "Here's $10,000. Go run for something."
Yeah.
No, it's been me asking for the money. Either whether that be something that's really non-confrontational, like a social media post, or a direct ask of a person. It's tough. It's tough for us to do that, but we need to do that as candidates.
And I believe we've been having good luck so far. We've raised a little over a third of what we had for the entire cycle last time, and it's not even campaign season yet.
That's great. Yeah, and one thing that helps you, Tom, is that you've got a little bit of name recognition now.
Correct.
So that's the beauty of this, is that this is your second run for the state senate seat and the same seat. So people in your district have seen your name on the ballot at once, so they know that you're a viable candidate. They know that you ran a credible campaign last time, so that's going to help you out a lot.
Yeah, I mean, 13,000 voters and 12.4% is nothing to knock at when you're a libertarian. It's especially nothing to knock at when you're up against $500,000.
Well, exactly. We are not at the point where we can run campaigns with that much money. So we've got to do things sometimes on the cheap.
Yep. I'm going to toot my own horn here, Tony, because you're here and because I love bragging to you. I'm joking.
I get it.
But dollar for dollar, my campaign was more effective than my opponents who won last cycle. His votes cost him a lot more money per vote. My vote cost me more work. I had to go do the thing. I had to actually campaign. And he didn't. He just threw $500,000 at it.
Yes, and it's good that you can work so efficiently. And one thing that I think that you're kind of alluding to is that time is money. You invested time. You invested the energy to go to a whole lot of events and garner that support. Whereas your opponent threw money at advertising.
Yep, and I also invested every last dollar of my own money that I could afford.
That is something that a lot of candidates have to do, and it's sometimes that's a tough pill to swallow, and that can be a good or bad strategy.
Yes, well, if you're good at managing your own money and your own finances, it's a good strategy to give you some seed money or to keep you going or to make something happen when you need it to happen if you're underfunded. But I am hoping that people are going to tomfor52.com/donate and considering a donation or using the promo code MoneyBombTom on the merchandise website, which is still tomfor52.com. It's in the menu. The interesting thing is that promo code is good through Friday. You can order a $5 off T-shirt until Friday night. And we lost Tony, I'm guessing, over a connection. So we'll see if he comes back. Robert, I'm going to take a quick break. Would you like to play one of those videos that we have?
Yep, I can play that video again. Sure. Y'all stay with us. You hear? I'll play another one of these videos.
Hi, my
My name is Thomas Daniel Queter, and I'm running for Senate in District 52. So I'm running because I care about everyone in my district. I don't want to chase special interests too much. I don't want to chase falsehoods. I don't want you to vote for me because I lie to you. I've spent many years reaching out to those who are failed by our government and lifting them up, finding solutions. I want to improve our communities. I may not work at a job for pay, but I work all day long, every day. I'm working to help those with disabilities who fall into these healthcare gaps that are created left and right. And that includes the elderly, our veterans, and everyone sooner or later. I want you to vote for me because you believe that I want to help our district be more self-sufficient. I want you to vote for me because I want to do something productive. I've been fighting my entire life, and I will fight for you. I will fight for your economy, your stability, your health care, and I will fight for those instances in life in which you need help. I am not in this for myself, I'm in this for you. And everyone I talk to on a regular basis, every time I reach out, I find somebody who's suffering either from lack of health care, lack of coverage for health care. Help me help District 52 become what it once was, a thriving agricultural district. Help me bring back what we need. We need to seek innovation. We need to seek better options. If you believe I want to help, if you believe that I will help, if you believe that I will work hard, if you believe that we need somebody who can put in 16, 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, as I've been doing for most of my life, then vote for me for Senate in District 52, Broome, Tioga, Shenango, and Delaware. Vote for Tom. Vote for freedom. Vote for our economy. Vote for health care that works. And vote for systems for those with disabilities that actually help them instead of just hurting the taxpayer. Go to tomfor52.com. Consider making a donation. Reach out for a yard sign. Reach out for some media. Volunteer. Give us a hand. I appreciate any support you're willing to give because I care about my community. I care about our communities. And we need to allow our communities the freedom to care about themselves and each other. Thank you for your support.
Hey,
That's
welcome back,
right.
Tony.
And we're
So
yeah.
one thing I don't recommend is closing your browser window accidentally when you're going
Nope.
live.
Not a good idea. That's a browser-based platform, so that's how you're able to
What?
stay connected. You know, I'm using just my iPhone 6s Plus for all the
So
production and everything.
We
Wow.
just played an excellent commercial that Brianna made, and Larry Sharp actually loved it. He did an entire live on it. Now, that commercial talks about the District 52, which is what I ran in last cycle. And this year, I haven't seen anything about redistricting being done yet. Have you, Tony?
No, not yet. I think we're still probably a year out from that.
A year out from redistricting?
No, I mean I think it's going to be 2023 that we're going to see the new districts. I think
Really?
this is the year. I think this is the year they're going to draw them. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that. So I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to draw new districts before the election. I just don't think. I don't see how that's going to happen.
So to my knowledge, the Independent Redistricting Board has proposed 2 sets of maps for the Senate districts.
Mm-hmm.
And that they're supposed to vote on it by the 15th to choose one.
Well, we'll see. I guess.
Yeah. Huh.
I don't trust the legislature to move that quickly. Do you?
I don't trust the legislature to do much of anything.
Well, time will tell, I suppose.
Talk
So-
to us, you know.
Point being, we don't necessarily know our district yet. If it's 52 still, it'll be that same district. If it's not, it'll be a little different, but largely the same counties. And most of my supporters should be in district either way. Tony, you're the first one to bring up that they might not choose a district. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, I don't trust them to do it. I mean, honestly, I'd rather they just get it over with at this point, but I don't trust that they're going to do it that quickly. And I don't trust them to do it before the election.
It's interesting about the IRB, the Independent Redistricting Board. It's made up of a coalition of Democrats and Republicans who are supposed to come to agreement and propose a map. And this census year, redistricting year, you know what they didn't do?
Come to a consensus.
Right. So instead, the Republicans and the Democrats who couldn't work together came up with two separate maps. And so we're going to see what happens going forward. I'm expecting them to most likely just choose the Democratic option because they can. They have the votes in the legislature to do that. So that's kind of what I'm expecting.
Yeah, I mean, given that scenario, you very well may be right, but then again, you do always have those few defectors who aren't afraid to stand up to their party.
Correct, and thank them. Hopefully, they stand up to their party more for more issues than districting.
Yeah, that's like the least of the issues.
Point being, 13,000 votes, 12.4%, and I got that at $37,000 against $500,000, and that's why we're really focusing on raising money. That's why we're really asking people to go buy some merchandise, use that Money Bomb Tom promo code, consider a donation. You can read all of my policy points, all of my contact information is there, including my social media, and currently you get to listen to Tony's car. Is that your car?
Yeah, it is. I was getting cold. Should be good now. So getting back to infrastructure, Tom, if you don't mind.
Yep. I was just going to lead you there, and now you're leading me.
Yeah, there we go. So I think we've talked fundraising to death. There's a few other critical pieces, and one of them's hard for you right now, and not terribly hard because you know what's somewhat going to happen, but in a year of redistricting, you need policy that's going to speak to your voters, and this is something that a lot of libertarians struggle with too, because you've got the dichotomy of a pure libertarian message. What's going to pass the purity test? Is taxation theft? Do we take a hard line against government schools? And then you have the pragmatic approach. How can we bring libertarian solutions and move us more towards liberty while still speaking to what my district cares about? And the first part of that is you have to know what your district is, and you don't know that yet. But I think it's pretty safe to say that it's going to be largely agricultural, and your messaging should still be fine. But
that is an advantage that I have, is that a large portion of Central New York is very much alike, and I happen to be dead center of it.
So I'll take the example of what is now the 25th congressional district, where I ran in 2016. That was a district that encompassed all of Monroe County. So I had to have policy that spoke to both a city population, so the city of Rochester, and a rural population, because I had farms in my district too. In the 10 years prior, in the first decade of the century, that district was a district that comprised of the city of Rochester, the city of Niagara Falls, and a strip of land along Lake Ontario, which was mostly farmland, frankly. So Louise Slaughter was the congresswoman in that district for a quarter of a century, far too long. One of the reasons why I was running against her. and she had any candidate that ran that district had to be able to speak to both the what was happening in those cities, which was they were both high crime cities, and also the concerns of the lakeshore people. And one of their big concerns at that time was wind farming. So it's important to know what the policy, what your district cares about, and bring libertarian solutions to that rather than just spouting out random libertarian solutions. And for that, you need a strong policy team that can write a good policy that can help you formulate policies that one are consistent with your philosophies as a candidate, because you got to sell them, but also consistent with the philosophies of your district and of libertarianism. And that's hard.
It is hard. The fortunate thing, Tony, is that I did already do that last cycle. I have a lot of policy. Broome County is in my district, and for where I am, that's probably the most urban area within an hour. And a lot of my policy, and a lot of my ability to speak does actually speak to both sides. You were just talking about farming. Farms produce food, and people in cities eat food. It's almost like there's a message to be had. And you'll see that in my New York Fresh program, in my policy points on the website at thompson52.com. It's interesting. You're spot on, Tony. You are.
One of the things, and I blow my own horn here. One of the early conversations I had with Larry Sharp back in, actually I had it in 2017, when he was first starting to run for governor, and he was starting to build his policy. It wasn't completely fleshed out yet. And I was at the time working in Orleans County, which is a very rural area, which kind of opened my eyes to how policy in urban and rural areas are different. In some ways that they are the same. The drug problems that they experience are different, but they both have them. And the solutions for both of them could be very different. There is a large population in Orleans County that doesn't vote because they can't, not because they don't vote, not because they don't care, but because they're migrant workers. And they're very important to the Orleans County economy. There's a lot of cabbage farming, so there is a significant migrant population that comes in for the cabbage harvest every year. That's something that a candidate really a candidate running there would need to address. And I brought that to Larry's attention, and he did come up with a pretty decent agriculture policy that I believe he's improving upon for 2022, if he is the candidate for governor, which we all know.
I'm assuming you will be, Tony.
I am too. I think it's a safe bet at this point. I believe he's building his team now, and I think he'll be a great representative for the Libertarian Party, much like he was with Andrew Hollister in 2018. So yeah, it's good that you have the policy, and Tom, I know you're not going to just sit on your laurels in the policy. Even in those 2 years since you last ran, things have changed in the state. For example, with the marijuana landscape has changed in the state. But
so it has and it hasn't, right?
Well, absolutely.
So we no longer have criminal possession, supposedly, but there's an amount attached to that, so people could still be harmed in regards to that, right? And it's a generous amount, right? You could travel around with 3 ounces of cannabis, and it's legal. But if you go 1 gram or just a little bit over that 3 ounces, it's illegal. And Tony, I know you're aware of this. Our government, from the federal level down, has always tried to differentiate hemp from the cannabis that you would smoke to get THC or CBD or whatever medicinal aspect of it you're looking for, or recreation. But the fun fact about New York's law that someone told me, and I haven't looked into this, and maybe you're more up on this, I don't know, was that 3 ounces and 1 gram could be hemp, and you would still get a charge.
Yep, I've heard the same.
Isn't that interesting?
That is very interesting.
Something that's not a scheduled drug. can get you charged as if it is.
Yep, it sure can. That's the. I mean, we had some of the worst drug laws in the country. I mean, we had basically the gold standard for terrible drug laws in the United States here in New York for a long time. They called them the Rockefeller laws. Yeah, gold standard for terribleness. So yeah, but you're right. The policy hasn't changed. But it's different, and you're dealing with something different this time. That's just the most obvious example. Obviously, 2 years ago, when you ran, you were running at the beginning of the pandemic, I suppose, and that made things a little bit different. But whereas people's reaction in 2020 were, oh, 2 weeks to stop the spread. Oh, we're near the end of this. Now you're dealing with the pandemic fatigue and how people are reacting is very different now than it was 2 years ago.
Correct.
So things do change even in those short time frames, and even though you have policy, you still need people working on policy, and I know you have that, Tom.
I have a crypto policy we're about to launch.
Nice. That's really nice. We need good crypto policy in this state.
So in the next few weeks, actually, should be buttoned up. We're going through the critiquing process now.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. So moving back to infrastructure, the next major piece I'd worry about is communication. And your campaign manager really needs to be on top of this. Go on. You were about to say something, Tom.
Yeah, we do have a comms team. I do have a comms director. Brianna does work with them, and we, communications is very important, and there are a lot of aspects to it. Tony, what are those aspects?
I mean, talking about a campaign for public office, you have to look at the various modes of communication. And as some of you know, I'm the public engagement director for the LPNY, who is essentially who would be called the comms director in other states. So I'm going to speak to this largely from an LPNY standpoint, but a lot of it also applies to any campaign. Going from most classic to least classic, I mean, there's the traditional media that you have to concern yourself with. So making sure the press releases get put out and sent out to the right people, and making sure that the messaging on that is consistent and solid and clear. And I say, and I'm talking specifically about print media, but it's important to send it to broadcast media as well, radio and TV, because they read them, and this is where a lot of interviews get generated. A lot of the times when you've heard Cody Anderson or Dwayne Whitmer or I on the radio, it's because or seen us on Fox News or seen us in other media. It's not because those media outlets just blindly look for us. It's because they're seeing our press releases. It's not necessarily just about that press release. It's about getting your name and getting a messaging, consistent messaging in front of journalists who are going to start looking for you. There's actually a service called Help a Reporter Out, which is another way to get your name in front of journalists. But the easiest way to do that is the press release route. And there are a few ways you can do that. You can do that via syndication, and there are professional syndicators there's syndication services that you can subscribe to and do that with. And a lot of campaigns do that, or they hire a company who has one of those accounts, and they'll do that. And that's one of the things that the LPNY does, by the way. We do some professional syndication using a third-party service. And,
so
and the other thing,
we've already purchased a third-party service
Oh,
that
good.
gives us a set amount of press releases through the next year. And of course, we maintain a list of local press that it also gets sent to directly by us.
Right.
And that's important, right? Your local press. I'm glad you hit on this, because there are demographics for who votes the most, right? Who's most likely to vote.
Yep.
Typically, that's older people, and by and large, majority-wise, they're going to read the paper. They're going to watch the news and listen to the radio. TikTok, not so much.
No. You find that the Geritol set are going to be more reading the paper and less watching the YouTube influencers. But that's a generalization as well. So yeah, and you hit on the other piece I was going to say, is that maintaining that mailing list of local journalists. But I would even expand that, and I know you have, Tom, and almost every campaign I've ever seen does this. In addition to that, recording the contacts that come to your website, getting the email addresses of the voters, and marketing to them directly via email, sending them your press releases too, and regular communication is an important aspect, and that's something the LPNY actually. We have two mailing lists. One of which goes to the journalists who have been interested traditionally in our pieces, and the other one goes to our membership, people who are interested in the Libertarian Party and what the campaigns we sell. And to them, we include fundraising as well. We don't ever miss an opportunity for a good fundraising appeal. And communications and fundraising can work hand in hand in this. One of my roles on the Larry Sharp campaign, kind of as a segue there, I was working on the development team, which is fundraising, and I was working with the social media team, which was part of comms. And I haven't gotten the social media yet, but this is a great segue. And I was working with them to make sure that we were making those fundraising asks on social media consistently, clearly, and in a way that we could track it and figure out where our best funding sources are, including email, including direct mail, including all that. But social media. A lot of campaigns I've noticed do gravitate towards social media as a primary level of communication because it's cheap and easy, right? Um, Anybody can sign up for a Facebook account for free. Anybody can do Facebook advertising, which is really cheap. Anybody can put up a Facebook page, which is free. And it's really easy to talk to an echo chamber really quickly on social media, which is why it's important to have a multimedia approach to communication. Having the traditional medias like broadcast and print, along with social media, along with an email list, along with I don't know, YouTube advertising or Spotify advertising, which by the way is surprisingly inexpensive. Hitting your demographics, not just your echo chambers. Having that broad-based appeal, and direct mail too, because there are still some voters who value the direct mail, and some voters who love taking pictures of all the direct mail they get from candidates and posting them on their social media. So your direct mail and your face gets published to their social media free of charge. It's great to have that multimedia approach and not just a single layer approach. And a lot of campaigns make the mistake of sticking to the social media single layer approach.
I love how your description of that fit what we're doing.
Yes. I realize this, and I promise you I didn't plan that. It's just smart campaigning. And one of the things you're doing, Tom, that I haven't really seen any other candidates do is you're embracing some of the newer social media platforms, like Clubhouse, for example.
Well, you know me, Tony. I'll talk to anybody, anywhere, forever.
Yes, we're talking for an hour about infrastructure here.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about Clubhouse, in particular, that you just brought up, I didn't go on there for campaigning. I went on there for intellectual discussion to replace streaming media because I was getting sick of falling asleep in front of the TV. So now, as you may have heard, occasionally I will fall asleep having a discussion about what's going on in the world libertarian philosophy, libertarian campaigns. Sometimes it's like a roundtable with other candidates. It's amazing. It's a good communication device, but it's not purely for campaigns. It's not the only thing you can rely on. And I think that's kind of what you were hitting on in the media aspect too, as far as communications. You can't rely on any one thing. It's got to be all the things.
You 100% correct. And like a lot of campaigns fall into the trap of just doing one of the things or even two of the things. I don't know a single candidate who doesn't do something on social media. But even there, we talk about social media like it's a thing. It's not a thing. It is a broad thing. Facebook, Twitter, Clubhouse, YouTube, TikTok, they all have different audiences. They all have different demographics. And your comms team, your social media team really need to understand that and really need to understand how to tailor your messages to a lot of them, not just shotgun blasting them to just every platform.
Yeah, David Byte actually just convinced me that we need to get on Float. And there was one other I can't remember the name of. I'm not a social media person. That's why I rely on people who are experts in social media. I think that's another part of infrastructure that's important. It's not an actual thing or part of the structure, but it's a concept that when someone in one team or group needs something that team or group isn't astute at, there needs to be someone they can ask, someone to rely on who's reliable and understands the thing. So in this case, it'd be social media, right? So the comms team has a sub-team, the social media team. Social media team relies on comms. Comms expects social media team to do its job. That's, what is that? Oh my God, that sounds like a business.
It sounds like you've set up an organizational structure there, Tom.
Right.
So
I would say that campaigns need to run like a business. They need to be efficient. Everybody needs to do their job, and everybody needs the resources to do their job.
I'd like to see alignment, per demographic. I mean, like, we use StreamYard, which is nice because it allows us to stream simultaneously to different social platforms. Like we're on LinkedIn Live now and Facebook and YouTube. But it would be nice to have kind of like, know our audience on each platform and really direct accordingly. I mean, this 12-hour thing is nice, but
I think Tony can speak to that. I know I could.
Well, I mean, each of those individual platforms have pretty decent analytics models that'll show you exactly who's watching your videos, and in this case, we're talking videos, a video here. Who's watching, where they're watching from, what their ages are. Google and Facebook are two of the biggest data collection agencies in the world, and they are more than willing to help you out in improving your reach, mostly because they want to sell advertising, but also because
data has surpassed oil for being the #1 commodity.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised. I do want to hit on one aspect of social media that I've seen some campaigns make, a mistake that some campaigns have made, and kind of touch on a small piece of a campaign infrastructure before I hit this other big one. Some campaigns think that social media should be an IT function. Social media is not an IT function. So just because it's zeros and ones and you're using a keyboard does not mean that the technical people are going to be the people who are going to be controlling your messaging. Communications needs to control the messaging. If you have an IT team, they need to be maintaining your website, which they should be doing with comms, maintaining any data sets that you might have. That's what an IT team should do. But really, the one piece I want to talk about here, and I want to make sure that it doesn't get lost, is opposition research. Tom, are you doing opposition research?
I am. I actually rely a lot on Rich Bertel and myself for that, just because we're good at it. It's interesting because right now, without knowing the district, I only know two people who have announced for 52. They're both not great candidates. One is under fire already for some form of corruption. I hope you're right, Tony. I hope it's 52 again. I hope it's the same. I'm gonna have fun with that one.
I hope so too, for your sake. That'll be a good time. But yeah, you need to know your opponent, and you need to know how to strike against them. Whether you're running a negative campaign or you're running a campaign that's positively showing you in a positive light, in contrast to some of their policies, you got to know what their policies are. You got to know where they stand.
You know, there's one more aspect to that. Not just their policies, but their voting record if they're an incumbent.
That's very true. And that can sometimes speak to the policies or inconsistencies in their policies. Oh, wait a minute. You say you're anti-war, but you voted to enter the Iraq War. For example, would be an example of an inconsistency in somebody's policy. That wouldn't really apply to your campaign, but did apply to a certain libertarian candidate that everybody seems to love. So knowing your opponent, I'm in, of course, the LNC chair race, and I only have one opponent, and I've got a fair amount of time dedicated to studying where she stands on things.
I personally, I'm going for more of a positive route. I don't really appreciate negative campaigning unless it's based in fact. If the voting record shows something that detrimental to the constituency, that's something I would use. If they actually go out and rape someone, then yes, I will say that. But if it's just an accusation, that's not my business. The point of campaigning is to put yourself in a good light, a better light, be the one that's a better choice. And I think that's twofold. You know me, Tony. I don't like negative campaigning. I'm not that guy.
No, I'm the same way.
But there is some necessity to it sometimes. Let's say your opponent removed religious exemptions for anything. This is a country that offers the freedom of religion, does it not?
It does.
Right. So religious exemptions to certain things are probably pretty important. If you run as a constitutional person and you vote against religious exemptions, you're not really following the Constitution, are you?
No, you're not. I agree. And there were a lot of legislators and senators this cycle that did that.
And if you ran for a different office previously, and you ran on lowering taxes, and then you got into office, different office, and you immediately, within the first year, started raising taxes, that might be something to call out, especially if you're running again for a bigger seat and running on lowering taxes. If you're in a dynastic political family known for corruption and you're running, that might be something to bring up. Factual things are okay to bring up. Some people go far too far, though. It's interesting that this came up, Tony, because I don't know if you remember, but last cycle, I turned down almost $12,000. I turned down an $11,800 donation. Why would I do that, Tony? As a libertarian, how do you turn down that? Well, it was in form of a commercial, a TV ad, paid for, that smeared my opponent in a way that I didn't approve of. I certainly didn't vote for my opponent. Certainly didn't think he was the best one for the job. But I'm not going to smear someone. And that's what I mean when negative campaigning can go too far. And I think we need more candidates with principles who don't do that. More candidates who sell themselves instead of saying, blue man bad, red man bad, yada yada. That's what they do. Let them do that. Let them distract each other. I prefer to run on positivity and options and solutions. Larry Sharp in particular taught me this, that it's always better to starve a program to death by giving a better option that people gravitate to than it is to just end it. If the program still exists and you're just giving them an option, something different, they're going to choose whichever one is better for them. And then the one you don't like is going to go away over time.
Well, that's very true. Yeah, and I heard Larry say that a lot. He was one who did offer a number of options that were good libertarian solutions, and continues to offer those options.
Yes, he does. In fact, he offered me a lot of his policy.
He's good like that. He wrote a lot of that policy with the intention of it being able to be stolen by local candidates.
That's exactly what he told me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm surprised more candidates don't take advantage of that.
Me too.
Yeah. He had a fabulous.
So we are closing out the hour here, Tony, and Tim is patiently waiting in the studio. Is there anything else you want to say about infrastructure or my campaign before we let you go?
First of all, Tom, I think you built a great team, and I appreciate you leading from the front in showing libertarian candidates which way to go as far as building a successful campaign that actually has a chance of winning. And thank you for that. I think we've beaten infrastructure pretty well to death. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that I'm also running for LNC chair, and going to TonyNumber4chair.com and checking me out, and maybe hitting the little donate button on my site would be really appreciated.
Yes, Tony is a great guy, and his efforts are for the right reasons. Now, thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. I'm going to take a quick little 5-minute break, and Robert is going to introduce himself to Tim O'Connor.
Oh, he's one of the good ones too.
Yeah, I like Tim. Yeah. He's my neighbor. He's an Otsego. All right, Tony, have a good one.
Thomas,
Thanks.
It was nice to meet you, Tony. When you get back, Thomas, we did lose LinkedIn, so because that 4 hours is up. So I'm going to add another location there, and so how we want to do that. If you want me to do that right now, you want to introduce your buddy? And
yeah, I'm gonna step out, and I'll be right back in 5 minutes. But Tim will introduce himself. You'll like it.
Great, come on up, Tim. I appreciate everybody and being patient, hanging out with us today. I'm bringing you on, Tim. How you doing? Nice to meet you from Alaska.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Robert. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. I'm just making some leftovers. One pan turns into next day's dessert. So
I love it. Yeah. How was your New Year's?
Oh, well, this is it right here. This is my New Year's. This is how I get to say hi to everybody. I just networked through the screen up here in the mountains. Where are you coming from today, Tim?
I am in a undisclosed location in the heart and soul of Otsego County, which is Tom's neighboring county. Broadcasting from my hidden bunker out here in the hinterlands of rural upstate New York.
Nice. Well, I won't ask for your coordinates. In turn, you don't ask for. I don't even have a mailbox right now that is anywhere within miles of my house, so I know how you feel.
Yeah, mail is overrated anyway. It's that big government policy we need to get rid of.
Yeah, so which topics were we going to cover with Mr. Tim today?
I am pro mandate. Wait, no. We're going to be talking about. I have a radio show, and I think that we've seen in New York State. Let's be honest, right? This dystopian step towards a sense that your governor can protect you with box checking, one size fits all policies that, and I don't see where we're pulling away from it, where we're learning any lessons about it. And I just see us we're spiraling this authoritarian drain, right? And so what that sets us up for as a society, right, is the next authoritarian who comes in and promises his group of people more stuff or her group of people more stuff, and pertaining to things. First, they've got to make you very afraid. Then they have to like come up with policies that will make you feel safe. And I think that so far, some of the messaging finally now is starting to kind of break down to what people have been saying for a couple of years about how we should be handling a pandemic outbreak, and how perhaps the box checking one size fits all policies aren't. I mean, even Joe Biden came out and said, look, I can't solve COVID, even though like he ran on promising the world that he could solve COVID, and obviously he didn't. Okay, like this, it's not even a debate anymore. So when they then trot out the let's blame someone and they blame the unvaccinated, I see that. Well, it's dystopian. It's an authoritarian spiral. So the next guy is going to come out and blame, who knows, the vaccinated? Like, what a ridiculous concept that we're going to be going with here. Okay, we've confused and conflated policy, right? There's a virus avoidance strategy and a virus management strategy, and they mix and match those two policies at will. And we take a look at like New Zealand, right? They have a virus avoidance. They had a strong, powerful virus avoidance strategy. Okay. And so all they had was their only option is now to lock down every single time there's a COVID outbreak, because they avoided the virus very successfully. They locked their country down. They stopped travel. They stopped people from going to work. They introduced a vaccine. Now, vaccine seems to slow the spread. I'm not anti-vaccine. Okay, that's up to your individual choices. Those are important to you. Do what you know is right for you. I'm totally cool with that. But a virus avoidance strategy is semi-retarded, guys. No offense. I hate using that word in a way, but like when you look at, again, we'll go to New Zealand. They locked it down. They failed. COVID comes back. They lock down again. What other strategy do you have when you say we're going to avoid the virus? It's crazy.
Yeah. So that's a huge misconception that we can avoid a virus. Now, I am not a virologist, and I am not the most expert on contagious disease, but I do know a few things.
Yeah.
I know that there are two things that viruses do extremely well. They reproduce, which brings us to the spread. And they mutate.
Yeah.
Now, viruses, one viral infection in a human being creates millions upon millions of individual viruses. And each virus that is created is an opportunity to mutate. And each virus that is created is an opportunity to spread. So millions and millions per person infected. And let's remember, viruses are minute. They're microscopic. They're hard to see with a microscope. We need electron microscopes to see them. How are we going to, quote unquote, stop the spread? I think that was a misnomer and an incorrect messaging. We could slow the spread. We saw that happen a few times, but did that really stop the spread? I don't think so. I don't think we can. Until we have, many trillions of microscopic weapons, I don't see it happening.
Well, see, though, that you kind of point on one of the points I want to start making, and I've been trying to start making, and people are a little bit uncomfortable with it. But the mainstream media and our politicians have pretended that the virus has an agenda, right? They've pretended that the virus has a game plan to like destroy the human race, and that game plan, it can be combated, and that's in fact an impossibility, right? A virus gonna virus. All the virus wants to do is replicate, and if it doesn't replicate, it goes away. So they always replicate. They always change just a little bit. It's how that's their survival strategy. When we anthropomorphize a virus and assign an agenda to it, and then they align an agenda with a group of people that aren't comfortable with a certain health procedure, we've literally lost our freaking minds. Okay. We've lost our minds. And then it doesn't leave us real options to respond to a virus. Like mandates are crazy. Okay. Like
they're also criminal.
They are criminal. Thank you for saying that, man. I think more candidates need to say that. Like we've got to get out there and say what you're doing, what you're suggesting here is damaging society.
You know, Tim, I'm thinking of one of the shows you and I did on a different podcast at the very beginning of this. We're libertarians. We were discussing virology. We were discussing health in general, and we were discussing the best ways to actually go about it. And, you know, one of the things that kept coming up was just to be healthy.
It is a great defense against viruses, okay?
And
where is that? Go ahead.
All the things that we brought up came into play later on. Vitamin D became a treatment for COVID-19, and libertarians were talking about that from the beginning. I myself was aware because I'm at risk for any respiratory infection.
Sure.
So I know what to do. Now, most people don't because they haven't gone through 2 years of chronic bronchitis like I did.
Right.
So that's where we come back to. Should the government force or advise? Should the government mandate or help? Should the government punish or assist?
Right, that's the thing. What tool does the government have to enforce its mandates? And that's only punishment, right? And man, people are sick of being punished for stuff. I think most of us have survived this virus. A lot of people look, and I got a friend that had a really bad experience with it. But what the messaging that's coming from the government didn't account to this guy what his real problem was, right? That because it doesn't say it every single day. The government should be saying every single day, look, if you have a comorbidity, and here are the comorbidities, virus avoidance strategy is for you, okay? Getting a vaccine absolutely is for you. And they need to say it every single day because what they say instead is, get your vaccine or you're going to die. Literally, we saw a letter from the White House thing, like, get your vaccine or you're going through a winter of death and despair. Like, first of all, it's dystopian to have messaging like that. Second of all, the guy actually used statistical language appropriately in most of the letter until he decided to threaten the unvaccinated, and it was embarrassing. And how in the world do we? And this is where a guy like you, a guy like me, we're sitting here telling people mandates don't work, threats don't work, blind obedience, blind rebellion, those things do not work. They're caused by the messaging. They're caused by the policies, right? Like that's what's causing those things. So like we got people that would go dive in a pool of COVID right now because they're so mad at the government mandates that they don't know what to do. They're just they've had it. So I don't know, man. I need your help. I need you to win your race and get this world back on track, man. It would be a big message.
I need everybody to go to tomfor52.com and consider a donation or use the promotional code Money Bomb Tom at checkout to save $5 on a t-shirt of your choice. We've got lots of fancy t-shirts up there. Take a look, check it out. But you know, force, right? What does force do? We learned this in science class when we were kids. You know, follow the science. Every action has what?
An equal and opposite reaction.
And force is an action, is it not?
Anything is yes, absolutely.
So when we try to force a large number of people to do a thing, what are we guaranteeing?
Blind rebellion, brother, and it's getting hotter. People are hot. Okay, I like the idea that the government says, "Hey, private businesses, like if you've got somebody that's going to be exposed to people, you do 1,000 transactions a day." Have your worker protected from COVID, okay? That even goes as far as asking them or demanding that they get a vaccine. And even though I don't like that, okay? But when the government adds this level of force, then everybody just is like, screw this, I'm not going to get the vaccine and you can do whatever you want to me. I'll leave the state. And they did. So I don't. If a business is saying, look, wear your mask, wear some PPE, even to serve coffee, okay? We want you to be safe. That's what we're doing.
So
Some
a
of this is
business
your
has that
choice.
right.
But
A business
okay,
has
I
that
get
right.
it. At least I get it, right?
A business has that right. However, just because business is doing it doesn't mean it's doing it to exercise its rights or for the right reason.
Right.
Why are all of our businesses so hot on this, right? Not all of them, right? A lot of them are actually not complying. But those that are complying, why are they complying?
Because of the threat of force and the HEROES Act and stupid legislation and the possibility that an employee can sue them who complies with all of the rules. Like it's we have messed things up, bro.
Yeah,
We've
it's
messed them
punishment.
up.
They're avoiding punishment. They're trying to survive. So I would be all for a business making its own decision without government force. But when businesses are under threat of coming legislation that promises fines, lawsuits, shutting their business down, other expensive overhead that they already can't afford because the regulatory overhead in this state is so huge.
I know.
Oh, I mean, way to make a problem worse. So I don't like this virus. I don't want anybody to get sick. I recognize that it's a real thing, and some people are at risk of death and long-term problems. And that's real.
Yes.
That's real. You know what else is real? Those people are going to need doctors, nurses, hospitals. And beyond that, what did these mandates do to our healthcare staff, Tim?
Yeah, let's talk about that because that's important, and that's a great segue into a subject that's very near and dear to my heart. Because I want to be honest, what's not being said? Okay, the magic that the government can National Guard things is okay. First of all, almost everyone accepts us that's ridiculous. Okay, like that you can't just. Almost everyone knows that that's a ridiculous concept. Okay, but before this new set of mandates, before firing a certain percentage of healthcare workers who didn't want to take a vaccine, before that, our medical services, our human infrastructure involved in medical services in New York State was already decimated. They already had problems and programs to combat the fact that people aren't going into nursing because it's a really hard job. They already had they were already stealing Filipino resources where they've been trained to be nurses and then importing them to New York State with bribes and friendly coercion. Okay, they already had the traveling nurses program for hospitals that were experiencing shortages. And then of course the traveling nurses program is an interesting one because it creates its own set of problems, right? Here's nurses if they're willing to travel, can double, triple, quadruple the amount of money that they make already. So that doesn't necessarily, you could see an incentivized deal where people are like, well, I'm just going to do that instead of this because that is a big moneymaker. So we were already in this crisis of human infrastructure in the healthcare industry, brought about by heavy regulation, as we've talked about so many shows. Oh my God, look at that. Happy Rooster Day here.
We were talking about chicken
awesome. So we were already in this crisis, this semi-crisis, and we were already traveling on this by the skin of our teeth, right? Getting through this day-to-day healthcare crisis of not really having enough people to man hospitals. And then we get something that fires as few as 5% of them, maybe as high as 14 or 20%. It depends on what numbers you look at. It depends on what specific job you're looking at. But to do that to our already overburdened healthcare industry was crazy. And of course, then hospitals had to say, no, even if there isn't a mandate, now we have to back that play because of laws like the HEROES Act. Guys, your leadership rights laws assigns names like Fluffy, Puppy, Love, Bill. And what it really actually does is a way to who knows, run puppies over in the middle of the highway. Okay, we miss out on that.
It's marketed, right? I mean,
yes.
if I called a nuclear warhead a warming device, would you want me to fire one at you in the winter? So that's just really what they do, though.
I agree.
We see this with wind turbines, right? They call them
Our new unelected governor.
She has implemented the National Guard to help our failing healthcare infrastructure. And it's failing because we don't have people. And we don't have people because we've made their lives miserable, right? A lot of people left because what the government did to the healthcare system just made it impossible or miserable, or they had to save themselves and get out.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good way to say it. They had to save themselves and go someplace where they could experience a certain level of freedom.
And we saw that number of people who have left the healthcare system go up again with the mandates, vaccine mandates for healthcare workers. Whether that's imposed by the business, let's not forget a hospital is a business, healthcare is an industry.
Mm-hmm.
And now she just released a statement. Oh, we don't have enough National Guard to make up that difference. Oh, go figure. Go figure. It's almost like we saw this coming. It's almost like it was so predictable, it was written on your face. I'm sorry, but that bothers me. Healthcare workers are so near and dear to my heart. They've saved my life so many times. They've come to my defense when no one else would. And here our governor is trying to replace civilian medical professionals with military medical professionals. Do you know the difference between military medical professionals and their medicine and civilian? Because I do. Do you know the difference, Tim?
Yeah, well, emergency services for traumatic injury versus actual patient freaking care. It's two different mindsets, you psychopaths. Knock it off, okay? Just cut it out.
And she did this specifically to replace nursing staff. Now, think about nurses. A nurse is a nurse is a nurse, of course. No, it's not.
It's not.
Nurses are specialized. Nurses specialize. Nurses specialize for the ER. They specialize for endocrinology. They specialize for maternity. They specialize for every last aspect of health. They are the professionals. And I can tell you as a long-term patient for 38 years that when a doctor's about to make an egregious mistake, it's a nurse that puts a stop to it.
I love it. Because we should talk about what's happened to healthcare, and I think you've probably maybe you've told the story already today, but the important stories about how it's become this box-checking dystopian run by insurance companies where a doctor has to go A, B, C, D, submit the form to the government then, or to the insurance company, and then it's like supposedly one size fits all. The way that the government does too much to manage healthcare, and I think that's one of your campaign. I want to put one of your campaign platforms in that mindset, in that frame of reference. Okay, that this box checking nonsense has got to stop. It's not patient care. It's insurance company payouts. That's all we're concerned about. When you have an experience, everybody has an experience where they go into like the emergency room or something like that, and the first thing they see is 5 people tick 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 typing on a computer, right? Tick 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 tick. Nobody even says hi to you because they got to type on their computer. Tick tick tick. They're wandering you down to a room. Type on your computer. Then they come into the room and they start asking you questions. Tick 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 tick. Typing on a computer. I see that it's like they got to be getting burnout, man. You know.
That's an excellent point. My endocrinology nurse retired early over being forced to do too much time on the computer with her job and not enough time caring for her patients. We need to bring healthcare back to the position of caring for patients. And on that note, Bill Snyder here has a nice comment that vets are another thing. And he doesn't mean veterinarians. He means veterans of war, veterans of military service. And Jo Jorgensen, lover or hater, she had one part of her acceptance speech that really spoke to my heart in July of 2020. And that was that Medicare for all is essentially the same as the VA for all. Where does the VA? Yeah, there are some VAs that are great, and there are some that are not.
Yeah.
How do we discern the difference? And I'm sorry, but Medicare for all is a misnomer. It is not for all. What Medicare for all is general basic care for all. And as you pointed out, Tim, we're not all the same.
We're not all the same.
If you and I show up in the ER and we both have a broken femur, we're not the same, are we?
If they can check one set of boxes for you, it's going to have nothing to do with my broken femur, man. And that's what they have to do. They have to quantify it somehow. And I think guys like Bill would have great ideas on how we can improve medical care for our veterans. And I know that you would listen to him. I know that Larry already listens to them. I think that this is where society fails. Like, why aren't we more popular? Why aren't people listening to our message more? And why are we suppressed by the mainstream media? And because it's a money game, it's a con game. And again, your bravery for taking this on, bro. Like, I tried, I ran, I had fun, I made a lot of friends, I did some stuff. They wouldn't let me on the ballot. You know that. I ran anyway. And it helped me form interesting collaborations. It helped me meet really, really wonderful people who also believe that freedom is more important, okay? That less government on some level, less box-checking regulatory procedures is a path back to some sort of sanity in our society. And like, people say libertarians, oh, you want to starve the poor. It's like, shut up, okay? You haven't listened to a word I've said. You're dismissing me on some sort of myth, you know? Like, let's work together. Let's see if. And Tom, like, where'd your wheelchair van come from, brother?
Good point. So voluntarism. It doesn't really apply to healthcare in a hospital, except for maybe paying the bill.
Correct.
But for healthcare needs like transportation or my wheelchair, which both came from crowdfunding, libertarians crowdfunded not only my wheelchair, but now my van that's getting me around and getting me to the doctor when I need to, or for my campaign. I got to travel. Now, here's the interesting thing about that. I was apparently the third recipient of a crowdfunded wheelchair van by that group, created by David Gay, Dadman. Third, right? Do you know what number of chair they're crowdfunding for now, or what number of van they're crowdfunding for now?
I don't, but I know it was hugely successful, right? So tell me, lay it on the people, brother.
They're on their 10th van.
Oh my God!
I was their third a month ago.
Wow!
I have never seen the government deliver 7 or 8 accessible vans in a month. In fact, I have never seen the government deliver an accessible van whatsoever.
I think we should talk about, in conjunction with your wheelchair, another successful crowdfunding volunteerism action is your wheelchair, right? And how the government almost would have box checked you to death. Please, I'd love that story. I want, every time you and I talk, I want you to tell the story. I know that's not always fair and not relevant, but today I'm forcing you to tell the story of your wheelchair. That's it.
Libertarian applying for us. Come on. So before I got active in politics, I was active as a disabilities advocate. And one of the reasons is because I had gone through so many periods of my needs not being met, despite being on the system with all of these programs. And, the interesting thing there is, at that time, I went and I reapplied for the same exact wheelchair I had 5 times prior. Right? I had the same make, model, made by the same company, 5 times. But New York is pushing Medicare and Medicare for all. Oh, Seems like we talked about that.
Yeah.
And they no longer covered this wheelchair when I replied. They covered a range of wheelchairs that would have injured me to use, which would have put me to the bed.
You might look. You know, I can do the radio show, and I sometimes I think that I want to jump in, and I want people to really understand what you said right there. That you knew that the wheelchair that they were going to force you to take because they changed their boxes, okay, where they put the X's and the Y's and the dots and the they changed the specs on the wheelchair you were going to get. The wheelchair you needed no longer covered. The wheelchair they wanted you to have would have, okay, hurt you, shortened your life, and made you just drastically more uncomfortable. Am I right? I don't think I'm wrong about any piece of that.
You know, to be perfectly honest with you, Tim, it would have been a slow and horrible death. It would have taken years. And
at the hands of your benevolent, compassionate overlords, because they wouldn't listen to you anymore, you know?
And the interesting thing about that is that I had private insurance paying for those chairs, but the state didn't allow them to get me that chair.
You know, like some egghead pencil guy, and look, let's give that person the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was a handicap expert and did the absolute best he could to come up with the best model for everybody, which he's hitting a target, right? He's trying to hit an average. Like, this is what disabled people need. This is a great wheelchair for disabled people, right? Doesn't take into account that your disability is not like anybody else's disability. And he's powerless, right? He's powerless to actually fix that piece of it.
So what's interesting is that prior to that change, they had something similar. They didn't have a blanket kind of idea, just like what you described. But they also had the ability to petition through your doctor and a physical therapist to get what you need no matter what. I believe with my insurance, the code was actually 0000. It's specialized need. If your doctor signed off on it, you had an argument with your, well, not a heated argument, but you pled your case to your insurance company.
You and I understand that, but I'm glad you cleared that up. Argument can be such a weird word.
And they knew that if you did what it took to qualify, that they had to pay. That went out the window. Now, from the age of 34, I've been forced onto Medicare.
Yeah, force. Why not force you onto something that you're not sure you want? That's great.
Yeah,
Thank you, government.
No, I know darn well I don't want it. It doesn't do anything for me. The taxpayer is actually paying for it for me, and it doesn't do anything for me. Now, Tim, what kind of wheelchair would you need? Should you need one?
Right now, I don't need a wheelchair, and thank God. Right?
Well, should you?
Should I need one? I would need one that works for me, like depending on how I ended up needing a wheelchair. Right?
Oh, wow. Thank you. That was so nuanced. I appreciate that. Everyone is different. Everyone's health condition is different. If you take three people with the same disability, even if they're classified in the same range of spectrum, they will not be the same.
Exactly.
They will have different needs. We seem to be very good at recognizing that with behavioral disorders. You know, the autistic spectrum has such a wide range that experts, in particularly, and especially doctors, do now start to recognize how different it can be. But apparently a wheelchair is a wheelchair is a wheelchair, and nobody needs to get out their door. They just need to stay in their home out of sight and not have a community or a life or an enriched purpose to exist. Tim, I know you have a purpose. What's your purpose?
I don't know what my purpose is. I think my purpose.
You make stuff.
I build stuff. That's correct. I love it. I have a passion for it. Absolutely.
You do it with your hands, right?
Yeah.
That's a purpose. And that's a purpose.
Hang on. I work with my hands and I run my mouth. I got a dual purpose. That's also a uniquely human situation, right? Like I can't just build things and I can't just run my mouth because without one or the other, I no longer feel like myself. Okay. So that's a reality.
So now if you were stuck in your home and you didn't have anybody to run your mouth to and you couldn't build anything, how would you feel?
I would go insane.
And that's
I'm not kidding. I would be depressed. It's not a joke. It's not an exaggeration. Everybody that sees me knows I have a lot of passion. Okay. My friends know I'm passionate. You know I'm passionate. I try to bring a level of passion to my communications. I'm passionate about these things. Take my passion away, and what am I left with? Depression and beating my head against a wall.
And that is exactly why so many people with disabilities, whether they've actually had depression problems or not, end up on antidepressants and other psych meds because the situation manufactured by the healthcare system and our society keeps them in their home and puts them in a situation where anybody would go insane.
I know. And I'm feeling it. Like the government is making me a slightly more passionate about making fun of them every single day. Okay. Because they're really horrible at what they're doing. Really, really, really horrible at what they're doing. and to give them more look, guys, I want to bring up something. I don't know how to segue off onto a weird subject. But I want your take on it. I did a show about this guy, and I might even slip into some bad language here, but this guy out Western New York, this Patrick Burke, who, guys, when we were talking about healthcare for all, guys, healthcare for all sounds wonderful. All right. We were saying, look, we're going to ration the expensive people off of healthcare. We're going to do things to people when we do one size fits all government run healthcare. And guys, look, healthcare insurance in New York State is already one of the most regulated industries out there. Okay. You have to offer, they have so many boxes to check that a company has to offer. That's why somebody else can't just come in here and offer health insurance, right? There's no competition. We have 1 or 2 or 3 insurance companies that offer the right insurance policy. So this guy out in Western New York, this Patrick Burke, honestly, like, and I think this is where libertarians, I want to talk to libertarians on this one because I know you got a good following there. This guy decides to say, look, you don't get the vaccine, your insurance company doesn't have to pay if you get COVID. And it's like, look, let me buy my own insurance. Like I'm paying for insurance. Let me craft my own policy, right? That's this guy. All right, I'm getting sidetracked. Hold on. So this guy basically wants to exempt people who catch COVID if they don't have the vaccine from being able to get their health care paid for by their insurance company, which our insurance is so regulated in New York that is simply a carve out for his favorite insurance company to save money. It's a little slice of evil and it's a little slice of force. And I think people like this need to be voted out. And if you get in the assembly, I think that you would have a voice to counter that guy. Everybody else just keeps quiet because they want to see where the public settles on this idea before they say a word. And
right. So
you have principles, Tom.
I think maybe one of the reasons that has happened is because New York has been pushing insurance companies away for years. The best insurance companies have fled this state over regulation and liability. And I mean, Tim, if I asked you to help me make a sandwich, you'd make me a sandwich, right?
Oh, sure.
If the government said that you could be sued for making me a sandwich, should I be harmed by the sandwich?
Nope.
You wouldn't?
I wouldn't. Correct. That's a great example, bro. That's a great example. You can get sued, for making you a sandwich. I'm not making you a sandwich. It's done.
I mean, what if I specifically asked for something I was allergic to?
I'd get sued. It'd be my responsibility for your sandwich problem, right?
Yeah. And that's a problem. You know, one thing we haven't hit on with the healthcare problem is certificates of need. A lot of people don't know that they exist. They don't know what they are. And they don't know how they affect New York.
Oh my God! Can you guys do me a favor and riff for a minute? I got an issue I got to take care of.
Sure,
let me tell you what. I apologize for this. All right.
We'll play a video.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Sure.
No problem.
Yeah. Robert, you want to go ahead with the video?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Thomas Daniel Queter, and I'm running for Senate in District 52. So I'm running because I care about everyone in my district. I don't want to chase special interests too much. I don't want to chase falsehoods. I don't want you to vote for me because I lied to you. I've spent many years reaching out to those who are failed by our government and lifting them up, finding solutions. I want to improve our communities. I may not work at a job for pay, but I work all day long, every day. I'm working to help those with disabilities who fall into these healthcare gaps that are created left and right. And that includes the elderly, our veterans, and everyone sooner or later. I want you to vote for me because you believe that I want to help our district be more self-sufficient. I want you to vote for me because I want to do something productive. I've been fighting my entire life, and I will fight for you. I will fight for your economy, your stability, your health care, and I will fight for those instances in life in which you need help. I am not in this for myself, I'm in this for you. And everyone I talk to on a regular basis, every time I reach out, I find somebody who's suffering either from lack of health care, lack of coverage for health care. Help me help District 52 become what it once was, a thriving agricultural district. Help me bring back what we need. We need to seek innovation. We need to seek better options. If you believe I want to help, if you believe that I will help, if you believe that I will work hard, if you believe that we need somebody who can put in 16, 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, as I've been doing for most of my life, then vote for me for Senate in District 52, Broome, Tioga, Shenango, and Delaware. Vote for Tom. Vote for freedom. Vote for our economy. Vote for health care that works. And vote for systems for those with disabilities that actually help them instead of just hurting the taxpayer. Go to tomfor52.com. Consider making a donation. Reach out for a yard sign. Reach out for some media. Volunteer. Give us a hand. I appreciate any support you're willing to give because I care about my community. I care about our communities. And we need to allow our communities the freedom to care about themselves and each other. Thank you for your support.
All right. Oh, you're muted.
I can kudos and congratulations to your team for that advertisement. I can't tell you how awesome. It's just so impressive to see that level of quality and production, that level of messaging. It's beautiful, brother. Well done.
That's
man.
all Brianna Coyle. That's all
God
Brianna.
bless her, man. That is wonderful. Very creative.
Very you would have enjoyed seeing the production of that. So she's, we had a conversation about what to say, and topics and things like that beforehand. But for actually making the video, I mean, she's making me change my clothes every 10 minutes. She's moving me from one place of the property to another to get the right shot. Most of that video was shot the same day, and man, she took full control, which is what a campaign manager should do, which is why she's my campaign manager, but she's also great at videography. She's started her own website building business, by the way. She is building websites for Libertarian candidates, not just myself anymore.
Wow, that's great. That's great. And so that speaks to everybody has a talent, and that Brianna has that was really well crafted. I got to give a lot of credit. Like, holy cow. I'm just like, I was getting the goosebumps, right? The kind of perfect scenery, perfect messaging. It's wonderful. I hope it goes viral. I hope you get it to, hey, he needs money, guys, to get that out to people on real TV. That would work on real TV, brother. That is freaking awesome.
It was designed for real TV, but real TV costs a lot of money. Yes, an awful lot. TomFor52.com, donate, and you can see me on TV maybe.
That $5 money bomb. I'm gonna spread the word about it too. Like, first of all, I'm gonna donate. Second of all, I'm gonna tell other people to donate. And I think Just what a great idea. You know
No,
what
that's
I
a
am?
winning strategy, actually, Tim. We've
What's
seen
that?
this. We saw this last campaign, and we saw this in the last month. When somebody makes a donation and it goes on their social media, just states that they donated to me and why, then their friends come in and donate. One of my volunteers, the guy who made the "I Run Better Than Albany" meme,
Yes.
Joe Saban, am I saying that right? Oh, I hate to miss, but Joe. We know him as Mobile Joe on the internet.
Yes.
So he made that meme, right? And I invited him and a bunch of volunteers over for a dinner some weeks back. And before he came, he made a donation and he posted it. And then within a couple of hours, a friend of his donated $200.
No way. That's
Yeah.
so cool. That is so cool.
And more recently, we see people saying, "I donated $10, I donated $20, or whatever," and then you watch the fundraising platform, and it just starts trickling in 5, 10, 15, 5, 10, 15. So the more you promote what you like, the more people you know are going to see what you like. That also helps us with the Facebook algorithms too.
Oh, that's a big one. Let me ask you this question. I got a question for you. What? I don't know how to frame it as a question. You realize that Kathy Holtzel just had a dinner with agencies and individuals that are interested in acquiring licenses for the weed dispensaries and weed legalization, and she raised her campaign coffers got like $10 million from the dinner, or so in conjunction with this fundraising event. She raised millions of dollars indirectly selling licenses to people for future business.
Right. So what you're telling me is that the people who made the bigger donations to her campaign at that dinner are guaranteed their cannabis licenses?
I'm sure they're not guaranteed, right? Like this,
Yeah, come on.
They certainly get special access to. They get something, right? These guys are shrewd, sharp business people. What are they getting? So what platforms can a libertarian sell to big money interests? Guys, let's see what we can do here. I mean, come on.
But Tim, I have a crypto policy being developed right now. It's getting the finishing touches, and we'll be rolling that out. New York is trying to, of course, oppress anybody trying to earn with crypto. And in the state of the economy, I mean, can't we just let them have that? This one thing? Let's just let people make a little money on an investment. But no, we got to go after it. We got to take every last dollar, because if we don't, people won't survive. Wait, what?
What are those sports book apps that they had big and strong about 5 years ago that then had to buy their way back into New York State? New York State saw what was going on. FanDuel, they regulated them out of New York, and now they can come back because they bent knee, paid homage, and had allowed laws to be written that probably benefited FanDuel as well, like preventing competition. I'm sure that was one of their things. Donations to their favorite politician who could push their legislation. That's what happened. That's what they did. They shook FanDuel down, and they offered something in return. There you have it. That's how it works.
Yeah, and the cannabis legislation, that's exactly what we're going to see. Big corporations are buying regulations that'll keep out the small guy so that we can't build the business that some of us in my town here, and a lot of us voted, but some of us worked for, allowing a cannabis dispensary. So one of the fears purported was a big corporation going to come in and sell you some cannabis. First of all, who cares? Second of all, why aren't we pushing the state to allow a cottage industry with cannabis? We could bring tourism. We could grow our own medicine. We could have incomes, jobs. We would be supplying people with jobs for other things, because you need a building, which needs a maintenance, which needs heat, it needs construction, deliveries, you name it. There are side jobs to this industry that doesn't actually involve cannabis. We can create so much with longevity locally right here. But no, we're going to make it expensive to get into the business. We're going to make it hard to jump through those hoops. And we're going to ensure that only the big corporations that pay these certain politicians a certain amount of money through their campaign coffers. What are we doing? What are we doing, Tim?
It's socialism combined with fascism, okay? And I'm done not saying it. I'm done pretending that it's not that, okay? It is a fascism, it's a socialism, and it's a control mechanism that separates the rich from the poor, get yourself elected, and you're going to be rich, guys. You're going to develop generational wealth, and that's a reality. They will lock themselves into those elite positions and keep themselves there under the guise of signaling virtue. It's bullshit. Okay, like I'm sick of it, and I'm sick of saying it's anything other than that. And that people are failing when they don't see it as that. That's it.
Absolutely. You know, I have a little bit of pushback on what you said, Tim. Good. I would call it reverse socialism. Socialism is meant to redistribute from the top to the bottom, and what they do here is steal from the bottom and middle class and force it to the corporations who have a lot of money.
It's not real socialism.
It's not. No, it's fake socialism. It's actually, it's closer
it's exactly
to
the kind of socialism that has failed historically over and over again and stacked dead bodies like freaking cordwood, okay? It's that kind of socialism. Yes, we're not there yet, guys. I get it. I know I'm going to lose the argument because I may make a Germany reference. But listen, we need to slow this crap down. We need to push back, and we need to offer freedom. And guys like Thomas Daniel Queter are going to do that. That's it.
I appreciate that, Tim, and I appreciate you being here. I need a little bit longer of a break because, believe it or not, even candidates eat and do other things that shouldn't be on camera. Would you entertain my friend Robert here for about 9 minutes?
Robert's already entertained me with his chicken. Let's do this, Robert. Let's hang out for a few minutes. I'll interview you
guys.
So, Robert, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, I was born and raised in the middle of Alaska, 250 miles from the nearest stoplight. So I live in the buffer zone to the Wrangell St. Elias National Park. My grandfather homesteaded this property. It's 90 acres back in 1968. It was last year, the Homesteading Act. So I'm in a free-range homestead community. There's no taxes on the property. But of course, there's no water and trash, stuff like that. So all the issues that might contract within this community literally stays within the community. Those who own land or property in the community, they form a community league. So they meet down at the community hall for certain things like distributing the water key to, and doing the community fair. So there's no real governing force. It's just a gathering of community members volunteer. And I've lived here my whole life. My dad was graduating the same place I did. He was my hockey coach. And now it's just me and my dog and my 20 chickens and all the snow till springtime.
I had a friend who I have an interesting Alaskan anecdote. I had a friend who his entire life he wanted to live in Alaska. And so he moved out to, I think, like 15 miles outside of Talkeetna. I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, right? And he brought his kids, and so for a few years they basically homesteaded a little bit, and they did some stuff, and they built a house, and their brother-in-law, like the whole family, kind of moved out there for a couple of years. And unfortunately, my friend passed. I miss him dearly. He was just I live on a lake. He liked my house even better than I liked my house. He was always an outdoors kind of guy, and so his kids moved back. It's nice to see them growing up. It's wonderful that they had that experience that you're living in. I get concerned about the winters, man. I don't know how I would be able to.
It is definitely something to worry about in the winter. I mean, haul wood, stay warm, but if electricity goes out, which is on a grid for like 80 miles, if electricity goes out, you're there. I'm a mile away from the nearest person, so there's no planes or helicopters flying out to rescue you. So you got to buckle down and be aware that you may have to go a few weeks without any kind of support from anybody or even contact it sometimes. But luckily
would you say? I think that there are a distinct group of people out there that global warming may or may not be that bad for. Would you put yourself in that area? Like, would you say that global warming might help you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's just always freezing from November through May, so it doesn't really make much of a difference there. I live just on this side of the Chugach Mountains, so global warming for me doesn't really exist. The glaciers that are around me are actually forming new glaciers at a more rapid pace than they are melting. So I don't.
That's impossible. That is not what the news tells me, Robert. Glaciers are shrinking universally all over the world. So you sound like a conspiracy theorist right now.
Yep, absolutely. So like if you go up in a plane and there's a certain formation that forms when new glaciers are forming, and glaciers move around through the valley and cut through valleys and move around. They're just basically one gigantic mass of ice, and it just cuts through different valleys. And if you look at it from above, there's certain parts that are receding, but in the Chugach Range, when it's always frozen and it's the snow capital of the nation, there's 4 feet for 4 days straight, and there's snow, there's glaciers forming for sure. I don't have my own plane, and I'm not a scientist, but it's always freezing for me.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. You're hitting me with things that I can't accept based on if I'm to interpret the mainstream narrative of what's going on with glaciers in Alaska, I don't think you could be telling the truth. Like, I don't get it. But actually, thank you for that. Do you hunt and stuff like that as well?
I do when I get a chance to. I gotta take somebody with me. It's really dangerous to hunt by yourself. If you go out and hunt, you gotta carry that moose sometimes a mile or two back to the road or whatever. And if you don't have the proper equipment, it can be definitely a chore. Bring a girlfriend with you. It's like a marriage proposal. Basically, you take her out hunting and berry picking. But yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah.
No, but as for I guess the thing with global warming is with me, it doesn't directly affect me like you think. I'm not far enough north to see like polar bears being forced off the ice into the interior. As for the temperatures in the region, we hit record lows, all the time. And we hit a record low last winter. And when it's 50, 60 below for a week or two at a time, you start to not think about global warming. You start thinking, well, the propane doesn't move through the propane line, it solidifies, so, and mercury doesn't drop colder than 60 degrees, so below zero.
Personal survival trumps big lofty concerns about global warming. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
Absolutely. Like, I don't care if the world is flat as long as it doesn't affect me. It wouldn't really make much, honestly. We're talking about global warming.
I remember my kid and my friends' kids when they moved to Alaska. They're wrestlers, right? So to get to the state tournament, they had to go on a plane. I thought that was the most part of school transportation in Alaska is you get to get on a plane every once in a while to go to a sporting event. I thought that was amazing.
I tell you, I played hockey for 9 years, and so anytime we had to play hockey with another team, we had to travel a couple hundred miles. So we'd get on the van, or we'd take a barge to, or a ferry to Cordova or something to find another school in the same size district. Yeah, we get to travel a little bit.
That's so cool.
While Tim's here, I want to introduce you guys to a friend of mine.
Ooh, there we go.
Yep. We're going to be cooking this after dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Rub it in. This is a nice cut of venison.
It's venison?
Yes. My uncle gave me this cut. I helped him butcher, so he gave me this. And that's what I'll be preparing.
So a little bit of volunteerism fills your freezer too, huh?
Yes, it does. Actually, not just mine. So I help people butcher all the time, mostly family. And I'm very proficient at it. I've been doing it since, my first lesson in butchery was when I was 5 years old. Uh-huh. And I got into venison after the age of 10 or 12. And, it's work.
It is.
And when you're in a small family unit that's relatively poor, you know what everybody does? They work.
It feeds you.
So I developed quite a skill at butchering venison because it's not as easy to butcher as some animals. It takes a lot more finesse, a lot more time, a lot more detail, and I'll be demonstrating some of that. I specifically had my uncle leave me a piece of untrimmed meat so that I could show a little bit of the process of butchery, and that I find that it's one of my passions because it's doing for yourself and it's helping other people. And as I said, I get so much out of helping people in my family and community butcher, then I actually have enough venison that I'm usually giving some away every year.
Oh, that's amazing. That's great.
So whoever I know in the community that's struggling, I get a hold of them, and here you go. Why wouldn't you do that?
When we were doing a lot of our shows together, we talked regularly about consuming food from your local area and how that can A, benefit your neighbor, and B, benefit you because you get a healthier product. And venison is a high density protein and a low fat food. Okay, so with those two things going on, why wouldn't you eat more venison? And recently, I ran into my beef supplier. He's like, "Hey, you need some beef?" And I'm like, "Hey, yeah, like what can we do?" And before you know it, like 2 weeks later, he shows up, brings me like my meat. I give him some money. He's now going to grow his herd. It's a successful transaction, low pressure, and now I have food security, right? I got months worth of beef, man. I can stretch it out forever,
So Bill put up a comment when we were talking about sharing, specifically with the venison, just like the bus. Bill has disability. You might not know, but we crowdfunded his motor scooter. But the insurance
I
told
caught
him.
that, yes. Can I talk to Bill for a second? I was crowdfunding for a friend of mine. I watched with interest. I'm glad that you were successful. I had a friend who experienced a big issue, and I was funding that, and I had just funded that, and I did great. People step up in times of need, and it's a wonderful thing. And without government, we'd be able to afford to do more of it if they weren't taking our money all the time.
Yep, and that's why volunteerism is going to be a huge part of my messaging this campaign, Tim. Volunteerism does things quicker, better, and cheaper. And we discussed the van earlier, right? I mean, they're up to number 10.
Yeah, that's in a month, you said, right? In a month?
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Hey, tunnels to towers, that's a big one, right? Where people are, buying houses for fallen military vets, children, and family. And that's volunteerism. When I take a look at my paycheck and I see when I have a good week and my paycheck's huge and I see what the percentage of it that the government takes, I'm like, what could I do with that money that the government is taking that money and failing to do? And we have a myriad of examples of that, right? When we talk about your wheelchair van, guys like Bill needing help. I got another one I'm going to be working on next. I know you're busy, but at some point here soon, we're going to talk about a guy that needs help. And I think that if I put it in front of you, I think you'll come up with some creative ideas for me. I think that's what I'm going to do. I mean, I'll take the action part of it, but I just want your ideas on it.
Yeah. Why don't you call me on Sunday afternoon?
All right, I will do that. I've got a guy that's going to spearhead it.
I want to hit on something that you kind of touch.
All right, cool.
You were looking at your paycheck, and you saw the amount of taxes that go in. And I'm assuming that you're one of those middle-class people in New York who make just enough money to pay in, don't get a full refund.
I would say that's about accurate. Yes. That's very accurate. Yes.
So those of us who make more money pay more in taxes, and those of us who pay in taxes without a full refund have the ability to write off tax-deductible charitable donations. So do you know what I'm doing with the next fundraiser that we're working on? You probably heard about Russell Jordan.
Yep.
We're funneling that through. I'm volunteering as a volunteer coordinator for a nonprofit that can issue a tax-deductible receipt. So we're going to re-hit Russell Jordan on Monday. I go live every Monday at 9 p.m.
Okay.
And we're going to explain to people why it's important to try and do these things this way. Now, it's absolutely wonderful to donate to a cause and not expect that donation or that deduction.
Right.
But I tell you what, people with more money are more likely to donate if they can deduct it off their taxes. Now, we were looking at how much you paid in taxes. You do not get to decide what that's spent on, do you?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not even a
But
little bit.
if you were to donate that and get a tax deductible receipt, you're actually choosing where your tax dollars go.
You know, it's I don't know if it's ever been framed that way before for me. Like, I think that's an interesting way of looking at it. Like, they take my money and they bomb kids in foreign countries, and I have nothing to say about that. And now, if I do donate money to a tax deductible charity, I have at least something to say about some portion of my tax. I like that. I'm going to use that. I think I'm going to steal that.
And good. Use it. Use it all. In New York, our nonprofits are oppressed by the government. They're burdened with regulatory overhead that drives up the cost. They need more donations. Funnel your tax dollars to our nonprofits. Any nonprofit that meets a desire of yours in the world around you. If you like puppies, donate to the kennel or the, what do they call it, the animal shelter. If your passion is for those with disabilities, this state is riddled with nonprofits that serve those with disabilities and take private donations. I'm on the board of one. You can go to the Catskill Center's website. It's near you, Tim, and you can donate. You can mail them a check, and then you can write that off your taxes. That is literally saying, I don't want my tax dollars to go to cold patch asphalt that the next car that goes by is going to rip out of the road. I want them to go to helping the disabled or saving puppies. Whichever it is, it doesn't matter. As long as you get to choose what happens to your money, that's a great thing.
It's empowering.
So the New York Volunteer Network is the nonprofit that I am volunteering for. And I've left Bill's comment up here for a reason. I'm going to bring him on this. He's also volunteering for the New York Volunteer Network. He's the one who knew Russell Jordan and his issue and brought that to my attention. And through that process, working with Dwayne Whitmer, who was on earlier, he started that nonprofit. We're able to allow any business or individual who has taxes to pay in to get a tax deductible receipt for a donation to bettering his life in his current situation. That's amazing. Now let's look at Bill's comment, right? With Bill, we crowdfunded a scooter that he needed because he is partially ambulatory, needs it for outside the house. Insurance company won't cover it, even though he's a fall risk.
Right.
That's insanity. That's that box checking we were talking about.
I know.
Just because you can take a step doesn't mean you can really walk. Bill does better than a step. He's very tenacious. But the point being, we have an avenue to start nonprofits, take tax deductible donations, and meet our own needs. Let's do that. Let's everybody do that. Get 5 or 8 people together. I
love it. I love it, man.
It's amazing what we can do if we just try. And that's tax deductible donations is the way to go. If you want to help people, you can do the GoFundMe. You can do crowdfunding. It's amazing. It works. We've seen it. It's working like crazy for David Gay. 10 vans without tax deductible donations, right? In a month, or 8 of them in a month, right? They crowdfunded 8 accessible vans in a month without there being a tax deductible donation receipt attached to that. Now imagine if there was.
That would be huge, man. It could explode. Well, so let's do what we can to help that deal out. Let's do it, brother.
You can find the New York Volunteer Network on Facebook. Just search that.
All right. Who's coming in now? We got somebody else coming in. I'm supposed to go make dinner.
Well, I can let you go, Tim. I don't want to hold you up. Dan Fishman is supposed to be here, but I don't see him there. Robert and I are going to talk a little bit, and I've actually got a meal to prepare, so I might as well start doing that.
Are you gonna prepare a meal live?
Yes.
Oh, I love it. That's great. Well, I'm going to stay on and watch, and if like maybe I can jump back in a little while. But I definitely got to. I promised my family the New Year's Day feast, and honestly, guys, I don't want to brag, and I don't want to like try to outdo Tom here, but I
You
am a
can't.
reasonably good cook as well. I have some years of experience in the restaurant business, and so I do enjoy cooking. It's one of my passions, and guys, you got to check out Tom's page for some of the stuff he pulls off, man. It's amazing.
All right. Thanks again, Tim. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
And
guys, I'll keep an eye out for you. Thanks. And Robert, you know what? Welcome to the broadcast scene, man. You're a welcome addition. I enjoy your presence. You're a nice guy. And now that I know more about you, like it makes it even more interesting. So
Yeah, that's why I had no problems doing this. You know, it's a long run and a little early for me, but I'm just here hanging out, meeting the crowd, and I love what everybody's saying. So thank you for coming. You're always welcome on my show.
all right, cool. Do it. Let me know. I'll do it, man. Maybe come on my radio show. We'll pop off about politics, stuff like that. It'd be great.
right
All
on.
right, guys. I'll catch you later.
Have
Thank
a good
you.
one, Tim.
You too. Yep. Nice guy, friendly guy. You got some friendly friends here. I think I saw
Yes,
him.
I like Tim.
I think I saw him either talking with Larry Sharp or Spike the other day on their show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
nice.
you know, I'm going to talk about Tim. He's not here. He could probably hear me, but I'm going to talk about Tim.
Okay.
The reason I really like Tim is that when we disagree, we can still have the conversation. When we disagree with each other, the next topic or the next day, we're still talking to each other. We're still moving forward. There's no vitriol or animosity or any of that. Tim's just a great guy. He thinks I'm a great guy. And so when we disagree, we can move on, move forward. That's an amazing quality that I believe Tim and I both share. And that's the way I think we need to be more in life.
Yeah, definitely. We
So
disagree.
I'm going to actually, I'm going to pull my
disagree.
table around.
Global warming thing, but I couldn't tell if he was just messing with me or not. But yeah, either way, sounds like a pretty down to earth guy. You know, ready to communicate just about anything, and that's what I like about the communication that happens here and on Clubhouse too. Tim says that is so true. Yeah, bless you, Tim. Thanks, Ben.
Yes, exactly,
Yep.
Tim.
Right.
This one's for the meat.
You're gonna be making some food, huh, Thomas?
Well, I'm going to start right now. Don't know if I can. Let's see. I can't really see what I'm doing too well.
So you're gonna be making some
I mean-
venison. I'm gonna turn your camera up a bit here. Just gonna go like that. There we go.
There it is. So this is a nice, simple, easy meal. I eat like this all the time. Sometimes I take more time, more preparation, and I make a fancier meal. But most of my meals are actually very simple and quick. The important thing is to always use whole and as fresh as possible ingredients. And that means using onion instead of onion powder. That means using olive oil instead of vegetable oil. That means using locally raised meat instead of something trucked in from another country or across the country. It's a big part of Italian cooking too, is to always have fresh, whole ingredients. And that's why everybody loves Italian food so much. Now, I've been in the kitchen for quite some time in my life. If you can't tell, it's a part of life. It's part of saving money. Everybody needs to save money. I don't care how much money you have. If you can save money, do it.
the venison is pretty lean, or is it a pretty lean piece of meat that you're working with, Tom? What are you working with there?
Well, right now I'm working with a bell pepper. I'll talk about the venison when I get to it because I'm going to trim that. But everybody needs as much self-sufficiency and savings as possible. I'm not necessarily saying to put it in the bank and not use it, because you got to live life. Sometimes you get better value out of your money by buying something you need. So just make sure that you're effective and efficient. And food is one of those ways. Sometimes you want to spend more money for food. We actually have kind of a problem in this country where our food doesn't cost enough. I know that sounds like a misnomer, right? Why do we want to pay more for food? Wouldn't that make our lives worse? Well, yes and no. The reason our food is so cheap is because it's subsidized, particularly grains. Those subsidies are another reason why the FDA tells you that a Pop-Tart is healthier than an avocado. I'm here to tell you it's not. And locally produced foods are more secure. We saw this in the last couple of years. Food insecurity went up. Supply chain bottlenecks happened because we thought that the government, in all of its power and regulation, was keeping us safe. Then we ran into a problem, and it was like a monkey wrench. Got right into the whole system and just stopped everything. While everyone else was scrambling to the grocery store to buy canned food, Pop-Tarts, I had my garden. And a lot of people in my community had a garden. And we sourced our meat locally or harvested it from the wild. And while we made some changes, because there are some things we buy in the store that we no longer would have paid that price or no longer had available, by and large, we were not enduring food insecurity. You would think we would, but we were not. So you'll have to forgive me. I have kind of an improvised setup. Normally, this hot plate that I'm going to use, electric burner, is in my kitchen. But today, it's in my apartment, my living room. And it's here so that I can cook and demonstrate. Another key aspect of health, in my opinion, is drinking enough water. We always forget to drink water. It's interesting how easily people forget to drink water. And you know, we're the only animal on Earth that can learn to drink anything but water when we're thirsty. Water does a lot of things for us. Most of our nutrients and bodily chemicals are water soluble, and so dehydration throws all that off. This is extra virgin olive oil. I use olive oil over vegetable oil for a few reasons. Yellow vegetable oil that you buy in the store is rancid. It was rancid before they sold it to you. It was rancid before it went out the door. It's so rancid that they fill it with chemical deodorants that you really don't want to be eating. And the other reason that I eat extra virgin olive oil over yellow olive oil is that it's an anti-inflammatory, and a lot of my health conditions are significantly affected by inflammation. They're not so much anymore, but they were until I changed my diet. Eat local, eat fresh, and eat things like alliums. Some of you are wondering, what is an allium? An allium would be onions, garlic, leeks, the like. They all have antimicrobial properties. Garlic in particular is antiviral and antibacterial. They all boost your immune system to a degree. And they're all part of a healthy diet. You know what's not a part of a healthy diet? Pop-Tarts. Despite what our FDA says.
Politics.
Yeah. Yeah. Politics is definitely not a healthy part of the diet, that's for sure. It stresses people out. So I need one in, and I'm using an orange bell pepper. Just so you guys are aware, I washed my hands at the last break purposely. And the table was washed before I set up this morning.
It's important to wash your hands even if you aren't serving other people, right, Tom?
Yeah, actually, washing your hands is important in life in general. Go figure.
I knew I was doing something wrong.
So I found it hilarious that part of the government messaging over the pandemic was to wash your hands. Who today doesn't wash their hands, really? It's something we learn at a young age now, and there's a good reason for that. One of those reasons was cholera. Almost like we've been through a pandemic before. So I salt and pepper my vegetables as they cook. I'm going to cook these nice and slow. Also adding rosemary. Black pepper and rosemary go a long way with venison. So I'm putting the salt and the rosemary on the vegetables.
I love rosemary, especially on meat.
Pepper. The pepper I will put directly on the meat. You'll have to excuse me for a minute. I need to get a spatula.
I definitely use a lot of garlic, and I like rosemary as well when I have it. Definitely like rosemary on meat. We're watching Thomas Queter make a meal. He's working with some venison and some other things. So he's grabbing a spatula. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hi, Connie. Yes, I love rosemary too. Connie agrees. My girl. Connie's our den mother, we call her on Clubhouse. She's got a LP Liberty Talk Radio. And just amazing crowd. Yep, I'm here, guys. I just have my camera off for a little bit. But what are you guys doing for New Year's? Do we have any New Year's resolutions? Throw them in the comments. New Year's resolutions. Mine is honestly monetize. I want to monetize. And so does Tom, but for his campaign. You back, Tom? Find your scratch?
I am.
All right, go at it.
Those will take a while because I'm cooking nice and slow, low heat. I believe there's a comment there for you, Robert. Jacob is correct. That's the one. So the interesting thing about rosemary, I grow all those things too, by the way, while the family does. The interesting thing about rosemary is the old philosophers, think Plato and Aristotle, they required their pupils to have a fan of rosemary on them at all times when they were living. And not too long ago, the study showed that the scent of rosemary temporarily raises your IQ. And what is your IQ? Your IQ is the ability to learn and adapt. Right? It's not your intelligence overall. It's your ability to learn and adapt. Right? At what speed or rate or ability do you have to learn or adapt?
I'd say I could use a lot of that then.
So now I'm peeling some garlic. This was something that I learned and adapted. I had 2 solid years of chronic bronchitis. I kept flip-flopping between viral and bacterial bronchitis. And they kept me on antibiotics through the whole thing. They sort of had a good reason for that. When you have a viral infection, you're more susceptible to a bacterial infection. So, of course, they tend to give you antibiotics to keep that from happening. But the problem was, none of it was working. They kept upping the dose, using stronger antibiotics, and it was making me sick. The medicines were making me sick after 2 years, really sick. And hey, there's Dan. Dan likes my health advice. Dan, you've got the link. Hop on in. Come on in early.
Yeah, come on
Put
in.
Dan on the spot.
Dan. Yeah, we've been talking about you. You don't know what because you haven't been watching the whole time. Ha ha ha. No kidding. Is Dan on next?
No, Dan's on at 9, but if he wants to come on, I will let him.
Yeah, the no clothes. Oh wait, no, that's right. Bikinis. You said you're trying to kill him. Is that true, John?
We'll talk about that.
You said he'll be in the few.
Dan has a weak stomach.
Anytime, Dan.
It'd be in the few.
Yeah, well, you can see how I feel because I can't even smell what you're making, and you're definitely making me hungry. What the hell you got in your hand there, Tom?
This is the venison.
That's the venison. Oh, you put the whole deer in there. For those that don't know, venison is deer. Yep, I know. We ruined his whole plans again.
I will be right back. There's some blood from the meat in the bag, and I don't want to spill it, so I'm going to throw that away.
Go for it. Here's a look at my ugly mug. What's up, guys? TomFit2.com. You see it scrolling at the bottom. Donate for Tom. He's running for District 52, New York Senate. I'm in Alaska, giving him love. This is how I can do it. Whether you can donate $1 or $5, there is a goal, and that is getting Tom into the seat. Out of that seat, into the other one. Yeah, he's got a pretty cool T-shirt that says wow. Well, how's the T-shirt go, Tom? He runs better than the government, right? Something like that. Yep. Dan, everybody. I'm going back to here. I'm on the spot. Here he comes. Rolling in. Rolling in the deep.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting hungry.
Oh man, I was hungry before we even started. I'm excited because either today or tomorrow I'll be getting a ride down to get some groceries. You know, I don't always get the meat that I need in the summertime. So you always got to prepare. Even when I'm out here, I don't prepare enough. I need to have that salmon ready to go packaged. I got to have that meat frozen ready to go too.
So this is a cut of venison. It comes off the hind quarter or the rear thigh. I don't know if you can see, it's lighter in color right here. That's a membrane around the muscle. We call it silver skin. You also see it on beef too, but with beef, they're so coddled in their barn that they often don't have to trim it off. You just eat it. It has a more apparent look on venison. See, and it just comes off. Want to get every last bit of it. It doesn't have the best flavor, that silver skin, and it gets tough. If you're into making your own dog food, though, it's great for that. And you see this bit right here is fat. venison is very lean, even though the animal can have a lot of fat. There's not a lot of intramuscular fat. It doesn't flow through, as you can see, it's not through there. It's only there. And so your trimming is why it's so lean. And you trim it all off for a reason. Most venison fat, with few exceptions, is not very tasty. It can have a waxy texture in your mouth, and people just don't like it. And if I'm going to be a part of taking the life of an animal for the sake of sustenance, I'm going to do two things. I'm going to not waste anything I don't have to. And I'm going to treat the meat in a manner of respect. I'm going to make the most of it. I'm going to make the best dish I can every time. Because even though I'm in favor of hunting, they still recognize that animal gave its life. It's an interesting dichotomy, and I picked that up growing up on the farm. My father, he never liked to slaughter, but he did it because it had to be done. Sometimes it downright made him sad, but at that time, if we wanted to have food, that's what had to be done. There's Mr. Taxation to stop Dan Berman. Robert, are you handy? All right. I'll bring Dan up. I have a hand that's not covered in meat.
Oh, I'm here also. Sorry about that. Let me exit the solo layout here. Oh.
Don't touch me with those meaty fingers.
Oh yeah, you like that? Wait, I don't want to be in the middle. That's bullshit. Let's put Dan in the middle. There we go. How's that?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Dan, and everybody watching.
Oh my God, people are watching.
Yeah, it's a libertarian stream that people are actually watching.
Let me go put some clothes on.
Yep. Yeah, and Tim O'Connor's still in the background too, it looks like.
Yeah, he had to go cook. Dan, are you still coming back at 9?
I came in just now to tell you I can't make it at 9.
That's
really?
Bullshit.
Of course I'm coming at 9, dude.
All right, then we'll leave the cannabis discussion for elsewhere.
Oh yeah, room for that.
Can we leave the cannabis consumption for now though? Is that cool?
You can.
I'll try.
I'm the only one here who doesn't smoke. Not really.
Oh, what the hell?
It's upstairs. It's upstairs. I just tuned in. I'm not gonna go.
It's okay. I'll just take one for you because I'm not running for anything right now. I'm just.
I'm not either. I dropped out.
What? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
Got more time working out, so you can come back fighting.
Yeah. No, I'm.
So let's talk about single initiative issues, Dan.
All right. That's a good segue.
Yeah.
I mean that's actually, well, I wouldn't say that's one of the reasons. So when I was running the campaign, the main focus was on single issues, because that's really what resonates more with people. That's where we get more traction. And that really should be our focus. I mean, I get it. There's plenty of these issues like ending the Fed and going on and on about libertarian philosophy and all this other stuff, and that's great to an extent, but there's hundreds of millions of people out there who just don't give a shit about that. But there are millions and millions of people out there who do care about very specific issues, like fixing the healthcare system, fixing the criminal justice system. And you know, a lot of these people, it's the same with libertarianism. Like, a lot of people came to libertarianism because they were in some way directly affected by the government, and they were like, hey, let's get rid of this stupid system. And it's the same thing for any of these single issues. There's with the healthcare system. a lot of the people who really join that fight are people who are struggling to get health care, or there's someone in their family who's struggling to get health care. And they don't care about immigration policy. They don't care about gun rights. They don't care about any of these things. All they really care about is fixing the healthcare issue. And maybe if they weren't, if they weren't in that position where they were struggling with that, then yeah, maybe they'd be open to discussions of other things, like, casual philosophical discussions. But when there's, when you're kind of stuck in a life or death situation, and you're trying to take care of an immediate concern, none of that other stuff really matters. And so, what I've been focusing on, and what I hope more libertarians are going to come around to focus on, is single issues, where we can use those to actually present changes that will create good results for people, that will actually create positive change in people's lives, directly relating to single issues. And then from there, once those issues are resolved, those people are going to be like, wow, this is amazing. Teach me more. And they're going to, like, it's just going to come naturally to the rest of the libertarian philosophy.
So I'm going to stop you for a minute, Dan.
Please.
This is about 1/3 of that muscle. And I don't know if you can see it because of the lighting, probably not. But the muscle striation runs from here to here. So when I slice this thin, I'm going to slice this across the grain. And that'll ensure that it's even more tender than it already is.
Thomas, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
That knife won't cut this right. Proper tool for the proper job.
I had to. I just had this thing laying here. I was using this to trim the bushes earlier.
Yeah, my Bowie knife is on the other side of the room.
It's a little overkill, but
what, Bowie knife? No, it's not.
For trimming the bushes. We had some break-ins here within the last month, and so we have the security guards and the neighbors and everybody. Whenever an alarm goes off on a house, everybody jumps out and they're running around with their machetes, looking for blood. So
machetes are vital for my survival in some cases. Literally,
yeah.
I mean, we did in the Willows, even when you're out snow machining and stuff, you up in the mountains, like, you got to have yourself a good hatchet, a lynx attack or whatever. You got to have something to cut back.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing down here. Like, everybody has a machete for, like, they use it for cutting down trees, cutting down coconuts, opening coconuts, like everything. Like, it is an extremely versatile tool. And it's funny because, like, so I was driving down the highway one day and I saw this guy just walking along the highway with his machete, and like he's trying to wave down one of these combi buses, which is like, it's like it's kind of like a minivan, but it's like a taxi, and this is what a lot of people use just to get around, and because they're like buses but they're smaller and they're a lot more of them, so they go to like different places. And they'll like stop and pull over and pick up a guy who's walking down the street with a machete. Whereas like in America, it's like, oh no, that's a serial killer. We can't pull over and pick that guy up. I don't know. It's just one of those things that I find funny about cultural differences.
Well, when I do my tours here in Alaska, it's either have a shotgun right next to me in the sheet or have my dog, and nobody ever complains, Not when there's bears out there, for sure.
Wasn't there there was a movie like that where some guys, like, someone's hitchhiking and then some guy pulls over and he's like, well, I can give you a ride, but I've got my 357 on me. That doesn't bother you, does it? And he's
well, exactly.
And he's like, no, sir. Now I feel safer. And he gets in.
Yeah.
What was that? Or maybe it was a hitchhiker that had the guy. I don't remember. What movie was that? I don't know. This is a documentary or something. Who knows?
I don't know, but I'm looking on getting a new rifle myself so that when you guys come and visit me, we can go hunting and we'll drop a moose and have Thomas cook us up some moose steak. Oh yeah, moose steak and fresh eggs. That sounds great.
It's been a long time since I've had moose, Robert. My uncle went hunting in Alaska once. He got a nice large bowl.
Yeah,
You're not supposed to eat the ball.
Yeah, they're like the size of your brain.
But his was actually an accident, sort of. He actually went moose hunting. And it was the last day, and they hadn't had any luck with moose. Of course, when you go to Alaska to hunt, right, you get whatever tags you're looking and hunt multiple things. So they, they're back at the camp and they're having their nightcap at the fire. And my uncle goes to the bushes to do his business, and realizes that there's a 2,000-pound moose in front of it. Robert, if you're 6 feet away from a 2,000-pound moose, what happens?
Well, you just pretend you don't see it. You just keep walking. Ain't shit you can do, really.
Well, unless you're hunting.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're hunting, drop that. So
Did he bring his gun to go drop a deuce?
It's Alaska.
My problem is
So I'll take that as a yes.
In the morning time, and as kids, I mean, it's dark, and it's me and my brother, and we just haul book ass down to, because we'd have to go by the goat barn and stuff, and there's always moose there all the time, every time in the morning. So we'll wait till we can kind of hear the bus coming, and we'll run down there, and we just don't look from side to side. We just run. They still sniff around, dig around for the old hay and stuff that's down there. I don't have any goats currently, but I will next spring. There are some coyotes that are making some noise back here, though. They like to pick on the cow every time she has her litter, Litter. One or two.
Man.
Yeah, well, it's not really the bull moose that I have a problem with. It's cow moose, honestly, because, well, for one, you can't hunt the cows, and for two, they're the ones that are just like, don't get between them and their baby. The same thing with a bear. It's like you just hope you don't see one because damn well it already seen you and decided what it's going to do by the time you notice it. So I just kind of, I put these blinders on. Even when I'm out cutting wood and stuff, I don't notice them. And it's kind of a blessing because I can freak myself out there by myself, with all these predators. But I just start the chainsaw, rev it up. It's the bees that'll get you because when you're cutting trees down and the bees, you don't know where they're at before you know it, they're all over you. So I have a little bit of phobia of the yellow jackets.
That's understandable. I've dealt with those.
Yeah. Doesn't sting anything within half.
Hey Thomas, don't forget you gotta reset your stream at about 8 hours.
All right, that's not me. That's Robert.
And it won't be on for the Facebook. Yes, at 8 hours.
Okay.
We'll go for 12 hours. So YouTube is going to stay
we're
on.
aware.
And then we already lost one of the LinkedIn's. I added mine. Not one to be running out at the same time that the Facebook one will. But there will be like a 5-minute lag, and we'll be back on with Facebook.
Sweet. Yeah,
So
I was just looking at the clock and realized you guys have been on for almost 6 hours.
Yeah, I know. We're almost halfway there. Yeah.
Yep.
See,
Yeah.
I run a little loony. My ass hurts, because it's on the stool. So I'm always switching the seats and stuff. I'm taking advantage. I gotta check on my chickens. You know what I mean?
So I want to show you. It's nice and thin, and it's against the grain. If you don't have it against the grain, it will be tougher. Although this would not have been tough at all to begin with. But venison, oh man, best meal in the world.
Is that a libertarian cut because it's against the grain?
This is actually this is a muscle that I like to make corned venison with.
Thomas just kills my jokes. I mean, I'm not that funny to begin with, but come on.
Well, that's what killed your joke. Okay. I need to go wash my hands real quick. I will be right back.
Oh man, I'm trying to see where I shared this on Twitter because I think I did. Yeah, there it goes. Oh. So how's the show going so far? So have you been here since noon? With Tom? Am I here by myself? Do I need to start singing and dancing?
Yes, actually, yeah, that'd be just fine. But I'm here. I have just adjusted chairs. You know, I got this one swivel chair, and then that one gets uncomfortable after a bit. And then, but you know, we're doing pretty good for a marathon, and so Thomas thinks he's gonna outdo me. So I, gotta hold my ground here. You know, he was born in '83. Also, I was born in '83. Tom.
I know.
And our Papa. Dan, are you older than us?
I'm 81.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
makes sense.
Yep.
I'm an old fart.
Dan the daddy. Daddy Dan.
So
Yeah.
we're raising money today, Dan.
Right.
Do you have anything to tell the audience about Tom Queter and why they should donate at tom52.com, TOMFOR52.com?
Yeah, I would say it sounds like you've actually got a chance to win. Which, you know, I mean, I know we've got elected libertarians, but they're usually in pretty small offices. And I know yours is it's a state office, but you're doing amazing with this. Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, I hate to wish this on you, but I think you could actually win. But at the same time, I think you're doing amazing work. Just, you know, I know you're reaching out to a lot of different people on both sides of the aisle outside of the Libertarian Party, where I know the message needs to be heard. Your message is going far and wide, and you know, if you're going to throw your money at any candidate, it should go to Tom for sure. And maybe he'll give you some of that venison.
I do feed libertarians. If you make a plan and you give me a heads up, if you're coming through Central New York, stop on by. I've got extra food. I'll make you a meal. Dan knows.
Yeah, that is good eating. If you are, even if it's out of the way, it's totally worth it. I stopped by there. When was that? Oh, it's been a little over a year now. Yeah, that was amazing food. Dessert too.
Actually, this is the same mussel that you ate when you were here, Dan. This is the one that I like to make corned venison out of. And if you remember, it
hasn't gone bad yet.
With pineapple glaze. Ken, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Tom? Happy New Year. Hope you're making some money.
Happy New Year.
I gotta throw in my $5.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it booted me off for a second, but I'm back, bitches. You know, my phone holds up pretty good with all y'all. I'm just using my iPhone 6, so.
That's right. You're doing this whole thing from your phone.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's pretty tricky. Anytime I check my messages or invite somebody on stage or anything like that, it usually bleeps me out for a second, but we're still here. That's one good thing about a web-based platform for this type of live streaming, because if something happens on my end, you guys are hooked up to the web browser. So
right.
StreamYard is pretty awesome that way. Pretty user friendly. Yep.
Where is this? Have you guys talked about Betty White yet?
Oops. Betty White. No, she passed away, right?
Yeah,
Betty White. She was amazing. Oh my God, yeah, I love her.
And like I totally screwed up because there was a room hosted by Betty White, and it was called "I'm Not Dead," and like, but it said it was on Twitter, so it says space ended, and I'm like, ha, she's doing like a Vermin Supreme, you know, I beat so and so thing, right? So I like shared it, and I was like, this is why Betty White kicks ass. And I tagged Vermin, and then I found out a few later that she actually died, and that was like, I don't know if this was a troll account or what, but I was like, man, that sucks.
Yeah, she was a bright face among the.
And I found out recently she was doing a lot of charity work with animals and stuff. So I'm like, you know, that got me in the right in the cockles.
So this is Ken Mattis. Did I say that right?
You got it right.
Ken Mattis. Ken's on my fundraising team. And I'm going to put up a different comment real quick, just because it's related to what I'm doing. Corned venison. You can corn almost any meat. Traditionally, it was originally pork that was corned. It's literally a brining method with certain kinds of herbs. It's easy to do. It's a longer period of time, and it's a way of preserving meat. I corn my own venison. I've corned beef. I have yet to try corning pork, but I do intend to try that this year. Yeah, you can corn other meats. And on that note, I need to take a quick break so that I can clean up the mess and be ready to eat. You're all going to have to watch me eat. So, Ken
I don't like
and
this
Robert,
show.
I'm leaving you with Dan. I'm abandoning you, Dan. You're stuck.
And now
with these
everybody
two
else
guys.
doesn't like this show.
I'll be right back.
Oh, man.
Oh, we lost Tom again. Cool. We can talk shit about him now. Thomas. Ken, thanks for showing up. Appreciate
You got
it. I saw you come in the audience a little bit ago. We're just cruising right along on the marathon. Yeah, so 6 hours almost. We're almost halfway there. Woohoo! You see, it was dark earlier. It's going to be dark again before our stream's over. I get like 5 or 6 hours of light.
Yeah, I was going to try to get a Florida sunset in the background, but it's already too dark. So I'm back here in my inside studio. My stay here in Florida is almost over, leaving on Friday. A little bit sad.
Sad? Where are you going?
Well, I'm going back home, back up to Illinois, and get to work on 2022. Oh. So got that to look forward to. Going to be an elected precinct committeeman, at least. So I'm certainly at least running one campaign in 2022. Beyond that, I've got to figure out, do I do a Libertarian run for something like county board? Do I go for something bigger? So still got to figure everything out, go through the final stages of decision making on that when I get home. And it's going to be crap weather. It's going to be like a foot of snow and, 10, 20 degrees. So
the only time I spent any time in Illinois was I went to a faith-based addictions program called the Reformers Unanimous. It was in Rockville, Illinois. And I was dealing with some alcoholism, which actually it cleared me up. So bless the program, but some things don't always work out like you want them to. But that's the only experience I had in Illinois, and it was a bitch getting out. That's what I remember. I didn't have any money after the program, and I took a train across the West, and then got in touch with a friend, and then she had some Alaska airline miles, and got my ass home. That was a hell of a trip, man. I don't leave Alaska very often, and that's kind of one of the reasons. It's like a rubber band. I just want to come home. I don't want to. I leave for a minute, and that's it. Reminds me of why I feel so comfortable here at home. So, Ken, what are you doing in Florida?
Yeah, this is sort of my second home. I'm visiting my parents. I came down for Christmas and New Year's. Came down on December 12th. So I've already been here about 3 weeks. Take a nice long vacation, get the hell away from Illinois, and refresh, recharge, get ready for 2022. At the same time, it's nice to be with family. It's a free place to stay, number one. But they're getting older. It's nice to check up on them, spend some time with them, have the holiday dinners. My sister came to town with her new boyfriend, so all of us had lunch today. And
it sounds like a Christmas song. My sister came with her boyfriend today. We had her again.
Yep.
I don't have records for a reason. Yeah. Many hours of live streaming I'm gonna do today. Who knows what's gonna come out of my mouth? So you guys just beware.
Well, I'll be tuning back in towards the end as we're coming up to midnight. I'm going to be jumping back on to make sure you guys make it. I think that's going to be the much more interesting part as you start to get, run out of steam. I was thinking we need to have like a, like a Jerry Lewis kind of host and a board with the, thermometer or whatever. And then as we make more money, the number goes up,
Definitely. We take turns.
I can't imagine Thomas getting winded on this.
No, not worried about it.
Me, I'm a lot more kind of shy when it comes to the camera here because my house is a wreck and like I'm all over the place. I'm not the one with all the political questions. I'm the one that's just like down to earth, like, yeah, well, global warming doesn't exist. That's me, so and shit like that.
I think you got like a pretty awesome set going back there, actually.
Oh yeah, I just blocked the view with a TV screen.
Oh, okay.
It's a big.
I was just saying, like, because I know, like, people will be like, I mean, I'm one of those people, like, you're running around cleaning the house, and then like someone gets there, oh, excuse the mess, it's not normally like this, and it's like, no, I'm a fucking
this
pig.
section right here is perfect. I can step out, you guys can look at the pretty screen, and I can put mute. I had my chicken in here earlier. She likes the camera, so her and the dog fight for attention. The damn hawk came and attacked my chickens the other day, and one of them was like,
oh wow.
I had the dog out, and the dog chased off this big hawk, and then I noticed it was like an hour later that there was a bunch of feathers and stuff in the yard. It had been dark, and I go out there and there's a chicken in the snow. It's okay, but it's like, obviously been trying to get eaten by the hawk. So I bring it inside for a second, and like set in this little box or whatever. The dog comes inside. His dog's laying on my bed, and I go check on the chicken in a few minutes, and it jumps out of the box and jumps up and starts cuddling with the dog. I'm like, well, I guess you made a friend. So at least I know now that the dog is not going to eat my chickens.
Nice.
They trust the dog than they do me, more than they do me now.
You don't really have.
You
don't have any weasels in Alaska other than wolverines, do you?
We do have weasels. We have a marmot and a larger weasel. Also, it's like a marmot. It's like a big weasel. But the dog, I believe, is really good at keeping those away. He seems like a dog that definitely. I mean, the first day I had my little chickens, when those little baby chicks, he was on like these little weasels and ground squirrels and stuff that try to make home, and make a bunch of noise, try to scare off your chickens. And the dog.
So when it comes to small livestock around here in particular, whether it's chickens or rabbits, you have to make sure you're guarding against the weasels. The weasels are an interesting animal and vicious.
Yeah.
They start out killing for food. Like they come into your chicken coop to eat something. But once they kill something, they go into they're known to go into kind of a blood rage. I don't know what you would call that in natural terms, but they will kill every single chicken, even though they don't eat them.
Well, that's interesting.
One of the few. They're one of the few animals other than humans that do that. Ken, how's the weather in Florida?
The weather down here is beautiful. 80 degrees. Not exactly 100% sunny. There's a little bit of clouds. It's like the perfect sunset right now. So the clouds with like a little bit of blue on the top and purple on the bottom, and yeah, it's just wonderful.
Nice. Yeah. I like the Orlando area. The National Convention in 2020 was my first trip to Florida, and that was also crowdfunded by Libertarians. We keep bringing that up. How many things are crowdfunded by Libertarians? And I would have never been able to go as far away as Florida or stay in a hotel like that without that kind of crowdfunding. And it was crowdfunded because I was a delegate. I was going to do the thing. We were talking with Tim O'Connor earlier about mandates and lockdowns. And at the time in New York, you might lose your health insurance. You might lose your children, your job, if you broke the lockdown rules. Well, my health insurance doesn't do much for me anymore. I don't have children, and my government doesn't allow me to both work and live at the same time. I have to choose between the two. So those things didn't really apply to me. And I found an out-of-state relative to come up and drive me to Florida. So I was one of only, 4 or 5 delegates from New York that made the in-person part of the convention. The rest of us were stuck with just the online, which was great. I liked that here's something. For someone concerned with COVID and lockdown and all those, the Libertarian Party was the first party to do its convention online. It was the first party in 2020, and it was the first party ever. It was also pre-prepared because living in New York, we were already using Zoom. Sometimes the weather impedes our travel for meetings. Sometimes, we just can't afford it because we live in New York. And we were already using Zoom meetings for as many of the meetings as we could to save people money. Oh, a political party that wants to save people money? That's a new concept. Speaking of saving money, Dan, you told me something a couple weeks ago about 2017. What happened in 2017? You paid taxes in 2017.
Oh, yeah. So I finally paid I finally filed my 2017 taxes and got a 100% refund with interest, if you can believe that. Yeah, that saved me some money. Yeah, that was there's kind of a long story to that, but so I've been learning how to not pay taxes for 20 something years now.
It's definitely an art.
But yeah, the first few times it didn't work out that great. Because I saw some of these some of these crazy people on YouTube and whatever saying like, oh yeah, you don't have to pay taxes, and watch some documentaries, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try it. But there's a lot more to it than that, right? The law isn't easy, and so I ended up in a position where the IRS determined that I owed them something like $50,000, and yeah, so, but then I kept learning. I kept meeting people who were successful at doing this. And so I finally, 2017 was, I filed in 2016 and just got back as much as I could doing the regular thing. But then 2017, I was like, okay, so at this point, what happened, so 2016, because they thought I still owed him 50 grand when I filed it and I got my refund, they basically just applied it to the 50 grand, which stayed at 50 grand because they kept adding interest to it. So it didn't really do much. So I was like, okay, well, if that's the case, I'm not gonna file because I'm not gonna get any money back. Let me just wait, because I found out there's a 10-year statute of limitations on that. So I waited that out. That ended actually March 2020. Which I made part of my campaign, so I could officially at that point say, "Hey, I'm not paying taxes, and neither should you." And I made that announcement. I filed for my 2017 taxes, which took them about. It took them what? No, it took them a full year to process that, I guess. But they finally. I opened my mailbox one day, and I was like, "What the fuck is this fake letter from the Treasury Department pretending to be a check?" And I opened it up and I was just like, oh shit, okay, cool. And then I was like, and I was reading the whole thing that came with it, and I was like, wow, they paid me interest too. This is amazing. So yeah, that was really awesome. But I like to let people know about this because one, it is difficult. Like I said, I tried it myself. And when I screwed that up, they did go into my bank accounts. They did help themselves. But I also learned some other cool stuff about avoiding paying that. Like I found out that there's a non-collection status that they'll put you on, where if they claim you owe them money, you'll be on non-collection status, which means they can't harass you. They can't go into your bank accounts. They can't seize assets, all this kind of stuff. They can't garnish your wages. They weren't able to do any of that to me after the initial time that they went into my bank account, because after that is when I got on the non-collection status. And I just rode that out until the statute of limitations wore out. And then as of now, I owe them nothing from that was like 2008, I think, or 2006, where they came up with 50 grand. And so I never have to pay that. So that's awesome. So I mean, really, that's like winning another 50 grand, I guess. But at the same time, it's kind of like I'm not winning anything because that was all my money to begin with. So, I never it's not like I ever had to pay them 50 grand, and you know, that's just how much I didn't get robbed.
I just wanted to ask, you mentioned statute of limitations, because I remember from doing taxes here in Alaska anyway, you know, I wasn't doing any other state taxes, you know, other than Alaska. Alaska would have state tax, but you know what I mean? Like just doing personal and business taxes in Alaska, that there wasn't really a statute of limitations when it comes to how far back the IRS can audit. I know that it's 3 years on our end, but I don't know if the statute of limitations actually applies here in Alaska, but I could be wrong.
I think it's 7 years for an audit. But yeah, it is different for different things. There's like, okay, so let's say you don't file. There's a certain number of years that they have before they can do a substitute file for you. There's, you know, so that's like a different number. And then there's 7 years, I think, from the time you file a return to the time that they can audit that return. Which, if you don't file a return, they can't audit you. Interestingly enough, because you know, what are they auditing? And that's where a lot of people get stuck, and they end up going to tax court and going to jail because they try to cheat on their taxes instead of like learning the law that says they don't have to pay it. They just try to cheat. They make up all these fake deductions and all this other stuff, and that's where they really screw you.
I know, but for me,
yeah,
I've had a little bit of an issue wanting to file my taxes when I'm just starting a business and I don't really have the numbers ready, you know. And a couple of times I started a business and put my taxes off to the last year, when of course, you know, I knew that I wouldn't be owing any taxes, but once they have that baseline on how much money you are earning, they want quarterly taxes, and that's something I can't pay. So I find myself using a barter system where I'm self-employed, but I'm not paying taxes. It's
that's
like
interesting.
safely pay that on.
I had an LLC for a while that I never filed on, so I don't know if they just assumed I never made any money with it. But it's, I mean, I didn't make anything with it that would, you know, like I wasn't making millions with it anyways.
Right.
But yeah, it is interesting. And like, that's the other thing too. Like if generally what the IRS knows about you is what other people file. So if you have your day job and they get the W-2s, or you're doing contract work and they get the 1099s, that's what they know. And if they don't have anything on you, they're generally not going to come after you for anything. Like, unless you're a celebrity, sometimes they'll try to make an example of you. But at the same time, if you know your shit, Wesley Snipes is a totally different story, because he actually did file, but he also had several corporations and he was charged with like all kinds of crazy stuff. But he beat every single charge. This is what most people don't know. He beat every single charge except for one misdemeanor failure to file. And that failure to file is only a crime if you have a corporation, which he did. That law doesn't apply to individual citizens. So there's a lot of misinformation out there too. But if anyone's really interested, so this is what I recommend, because you don't want to wait 20 years before you start saving on your taxes. If you go to the Freedom Law School at livefreenow.org, they actually have a lot of really great resources, and they start out with you sending a letter to your congressman saying, hey, I've read the law, this is what I understand, I believe I don't have to pay it, and if you can disprove that, then I'll keep paying it, but otherwise I'm going to stop paying it. And so now you have something on record saying, look, like, I'm not a lawyer, but if you expect me to follow these laws, and my congressman who's responsible for writing and passing these laws can't even tell me that I'm wrong about my interpretation of the law, then I'm going to follow it that way. And he's used that defense in court. But these guys are awesome, because they'll actually look at your situation and they'll take care of everything for you. If you want to you can hire them to do your stuff, or you can just take all the free information and try to do it on your own. But most people don't want to do that. Like this guy's been Payman Motahede he's the guy running this, and he's been a pioneer in this. I mean, he's been at it for decades. The IRS was investigating him for 13 years. To try to charge him with, one of these like tax fraud schemes where they were going to charge him for giving out bad tax advice. And after 13 years, they finally just dropped the case. Like they never even filed charges because this guy knows his shit. And it's really amazing what he does. And he works with a lot of people. He works with Joe Bannister, and he's helped a lot of people, not pay their taxes. And he's got $1 million guarantee too. And he was one of the original guys who offered. It started out as a $10,000 bounty if you could show the law that says you have to pay income tax. And he's increased that over the years. It's like $300,000 now. So if you can prove that someone needs to pay income tax, he will pay you $300, and no one's been able to claim that bounty yet. So this guy, he's the real deal, and he's got a whole organization to make sure everyone gets the right information and does all that.
So that poses an interesting question, though, Dan. Now, I'm sure everybody wants to pay less in taxes. The IRS's own statistics show that over 50% of Americans hide some form of income so that they don't have to pay taxes on it. It's almost like a majority of Americans don't like paying income taxes. So here's the question posed, right? It's kind of a two-part question, right? First, the roads. All of these things that we become dependent on the government for, that they claim they're using our tax dollars for, when really they're sending it all overseas for various reasons. How, without income tax specifically, so that's the catch, right? Do we have roads?
Sure. So most of the income tax doesn't pay for roads at all. But right now we have gas tax. And the last time I checked, gas tax alone was $180 million per day that we're paying. So, and there's plenty of ways to raise revenue for roads. And one that always comes up, oh, you want us to pay toll roads? That's always the assumption, which is funny because if you think about a toll road, right, what are you doing? You're paying to use a road per mile. That's exactly what the gas tax is. That's exactly what it is. You put gas, like you get 40 miles per gallon. You put 1 gallon in your car, that's 40 miles, and you're paying a tax on that. You're paying that tax divided by 40 per mile. You are paying a per mile tax to drive your car on the roads. The problem is when you do it this way, if you're just driving around your neighborhood, like within your community, something like that, or maybe you have a generator that you use to power your house or power whatever, you're paying road tax on all that too. You're paying road tax to pay your generator. You're paying road tax to drive on roads that the government doesn't even pay for. Like maybe you have like a private dirt road somewhere. You're paying road tax for all that.
Real quick, some math. You said that we're paying approximately $180 million per day in gas taxes in this country, right?
Mm-hmm. And if you add
if you multiply, wait,
right.
Let's keep it simple.
All right.
If you multiply that by 365, the number of days in the year, you get $65.7 billion. How much do we spend on roads in this country in a year?
Well, probably a lot more than that, but that's because it's, some guy saying, oh, well, hey, my cousin who's a senator in New York, why don't you give my company the contract for that road and we'll build it for $70 million per mile? And you pay ridiculously a lot more than you should.
Right. And then there's regulatory overhead that's unnecessary on the businesses that build the roads. In New York, we have something called prevailing wage, which is ridiculous in a lot of cases. Our home health aides, those who assist those with disabilities, anything from cooking to changing and wiping their butts, they get paid $12.50 an hour. But someone operating a crane can get $85 or $150 an hour, depending on the crane and the location. Everything is exacerbated by prevailing wage for government workers and the contractors hired by governments. That's a huge problem. It's a huge waste. It's an unnecessary cost. It's not that we don't need the things that are being done, but it's that cost is unnecessary. It doesn't have to cost that much.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's. I mean, you would think for the amount that they spend per mile of road that we should be driving on like roads that are so smooth you could measure it with like a laser beam across 1,000 miles. We just in my little community here, uh, we have like a ton of potholes on our street, and like we know this it's technically the city street. We know they're not going to fix it, so we just went around to all the neighbors and said, hey guys, like we've got a company who will fill in every single one of these potholes, and it's I would say maybe a quarter mile stretch, for $3,000. And this is Mexico, so yeah, it's cheaper, but like a lot of that regulation isn't there. So in terms of like the actual materials and labor, and those are going to be more expensive in the US also, and yes, also because of regulation and everything. But if you're just to look at the cost of materials and labor and renting of equipment and everything, like it's not going to be a whole lot more. And we did a quarter mile stretch for like $3,000. And that includes a few stretches that were like completely paved over because there were so many potholes. But it's a pretty smooth road now. It's not it's not like the highway, and that wasn't the intent. But the point is, like, this if this project in the United States would easily be over $1 million. And it's like like, yeah, even if the US is a little bit more expensive, how do you get from 3,000 to $1 million? It doesn't make any sense, and all this money's just it's being wasted. It's being stolen. This is what the government doesn't care, because it's not their money. Like, if you had to buy a Christmas present for like your friend, and you could spend someone else's money to do it, wouldn't you like waste the money on something stupid? Like, yeah, man, I bought you this like $500,000 car. Hey, you like that Christmas present? Because it's someone else's money. Yeah. And are you gonna overpay for it? Maybe.
Where are you right now?
In Mexico.
Okay. I remember working on your campaign, and we were researching the FDA, and of course, I received a treatment to increase my bone density and reduce my fractures. Do you remember what we found out that would cost to have purchasing the medicine and administering it in the same way that they do here in Mexico?
I don't, but I remember it was a lot less.
It was about $1,000 a year, and in New York State, it cost $13,500. And that medicine, in both cases, whether it's in Mexico or in New York, is manufactured in the U.S. So, I mean, that's kind of a similar situation. We're forcing it to cost more with bureaucracy. And when we talk about, you say government doesn't care about spending your money. That's not inaccurate, but I would say that legislators don't care about spending your money. They'll spend all of your money they can.
Yeah. I mean, and like there's this illusion too that like like whoever you are, there's you're paying some taxes and it sucks, but there's somebody else who's making a whole lot more money than you, and they're paying a lot more in taxes, so it's okay. But it's like that's not the case. The more that they can raise the taxes, and they'll tell you, we'll raise the taxes on the rich so we'll have more money so that we don't have to tax the poor so hard. No, they're raising taxes on everybody all the time, because the rich are the ones who are writing the laws in the first place. They're always raising the taxes on everybody. They'll write more exclusions for themselves. They bring in more money. They spend it on their own businesses, so their own businesses are profiting, more money in their pocket. And that's what this is, and it's always going to go up. It's never going to go down, because they have no incentive. Like, I mean, there are very few people in Congress who are sitting there like, we're spending too much money, we need to stop. And those people are usually just overshouted by everybody else who's like, no, we need more money. Global warming, we have to spend $100 trillion to stop global warming on somehow. Like, this money, it's going to go somewhere. It's going to solve it.
We got to do the same thing to stop a pandemic too. And we have to do the same thing to stop racism. And we have to do the same thing to solve homelessness. And we have to do the same thing to have roads. I mean, just how many times can we spend all the money in the world?
Right. And a lot of this stuff is like, you know, a lot of these politicians don't even care about these issues. They just know that's what people care about, and they're like, oh, yeah, global warming, that's going to be my issue. Give me a bunch of money so I can run and get elected, and then, you know, they're gonna push a couple laws which probably aren't going to get passed, and, you know, or if they do, they won't work, and then they're going to run again and say, oh, we didn't solve the issue, we have to do it again, and it's like it's just an ongoing cycle. Like, they don't want to actually solve the problems, because then they have to find some other reason for you to elect them. These are like worse than used car salesmen. I mean, I feel like that's an insult to used car salesmen to like even try to compare them. But these guys they're really like, they will tell you anything to get elected and take your money, and it's ridiculous, and it's sad how many people fall for that shit.
So on that note, Dan, I'm Thomas Daniel Queter. I'm running for Senate here in New York, and I need your money.
Don't give him any money. No, I'm kidding.
He doesn't mean that.
Yeah, no. Thomas is actually, like I said, there are a few people, and Thomas is one of those people who, I mean, he wouldn't have had me on to talk about how to not paying taxes if he didn't think that he could save you some money by lowering government spending. So he's one of the good guys. Definitely send him some money and help him out. And he's got an actual shot at winning. He's been running this campaign for like forever, and he's doing an amazing job with it. So yeah, I mean, we're seeing great things already.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. You know, one of the insights that I have is that I come from the position of having to live on disability welfare to survive under a government that makes it impossible to live otherwise. And I'm deeply entrenched in the kind of waste that bureaucracy happens, or that bureaucracy causes. You know, bureaucracy is expensive. Over-regulation is expensive. I'm not against all regulation, right? I mean, who is, really? I mean, I'm pretty sure Dan wants it to be illegal to kill Dan Berman. That's a regulation, technically. And I also want it to be illegal to kill Dan Berman, but I would like it to be perfectly legal for us all to have chickens. I would like it to be perfectly legal for a doctor, a nurse who's qualified or more than qualified to come into New York and practice without having to pay all kinds of fees and paperwork to be allowed in New York. We can do that by getting rid of certificates of need. I would like to bring back some food security by utilizing our agricultural resources.
Yeah.
You know, and in regards to the disability systems, they don't pay out what they take, right? They take a certain amount of money from the community and every individual in that community, and then they say they're doing it to help, but we don't actually see that so much.
You know, that makes me think of, you know, a study I was doing. It was literally social inertia versus cultural inertia, and it was interesting how there was always this cycle of conflict that was derivative from the amount of assistance that the state got from the government. And so it always pushed one demographic against the other, where like this cultural inertia didn't exist. What existed was these people that were making promises, and how the masses still voted them in, even though they didn't do what they promised last time. It was just an interesting cycle, which I never actually got done to finish the report, but it's interesting concepts in there.
And that it is very interesting, you know, and I'm going to kind of expound a little bit. You know, everybody's running to those anti-welfare people, right? I don't deserve anything. They shouldn't get my money, yada, yada, yada. Whatever. I don't think anybody should be stealing your money in the first place. I think we can all agree on that. But these people, they're not stealing money. They're applying to the government to get the government's permission to have some money, right? So who committed I guess it's a NAP violation, right? It wasn't the individual on welfare. It was the government who took your money. And there's another interesting nuance to welfare that people forget. With the extraneous services that tend to come with just a check, like myself, I get health care, wheelchair, disability aid. If I step out to work, I lose all of that. And then how am I going to continue to work? And that's a very obvious welfare trap that I'm able to point out. But there are many, many more. It works in so many ways like that. Welfare prevents us from doing what it takes to do exactly what people who are against people receiving welfare want those people to do. Like the same government that you're blaming for that's giving them the welfare is the government that's restricting them from working. I'm in a situation that I have to largely choose between life and work.
Absolutely, Thomas. I have to say that, I definitely feel like there should be a better balance on the amount of, support that somebody is getting. If you're giving somebody support to be able to be more self-sustaining, if you're giving somebody a little bit of support to allows them to not utilize the resources and stuff so much, it seems like it would fix a lot of this domino effect where people are just caught in the system where they don't really know any better. They've been used to getting this amount of support in this area, so when it's withdrawn from them, you're kind of stuck in the dirt.
Well, and let me point that out a little better from my perspective. And let's talk about me specifically within the disability welfare system. The government forced me to have my IQ tested in high school, and so they know it's high. The government tested me in every class in high school, and so they know that I'm intelligent. But yet the welfare that I receive, a lot of my health care and a lot of my services are dependent upon receiving that check, the SSI check. If I make money, that check dwindles. If I make too much money, that check goes away. And if that check goes away, so does a lot of my health care, my disability aid. A whole lot of things are contingent on pre-qualification through systems like that. Now, why can't I just have the health care and work? I'm a person who should be working. I'm a severely disabled person that recognizes that he is perfectly capable of giving value to the world in a manner that creates productivity. Now, the state of New York does quite obviously recognize now that I have the capability to run for state senate. They know that Tom Queter can run for state senate, and yet I cannot work and live at the same time, according to that same government. Just think about that conflation of thoughts, right? People think that we're on welfare because we don't want to work, and they give me excuses because I'm in a wheelchair, which I despise that, by the way. Do not give me excuses. I am sick of the rest of the world giving me excuses.
I hear you.
What we need to do is remove the penalties for work for welfare, and then you will see people get off of welfare.
Yeah.
Because why would someone take a $30,000 job that's going to remove $80,000 worth of services? I mean, are they going to let themselves up by the bootstraps? We hear that a lot. You're going to lift yourself up by the bootstraps. Well, I mean, when it costs $80,000 and the best you can jump out into is a $30,000 job, which one are you going to choose? And which one are you going to choose when you have kids and they're on the line and their health is on the line?
I'm in the same situation in that certain aspect where there's that income level. It's like, if I'm not making over 30 grand, what's the point of playing the system, honestly?
No, absolutely. We do have some minor programs that assist. For those with disabilities, there's ABLE accounts now. You can save and work to save an entire $15,000 a year. Isn't that nice? Considering that motorized wheelchairs cost $19 in this state, that's just wonderful. How? Why is that? That's not helping. Don't throw your hands up and say, we made ABLE accounts and we're helping people, when you're not. You're pretending to help people, and you're forcing them in a worse situation. Let's stop pretending, and let's actually do the work. Let's get people in the state legislature and in Congress or wherever we can, school board, water board, anywhere, people who want to do the work, people who want to help their communities and their constituents, not people who don't understand a thing about life.
Here's an interesting view. I was going to ask
Hey,
you.
I gotta bounce for a little bit. I'll see you back here at 9. But keep up the good work, and
all right, thanks for being here, Dan.
Keep the energy up. I know you still got you got several hours left to go.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm the endurance candidate. Come on.
Yeah. I'm talking to Robert.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thanks, Dan.
See you later.
For those who were watching the schedule, Mr. Berman was our Mr. Fishman replacement. I don't know what happened to Mr. Dan Fishman, but maybe he's pulled aside or busy. He did not respond to my message. So, it being a New Year's Day, I'm going to let us all assume that he had a very good New Year's night.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
How you doing, Robert?
I'm doing fine. I'm going to go check on my animals here, but I'm doing all right. Just chilling. You know?
Right on.
I just down there, so I'm always changing chairs. If you move around a lot, I'm just on the stool and shit. So
show off.
Oh well.
Always changing chairs.
Like musical chairs.
So Thomas, how's your dinner?
So the venison was amazing and tender. I showed it to the camera. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation, and I wanted to eat. Hang on a second, and I will show you just how amazing. Let me find it right. There it is. Right there. So just so that you can see how tender it is, I mean, you can just literally pull it apart.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
the year is off to a good start. You're going out? Are you bringing the camera with?
Oh,
well, no. Robert's got to check on his animals.
Just got to check on my chickens here for a minute.
Yeah. I'll stick around until he comes back, and then I'm going to have to go for a little while. But I'll be back later. Where can I find the program schedule?
It's posted on Facebook. And
it was. Now it says no longer available, so I have to do some digging.
I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, there are weirdos. And if I click on the thing, it's going to start feedback loop, so I'm not going to do that. What am I watching it on?
Yeah, the schedule's still there on the page.
Which page?
At 7, it's Gabrielle Cordova. At 8, it's Brianna Coyle. At 9, it's Dan Berman. At 10, it's Holly Ward. And last, and certainly not but least, Adam Reinhardt at 11.
Beautiful. I'll be back around later on. You making anything for dessert?
Oh no, I don't always eat dessert. I save that for company.
Mm-hmm.
You might have noticed I didn't really eat a whole lot. That's another thing that if we're going to talk about mandates, we're going to talk about health, and if we're going to talk about health, we need to talk about diet. One thing has happened in this country since the World Wars. We put in a lot of regulation that encouraged the growth and production of certain foodstuffs and not a greater variety. That's why we see so much grain and sugar in our diet. It's better to eat less of that. It's better to eat less in general and on a more regular schedule. So I eat 2 to 3 times a day within an 8-hour period from noon to 8 p.m. That's called intermittent fasting. And I try to keep it to a cup or less of food per meal. Believe it or not, we do not need to gorge ourselves at every meal. You can probably tell I have a little bit of a weight problem.
As do I.
Yeah. But weight problems are comorbidities for many things, not just COVID-19.
Mm-hmm.
You're more likely for diabetes. I'm more likely for fractures. And, it's important that we recognize that everything that's printed and shown to us is printed and shown to us in one way or another to make us buy stuff.
Yeah.
It's not to make us healthy, it's to make us buy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All of those pre-made meals that say healthy on them in the store are usually not healthy. Healthy means whole ingredients, fresh ingredients, and typically a less volume, higher density nutrition, like the venison that I just ate. That had onions and peppers. Peppers have vitamin C, by the way. And Robert, you're back. Are you back?
He's gonna try to bring.
I'm gonna take you guys out. I'm just gonna water my chickens real quick. You guys could see the how much snow is out here. You don't get to see my dirty house, so we'll keep it like that. Dun-dun. Rocky, what are we doing? What are we doing? To the chicken house with gotta have a heater thingy, for water. So go get him, Rocky.
Robert's backyard, despite being in Alaska, looks an awful lot like mine, except I don't have snow right now.
And the chickens know I'm coming. What are you doing, chickens? What are you doing, chickens? Oh my goodness, there's chickens. Watch out now. Oh, you can't really see in here. Watch out, you fat ass. Move out of the way. There's some water. See, the problem with the water is it freezes. I don't know if you guys can see. Yep, go back to bed.
Hey, there's Mr. Fishman.
Yep.
Right.
This is the old cabin. I used to live in that old cabin when I was younger.
Cool.
It's all falling in now. Back to the house. There's the house. It's a mess, but that's where home. That's home.
As long as it's warm.
Yep. All right. Get back up and stay.
Once you're settled again, Robert, we'll bring Dan Fishman up. Be right with you, Dan. Dan number 2.
It's a good name. I have a lot of friends named Dan. My presumptive campaign manager, his name is Dan. We're going to call him Lieutenant Dan.
It's not Lewis, is it? Is that Dan Lewis?
No, hell no.
Oh.
No,
I like Dan Lewis.
No, I said hell no because he's got so much going on.
Right? Yeah, no, I like Dan. I just don't think he's quite ready for campaign manager. One day, though. One day he will be.
Oh, sure. I hope so. I think everybody should do everything. Cross-training is important to help an organization grow, Everybody should have a little dab of experience in everything. Find out what you're good at. Find out what you're, not good at and what you can fix. And find out what you're not good at that you can't fix.
Yeah, that was a great thing about working on Dan Berman's nomination candidacy. I did a little bit of just about everything on his campaign that I could remotely, and I learned an awful lot. And that really prepared me for my Senate race. But let's bring Robert back up. Robert, we have Mr. Fishman in the house. Get ready, Dan. Put on your pants.
I don't need pants. Seriously. What kind of show is this?
I hate to be rude, Dan, but I'm going to leave you with my co-host, Robert, and Ken here for just a few minutes.
No, that's totally fine. I was already rude by being a little late to the meeting, so I appreciate you having me in, and I'm very excited about your campaign, Tom.
All right. I'll be right back. I just have to go do some personal things, about 3 minutes.
Sounds good. Well, then we should do some introductions because I don't know you guys. What's up?
How's it going?
Well, I'll go ahead and start. I'm on the top left, and so I'm Robert Murray. How you doing? Nice to meet you, Dan Fishman. I am just a Robin to a Batman. We got Thomas Creeder, taking on mountains. So I'm doing my little part to volunteer from Alaska. You know, you probably caught a little bit of that video. I was out watering the chickens.
So I did. Whereabouts in Alaska are you?
I am in the Wrangell St. Elias National Park, so I'm a couple hundred miles away from like any kind of a stoplight or shopping center.
Got you.
On property that my grandpa owned in the 60s.
So it's interesting. Before I took this job, before I took the executive director job for the Libertarian Party, I was looking at some other jobs, including IT at University of Alaska Fairbanks. And
Fairbanks,
so I looked in.
College.
Yeah, a great college. And I looked into what it's like. And it's interesting because, I think most lower 48 people, if they were going to name cities in Alaska, they could name Fairbanks. And that makes them think that, oh, Fairbanks is a pretty big city. Well, I mean, it's big by anything other than Anchorage standards, but
right, it is the second largest city in Alaska.
Right. And I think that means 20,000 people.
Yeah,
which
I'm not sure
is,
how much is that? Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting too, because and that's including all the military that are stationed there, who technically you wouldn't count in a normal census. But it's only a 2-hour drive down to Denali, south to Denali, which is good. The fishing is apparently unbelievable.
Yes.
However, I watched a bunch of videos on what life is like in Fairbanks, which people should be aware of the fact that, Anchorage is south, Fairbanks is not. And so when I showed, yeah, right, exactly. And it's not like it's on the North Slope, but it is, Fairbanks is pretty far up there. And as I showed my wife, and she's like, no. She's like, no, I'm not getting by. I'm not getting by with like 2.5 hours of sunlight during the winter.
Well, during the summertime, it's phenomenal in Fairbanks, the Fairbanks area. I mean, it's just gorgeous. I live pretty much unilateral to Anchorage. So I'm like on the same kind of elevation. I'm like, if you went straight east about 250 miles from
Gotcha.
Anchorage, that's where I'm. Right.
So you're pretty close to British Columbia then, or Yukon?
Yeah, kind of Yukon. Yeah, kind of about 100 miles from. It's kind of, if you grid me off, like I'm 100 miles from the border and 100 miles from Prince William Sound. So Valdez is the closest port.
Of course, we're all familiar with Valdez because the drunk ship captains who run through there.
Oh God, yeah, and the millions and millions of animals that died. Oh, it's just so sad. And the shit show that failed afterwards, with the SERVs training and all this, funding that's supposed to go to, in case it happens again. And they did set some more regulations, like they have to be escorted in and tugged in, with a tug now and stuff like that, more so than they were, and they have to be accompanied by U.S. Navy and stuff like that when they're coming into port, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it was pretty crazy. A friend of mine and I, this is a long time ago now. I want to say 8 years ago, but it was the solar maximum, and so it was supposed to be the best auroras ever, or at least in our lifetime. And so we wanted to drive there because February was supposed to be the best month for them. And so we're like, all right, man, this is an adventure. If we were going to drive to, and we were thinking about, we want to, be in Denali for it. We're like, we want to drive there. That's a friggin' adventure, man. You got to plan for that shit. So we started going into it, and he already did. He does atmospheric work. And so he works up around 12,000 feet in Colorado. So he had a vehicle with heated fuel lines and stuff like that. Things that he's like, I know that this will get us there. We're good to go. But we have to plan for the fact that he's like, in research, the Trans-Alaska Highway, you can get shut down there. Yeah, for days. He's like, so we have to make sure that we have enough stuff in the expedition that we can survive days if we need to. Go ahead.
That's always the case, is when you're traveling interior from Anchorage, which is where you fly in, you got to remember, you might have 100 miles or more before you get any place that's going to take care of an issue you have with your car, or sometimes even gas or food.
Yeah,
you actually have places like that in New York.
Well, this is a little different because
it's a lot bigger in Alaska.
But also, this is, nobody can get to you either, right? And that was so. I have a friend who lives in Anchorage now, but He used to, I mean, he's an energy guy, as you know, so many people in Alaska are. And he's my age, which is crazy too. So he's 54. 3 years ago, he finished second in the Fairbanks to Nome bicycle race, which is done in February. Ambient temperature is usually about 25 degrees below. And there's no course. All that happens is you leave your spot that you like in Fairbanks and you end up in Nome, which for people who don't know is up on the northern coast of Alaska. And you can choose whatever the hell course you want. There's no time when you bicycle, when you rest, anything like that. The only rules are that you have to put down $1,000 deposit and you have to make radio contact every 6 hours. And if you miss a radio contact by more than an hour, they send out search and rescue for you and you forfeit your $1,000. But you can go any way you want because, you know, you're riding the bicycles with those big fat tires. And obviously there are times that it makes more sense to, go across a frozen lake than it does to go down the highway or, there's sometimes it might be, this looks like a straight line, but if you're not paying attention to your map, there's a mountain on that straight line. And so that's a bad idea. Anyway.
There actually is a spot in New York that's almost as remote. It's not quite the number of hundreds of miles, but we have this huge chunk of state land way up north. It's west of, 87? And it's east of Watertown, and it's before Canada. I've known some truck drivers that drive through there, and it's a massive amount of state land. And there's actually a community in there that people forget about because they live on the state land. They were living there when it became state park. It's not quite as remote, but it is the kind of area where you tunnel through the snow to plow your driveway instead of just plowing your driveway.
Right. Well, it is interesting because not that I've spent a lot of time figuring out how to cross borders illegally, but that New York-Canada border is one that definitely, if you want to cross on land, there are vast stretches there that are just miles away. And it's funny because the government doesn't make any pretense about trying to control them. That's one of my favorite spots, just a little bit west of Plattsburgh for people who are interested. Up there, it's Lake Champlain, right?
So US 11 runs across the top, and there'd be lots of ways across along
exactly. Yeah, people can look at a map. So that, and then Maine has this huge water border with Canada that would also be really easy to. Well, in fact, I mean, I know. So spending my teenage years in New England, usually at the beginning of the summer, everybody would pool their money, and we would send somebody up in a boat over the border in Maine, and they'd come back with a boat full of booze. I mean, usually Labatt's, because that's the cheapest, nastiest beer you can buy in Canada.
My uncle would bring back Molson Triple X before you get it in the States.
Yeah.
So real quick, Dan,
Yes,
just mentioned that you were the executive director for the Libertarian Party at national level.
I was.
What are you now?
Now I am the executive director of People for Liberty. People want to know more about us. People for Liberty, #4.org. We are working on a pretty simple idea. So I'm just going to poll you guys right now. And I'm not talking about Libertarian Party, but would you guys describe yourselves as libertarian?
Yes.
All right. How many of you came to libertarianism because you started off on one issue that you were libertarian on, and then you found out about all the rest of the stuff, and that's what brought you in? No, you're
probably
born
the only one here that can say no to that.
That's fine. That's totally fair. I tell you, when I do it in a room, it's usually about 2/3 of the people are like, yeah, I came in with one issue. Like I was interested in cannabis, or I was interested in marriage equality, or I was interested in guns or something like that. And then I found out more about it and I became more libertarian. So then the second question. Go ahead.
I guess I was kind of interested in, like, maybe not really activism, but people that are, able to voice, so I guess there was one subject that really got me into libertarianism. It was the community. It was the communication.
Right. Well, so that's the thing. And then now, a quick show of hands. How many people believe, of all the people who are voters in the United States who aren't libertarian, believe that they are libertarian on at least one issue?
Absolutely.
We all agree on that. And so now here we think. We know that 2/3 of libertarians come in because they're libertarian on one issue. And we believe that almost all voters are libertarian on one issue. So if we can just connect those things, we win. And that's what People for Liberty is about. It's about finding that one issue that resonates with somebody and saying, yeah, we want to tell you more about that issue and how that issue really is a liberty issue. Because a lot of times people who support school choice don't realize that it's actually a liberty issue, or they support marriage equality, or they support cannabis. They don't realize that those are actually liberty issues. And so we want to talk to them about their issue and wake them up. And I'll give you a great example of how very specific messaging can be very powerful. So so Jo Jorgensen is the president of People for Liberty. And on Easter, she put out a message, Happy Easter to everybody who celebrates it. A day of peace should always be recognized. Libertarians being who we are, 50% of libertarians go bullshit. How dare you mention a Christian holiday on your public Twitter page, blah, 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 blah. People get all upset. But all the people who clicked it, they loved it. We followed up with them individually and said, hey, you know, we have this group called Christians for Liberty. And People for Liberty has about 60 different groups. If you've got a thing, we've got a something for liberty, Black voters for liberty, women for liberty, gamers for liberty. And like I said,
you know, that brings us to the topic for your slot, Dan.
Yeah.
Why do we seek liberty? Why do people in general, no matter what your affiliation is, seek liberty in some form?
Well, the thing is that I think that liberty is not actually a political thing. It's a cultural thing. Liberty is about you having respect for another person to let them do their own thing. And we want liberty because we want people to respect us fundamentally, right? The thing that makes us happiest, or at least for most of us, I think that makes us happiest, is when we have positive relationships with other people. And that means we respect them and they respect us. Liberty is about that, right? If you respect me, you're going to give me the liberty to do the stuff that I want, even though it might not make sense to you. And, you know, I'll give you an example sort of from my personal life right now. So I'm old, right? I'm 54 years old. I can't believe how old that is. But one of the things that I think about is, you know what? I am probably 11 years from retiring and not working anymore. And one of the good things about that is that I've been saving for that for a long time. I know a lot about how to squirrel away money from the government so they don't get to tax it. And I get it when I retire. Stuff like that. It's really important. And I will try to explain to kids that I know how important that is. Like, for example, I tell kids all the time, if you were to save $200 a month from the age 20 to 29 and invest it in what we call an index fund, it would be over $1 million when you retire, when you're 65. And they're like, you know, I'll start saving later. I'm like, do what you want. I respect you to control your life. Now, if I were authoritarian, I would say you are required to save this money because it makes so much sense. But I'm not an authoritarian guy.
That sounds like Social Security.
It does sound like that, except that Social Security, of course, you're not actually saving the money, right? You're just not getting it. And it's not like it's going into a lockbox or anything else. And Social Security is so incredibly stupid anyway. You know, back before I started working for the Libertarian Party, I was a software guy. And I made a lot of money as a software guy, but I didn't make as much money as Bill Gates. However, Bill Gates and I pay the same amount into Social Security every year because there's a cap. If you make over, I don't know what it is now. I want to say it's like $135,000 a year now. You don't pay any Social Security on anything you earn over $135,000. Well, now I'm in favor of all taxes. I'm sorry, I'm against all taxes. I'm against all taxes, but the taxes that I'm most against, little slip there. That's going to be edited, I'm sure. But
we're live, Dan.
Yeah, if you want to pause and go back and take that out. I've got to go. I'll be back in,
but the taxes that I'm really against are truly regressive taxes. The taxes that hurt the poor more than anybody else. And Social Security is a tax that's like that. Okay. The rich pay far less percentage of their income on Social Security, which is crazy because Social Security isn't just about getting old, right? Social Security also can protect you if you were to become disabled or other aspects of having life. It protects your spouse, things like that.
I got to correct you there. It should. It is intended to.
Right.
But it doesn't.
Right. It certainly doesn't get the job done. But the point is that Social Security is one of those things that, if we're going to have a tax, I don't want us to ever have to tax income. But if we're going to tax it, at least make it fair, right? We should all pay the same percentage of tax instead of just saying that the poor have to pay more than everybody else. That's what taxes.
One good argument for that, or that I've heard for that, is relying solely on a sales tax. That because you choose to spend, right? So if you choose to buy a yacht, you're going to pay a yacht's worth of sales tax, right?
I agree with that 100%. And in fact, there is a tax like that called the fair tax, and people can find out more about it. FAIRtax.org. It's actually co-signed on by 88 members of the House. And essentially it would eliminate all income tax, not just personal income tax, but corporate income tax. And so corporate income tax is one of those things that, and this is something that you actually, if you get elected, Daniel, I would encourage you to advocate for this.
Thomas.
Sorry. If you were to get elected, Thomas, I'm already in my head because I got so excited talking about getting rid of taxation. One of the things that all economists agree upon, left economists, right economists, everybody agrees, getting rid of corporate income tax is one of the best things that we could possibly do for the economy. Even communist economics people will tell you that. The reason why is, what is a corporation going to do if they have more money? Pay their executives more? Well, so if they do that, that's great, because right now income tax on executives is higher than corporate income tax. So great. Invest in R&D and make their company better? Great. Pay their employees more? Great. We like all the possible outcomes that happens if corporations actually get to spend their money. Whereas if that money goes to government, we hate all of those outcomes because we don't want government to have that money. So getting rid of corporate income tax is one of those things that makes a wonderful idea. The fair tax, FAIRtax.org, gets rid of all income tax.
That sounds terrible, Dan. It sounds horrible. These big, ugly, huge corporations we don't want them to pay taxes?
Well, then that's exactly it. And the problem is that even though most economists agree that getting rid of corporate income tax is a good idea, it is politically very difficult.
Yes.
And so we need courageous politicians, which I know that's an oxymoron, but we need somebody who's willing to say, look, this is good for everybody. Even though it seems like it's better that we tax the corporations, we're actually hurting people by taxing corporations. Right. So let's just get rid of all the income tax and replace it with, and the idea, excuse me, behind the fair tax is roughly a 25% sales tax on everything. Dan Berman, what's up? My favorite candidate for governor in Texas. So if you replace that with a 25, all income tax with 25% sales tax, and OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, says that's a wash. Government will still have the same amount of money. However, now when you take home, if you're working 40 hours a week at $10 a week, you now take home $400, right? As opposed to, if you have the current government situation, right, you take home what, like $260, $270 on a $400 paycheck, which is insane. But if people are actually taking the money home, instead of having to wait to get a refund from the government, all that stuff, it puts more money in people's pockets immediately. The other thing about it is that it's true, the fair tax, I mean, people who hate taxes hate all taxes. I'm an incrementalist. I believe that there are ways for us to get there that are more palatable. I don't believe that we are going to magically wake people up to saying, yeah, tomorrow, zero taxes.
I would say that we need a social change along with it, because we need to learn to pick up the slack that we've been relying on the government for. We need to learn to be responsible for ourselves, each other, and our communities, and so that those who are in need aren't left without. The biggest two things that they argue in favor for taxes, other than roads, is self-defense, which is mostly just war abroad that we shouldn't be involved in, and at the state level in particular, helping. And we see all these programs that are overly funded and not helping. So I think it needs to be combined with voluntarism. We need to teach people that they can do a thing.
Right. Well, and we need to teach them that in a system where the government is working very hard to convince them that they can't do a thing, because the government recognizes that if people wake up and see their independence, then they're not going to want to support government anymore. And that's what we're fighting against. You know, there are all these systems in place where government says, if people learn how to do this for themselves, we're screwed. And the best example of that is feeding the homeless, right? How many places are there now where feeding the homeless has been outlawed because the government says, oh no, that has to be our job. You have to pay us taxes to do that. In fact, what I was talking about with, People for Liberty has this group, Christians for Liberty, is that, all these people in Christian for Liberty having these conversations. And then about 8 weeks ago, one of the women there said, hey, I'm a Christian and I'm a baker. And I'm like, oh no, where's this going? And then she said, and the police told me that I can't give my day olds to the homeless shelter anymore because they passed a resolution that said everything has to be in a government sealed container for it to be eligible for donation. But of course, it's incredible bullshit. And so, why would the government say that a loaf of bread that was perfectly fine to be sold at 11:30 p.m. cannot be given to a homeless shelter at 12:05 a.m.? And the reason why is because government's filled with dicks. That's the only explanation for it.
That sounds like an excellent reason for us to be seeking liberty, so that we can feed each other.
Yeah.
Right.
I know you're a little bit familiar with Connecticut, having spent time in Massachusetts.
Yep.
And I know in Connecticut, they actually require stores like grocery stores to pour bleach on any food they throw away, so that the homeless can't eat it.
The worst example of that is at the Kansas City. Kansas City hosts the barbecue championship every year, and oh my God, right? This amazing, fantastic barbecue that people would kill to be able to eat. And when they have a barbecue competition, for those of you who don't go, if they're judging brisket, the cooks are going to make like 30 briskets, and then they're going to take the one that is absolutely the best and take that to the judges. And then generally the fans eat the other 29. But if you have, 100 people there competing, that's 290 briskets that aren't being eaten, and they can't give it away. So they have to give away to, they used to feed the homeless. And Kansas City Department of Health said, no, that's not fair because these people could be poisoned by this barbecue that you're feeding to everybody else, but you had too much of. And so you guys can't give that away. So then what they did the next year was they said, okay, we're not going to give it away to anybody. We're just going to leave it on this table out back, and anybody who wants some can come get it. And so then the public health department came by and poured bleach all over it to ruin it so that nobody could eat this delicious barbecue. Because again, right. And it's sad because, I do feel like the greatest gift that we can be given is a call that we can answer. A lot of times people, and I'm going to tie this into your campaign, because a lot of times people get a great feeling out of doing something. Charity work, being involved, it does as much for the people who are doing the giving as it does for the people who are doing the receiving. And so I want to charge everybody right now, here's a chance to actually do something, right? Thomas is running for office. You guys can give him money right now that makes the campaign work better. tomfor52.com/donate. Get in there, do something. This is one of those things that the government still allows you to do. Okay. I worry that there might come a day when the government's going to say, oh, you know what? No donations to campaigns. And they've done some of that, right? I mean, the campaign finance. I can't give you $1 million, right, Tom?
No, the maximum donation that I can receive is high because we're in New York, and all of these politicians in New York, they want lots of money that they can abuse for themselves, and it does happen. But $11,800 is the maximum donation. But you know what? $5 goes a long way.
$5 goes, exactly. It buys you airtime. It buys you promoting this on Facebook. It buys you all sorts of this great stuff that we could do. The problem, of course, is that they don't want us to do that, right? The government wants to limit things. So here's the thing, people. If you're watching this podcast, you're watching this broadcast, A, you get to do something the government doesn't want you to do. B, you get to support liberty. And C, you get to support a great candidate like Tom. Because another thing that's important to mention is that this is not your first time running for this seat, right?
No, it's not. I've got a voter base of about 13,000, which is 12.4% of the vote last cycle, and I've got no incumbent.
That's an outstanding thing. So I like the fact that you chased off the incumbent. Okay, the guy's like, I don't want to run against Tom again because I might lose, and that would be too embarrassing for me as an old party candidate. So now you got, do you have a Republican and a Democrat going? What do you know?
So, that's interesting, Dan. We've been through this conversation a few times with different guests. They're not done redistricting. We don't know what the district looks like, and I have no idea who my opponents are. It was recently suggested that it may end up being the same district if they can't figure it out. I personally think they're going to go with the Democrat map, but if they don't figure it out, it remains District 52. I do know who my opponents are going to be, and I really want that. I want it to be them because one is a dynastic candidate. His father was seated in that seat, and the other is a corrupt candidate who's under fire right now for, poor housing conditions and allowing a brothel to go on and potential other abuses associated with it. Doesn't that sound familiar?
It does. Did Elliot Spitzer freak in that area? I know that was one of his favorite pastimes.
And he's also a guy who ran for mayor on the promise of lowering taxes. You know what he did in his first year as mayor?
Not lower taxes?
He raised taxes.
Yeah.
Yep.
These guys are jerks.
Yeah, you can always rely on rhinos for that.
Let me ask you this. What is the big city of you're the 52nd district, right?
Yeah, so in the old district lines, if that's the way it remains, the big city would be the Broome and Johnson City area down there.
All right.
Binghamton. If it's a Democrat map, it's kind of hard to choose which one would be bigger. Somewhere between Oneonta and Middletown. If it's a Republican map, I'll be touching a few big cities like Syracuse, just the edge of it, Herkimer. That's the interesting thing about the IRB here in New York. That's the Independent Redistricting Board. It's made up of Democrats and Republicans who are supposed to get along and come to a consensus and deliver a map for the Senate to vote on or the legislature to vote on. Now, here's the problem with that. You know what they couldn't do this year?
What couldn't they do? Meet because of COVID?
And they couldn't come to a consensus, and they couldn't develop a map that they could both propose. So they proposed two maps, and this is where the hitch comes in. I believe by law, the state has until January 15th to choose one of those maps.
Interesting.
And if they don't choose one of those maps, they get out their chalkboard eraser and their fancy colored kindergarten chalk, and they can erase that board, and they can just squiggle whatever they want and gerrymander it all to hell.
Interesting.
It is.
So when will you know what it's going to look like?
If it goes according to the intended function of this process, we should know by the 16th. If it doesn't, it's all in the hands of the Democrats.
Interesting. I wonder, and this is, just to be clear too, this is state Senate, not state assembly.
Correct.
So it's a crazy thing. And let me ask you this also. I mean, we all know that Cuomo resigned. Does that mean it's also gubernatorial and the incumbent is rerunning?
She's acting like she is. She had a fundraiser with cannabis people who gave her millions of dollars to make sure that you and I can't grow and sell cannabis to our neighbors.
Which is insane.
Yes. Apparently she pulled in like over 10 million from that.
Wow.
Yeah.
It just goes to show you how terrible government is, that, you know, a statist like that can get money, even though she is, you know, I mean, she's fundamentally, you know, against people's rights to partake of cannabis how they choose to. And yet the cannabis industry is like, oh, please don't shut us down. Please don't give us a hard time. Exactly. It's all about the money. It's crazy.
It is. Dan, you're welcome to stick with us. Our next guest is having connection problems.
I'm certainly happy to fill. The one thing I will say is if we talk a little bit more about your area actually is a great area for crops, right? It's not just cannabis, apples, corn. What else grows in Senate District 52?
Well, an awful lot more would grow here if they stopped suppressing small farms.
Interesting. I was not aware of that. Do you guys have a raw milk issue?
A lot of people don't realize that we have over 7 million acres of agricultural land in upstate New York, and most of it goes under or unutilized. When I was campaigning last cycle, I ran into person after person who told me they chose not to inherit the family farm, or they chose to inherit it and then sell it to people who didn't farm because of the land taxes and difficulty of farming. That means generations of farmers are coming to an end. Generations of food producers, people who are the experts, people who know what to do, are stopping the practice of creating food.
Yeah, and that is an unfortunate thing. There is part of that is a technology thing. One man and a computer and a tractor can do the work of 1,000 farmers 100 years ago. However, the taxes, the estate tax, etc., that stuff is just brutal. And it's especially brutal because that was a way of life for a long time. Now, I'm not in favor of government doing anything to help people maintain their lifestyle, but it certainly shouldn't be hurting them. And that's what the taxes are doing.
So, I want to talk to that just a little bit. You were talking about mechanization and automation.
Yep.
The small farmer can produce more if he has automation.
Sure.
And yes, and that's actually a thing that's coming out. They're developing technology for that. That they have robots that grow produce.
Yep.
But that would make a small farmer's life a lot better, wouldn't it?
Yep.
There's some other factors to this. I know you're probably familiar with the food pyramid.
Yes. The rise of the food pyramid.
And you're probably familiar with the diabetes epidemic.
Are they related, Tom?
Oh, just maybe. Just maybe eating sugar and grains full of sugars, by the way, causes, sugar-related disease like diabetes, which is a comorbidity to almost everything.
Yep.
Why are we not producing healthier food? Well, because larger corporations make more money through subsidies and high volume yields like grains.
Yep.
Here in New York, our hay, our corn, our milk, it's all shipped overseas. You're not drinking New York milk unless it states specifically that it's New York milk. The cheese powders that go into things like Kraft mac and cheese, that's actually from New Zealand. We overproduce milk, and yet we import milk products.
Yep. And in fact, there's a relationship to the pandemic because, that causes the obesity, related to this diet is the highest death rates around the world are the most obese countries.
Yep. The other thing with that is food security. We saw a lot of bottlenecks in our supply chain throughout the country and in New York. I mean, our own stores in rural New York, where I am, we're lacking for stuff because of a bottleneck in the supply chain due to, arguably the deregulation and lockdown situation with the pandemic, as well as the unemployment benefits almost incentivizing people to leave their jobs. When you have a bottleneck like that, or when you depend on a system with so many cogs and gears, it doesn't take much to ruin it.
Well, and the interesting thing about it is that, there is an argument that says, there's such a thing as economy of scale. Okay. Kansas is going to produce wheat cheaper than New York ever will, just because that's the nature of their climate and stuff like that. And then when supply chain goes to shit, and if you want wheat, you got a problem getting it from Kansas or, Canada, central Canada produces a lot of wheat. But people are like, well, how can we manage that? How could we handle something that if the wheat market or transportation or whatever goes to hell, that we're growing wheat in New York. And the answer is government can't handle that. Government's terrible at stuff like that. You have to have a free market. And if there's a free market, then there will be people who are capable of doing it. There will be people who are growing, locally, I don't want to say elitist, but organic, high-priced wheat, selling it to people who, when the time comes, if there's a market, they can crank up their production and do stuff like that. The only thing that stops them from doing that curtails them, is government preventing people from doing stuff, because farmers have to file a farming plan, right, with the state that says, okay, this is what we're going to grow, because the state says, oh, we don't want you to have too much of this or too much of that, all these other bullshit things, when in reality, the free market is based on the idea of a lot of failure.
So
Go ahead.
There's a couple of agricultural related points to my policies that I really want to point out.
Yep.
We talk about the price and applicability of food. Food should cost more, right? I mean, it really should.
Yep.
The price of a gallon of milk has not gone up much since the 70s until this current hyperinflation that we're starting to see. Some people were reporting $5 a gallon, but by and large, the price of milk had not gone up since the 70s, whereas the 1970s dollar was worth like 19 in 2010.
Yep.
What does it do to the farmer?
I mean, no question about it. It makes it more difficult, but that is, in many ways, that's an example of success, right? That in fact, the value of milk has gone down.
Well, I disagree. How do we measure success? Because
I give you a great example of this. So, it happens to be something I know a fair bit about. There are certain breeds of cattle that produce a lot more milk than others.
Yeah.
And so there are these beautiful, when I went to school in England, I went to school in a place called Cumbria, and the British Shorthorn cow, which was beautiful and people loved it, but the Holstein produced 8 times as much milk from one cow.
Yeah, they're also sick.
The mechanics of it is, the mechanics of it is just the market. And if you leave it to the market's going to be the most efficient. And sometimes that's not humane. Sometimes it's not pretty. It's the market. The government shouldn't be the one who picks the winners and losers in there.
Right. So just a little bit of pushback. The reason milk is cheap is not because of supply and demand.
There's also subsidies, no question.
It's subsidies. And it's the subsidies that are ruining the market, both grains and dairy. And it's the farmer that suffers. I mean, we have an escalating farmer suicide rate. How does that vie for a state, a community, or a country if your farmers are killing themselves?
No, there's no question about it. It's terrible. But I'm looking at this fascinating chart right now. Amount of milk produced per cow in the United States from 1999 to 2020. And so in 20 years, on average, we have increased the amount of milk produced per cow in pounds. I don't know why it's stored in pounds, but by 6 pounds a week. I don't know why they can't measure it in milk. Why not? That's not a lot. It's what a gallon is.
Gallon is about
8 pounds. Yeah. So that seems stupid. Oh, okay. Sorry. That's 1,000 pounds. So 6,000 pounds a year. I'm just looking at the chart for the first time. But that sort of thing, no question about it. There's the subsidies that make it cheaper and stuff like that. But we are getting so much better at farming too, at the production of dairy. And if the market is left to its own in this place, the purpose of the government is not to subsidize, because that's a disaster. Okay, the purpose of the market is not to protect, because that's a disaster. The purpose of the government, if you want to give the government a purpose, I would say, is to make sure that milk is not poisoned. I actually don't have an objection to saying, there should be, I'd rather it was a private organization, but, making sure that there's not rat feces And I use that as an example because according to the government, there is an acceptable amount of rat feces that can be found in food. For me, there's not.
And human. There's an acceptable amount of human in your ground burger.
Well, wait, no kink shaming here. Just kidding. Sorry.
So our next guest is here. I'm going to wrap this up real quick.
All right.
But you know, there's something else to point out here. Through lobbying, legislation, and subsidies, the farmer is forced to accept a certain and specific low price on their milk. Now, Dan, if you produce a product yourself, I don't care what the product is, let's call it a widget.
Yep.
What determines what you price that widget at?
The market.
Right. What people will pay for it.
Yep.
Right. And what determines what people will pay for it is supply and demand a bit, but also quality.
Quality and the value that it has to them. Right. If I produce a widget that nobody cares for, it has no value. On the other hand, if it's something that's really important to them, like, let's say a cell phone, then that's incredibly valuable. And that's the thing that produces it. And the thing that I want to close with is that, so for the people who are watching, you guys just heard a high level, intelligent conversation about political issues in Senate District 52. You will not get that from a Republican, and you will not get that from a Democrat. People won't be talking about issues. They'll be talking about politics. But people are not politics. We're talking about issues. Tom and I just had a great conversation, and we never got mad at each other. We never raised our voices. We had a little bit of a disagreement, but that's the way politics should work. It should be people listening. And so if you elect Tom, you're not electing a public leader. You're electing a public servant, somebody who's going to listen to you, to hear what happens, and then carry out the wishes of the people by listening and responding. So the last thing I want to say, tomfor52.com/donate. People get in there right now, send some cash in. It's the new year. I don't want to hear you say I hit my year donation limits because it's 2022 now. So everybody's donation should have checked over. It's time to send a little money to Tom. Time to find a way to get a Libertarian elected. And especially, this is a guy who's running for the second time. Okay, he's going to do better than he did the first time. We want to support the candidates who are willing to keep at it in their district because the number of people who win on their first run is very, very small. And Libertarians have always had a problem with candidates going away after the first election. Tom is back. He's in it for the long run. I charge you all, find a way to send some money. That's the last thing I got, Tom. You bet.
Thank you. There's no quit and queter. You're absolutely right.
No quit and queter. All right. Thanks, guys.
And now we have Gabrielle Cordova. She is she's on the fundraising committee for. You're muted, Robert.
Before we go on real quick, Thomas, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and set the Facebook again so it doesn't bounce off on us at 8 hours. Not to worry about it. So
I'm going to actually take a quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take a quick break. If you want to introduce Gabby, I'll be right back with you. The candidate needs to do candidate things.
Okay. All right then. Hey, Gabby, I'll just pull you on screen here. I seen you a little bit earlier and we didn't get to you, but I got to you now. What is up? How you doing? Welcome to the broadcast. Are you ready for this? What's up? Oh, I can't hear you. Can't hear you. I can't hear you. Try the camera mic. Try the audio spot. Nope, I can't hear you, hon. You can try to come back. You can try to go and come back, or you can mess with the audio mic option there. I can't hear you. But I'm glad you're here. Try and leave and come right back. Let me unmute you. How about that? Are you muted? Let me try again. Unmute. It says that you're muted, so click on your mic button.
Thank you so much. I think I am. It's a little skippy. I don't know what's going on.
I can hear you now.
That's not good.
I can hear you now, Gabriel. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Oh.
Yeah, it seems to be working, and now it's not. Okay.
Oh, okay. Good deal. I can hear you now. Is there,
Okay.
as long as there's not too much of it. Perfect. Okay. How's it going? Start with easy questions.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm going to start with a really easy question.
You can hear me now?
How are you?
Is it okay though? Is there a little?
Right, it is kind of sketchy.
And you can
That's
hear
why
me
I'm like,
okay?
right, I can hear you, but I think what's happening is there's a big lag.
I can kind of hear you. It's skipping, unfortunately.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
No, I don't hear an echo or anything, but it's just the service is a little skippy. They can hear me, they can see, but the service is a little skippy.
Okay.
Okay.
Sometimes if you
I'm doing fine.
leave
How are
and
you? Happy New Year.
if you need to, you can
And now-
leave and come back, and sometimes that helps. Poor Gabriel, go ahead and click that link and come back and try again. Sometimes service is just like that. I'm used to that, but yeah, we'll definitely get you on. Yep, I'm glad you're here. Yep, Thomas will be back in just a second, and we're just taking a prelude. Thomas, are you back? Not quite. Let's see if he's. Yep, so we're having 12-hour extravaganza. Can you stay connected? Hey, there's Thomas. Thomas, can you hear me? We're having big
I
old
can hear you. I was muted.
Ah, there you go. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, we do expect these technical difficulties from time to time when we have so many guests coming on and off a long live, and I apologize for having to step away for a minute. No pun intended. But, you know, even candidates use the bathroom.
So right now I'm just removing us from Facebook for just a slight minute. Okay, removing, and then I'm going to add the destination again. So that'll be right back. That way we don't have to worry about it lagging out on us. That one and
New stream on Facebook.
Yes, I'm new streaming on Facebook, and it'll just start streaming right now. Now it should be streaming again on Facebook, and that'll reset for another 8 hours for Facebook.
All right. Well, we've only got 4.5 to go.
God, hey, we're 3/4 of the way there. Not quite.
Yeah.
2/3, 2/3, 2/3. Hey, we're kicking ass. Whatever, right? Doing good.
Yeah,
and I had
really.
So I just have hotspot to be able to use my laptop to be able to modify the so I didn't have to get off the screen. So fucking A. Excuse my language. I'm having another waffle, Tom, with peanut butter this time.
All right. One of these days, you're gonna have to make chicken and waffles with all those chickens out back.
Yes.
That's something I've actually never had.
Me neither. I've had chicken sandwiches. That was here's Gabriel again. She was having slight technical difficulties, but I think she's gonna be back strong as ever. Here we come, Gabriella. Yeah.
Let's see if she's connected.
Yeah, I will go on mute for a second.
Well, Gabrielle is she's on the fundraising committee for the LPNY, and they do an excellent job of fundraising. And we were looking to talk to her to talk about fundraising. And you know, since we're talking about fundraising, and this is a fundraiser, consider going to tom52.com and making a small donation. But I got to plug the promo code again. That is Money Bomb Tom. If you type in Money Bomb Tom at the end of your checkout, you will get $5 off of the t-shirts. So $5 off of your t-shirts when you type in Money Bomb Tom at the store located on tom452.com. Or you can also, if you don't want any merch but you want to help, you can donate by going to tom452.com/donate. These things are important. we've been talking about how it takes money to run a campaign through all of this. I've got staff to pay. I've got more staff that wants to come on that I want to pay. I need money to bring on more staff. We're going to need money for petitioning. Yep, and we need a lot of money for petitioning. That's a big goal because we don't know what the district's going to look like. We have to provide food, maybe even housing for petitioners. Paid petitioners are nice if we can get them. And, it's important to raise that money for petitioning, but also for other reasons. We've got many other fundraising goals. Like I said, paying staff and advertising, gas money to get me all over district again, like I did last year. That's a heck of an expense. We're going to be looking at probably $10,000+ in gas alone through the season. Partly because the gas price is so high. I think we're going to just wait on Gabby and make sure she's it's Gabrielle, by the way.
Yep.
I know Gabby. She's an awesome person. Her husband's a good dude. And we
all your browsers. I always tell everybody that if you're having problems, close all your browsers, make sure your Facebook and stuff is not open, and then click that link again. Sometimes even if you restart your phone.
Yeah. We'll see if she can make it. If she can't, she tried, and I appreciate it.
I see her. I've heard her. She's real.
But I appreciate all the guests tonight. I see Tim's still in the audience down or in the backstage. Tim, are you there? Do you want to come back?
Can you hear us, Tim? He may not know that if he just leaves his phone on, maybe.
He said he might come back. We'll remove him for now. If his video stream comes up, that means he's there.
Yeah, give us a thumbs up. Come say hi. How'd you finish?
But in 30 minutes, we have Brianna Coyle.
That will be the 2/3 mark. That'll be 8 hours in. And then we'll have 4 hours after that. All right. Maybe some ice cream.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like Gabrielle's going to make it. She just apologized because her connection is giving her problems. But I did thank her for trying.
Thank you.
A lot of people helped me. A lot of people helped me with the campaign. A lot of people helped me with my advocacy. A lot of people helped me with fundraising for those needs of those with disabilities that are not met by the government. It's interesting how many people it takes. Networking has come up in this conversation many times today.
Is Gabrielle on? Is she on Clubhouse?
Occasionally. Oh, she's back again, and I can see her. Look at that.
Bring her on.
Hi!
Hey!
You guys can hear me okay?
We can.
Yay! Cheers. What's up?
Hi, I'm so sorry about that.
That's okay. You're not the first, and you're not the last, I'm sure. Technical difficulties. So let's introduce Gabrielle. Gabrielle, you're on the fundraising committee for the LPNY, and we're here to raise funds and just
absolutely
drum up the campaign. I'd like your take on fundraising.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that? What was the last thing you said about?
I'd like your perspective on fundraising.
Sure. So when it comes to fundraising, it's important to know your audience. In this case, for you, running your campaign, you pretty much know that libertarians are on your side. They're most likely going to vote for you, if not definitely going to vote for you. It's figuring out, okay, how do I get Republicans to support me? What are their values and beliefs? And how do I get Democrats to vote for me? What are their values and beliefs? It's running events. It's, deciding, when is the best time to send an email out for donations? When does it make sense to do direct mail? Figure out your average donation and you say, okay, do I send to people giving me, 100, 500, and do I send them like more personalized direct mail? But it's really knowing who your audience is and making sure they see you and they hear you, getting yourself out there. I know you've been talking about social media a lot. That's really important. And making sure people know who you are and why they should give to you. So there are a lot of factors, but you need fundraising in order to run a successful campaign. You need it. I know Larry Sharp talks about it all the time. Getting into polls is you need the money. So it's when you start talking about like what makes a campaign, unfortunately, it's how much money you've got. So
that is mostly true. But libertarian campaigns run properly, we can do more with less. And I think I proved that last cycle. My opponent spent over $500,000. That doesn't even include the taxpayer dollars that he spent out of the general fund on mailers. I only spent $37,000. And dollar for dollar, vote for vote, my votes were cheaper. And again, back to what you said, because I got out there, I got seen. I went to every small town. I personally canvassed a whole lot of the district, and I would argue that I think that those 13,000 people who voted for me, they were people who met me. When there was another interesting thing about the vote numbers from last cycle. Well, 13,000 people voted for me, and of course, a lot more voted for my opponent. 17,000 people who voted chose not to vote in that race. It means they didn't know me and they didn't like my opponent. That's how I feel about that. So we absolutely need money, and we're absolutely efficient at spending money. We've proven that. We've proven that my campaign team can spend money effectively and efficiently in a way that works and matters. When you donate to a two-party candidate, they don't care. They don't care about what your money goes to or why. They care about how good that steak dinner they're having with the big donor is. They care about how fancy their hotel rooms are. They care about how expensive their suits are. Whereas personally, I refuse to spend money on myself like that, even where I'm allowed from campaign funds. I'm known for buying dinner. I'm known for making dinner. I'm known for providing the food to make dinner with. So when it came to volunteers or anybody I had to meet with, they usually got a dinner invite. I will not spend your money on $100 steaks for corporate interests.
Right.
You mean you won't pay for a down and have dinner with you?
Say that again?
So you won't pay for a plane to down and eat dinner with you?
Not out of campaign funds. No, if I ever get that personal money that I probably will never have, I would gladly fly you here for dinner.
I'm hungry already.
There you go.
Yeah. So, Gabrielle, I know you've had some experience with fundraising with the LPNY. You want to tell us about that?
Sure. So yeah, I've been a fundraising co-chair for the past year now. And when I started, I talked to my team, Laura Newell, she's our treasurer and she's the co-chair. And now we've actually, Tom Pinkasov recently joined. And in the beginning, we're like, okay, so it was a little tough with New York because there was an interim committee and so funds were a little all over the place. And a lot of it is needed, and even now, a lot of it is needed for ballot access. We need to raise over $100,000 for petitioners, for lobbying, and so we're like, okay, what is it we need to raise money for? How did we do how did we do in 2019, and what can we do? This was for we're looking at 2020, like, okay, what can we do in 2021? So The first thing we did, we sent out an email to everyone saying, if you had pledged in the past, if you're a monthly pledger, please consider being a monthly pledger for 2021. So that was the first thing we did. And then we started looking at holding an event. And our first event was in July. That was a time that we were able to meet all together in person. And so we were able to get together in Albany and have a fundraising event there. We had karaoke and a DJ. And it's tough, especially in New York, because the cost of everything is so high, and it's even higher now with inflation. So it's tough because we would love to charge low ticket prices, but there are things to pay for. You gotta be able to, pay for food, pay for drinks, and things add up. So it's finding that balance with, okay, how do we charge the person coming to the event? How do we decide that price point? So we did that in July, and it was pretty successful. And then from there, we had a Larry Sharp event, and trying to think of all the other things we did. We opened a merchandise store, so little things here and there, just to get LPNY members to support the state and our goals, what we're doing. And like I said, a big thing now is ballot access.
I would say that you don't have to be a libertarian to support the Libertarian Party.
Exactly, you really don't.
You can go to that website to donate.
Yeah.
Just like you can go to the tomfor52.com website and donate to my campaign. And you mentioned merchandise. We have an interesting promo code. It's good through Friday night, 1 full week. Money Bomb Tom. If you type that in at the end of your checkout, you'll get $5 off any T-shirt, and that's one way you can help out. Wear the shirt, buy the shirt, or you can just donate. If you're local to Central New York, you can volunteer. That's tomfor52.com/volunteer if you want to help out, and you can volunteer strictly for petitioning if you like. The more hands on deck, the better. And if you want to volunteer for petitioning alone, that's okay. Just make sure you say that in the form when you volunteer. And we will keep your information, and we'll keep it on the back burner until it comes time to petition. We're looking to get Larry Sharp on the ballot this year.
Yes.
How many signatures does he need? How many does he need in New York?
Oh my goodness. I actually don't know. And I feel like it keeps changing because, we're fighting now for ballot access. And there was a hearing that I heard that didn't work out. So I keep hearing when the petitioning period is going to happen and how many signatures he needs. But thousands upon thousands, I'm sure. Do you even know? I don't even know.
I believe the minimum right now, as it stands for governor, is 45,000.
Yes, so that sounds right because I keep hearing the number 75,000 passed around, and I believe that's because even though it's 45,000, you want double, triple that, because you might have people who, they have signed multiple petitions and just not realized it, or an address is wrong, or they don't like how it looks, they throw them out. I mean, anything can happen. I've heard all the horror stories. So
they'll
lose them,
They'll even try to invalidate them over reasons that are not valid, which is fun.
Just because.
Yes, because we're in New York. So it used to be the standard rule of thumb for petitioning was to get 50% more than necessary.
Yes.
But in New York, because of all of the problems that we just discussed, you really got to go beyond 50%. You want to get double, at least.
Oh yeah, at least.
So
we had that in Queens. Actually, we ran a candidate who he got double the amount, if not more, signatures, and the Republican he was running against challenged him. Didn't need a reason, just challenged him, and they said, "That's it. Sorry, there was nothing he could do." Or there was, but he was given like a 24-hour notice that he didn't find out about it until the 24 hours had passed, and it was, I mean, that's what they do. You know, if they can do it, they will.
While we're talking about the governor race, Larry Sharp gave me a good piece of advice last cycle that I took to heart. Have multiple goals with your campaign. Your highest goal needs to be to win. Always play to win. And then choose some other goals that you can do along the way so that you can come out of it feeling like you accomplished something and showing people that you accomplished something. And that plays into the running more than once for the same seat concept, because you build a base, and if you show accomplishments, then your base grows. So to that note, one of my lesser goals, no offense to Larry, but one of my lesser goals is supporting Larry's campaign. I carry a similar message. I carry it in a district that needs to vote for him. And that's important, right? That's top and bottom ticket, right? And if you donate to my campaign, you're also helping Larry. And to be fair, if you donate to Larry's campaign, you're also helping me.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's tomfor52.com/donate. For spelled out FOR.
That's TOMFOR52. We've kind of got a cult following with that. I don't know if you're aware of this, Gabrielle, but so I get asked questions no matter where I am on social media or connecting with people from other people who either are or want to be candidates. And the first lesson that I learned was that you have to ask for money in order to get money. And one of the hardest things for candidates to pick up is asking for money. So I would give this example of asking for money from people. Check out my website, check out my policy, go to TOMFOR52.com and consider a donation, right? And in saying that so many times over this past year between cycles, a lot of other people are actually saying it. They're not saying that for their own website. They're saying it for mine. And that's fun. We have podcasters. We have other politicians. We have other party officials. We have random people saying TOMFOR52.com, consider a donation. I think that's amazing. And that's very grassroots. That tells you that people have heard me speak. People have met me or had a conversation with me or read my policy, and they support me. And, back to supporting Larry being a part of my goals with this campaign, we have to remember Larry lets other candidates use his policy. And if you look at his website and you look at my website, you'll notice that they're congruent to a degree. And that's good messaging. That's solidifying the party message. That's cohesiveness. And that's what we need. We need more candidates who are sharing policy, working together, and being a team of messengers across the state. Not just in New York, but anywhere that the LP is very active. That's what we need to see happening. And in some places it is. I know Indiana is good for it. I do believe Texas is all right at it. And I hear that despite any pre-existing notions of the state, that California is not too bad at it.
No, I've heard good about California. I want to go back to what you said about Larry Sharp being totally cool with other candidates taking his policies and stuff. He says that all the time. He says if a Democrat or Republican says that something that one of my policies makes sense and wants to use it, take it and run. If it's more likely for someone to vote for a Democrat or Republican and they're using his policies, but then it's just a letter, But as long as, and that's a big thing too, is that I've talked to Larry about is, because my family's very split. My father's father was president of his Democrat club, and my mother's mother was district leader and Republican in Brooklyn. So very split in the family politically. And so I'd always ask Larry, how do I get my family to see things the libertarian way? And he says, well, a lot of it is how to solve a problem. You solve it with more government or you solve it with less government. And if you think of it that way, and have a conversation like that. And this is actually happening with my sister, who's very Democrat, very left wing. She said that people think that de Blasio is not left enough. So yeah. So I talked to her, and I talked to her about some of the libertarian values, and she goes, "Oh, maybe that could work." And I said, "Well, if a Democrat put it in place, would you vote for them?" And she was like, I don't know. So it's like it's how you solve a problem. It's how you think about it that way.
So that's interesting because we're all familiar with the ACA. That was a big thing years ago, right?
Sure.
The way that he passed that was by comprising it to a factor of 85% of previously written Republican legislation.
Mm.
I believe you can find that on the Heritage website. 85% of the ACA was written by Republicans in 1985. And that's the duopoly doing that. But for a libertarian to do that is amazing. For a libertarian to push policy in any way, shape, or form, whether it's with their own campaign or by having an effect on the populace so that they demand something else, or by having an effect on a legislator so that they open their mind and think differently. Those are all valid, good goals to have in the party. And as a candidate, one of my big initiatives this cycle is going to be volunteerism. I have a lot of experience as a benefactor from volunteerism, and I have a lot of experience as an organizer for voluntary action to help those whose needs are not met by the government, specifically in my case, those with disabilities. But I counsel addicts locally. I talk to people individually, and that's what really makes a difference. And I want to show people that they have the power to do that. Our vice presidential candidate, Spike Cohen, Jeremy Cohen, he went around telling everybody, "You are the power." And he's right. We're the power because we can be the solution. So I've started telling everybody, "You're the solution," because there's a thing in front of you. No matter where you are, or who you are, or what you're doing, there's a thing in front of you. And it's a thing you can do. And it's a thing that benefits something that you care about. So the most important thing you can do in life is the thing that's in front of you and the thing you can do. And that's what's going to make progress. That's what's going to move things forward. If your neighbor is suffering because their disability needs is not met, sitting around complaining about the government is not going to make progress.
No.
It's not going to fix that situation. But approaching the person, having a conversation with them, offering to help them with crowdfunding or volunteer work, that solves the solution or the situation.
Absolutely.
That solves the problem.
Absolutely. And we saw that there was a hurricane that hit Western Florida, which doesn't usually happen as much as Eastern Florida, but my aunt and uncle in Tampa drove their truck down to Naples to help out with water and whatever they needed. The community really came together versus, there was that whole thing in, where was it, Puerto Rico, where they were waiting for toilet paper to be thrown at them by Trump. And he was like, "Here you go," just for the publicity and everything. And they were just waiting. And people get used to that, and they get too used to that, too used to the government, that they just wait around, wait for it to happen. And it takes weeks. A tree falls down the block from me, and I'm like, where are people doing? They're just waiting for 311 to come around versus actually calling a local company, a small business, or whatever it is to come and do something about it. So.
No, absolutely. And I told you I was the benefactor or the beneficiary, whichever one. I was a recipient of crowdfunded needs, and I'm sitting in one right now. I'm sitting in what would have been at the time that it was manufactured, a $65,000 wheelchair. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of money, doesn't it? Most of that money does not go to the wheelchair company. That's regulatory overhead for the company. It was a small company, believe it or not. And it was a family who had a person with a disability in the family who designed it. They happened to be aeronautics engineers for the airports, so they had some technical know-how. And the wheelchair is the best wheelchair I have ever used, and I have used many. I've tested even many more. And I was getting these through the system originally, and when I say the system, I mean New York State has its requirements for you to qualify for your private insurance to pay for your wheelchair. And then when New York did this latest Medicare push, something happened to private insurance. They're not allowed really to compete with Medicare and Medicaid. They're not allowed to compete. Why would they want no competition for private insurance? Forces people onto the system, doesn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
So I went to apply for this wheelchair that I'd had 5 times prior, and I was denied. I was told that I had to select from a range of wheelchairs that would injure me and lead to going bedridden, which in my situation, that's activity is what keeps me alive, moving around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being in the bed with my situation would lead to things I don't want to talk about live on the internet. It's just a very bad situation. Now, what the state would do is allow $19,000 to be spent on a $5,000 wheelchair that would hurt me. And Libertarians crowdfunded this chair. I just happened to find it on the internet. I made a joke about it. 2 Libertarians came to me, did what I do to others. I was the guy. I wasn't ready to accept help, even though I had been convincing other people to accept help for years. And remember, I told you this was a $65,000 wheelchair when it was originally produced because of government regulatory overhead. But it was 20 years old when we crowdfunded. It had been used for less than 4 days, and something must have happened to that individual. Either their health changed or the chair didn't suit them, whatever it was. And it sat for 20 years, and then it ended up on eBay for $4,000.
Wow.
With shipping and crating, it was $6,500 from Austin, Texas. Now, here's the kicker. This is what I'm getting at. Not only did we spend 1/3 of what the state would pay on a wheelchair that would hurt me for a wheelchair that's appropriate, but the chair was crowdfunded, purchased, crated, shipped, delivered, and modified for my needs in 2 months.
Wow.
Takes 2 years through state systems.
Yeah, I'm sure. Gosh.
Can you imagine waiting 2 years to move again?
That's crazy. But that's it. And that's the bureaucracy of it too. And so it's got to go through this person and through this person. And, it's just, you're waiting around.
So they actually they removed the code for individual needs in my own private insurance. And that was state legislation that did that. That was partly in response to the ACA and the push for Medicare for all. What is Medicare for all, really? Right.
Right.
That is the same thing for everyone.
Right. That means everyone's paying for everyone else's health insurance.
Well, not only that, but it also means the qualifications and what you can get are close to being the same for everyone.
Right.
I have a low bone density condition. Do you?
No.
Okay. I need a power wheelchair with an excellent suspension. Do you?
No.
So did they when they say your pre-existing condition is covered, did they raise coverage for those with disabilities in those kinds of situations? No. What they did was they raised the price of everybody's health care and everybody's insurance and lowered the quality of care that those in significantly worse or individualized situations need.
Yeah.
They basically said to these companies, you got a $5,000 wheelchair? Oh, that's awesome. That's a great price. We want you to charge us $19,000 because we're going to pass that on to the taxpayers.
Yeah. I know.
It's sad.
It really is. It really is. And people want more of that. It's the crazy part.
I had somebody at the state fair tell me they wanted everything, and they said this literally everything, to be publicly funded.
Wow.
Hey, Robert's back.
Like a great idea. but put it in practice. And that's the thing is you start pulling on people's heartstrings. You go, oh, you can get this and you can get this. And people go, oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. But in practice, it doesn't work.
Yeah. So, and they play word games a lot. Like I said, that your pre-existing condition is covered. But covered for what?
Right.
Covered for what? The coverage that I am allowed, most of it doesn't do me any good. Robert, you're back.
Hi, Robert.
I've been here listening to you guys back and forth and making rice. You can see that my day is already over. It's getting dark again. Pretty short days.
Brianna Coyle is our next guest when she comes on.
Awesome. She's great. We have Brianna's on our board in Queens, and she helps with our social media. And
I have yet to meet her. Here we go.
She's amazing at everything she does. So, and Tom, she is on your campaign, right? Yeah, that's right. When we were in Albany.
Yes, she's my campaign manager.
She's excellent. Yeah.
She is. So, I chose her for a few reasons. One, she has experience with me in my campaign. You don't have to relearn all that stuff. Two, she works very, very closely with Tucker, who is my campaign manager. In fact, the three of us acted as quite the team for most of the campaign. And, we had a lot of people helping, but as far as upper management within the campaign goes, it was the three of us. And, Tucker had a lot of knowledge, and we absorbed it. Tucker had to move on with life. Well, burnt out from politics, understandable. I do believe he'll be back sooner or later. But she has the skills, and she knows what to do. So why wouldn't I choose her?
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to the next year. So, Gabrielle, I got to ask you.
Sure.
Are you in Westchester or are you in New York City proper?
I'm in New York City. I'm in the 5 boroughs. I live in Queens.
Queens.
Yes.
Brianna also lives. Okay. Yes, that's
why that's why she's on the board. On the Queens board. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, she's excellent. So. Yeah.
You'll be here in a couple of minutes. You want to stay on, say hi.
Yeah, sure. It'll be good to see her. I know she's in Ohio now. She's been helping them out a bit there.
I'm going to take a quick break when she gets here and let you all introduce her. Now, if the Democrat Party districting map passes, my district will come all the way down near Middletown. That's what, like 90 minutes from the city? Do you know how far it is from the city?
Where is it? Sorry.
Middletown.
Middletown. Sounds
Orange
familiar.
County.
I mean, that's not. Well, you're talking about your district, right?
Yeah, it will. If the Democratic map passes, it will tail all the way down to Middletown.
Right. Not too far. I mean, getting out of the city could take 2 hours, but but I don't think you're that far up. I mean, I know where like Tuxedo Park is. Are you north of that?
The only marker I have in my mind right now, for some reason, although I've studied the New York map for years for other reasons.
Right? It's like we should know our state. Don't really, but we should.
Well, I used to help out some locals who were in trucking, so I really studied the maps. And being just a couple hours from the city down there, it's going to be interesting. I never really had a whole lot of interaction with, say, Orange County. I'm looking forward to it if that's the case. I love meeting new people. That was one of my favorite things about the campaign last cycle was actually meeting all of the different kinds of people in district, all of the different towns that we had. You would be surprised just how small some of these towns are. Some of them, you get there and you're like, is this a town or is this a stage for an old Western?
I can relate to that.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
Oh
Actually,
yeah,
Robert's
your
living
state's
up
a
in the
whole
middle of
country,
nowhere.
right? So
I take people in. I own a tour business here, and I take people into McCarthy and Kennecott, and it's amazing when the pavement ends, and then there's 60 miles of gravel, and then that ends, and my customers have to walk across the footbridge, across the river, and then half a mile into the woods to like this town. But really, it's like one saloon with this whole cowboy type atmosphere, and then it's all old mining town. So
wow,
definitely can relate to some old towns. Actually known as one of the most remote tourist destinations in the world. Just look it up. McCarthy and Kennecott.
You know, my hamlet that I live in here in Guilford, do you guys know what a hamlet is?
No, isn't that like Shakespeare?
It's a group of houses that's not a town. Usually claimed by a town. So I'm in the hamlet of Mount Upton that belongs to the town of Guilford. And in Mount Upton, there's an old building. Sadly, it's getting run down. It's probably not going to last much longer. But it's an old flag factory. One of the places where the original American flag would have been manufactured.
wow,
The original complete flag.
wow,
So not George Washington times, but post-Civil War times.
yeah. Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, the town here, McCarthy, was originated back in just the turn of the century, 1900, when the Kennecott Mines was the largest copper mine in the world at the time, and still puts out the highest grade naturally occurring copper ore in the world, at 90% naturally occurring. And when the 20s, the Depression came through, they had to, shut down the mines. And then, of course, Alaska wasn't even a state at that point. So it all got sold to privately owned and University of Alaska. So this, like, literally gold mine, but it's a copper mine, is just sitting right in the center of this national park and Indian land and national refuge. So it's a pretty interesting area here. A lot of history, but like the town was built such a long time ago that it's hardly considered a town now, because I mean the road to it is not maintained by the state, and there's just very few. Like the person that owns a couple businesses there, the saloon and the hotel and the little transportation gig there. He basically is coined as the mayor. He hates it when I say this, but he's the mayor of McCarthy, but he's not. There's no mayor. It's just a town like maybe 12 households that are year round possibly, and in the summertime it fluctuates to 95 to 100,000 visitors. So you can see there's like 3 glaciers that come together. It's insane. And if you look it up, Barrow St. Elias National Park, like that's pretty much my playground.
Wow, that's amazing. Now, where you are, Robert, are you at a point where the sun doesn't fully set or rise or anything like that? Are you that far north or no?
So when you're farther north, there's more, more the difference in light and day. So in the summertime, like in summer solstice, let's say June 21st or whatever, then I get like 20 hours of light, and then like right now, which is pretty much the darkest time of the year, I'm getting like 18, 19 hours of dark. So it's changing constantly as the seasons change. This year, this time of year, I face mostly like that cabin fever that it's dark, you got to do something, you got to stay active, or you get depressed. But there's a lot of things to do here to stay alive. So as long as I'm cutting wood and staying active, and I do this with Thomas Creeder and take life by the balls. He said 12-hour live show. I go, sure, why not? Let's do it.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you do what you gotta do. And I see you have some lights hanging, so that'll give you right.
Yeah, and they do change colors. Like I could get it to, I could be like Christmas. If I want a seizure, I can do that. So depending on light. And I different types. You're right, and different types of light and ambience and the feng shui, I guess, of your surroundings really does make a difference in mental health. Kind of crazy, but for sure.
Good. Oh, Tom, you're taking your show from you.
So it's interesting that you brought up how your surroundings affect your state of mind. You can probably see that my walls are kind of a light blue. It's actually called seafoam green. Yeah. But that's a pleasing, calming kind of color. I chose that particularly because I had anxiety issues. I no longer do. The other thing that helps, Robert and I, we suffer some of the same things. Me with my disability in New York, and him living in Alaska where it's god awful cold. We spend an awful lot of time inside during the winter, and that can really get to you, and you don't get enough daylight. Something that I learned was the LED lights that you can get that are 52 Kelvin. They are daylight spectrum and brighter. If you put those in your home, you actually help stave off negative moods.
Wow.
Which, yep, it can have a positive effect on your depression. It can have a positive effect on your mood and your irritability.
Oh, absolutely. My parents recently repainted their home, and they also did like a seafoam blue like that, and they did like a green similar to that, and then they did like a sand color. So it actually looked like the Daytona, Florida colors they put all over their house, and it really does change the mood. They always say put lighter colors where you live, and and if you're going to have a dark color, have it an accent wall. Don't have it be the whole room because it makes it smaller and closed in. So absolutely, it really does affect that.
Yep. It's funny you mentioned seafoam green because we have a boat. My grandpa and my dad built several boats before the oil spill in Valdez, bow pickers, and so they always use the seafoam green as the color for their, for painting after the fiberglass hull. But the name of the boat was a Stonehammer. And yeah, I remember that thing. I mean, my grandpa was amazing. And to be able to build something like that and to utilize it is pretty crazy. They were divers. My dad would dive down and collect the herring eggs off the kelp. He would just trim the tops of them. This was before the oil spill, of course. The oil spill knocked out the herring field forever. I mean, it'll never be back the same way it was. Valdez is beautiful. I don't know if you know anything about the oil spill that happened down there. We're recovering.
Wow.
Look, we got a guest. Who could that be?
There she is.
Hey. I was about to get worried she was on Ohio time. Hi, Brianna.
Oh, goodness. Can y'all hear me okay?
What's
We
up?
can.
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay, I'm using my cell phone as a camera while my laptop is here, so I'm never great with getting on video. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I was having issues too. You're totally fine. I'm on my phone too, keeping it as steady as possible.
And I didn't have the StreamYard app, so I'm using my browser right now.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
We're making it work.
I need to know how to use
Brianna.
your iPhone or camera because I want to do that for mine as well.
It's much better camera than my laptop quality, so.
Definitely.
Brianna is my campaign manager.
Yay.
Oh, you sound so excited.
Being campaign manager is definitely a fun time. That was both like truthful and sarcastic at the same exact time, just so everyone knows.
Well, there's a lot of fun work, and then there's a lot of fires to put out along the way. Yeah. Problems occur almost every day, as she can tell you. I call her almost every day with a new problem.
This is true. Although I don't mind so much anymore. It does get lonely being out here in Ohio.
Well, I mean,
I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna make a bunch of Ohio jokes. I am obviously a New York City supremacist, though.
So, Brianna, your campaign manager. It was brought up earlier today, that a good campaign manager needs to manage the candidate. He needs to help them do the right things, go the right places, meet the right people. Do you have a plan? What are we doing?
Oh boy, so that's a loaded question. There's a lot of different types of moving gears, I like to say, that go into a campaign, right? It can't all fall under the jurisdiction of one or two people because then they get overwhelmed, right? And that does happen a lot in the Libertarian Party because we don't have a lot of people, we don't have a lot of bodies. First of all, we don't have a lot of people that actually have experience actually running campaigns. So unfortunately, we resort to giving like 20 different tasks to one person instead of actually, dividing up the work. So one of the ways I like to do team structure is there's got to be communications, so that's basically virtual and print. There's got to be field, so that's the people that are going to be on the ground. And there's got to be people that are planning the things for the people on the ground, such as events to go to and, you know, door knocking and such like that. And then there's also a lot of other things. Like, people forget to realize that things can just pop up at any given moment during a campaign, and usually that falls on, you know, to the campaign manager. You know, if your opponent says something or, you know, attacks you or somewhere, you got to come up with something like right on the fly, and you got to figure out how to, like you said, Tom, put out fires. And I'm no firefighter. I like to fight fire with fire, but Tom quite doesn't do that. So, and you have to get into the candidate's headspace. One thing that I do see, or that I even recommend, is that you need a campaign manager who doesn't clash with the candidate. Sometimes that does happen, and that doesn't end well. Like me and Tom, we mostly get along. Other campaign managers and the candidates just don't, and have differing ideas of how the campaign should be run. And ultimately, it's the candidate that's hiring the campaign manager to run the campaign, but it's still that person's campaign, you know, and they might have just completely different ideas about the, you know, the direction they want it to go in, or the perception that they want as a candidate. Sorry, I'm just rambling here.
That's okay. At the same time, having experience being a candidate with a campaign manager, I can tell you that it's very important for a candidate to be willing to listen to the campaign manager, to be able to take direction, and metaphorically take a slap if necessary. I believe Brianna was she was almost assistant campaign manager for a while there, because when Tucker wasn't there to slap me, she was.
Yeah. Well, I was also physically there.
That too. Well, so was he.
That's fair. No, but I mean, like, physically, like in the same room as you at all times. So I feel like that gives me an extra level of insight into your mind than other people the team might have had.
So, you know, it's important for the campaign manager to know and understand the candidate and their feelings and their perspective. But, you know, it's also extremely important for the candidate to listen to the campaign manager. That is a lesson I've learned. I hope Brianna agrees that I've at least mostly learned that lesson.
Yeah, you're much better at taking criticism now.
Well, I've always been pretty good at taking criticism. I loved art class because of the critique at the end, where everybody told you how you didn't communicate what you were trying to communicate, or how something could look better. And criticism is something we need in life in general, for ourselves, for each other, but more importantly, we need criticism for those who we elect to run our government. They deserve nothing more or less than criticism. They are a public servant. We're paying them. We hired them. If we don't like the job they're doing, guess what we're supposed to do? Criticize. Brianna,
I was going to say fire them, but that works too.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
Wow. Technically, Tucker's the only person who ever fired anybody on the campaign last cycle.
I just meant talking about, like, people that are in office. If we don't like what they're doing, we can fire them by voting them out.
Yes. You know, my favorite part of the campaign is going out and about. It's seeing people, it's meeting people, average people, and people who maybe they're a little less average. Maybe they're on the Chamber of Commerce. Maybe they're a business owner that's successful. Maybe they're a part of a single issue group. Like we have some groups around here for small farms. Small farmer advocacy is a big thing in district. Small business advocacy is growing after 2020. So what kinds of connections do you see us making, Brianna? I mean, your slot is titled Coalition Builder.
That is true. So some of the connections we have made are to current elected officials, different organizations, like you mentioned, chambers of commerce, and also organizations that aren't necessarily political in nature, but just, community groups and activists and things like that who just want to do good for, their local communities, their neighborhoods. And
Rotary
we definitely
clubs are
reach. Yes, those. I totally forgot what those were called. Yeah, we definitely reach a lot of different types of like people and groups. Not, we don't just focus on talking to the people that are already bigwigs, and it is certainly nice to actually be able to make those connections and to have your concerns heard and to have your ideas heard. But it's also nice to just talk to like the average apolitical person who might sometimes vote, might sometimes not, because those are the people that often are the ones who will tell you, oh yeah, this, and this needs to be fixed in the community.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a lot of the time politicians, they will create problems so that they can get reelected, so that they can solve the problems that they created, and things of that nature.
That goes back to something that Gabrielle said a little bit ago. We were talking about messaging and said, you got to talk to Democrats, you got to talk to Republicans, and you need to vote. You need to learn how to talk to them and know what to say and how to say it. Something you were always teaching me about last cycle, and that's true. But we leave out a giant demographic: independently registered voters.
Yes.
Democratic and Republican parties have been shedding numbers for registered voters over decades. They are shrinking. The Libertarian Party is growing. But what's even bigger than all of them is the swath of voters that refuse to align with a party.
And those are the people I think are ripe for the picking for the LP to target. Instead of going after people who are already incredibly partisan, red or blue, we should be going after the people that have already said, I don't want to be red or blue. And those are the people who may very well just be aligned with libertarian values and not know it yet. I talk about that a lot because there's so many independent or blank voters, if you will, in terms of New York, and just people forget about them. Like, there's more of them than there is Democrats and Republicans if you look at the numbers. But we only have, 1/3 or something like that, 1/3 of the people in the country deciding everything that happens in the country. Because a lot of people just don't vote because they think it's hopeless or because they just don't agree with the two options presented to them and probably don't know that there's more than two until maybe they go to the ballot and they're like, oh, who are these people? Well, I don't know them, so I'm not going to vote for them. And that happens.
I would say it's also often because we don't see a lot of candidates who are inspiring and make people want to vote unless it's riddled with vitriol, the two-party system. I almost chimed in when Gabrielle was talking about left and right messaging earlier, because as you know, Brianna, my biggest trouble is that I don't think left and right. I don't think any of that. I think libertarian, and I've done that since before I knew what a libertarian was. I think liberty and freedom from all things. I mean, I remember my 5th grade history teacher always preaching about why we have the rights we do and how to exercise them. And as I think back, you get asked, when did you become a libertarian? Or when did you realize you were libertarian? And you get asked that a lot. I have to say it was 5th grade. It was 5th grade. He instilled the basic concepts of what it means to be in this country, what it means to found this country, and what it means to participate in your local politics and your state politics and your federal politics, and why we have the freedoms that we do.
Yeah, and I'd just like to build on that a little bit. There's this book called The 3 Languages of Politics. I think the author's name is, I want to say Arnold King. I might be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But it basically talks about how Democrats, Republicans, and Libertarians all speak in different terms. For example, Democrats see the world through a lens of the oppressed versus the oppressor, whereas Republicans see a world as civilization versus barbarism, whereas Libertarians see things as authoritarianism versus freedom. And if you can understand how people see the world and how that affects their thinking and how that affects what they look for in a candidate, you can better understand how to message to them and how to, reach them and obtain their vote. And I am much more of a radical libertarian than a lot of people, but when you're running a campaign, you still have to actually be able to articulate the values you're trying to say to each individual person. Now, every campaign has its own like brand message and the core of what, you know, you're trying to get at, but you're going to have times where you have these voters who are going to attack that brand message that you hold dearly, and the first thing you should do is not get offended and then start, you know, calling them a statist or anything like that. Now, this is for voters. If you're arguing in some libertarian forum, go for it. But if you're talking to a voter and you're a candidate and you're trying to win their vote, you have to win their vote. You know, that's what that is the goal. And you're not going to win every vote, but your goal essentially is not to just convert all of these people to libertarianism. You want them to vote for you. That's the first step. That's the baby steps. Mm-hmm. Eventually, some people can be converted to libertarianism and, you know, some people can join the party. But I wouldn't see that as like the primary goal for every single person you talk to.
I think
there's going to be people.
If I can clarify that as a candidate on that perspective, I would say that the primary goal needs to be to get them to warm up to libertarianism, to vote for it, not necessarily to become a libertarian or to go full-on libertarian, but to become amenable to it. And that's how we make that incremental change in our politics throughout time. And I don't think we're going to have a libertarian society tomorrow because we elect Tom Quater. I think we're going to have a better society tomorrow if we elect Tom Quater. At least I hope that's what I intend to do. Now, consensus is a huge thing for me. Brianna, I know you saw me talk to Democrats and Republicans and gain their support. I know you saw me talk to people with different issues and gain their support. My prerogative is to care. I find that if you listen to someone and you care about their issues, as a libertarian even, you can come back with some solutions or at least some acknowledgement that makes them feel like you care about them. And in my case, it's because I do. Now, what's the first thing that happens when you care about someone? Well, they care back. Do you vote for a candidate you don't care about?
Yeah, if they feel that you genuinely care, then they're going to be way more open to listening to you. Whereas if they feel like, you know, you're just being a politician and, you know, that nothing more than that, people are going to pick up on that. People are generally pretty perceptive, and, you know, we can read each other's vibes, our body language and things like that. People will know, like a lot of people will know if you're full of shit. Some people are really good at hiding it, but a lot of politicians, we just know. And that's why one of the things that we kind of like leaned into was Tom is not a politician, you know. He's a local guy from the district that wants to make the district better. And that's the truth. And, you know, and I still don't see you as a politician. Sorry, Tom. Even though you got to do the politician-y thing, but that's a good thing. That's absolutely a good thing.
The closest thing to becoming a politician that I have done is learn how to read extremely complicated legislation and how to ask for money.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of proof to what she said there. I'm not a politician. It took me months to learn how to ask for money.
Speaking of that, if you want to donate to Tom's campaign, please do. And let me tell y'all, we raised about $40,000 from June till November in 2020. Is that correct, Tom?
It was $37,000 from the end of June to the beginning of November, and
so almost July.
Yeah, and there's one more thing to add to that. We've already raised over 1/3 of that, and the cycle hasn't even begun yet for 2022.
Exactly. So what I'm getting at here is if y'all want to support a candidate that's actually proven a track record of success and raising funds to run a competitive campaign, you should definitely support Tom. A lot of candidates, you know, they might be on the ballot, but you know that they're not going to have a chance. Tom has already proven that he has a chance. Tom has demonstrated that not only from the campaign that we've run last time around, but from the results of the campaign. He got about 13% of the vote. And we
It was,
only really were on the ground from that short period of time. That's only a couple of months. We were able to have that much impact. That's amazing.
And I wish we had the funds and the means to get started sooner, which is why when I woke up on November 4th after the election, knowing I had lost, I didn't have the feels. I wasn't depressed. I wasn't disappointed. I wasn't disappointed in myself and my team because I know we tried and we worked hard and we did the right things. We listened to people. We connected to people in the district. And then I thought to myself, what in the heck am I going to do now? Oh, I'm going to run again because there's no quit and quitter. And I told everyone I would not quit. And I'm a man of my word.
Literally on November 4th, the campaign for 2022 started again. Whether or not that was official is up for debate, but that's basically what happens.
And no one knows better than Brianna. I believe she was the first one that I contacted saying, hey, we got to do this again.
God damn it. No, but it's been great, though, because I've helped out a little bit in other campaigns here and there to the best of my ability, but there's no other campaign that I've been more involved with than Tom's campaign, and that is what really taught me about everything that goes into running a campaign, the whole scope of it. And, I'm still not an expert in every single thing. Like, I don't know much about policy. I'm also not, I'm not a door knocker. I'm not great at things like that. But
are those your positions?
The people who are. What
are those your positions? Are you a door knocker or on the policy team?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying I can see the scope of everything that goes into a campaign and help facilitate that rather than, fill in all those roles. I mean, for example, like Tucker was actually pretty good at door knocking. That wasn't his role, but he was pretty good at that. I'm not great at that. I will admit that. But I definitely had big shoes to fill because Tucker was one hell of a campaign manager. Definitely always have to say that because I don't ever want people to forget. And I'm not really his protege or anything like that. But
nice.
I really, really respect the work that he put into the campaign and everything that he taught me so that I ended up being, in one way or another, next in line for the position of campaign manager. Because if Tucker didn't teach me all of those things, I would not feel ready to manage a campaign.
And I wouldn't have asked you. But here we are. You're the best person for the job. And you're doing a darn good job. And we need to keep that moving and keep that forward and keep growing more libertarians. Brianna grew through the last campaign. Do you remember how you started out helping me?
Yeah, I did some website stuff, and then I moved on to social media, and then I was administrative assistant, and then I was comms director.
And personal assistant at times, too. Because Brianna would travel with me to events and make sure that I had everything I needed. I can't talk enough to how important it is. If you're a libertarian out there and you're involved with an affiliate or you're involved with a campaign or you're a candidate, always grow young libertarians. Give them a chance, give them your time, give them your tutelage, and show them that they can do the thing. And here we are. Brianna is doing a bigger thing this year than last.
Yeah. And I'd like to expand on that a little too. Young people are the ones who have the time and energy to actually do half the shit that we need. And a lot of people, they might look down on young people out of, because they don't have experience. And obviously they don't. You got to get it somehow. The only way you get experience is by doing the thing. And that's how you obtain the experience. And, it's not going to be perfect the first time. But hell, this is the Libertarian Party. We have to train new blood, whomever they may be. We have to train them to be able to do, the thing that best resonates with them. Different people have different skill sets, and we should really lean into that.
Someone who is 50 years old today was 0 years old when the party formed. That's only two 25-year-olds worth of time. How old are you?
I'm 20.
You're about to be 21.
Yeah, but I got 26 days. Yeah.
It matters.
And
it matters.
So we've seen the Libertarian Party grow through that same 50 years. We've seen professionals in the party grow in numbers through those 50 years.
That's true.
It seems like bringing in the young people and giving them a shot and teaching them as much as we can is working. I've had people tell me that we are living in the first generation of people who were born libertarians. Their parents were libertarians. They were involved in libertarian stuff from a young age. They had that influence on lifestyle and concept and tutelage. That's what's necessary, and that's what I try to do as much as I can. Robert, if you can unmic, get on here, buddy.
I'm here.
Robert is a self-proclaimed baby libertarian. He's new to the concepts and new to liberty as we say it and as we speak it, but he's not new to them as how to live it.
Mm-hmm. And I just like to bring up one quick point. My friend Evans O'Brien, she's a third generation libertarian. So we don't have just first gen and second gen. We have third generation libertarians that are in the party and in the movement. And I think that's amazing. Like that, and of course the duopoly has plenty of that. People are lifelong Democrats, and then their great grandparents were. That's cool and all, but our party's only been around since the early 70s. The movement's been around much longer, but the party itself is very young, and I think we've been making strides that people don't even realize because all of the odds are stacked against us. And I know every single podcast and stuff people hear that the Libertarian Party is disadvantaged. We know this, but it really truly is. We don't have the money or the talent that the other parties do. So then, people look at our campaigns and our candidates and like, oh, well, they're not serious. That's because we don't have any people with experience, that are actually helping them out, that want to help them out, or people with money that want to help them out. The only way that our campaigns and candidates can get better and do better is if we have those resources that we desperately need to actually run efficient campaigns. It's all about breeding talent. You gotta start small and just work your way up, and then then you have the experience, and then you can pass that down to others and keep the cycle going. And we need a lot more of that in the party.
Absolutely, we need to mentor. I've been telling people to mentor. Now it's interesting. I'm sitting here listening to you talk, and of course I've listened to Gabrielle and a whole bunch of others talk throughout the day. And you just mentioned that we need to breed new libertarians, right? We need to tutelage them. We need to mentor them. We need to bring them up. We need to give them the skills. And it's interesting because earlier we were talking about how I was able to get support from Democrats and Republicans, and a lot of them were older Democrats and Republicans. Some of them were seated in municipal positions. Some of them were not. But what I found last cycle, where we are in particular, New York, which is the experience I have, those of the older generation are just so excited to see someone under the age of 70 getting involved in politics.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I have support from seated Democrats, seated Republicans. I got a lot of support from other third parties. It's interesting. The old voters are looking for new blood. You don't expect that normally, do you? But man, last year, that's true.
It's funny. It's funny how I just kind of landed into this community. I am the first person in my, in my heritage that I can think of that really is political at all. And I just kind of fell into it. And I say baby libertarian because I listen to you guys. And, I don't know all the bylaws, and a lot of things are a lot differently made here in Alaska than they are in the States. But I'm fascinated. And if it wasn't for that mentorship from you, Thomas, and from the Libertarian Party, honestly, I didn't even know the term libertarian until a year ago. I literally have never really I heard of communitarianism, and I heard of different types of, theories and conspiracies, but libertarianism was liberty-minded. I kind of just lived sequential to that type of lifestyle anyway. So it's easy for me to fall into it. And I see that a lot of people, I think, in this world really are libertarian, and they just haven't really coined it. They haven't really seen it. Their slot is at right here.
You know, that's a great point. That's an excellent point. You know, I'm always talking about voluntarism. It's near and dear to my heart. It's what I love to do personally. It's what has benefited me the most, more than government, throughout my life. Now, how do we create more baby libertarians, more people willing to listen to that?
Well, I'm getting over.
It's easy, actually. It's a lot easier than people think. It's even a lot easier than most libertarians think. And I guarantee that it's probably even easier than Spike Cohen thinks.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to give you one example. Robert, I don't know if this example applies to your community and area because of how remote you are, but where I am, every fire department has a chicken barbecue to support something. If not their own activities, then the sick kid down the street or whatever need is going on, they throw a chicken barbecue. People stop, they pay, they take chicken home, and the need is funded. Now, you're choosing to buy that chicken to support a cause. No one's forcing you. They chose to hold the fundraiser and cook that chicken. That entire scenario is voluntary, consensual, and extremely libertarian. If you really want to point out to people that they are libertarians, you have to point out that every last thing that they choose to do that is good for their community or another individual is libertarian, and that humanitarian is a part of libertarian. We often forget that because we are so economically focused, and it's important to be economically focused because that is very humanitarian. Like if people can't afford to live, they're going to suffer. Humanitarianism.
Like when economics and politics, they have to intertwine. It seems to just be like the biggest problem when you get funding and you have something else that's kind of governing that funding. And it's like, where does everybody sit?
And where is their money going? But to that note, Brianna, I know you're a history buff when it comes to the party. You taught me a lot. Humanitarianism in libertarianism. What do you think?
I mean, I like to say, well, as people from Feminists for Liberty like to say, libertarianism is consent culture. The entire ideology of libertarianism revolves around consent and, mutual agreements between people without the initiation of force. That is what the ideology really boils down to. And whenever you're talking about a specific policy, you have to think, does this maximize human freedom or does it negate that? And does it take away human freedom? And if the answer is it maximizes human freedom, then congrats. That's closer to libertarianism than the latter. And yeah, there's tons of ways that people do libertarian-minded things without realizing it. People who engage in voluntarism, charity, mutual aid, direct action. There's just tons of things, and people don't really think of that through any type of philosophical lens. But these things are components to our philosophy, And there's going to be some libertarians who, they want to just live in the woods, not be bothered. That's great too. Like Robert, I heard you live in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. That's pretty cool, honestly. But yeah, and you live in Alaska, so you should know about self-reliance and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hell, there's tons of libertarians who want to live off the grid, but they literally can't because that's illegal. Like the U.S. government. Yes. What?
You missed out on seeing Robert's chicken. Robert, can you get the chicken?
Oh God.
Yeah, you go get it.
Is it just a chicken, or is there just a whole zoo of farming?
Is it like a live chicken?
This is so different for us city folk. There actually is a chicken coop down there from my apartment. The corner house has a very odd everyone keeps stopping and staring as they're like,
Yeah.
the subway's right here. We just got off the subway and now there's a chicken coop.
I mean, cool, but yeah, that is not something you typically see in the city.
Not at all. I'm very
You don't see chickens, ducks, nothing like that.
Not at all.
You should. You have a big park. There's no ducks.
Oh yeah, if you go to a park, but just not like walking around on the streets or, you know, anything like that.
Don't really see them walking around the streets here either. They tend to stick where the
No,
food
I
is.
have definitely seen chickens just walking around outside in upstate New York.
Outside, yes. Down the street, not usually.
Oh my goodness. I love it.
I love the coloring.
This is a different chicken. This is one of the black ones. She looks like a raven.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm like, that's an eagle. That's not a chicken.
Oh, what a cutie.
Hi.
Oh,
Now,
she's a good chicken.
can they be domesticated at all? Do they like understand human interaction, or they're just like, no, leave me alone, let me do my thing?
You've never heard of the chickens that play tic-tac-toe?
What?
You can train a chicken to play tic-tac-toe and even do math. It
Yeah.
used to be a common carnival sideshow. Chickens
Y'all
are
upstaters are
extremely smart.
weird.
Oh, well, we upstaters didn't do it. Carnies did it.
I know. I'm just poking fun.
But no, a lot of people don't give animals, in particular, enough credit.
Yeah,
Now,
that is true.
Well, I mean, even cattle.
This chicken is actually, I'm really proud of this chicken because I just went and grabbed her out of the nest, and I've never really brought this one inside. So now she's eating food. She thinks she's the queen. She's like, all right, I don't have to worry about the owl for a minute. I have serious problem with owls at nighttime. They get under my house. They get in. I mean, they watch me. They're really freaky. Sometimes they sound like lynx. Sometimes you can't really see them, but yeah, they're definitely an issue for me. The owls are kind of scary. They got the big gray owl and then the great horned owl. They're both gigantic.
So, Robert, do you feel safe if I leave you with these lovely young women for a few minutes? I have to go do some candidate business.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, Julie.
Yeah, we'll get back.
Hope he doesn't take too long. But yeah. So Robert, we haven't really like spoken face to face before, so it's pretty cool to meet you. Thank you so much for doing this. Like, it's awesome. You've been doing this since what, noon?
Yeah, so 8 o'clock my time. So it'll be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's only what time is it now? It is almost 5 p.m. So yeah, working on 10 hours or working on 9 hours. Yeah, so this is fun. You know, I always tell Tom, I'm like, whatever I can do to help. And I had mentioned him because I seen Larry Sharp do his 4-hour thing or whatever. And I was like, hey, we could do 24 hours. But, just talking when you give Tom a piece of candy, he runs with it. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah. Oh, trust me, I've spent ungodly amounts of time with Tom. That's why I tell people, yeah, I could deal with Tom, but in moderation, because I've lived with Tom. So like the campaign just did not stop for me. It did not, like, I couldn't just go home. Okay, work's over. I can just relax now. The campaign just didn't stop for like a year.
I could see that.
And it still hasn't stopped, and it's still going for another year. Yeah, it just continuously kept going. From I joined his campaign really early too. It was like it must have been February 2020. It was like really early in 2020. And then I hadn't moved up there until I think late August, early September. But yeah, it's definitely been a wild ride, definitely for sure. And Tom is a great candidate. And yeah, and speaking of great candidates, Robert, since you live in Alaska, Chris Bai is running for U.S. Senate, and he is also a pretty great candidate. You should totally look into him if you don't know who he is yet.
I printed him on Facebook, and I actually did reach out to him and asked him if he wanted to come on and have an interview with me. So he did say yes. So just gotta follow through with that. Yeah, so that's cool.
Awesome. Yeah, I know him because he had reached out to me about a website, and I ended up making his website. And I was like, wow, he's a pretty decent candidate. Like, that's awesome. And it's great to see like more libertarian candidates because, oh my goodness. So I asked for candidate photos to put on the website, and he sent me some real professional, his campaign manager did, sent me some real professional shot, photos of him, like headshot photos. And I was like, oh my goodness, I never see this in the Libertarian Party. And things like that are like so important. I've seen a number of candidates who literally will just take a selfie and like that's the picture they put on their campaign page. And I'm like, no, please don't do that. And I'm pretty sure Tom started out that way too. There's been tons of times where I'm like, Tom, that photo, just no, don't use that. Right.
Well, I didn't have a good photographer until you came up in the district.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, and a lot of libertarian candidates don't. But if you're a new candidate and you have somebody who tells you, hey, this is what you need, then they're gonna go forth and search for that, and definitely getting professional photos, even just one time, is great, perfect, because you want to look like you're legit. You want to have all your marketing and branding looking professionally done. And even if it's just done by your friend, but it looks good, that's fine. That's professional. Nobody needs to know that it was your friend who took the photo, as long as it looks good.
Yeah, you don't have to spend thousands of dollars on a branding kit.
Yeah, you don't.
You know what else helps? Good hair. But Brandy, you kind of beat me to a shameless plug that I was going to put in. And no, it's not my own. Brianna Coyle, my campaign manager, is making websites for money. If you need a website,
Nice.
contact Brianna Coyle. What's your website?
It's crimsonred.org, like crimson red as in the shade of red. Yeah, I know it's a cheesy name, but yeah, I'm on Facebook and stuff like that too. My Twitter is B1Coil. Y'all can find me. I'm very easy to find on the internet.
If you need a website,
the chicken, I love it.
She just wants all the attention.
I know she's stealing the show from me. I was going to speak, and then there was a chicken. So I can tell you that Brianna is one heck of a website builder, to the point that the campaign manager of the candidate she was just talking about in Alaska, who is a friend of mine, asked me, who's your website person? Will they do my candidate's website? And I said, it's Brianna Coyle. I'll ask. And then all of a sudden, Brianna Coyle had a business building websites. And here we are. The website for our campaign has always gotten a lot of compliments. And that's amazing work that you do. But we are coming up on the end of the hour. The end
already? Wow, that went by fast.
We've got 9 minutes left, in which Dan Berman will be coming back on. Either of you are welcome to stay for that if you like.
Maybe I'll stay like a couple minutes in, since I joined a little bit late because I was trying to figure out how the heck to get my camera on and stuff. Wow, I
can do whatever you want.
Okay.
But shameless plug number 2, tomfor52.com, TOMFOR52.com. If you add a /donate, you go right to the donation portal. If you add a /volunteer, you go right to the volunteer portal. And
yes,
you don't have
that's
to,
my favorite page. Please fill out that volunteer form.
You do not have to live in district for a lot of the work that we have. We utilized an awful lot of remote volunteers last cycle, and we'll do that again. So if you've got technical skills, social media skills, writing skills, maybe experience with advertising, contact us. Fill out that volunteer form, TOMFOR52/volunteer. And you can help out to the degree that you're able. And we'll find work for you if you don't already bring an idea to the table.
Yeah, definitely. And, even if you like just sitting down and talking about policy. Oh, hi, Dan. Dan looks surprised to be here.
Hey, what's going on?
Just shoot in the shit. Just thought, oh, I think we lost Robert now.
No, he removed it. Oh, he might be having a connection issue. It'll keep going. So what you were saying, Brianna?
I was saying, even if you just, if you're into policy, if you're a policy wonk and you want to do stuff like that, Tom's campaign has built pretty comprehensive levels of policy that we want to share with other libertarian campaigns at some point. And now, of course, it's all very specific to New York, but you can take somebody's policy and just alter it to be specific to your state and your race too. And we really want to do that. And that's something that Larry Sharp does. He always says, steal my policy. Well, please steal Tom's policy too.
Yes.
Whatever we can do to help make your campaigns better as well is something that, we want to help with. The candidates who have the experience can just show you the path towards actually building up a legitimate campaign. And that's really what I wanted to just touch up on. If anyone has any specific campaign related questions, feel free to throw them at me. I don't have all the answers, but I have some. I have a little bit.
Well, this is an AMA, so if you've got questions for me or questions for one of the guests, go ahead and throw it in there. However, you don't have to be a libertarian to steal my policy. Yeah. Gabrielle was talking about this earlier. One of the good things we can do is have an effect that makes a Democrat steal our policy or a Republican steal our policy, because then we get more libertarian policy. And that's a win. Whether the campaign wins or not, that's a win.
Exactly. And that's our goal, right? Our goal is to push libertarian policy forward and create, an environment where just people are more free. That is the end goal. It's not just about electing candidates. And people, the people who formed the party even debated this. Should the Libertarian Party, run candidates, to be elected, or should it spread ideas? That was a huge debate among the founders, because half the people wanted to run candidates and then half the people didn't.
And now we do both.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think that, the party itself should be a political vehicle, because there's tons of libertarian organizations out there, and libertarian-leaning organizations that aren't quite libertarian, but they're pretty close. For example, we're talking about campaign stuff. The Leadership Institute has some great training videos for very affordable prices. You can pay $25 and you can get tons of different workshop videos that will really teach you the nitty-gritty of running a campaign. So if you're thinking about being a candidate or helping a candidate, definitely watch those videos. And even if you're not a candidate, it's still good to watch candidate training videos, so you know how to better help the candidate you're working for.
If you're going to do a deep dive into training videos, please take a break once in a while, go for a walk, maybe put in some Visine from the screen, and make sure you're giving yourself that break. I have been there. I still go there sometimes, and it gets arduous to try and take it all in at once. Give yourself some time, plan it out, make yourself a schedule, plan one training a week or one a day or whatever it is you need, but do not overload yourself on training, because you won't actually learn. And this is one of the problems that I have with public education, actually. If they focus on cram so you can pass the test, and then when they come back the next year, they've forgotten everything. And the teacher has to reteach everything. And the students who actually learned end up bored, and those who didn't don't end up learning.
Oh, don't even get me started on that. First of all, education should not have a cookie cutter approach, because every individual learns differently. And there's literally, even in school, I learned, hey, there's different types of learning styles, but yet, if you were if you were an auditory or visual listener, I guess, or I forgot what it's called, but the type of person who learns by doing, screw you, I guess, because most classrooms just don't do that, even though it's scientifically proven that people learn in different ways.
There's actually government statistics on that. The manner in which New York is focused on teaching its students for decades, they know for a fact that it really only works for about 1/3 of kids.
And so not just that, but the American public education system is the way it is and was created in the first place to literally get children out of the labor force and to just force them into a time suck for hours, regardless of if they actually learned anything or not. That was the initial intent.
Yeah, and there's a little more to it though, right? I mean, what are we taught in school? We're taught history, which I was a kid. I was a library buff, and I was lucky to be in a very rural district with very old teachers who still remembered what history actually was. And I can remember many points, particularly in grade school, where the teacher would be using the book and saying, well, we're skipping that because it's not true. Can you imagine that?
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen situations like that too. And don't get me wrong, I'm not like necessarily like anti-public school or anything. I'm not, I'm more of I prefer self-directed directed education and like unschooling and things like that as opposed to like private schools. But honestly, whatever works for the individual is what I think people should pursue. You know?
They need to be allowed those options.
Exactly. Like for example, I don't mention this as much as I used to, but I'm a high school dropout. I was a truant. I went to multiple different high schools. And I tried to take online school at some point to get, an online high school diploma. Guess what? That wasn't legal in New York. They basically said, even though you're in online school, that's not considered legitimate. If you don't go to public school or if you're not in private school or being homeschooled, then you're a truant and that's a crime. That was literally the situation.
And that's ridiculous because I'm sorry, Brianna, but I'm going to have to blow some smoke here. Brianna is one of the smartest people I've ever met. She's an extremely high IQ. And yet, she dropped out of high school. She dropped out of high school. Think about that. One of the smartest people I have ever met with an extremely high IQ dropped out of high school, and now she's managing a campaign.
I don't know. It seems like downgrade. No, I'm joking. But yeah, and that's the case with a lot of people too. In our current society, and it's like so many people are just forced to go through the system. Like students are being pushed to go to college regardless of if they need it or if they even want it to begin with. Oh, you don't know, what you even want to learn? Okay, cool. Come pay thousands of dollars in tuition and we'll help you find out what you want to learn. And it's like, I mean, there's so much wrong with the college tuition prices and student loan debt and stuff like that. That's a whole nother topic. But
that's why I like the concept of trade schools.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah. Trade school is something that people just don't, it just doesn't exist anymore. Like in New York, we're lacking tradespeople to such a high extent. And now personally, I am more of like an academic type and I don't have any interest in trades, but I definitely don't look down on people who do.
You probably like your heat to work too.
What?
You probably like the heat to work in your house when it's cold.
Yeah.
Who fixes that when it breaks?
Not a college student. Well, you could be, but
someone in the trades.
Yeah, Robert comes all the way from Alaska, fixes it for you.
Well, we'll just have to call Robert.
Guys, I've been dancing. You know what happens after 10 hours. But
yeah. So trades jobs are some of the highest paying jobs. They're in the most demand, and we don't have a pipeline to the trades for our youngsters here in New York. That's why my education policy actually allows from 10th grade on that money to be diverted for the purpose of learning a trade. There are considerations for apprenticeship, there are considerations for trade schools, and we need those options and we need those personnel. I would argue we need the same thing for healthcare and nursing. We've been talking about that all day off and on. We are so pressed for workforce for our healthcare. Pre-pandemic, long before COVID, people were dying in homes and hospitals because they couldn't keep enough staff to keep their patients clean and dry. Think about that. What kind of a medical or living institution are you if you're not capable of keeping the individuals you're serving, because it's a business, clean and dry? Now, why are they not able to keep people clean and dry? Well, that's government regulation. That's government overreach, creating an overhead that means these institutions can't afford to pay enough for those jobs. They seek lesser workforce personnel. Anybody who's worth their salt in the field leaves the state. They run away screaming. They run away screaming for a bigger paycheck.
It's not just New York. We have a labor shortage across the entire country. And that's been happening for a while. You know, we need laborers, and one big part of that, you know, that affects that is, guess what? Government just restricting immigration to the extent that we do, and not allowing, you know, laborers to come in and to actually take the jobs that nobody here wants. You know, I've been in Ohio for maybe a couple months now, and every single storefront has a hiring sign. Not even joking. All of them. And it's like, I've never seen this before because I'm from New York City. I had to apply to 200 jobs before I got a job, my first job, you know? So to see that is like baffling to me, but really that's how it is in a lot of parts of the country. There's just
that's
no
everywhere
workers
right now, and that's largely due to the way our government mishandled the COVID situation. I mean, Brianna knows that I've been talking about this. I need a disability aid. That's someone who comes and helps me with the physical things that I'm not capable of doing, or that maybe I shouldn't do because they're dangerous for me.
yeah.
Now,
Wait,
what
Tom, tell
happened
us
to
about the fire you started the other day.
No. Yeah, oh, everybody's going to find out as soon as everybody reads that. That has nothing to do with this.
I know, but okay.
So the workforce field for home health workers, which is what a disabilities aid is, they only get paid $12 an hour. If you've been there a while, it's $12.50. I think they managed to give a little bit of a bump through the COVID situation, but it's not much. And you're maxed out at 40 hours a week. You can't work more than 40 hours in that job, because then the government has to pay overtime by its own rules, right? You see what it does? It forces them to not make enough money. So what happened, and I'm sure Dan's aware of this, when we started getting stimulus checks and COVID-related unemployment, so many healthcare workers in the home aid situation, they just left. It's an arduous, grueling, terrible job that's not easy to withstand, and you're getting paid garbage. Of course you would leave and take that money because you probably got children to feed.
Yeah, can't blame anyone for not wanting, you know, just not wanting to pursue better options.
Right. But at the same time, you can't blame the government for creating a labor shortage in a field that is literally caring.
Yeah, I mean, they do that with every field, you know.
I know, but this is, I mean, changing bandages, keeping people clean and dry, helping people get food to eat.
Yeah.
This is important stuff, and it's deeply caring work, and they've got such a stranglehold on it that we don't have enough people. And you know, a lot of people are trying to blame the governor for the nursing home deaths, and as a disabilities advocate who's familiar with that situation and why, he's not to blame for the deaths, because he didn't create the system. Well, he probably did help create the system that led to that. But what he is to blame for is for all of the executive orders that he issued, he didn't change the regulation that would have saved people. You see, they're not allowed to put you in a different place or take away your room in a facility if you're in a living institution, particularly if you're elderly. They're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to do that because at one point we had such a lack of rooms that if you went to the hospital for an extended stay, you may find yourself homeless because they would give away your room at the institution that you were living at, the elderly home. And so regulations were put in place so that couldn't happen, which further restrained business, by the way. But here's the thing. How easy would it have been to just give a pass on that regulation during a pandemic, so that we weren't putting sick people with non-sick people in old folks' homes. I mean, that's literally what happened. It was forced cohabitation. They forced the spread through prior existing regulation that could have been altered for the time.
I just want to correct you on one thing, Tom. You said the governor, Andrew Cuomo, is now the former governor, and I
Correct.
think, yeah, we have to keep celebrating that, even though it's, you know, old news. But like, Cuomo's been out governor for my entire life. Like, I'm 20 years old. I don't remember a previous governor.
But have you been watching what Hochul's doing?
Unfortunately, I haven't been keeping up with it because I'm sure it's more of the same old, but
bit worse. Bit worse.
One good thing about having Hochul over Cuomo is that she's not a several year incumbent. She's not a lifetime incumbent, you know. So when the elections roll around again, I think more people are going to be more likely to look into other options.
Yeah, let's hope.
Hopefully, yeah. We'll see.
And let's hope that works well for Larry, or anybody but the Democrats and Republicans in this state.
Yeah.
But you know, that's key in New York. Our current regulations make us unprepared for these situations. We also saw this at the national level with regard to supply chains. We saw bottlenecks. We saw delays. Everybody remembers when everybody was out fighting each other in Walmart for toilet paper and baked beans. Why did that happen? And when it came to actual shortages, that did happen in places. Why weren't we prepared? Well, I'll tell you, because we suppressed small business, we suppressed small agriculture, we suppressed healthy food in the name of corporate interests, in the name of grain subsidies and the like. That there is nothing about this system that actually makes us self-sufficient, that actually allows our local production to occur at the rate and efficacy that it should. We absolutely need to start rolling things back, not to a detriment, but where it makes sense. You know, the New York Farm or the New York Fresh program in my policy, which I'm sure Brianna is very familiar with, that came out of it's a bigger policy now, but that came out of talking to some farmers who they had to ship their cattle hundreds of miles to get butchered through the pandemic. And in that conversation, you know, it was made apparent to me, and some of these things I already knew. You know, that's bad for the cattle. That's abusive. It stresses them out. That also lowers the quality of the product that comes out of that cattle. So they also lose weight because of the stress. Now your farmer has a great product that they could butcher perfectly safely, either on site or with a local butcher that already butchers everything for everybody else. But the USDA says it has to be a USDA inspected butcher, which are few and far between. So why don't we just allow people to use what works, right? The USDA regulation, it sounds nice. It sounds like they're keeping us safe. Well, you know, the state does the same thing. So does your county and even some cities. And it's all pretty much the same regulation. So why do we have so many layers of the same thing that all cost money? Why can't the butcher that you can take to your own cow to have butchered and take it home and eat and never get sick? Things that all kinds of people do upstate. Why can't that butcher something for retail? Well, because the USDA says so.
I feel like that's a chunk of the problem, but another chunk of the problem is also the government limiting things like international goods and imports.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But, I want to say on this point, we see similar problems with things like the FDA and other federal regulatory bodies that don't need to be here. New York has enough of its own regulation to take care of itself. You don't need but there is one thing that states like New York can do, because of their electoral power and because of their position, is that we can actually fight that. We can say if it's grown, produced, butchered, packaged, sold, cooked, and served in New York, by New York regulation, it's perfectly legal. We can actually defy the unnecessary federal government. I'm guessing that weird noise is coming from Dan. I see someone asking about a weird noise.
Well, I would just like to say, since we're talking about regulations, it would be a great time to talk about cannabis regulations because Dan is here and he's supposed to be talking about cannabis, and we're
Correct.
already 14 minutes past his time. So sorry, Dan.
No, I didn't want to cut you guys off because you're all saying great things,
Dan had
really
extra
terrible
time.
things about government. But
So, and we were just talking about agriculture. Ooh, and now cannabis. What is cannabis? Oh, it's a plant. What does it take to grow plants? Agriculture. Oh. Dan and I, we talk about cannabis as medicine, but we also talk about it as human right. And there's a little more to it. But I want to recount one conversation that I had with a northern Pennsylvania resident. He's a cabinet maker. We all know what happened to the price of lumber this year, right? Skyrocketed. I'm going to go buy a 2x4 tomorrow so that I can sell it in a week and make $100. No. There was a point in this you could actually make money reselling lumber that way, but cannabis grows anywhere, and this guy was able to keep his cabinetry prices the same through all of that by switching to hemp board. And his business stayed open, continued to make money, and his employees continued to take home a paycheck for an honest day's work by using hemp board. Dan, what do you think about hemp?
I love it. That's interesting that he worked out that way because I've been trying to follow the lumber prices down here in Mexico, and they don't seem to have had that same jump. So, and obviously there's different sets of rules and regulations and everything, but I think that's really interesting. But it's also interesting that the cost of lumber would go up, but the cost of an alternative would not. And it's easy to say, it's easy to look at the price of lumber and be like, oh, well, it's inflation, they printed a bunch of money. Well, then why didn't the price of the hemp go up also? Because there are lots of market sectors that go up more independent of the entire economy. So yeah, there's all that stuff to blame. Really, at the end of the day, it's which government program can we blame? Because it's definitely one of them. But
I'm sorry, Brianna was just messaging me, and I'm going to make sure that we are live on the Facebook. Oh, we are not.
Did you reset the stream?
Oh no.
We did, but apparently Robert did not hit go live. But
Well,
we are back on
something.
Facebook. If you're on Facebook and you missed the last hour-ish, not even, you can find the entire video on YouTube.
Yeah, I just checked YouTube. It's still running.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
YouTube's
it probably
good.
won't.
Yeah.
Like you probably won't be able to see any of that until I think we're done.
it's over.
Which
Yeah.
we have another couple of hours to go.
So watch it tomorrow, but tune in now for
Yeah.
the rest of tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
we're talking about everyone's favorite topic, which is weed. So, well, it's not mine, but we'll get some people.
Yeah. So, I guess I'm gonna read some stuff because
we live on Facebook, your Facebook, and both YouTube.
Yes, I just hit the go live for Facebook, Robert.
No, we are live on Facebook now.
It's live.
Yes, now I just hit it.
Well, it's been live. Anyway.
No worries.
Yeah.
No worries. Move on. Cannabis.
All right. Cannabis. All right. So check us out. This is okay. We go to government schools and the government teaches us what the government wants to teach us, right? And they teach us drugs are bad, okay, and all this other crap. They have people come to our. They have police officers. Oh, I just realized I don't have any clothes on. Hold on. We have police officers coming to tell us things like don't do drugs, and if you ever get arrested, don't ask for a lawyer, even though it's a constitutional right, because it'll make you look guilty. And they give you all kinds of really bad legal advice and blah 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 blah.
See, my school had a program called DARE, where a police officer came in and taught us how to identify crack, identify whether or not it was quality crack, and how to smoke it in the 4th grade. Your tax dollars at work.
Right. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. I guess you lived in the neighborhood where they wanted people to smoke crack, and I lived in the neighborhood where they wanted they I guess I don't know. Who knows?
Did you hear that, Mount Upton? The government
want us to
wants you to smoke crack.
Yeah. Because you know they only import that in certain. They only import that because they are the chief importer of cocaine, which is the derivative or the source for crack. They are the chief importer and have been since the 80s. But anyways, so we learn about our rights, right? And what are our rights? Our rights are to sit on the bus in the front row and not get off when the police tell us to, and that kind of stuff. And we can say whatever we want as long as we don't yell fire in a crowded theater, right? These are our rights. This is what they tell us. And a lot of people know what the First and Second Amendment are. Nobody knows the Third Amendment. Fourth, Fifth, sometimes the Sixth. Those are pretty much the only amendments we know, and we're up to like 20 something, right? We're going into the 30s now. Actually, there hasn't been an amendment in a while, but the Ninth Amendment was in the original Bill of Rights, and I want to read this because nobody knows this is in there. Everyone thinks like, oh my God, the government gave us all these rights, and they're in the Bill of Rights, and so if I say I have a right to smoke weed, there's always going to be someone who's like, well, where's that in the Constitution? Well, it's right here. It's in the Ninth Amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. Okay, so that doesn't really say that I have a right to smoke weed, but it's saying just because it's not written there in Amendments 1 through 10 in the Bill of Rights, it does not mean that these are just our rights. There are other rights outside of that. And there's a comment here. This is on the Cornell Law School's website. It says the Ninth Amendment was James Madison's attempt to ensure that the Bill of Rights was not seen as granting to the people of the United States only these specific rights. And it says, this is funny to me. It says here, in recent years, some have interpreted it as affirming the existence of unenumerated rights outside of those expressly protected by the Bill of Rights. To me, that's all it says. I don't know how it could have ever been interpreted differently. I'm going to read it again. So if you're listening, you can tell me if you can figure out how this could be interpreted to say something else. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. That sounds to me like what they were saying happened in recent years, and it's been there since day one. But so this is really important. But this is in the Constitution, and before the Constitution, there was the Declaration of Independence. And I want to read something from the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator, not by government, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are unalienable rights, right? So now let's go back to the Constitution. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. do we retain unalienable rights? Yes, unalienable means they cannot be taken away from you ever. You have the right to the pursuit of happiness. Now, a lot of people will say, well, that doesn't mean you have a right to be happy. It just means you have a right to pursue happiness. Well, okay, fine. We could get into a big discussion of what rights are, because a lot of people think rights are something that somebody has to give you. So if you have a right to happiness, then the government has to make you happy. And that was part of the debate when they decided to say pursuit of happiness instead of happiness there.
Yeah, that's a whole conversation about positive versus negative rights.
Exactly. So we'll say that for another time. But so this is really important, because you put these two things together and it becomes apparent that we have a right to the pursuit of happiness. Now, if I want to smoke some weed, I know there's plenty of advocates out there, and for all kinds of good reasons, they're saying we should legalize it because it has medicinal benefits. That's great. There are other people who are saying they should legalize it because you can make so much money in tax revenue and help the government out. Well, as you can see, I'm not a huge fan of taxes, and I'll get to that in a minute. But we should forget about all that for now, because it shouldn't matter. If there are absolutely no health benefits from this at all, and if there's absolutely no way to tax it and make any money from it, it should be legal. We shouldn't be throwing people in a cage because they choose to pursue happiness by taking this, by consuming this plant. And it doesn't matter if it's a natural growing plant or if it's a synthetic plant or whatever it is.
Or if it's not a plant, period. If it's anything that doesn't harm somebody.
Psilocybin, mushrooms, all these different things, right? And it's interesting too, because this leads into the conversation. Well, then shouldn't it be somebody's right to consume crack cocaine and all these other really dangerous drugs?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's their right. They're attempting to pursue happiness. Is it working? Probably not. Those are really hard drugs that cause all kinds of health problems and lead to addiction and all this other stuff. But here's the thing. If that's the right, if we look at that as a right and somebody wants to destroy their life or attempt to save their life and end up destroying it that way, that is their right to experiment that way, right? And if they need help, right? You don't help them by throwing them in a cage and taking away everything they have. You don't help them by taking away their opportunity to ever have a job again. You don't help them by throwing them in prison for 30 years.
Well, is the U.S. government trying to help them? No. Our prison system is focused on punishment and not rehabilitation anyway. They're not trying to help any of these people. They're trying to just make their lives worse. Because, a lot of Americans feel like, well, they did drugs, so therefore they're a bad person and they should just be locked up and out of society. And, that's just not, the reality of most drug users. It really isn't. People... The culture really had to change around cannabis. That wasn't something that happened overnight. And now most people, even grandmas, will, be perfectly fine with weed, And it wasn't always like that, which is a shame. And there's still people in prison right now for
when it's legal in places where it's legal. Yeah. If they would have been caught with it today. Yeah, if they were caught with it today, it's like nothing would they get a slap on the wrist. But they were caught with it 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and so now they're sitting in prison, which is outrageous.
All of those records should absolutely be expunged immediately wherever it's legal, even wherever it's legal, or even if it's still not legal. I think the courts should decide. I think that there should be somebody who says this is just a violation of these people's rights, and they should be released for this.
On that note, I'd like to make a quick point. Don't both presidents and governors have pardon abilities?
Yeah. Yeah, they can. And it's limited to some degree. From what I understand, a governor can only do state, obviously can only do state. The president can only do state or federal crimes, apparently.
Right. So in both cases, you might have people in prison for cannabis.
Right. They all have the power to let somebody out. Absolutely. In Texas, apparently, the governor doesn't have unilateral authority. He has to get he still has to get 10 other people to sign off on it, which is interesting. But yeah, they're not even trying. They don't care. It's not a priority for them. That's the reality of it, unfortunately.
Don't forget, prisons are profitable.
Yeah, right. We don't want to let all these profitable slave laborers out. which, you know, let's go back to the constitutional amendment that says, you know, slavery is going to be illegal. Oh, except for when you're convicted of a crime. So let's just, you know what? Like, picture this, right? Picture you're like this evil slave owner who's like, okay, well, we can't own slaves anymore. Oh, but it says unless they're, here's what I'm going to do. I want a bunch of slaves. I'm going to make a bunch of really stupid minor crimes that get a bunch of people thrown into prison for like 10, 20, 30 years, and I'll get to use them as slaves. Hey, I still get to have my slavery and it's legal, but according to the vast majority of Americans, they believe in their own minds that slavery is now outlawed.
You know, that's interesting. I want to talk to that for a minute, Dan. Two things happened in New York in the last handful of years. At one point, the government required us to replace our license plates to switch the branding, and those license plates all peeled. The paint peeled off, and then people had to pay for more license plates. And he was using slave labor to do it and cutting costs along the way in the manufacturing process. Now, another thing happened through 2020 with COVID. You know, libertarians were always saying that people will jump to provide solutions or to help or to do the right thing. And in New York, we had a ton of distilleries who were prepared and begging to switch to creating hand sanitizer with their ethanol. And our government here in New York said, no, you can't do that. You must be out of business. We'll have our slave labor in the prisons make hand sanitizer. They gave, I don't know how many thousands of gallons of potable ethanol, stuff you can drink, to people who have been in prison for however long. I can't imagine that went off without a hitch. I can't imagine that nobody was harmed, that nobody had access to that ethanol for reasons besides making hand sanitizer.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a lot better than toilet wine.
But yeah, but the other thing here is that hand sanitizer sucks. It's bad hand sanitizer.
It's a government product.
Right. And the plungers that they were putting it in, the bottles and everything that they were putting it out with, they were bad. They often broke and didn't work right. So instead of allowing a business that's used to producing a quality product that's in need for a pandemic situation, we used slave labor and created a low quality product that everybody hated.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, it's this is a lot of people will try to blame this on central planning, but I think it's got more to do with careless planning. Like when you have government, it's like they don't care about the, like, you know, it's check the box, right? Did we produce so many bottles of this stuff? Yes, that's it. Done. Doesn't matter. Did people like it? Do we care about customer service? Do we care that people are happy with our product? Do we care that it works? That it's safe and effective? No, absolutely not. Now, of course, the FDA will make sure that if anybody else wants to produce something, then it must be safe and effective and all this other stuff. You know, they'll force everybody's business to be of a higher quality, even when that quality like exceeds any rational explanation. Then they'll say like, oh yeah, we care about quality. But when it comes to their own shit, no.
And a lot of this is just bureaucracy. Like, I'll give one quick example that's not necessarily on the topic, but I did an internship at a public school at one point. It was middle school, and I was working as like an office assistant, and we had to determine how many students got after school lunches, right? And instead of just saying X number of students got lunches, we had to check under every single student's name if they did or did not receive a lunch. And not just if they did, but even if they didn't, we still had to fill it in. That took hours, and it had to be done every single day. And for what purpose other than just wasting time? It's just beyond me. And that's just one of many things. But I just want to roll back to the Constitution for a sec. Humans have the right to bodily autonomy, whether or not a document says that they do, right? And that's not just talking about cannabis. That is the topic, but that's everything. You have the right to do what you want with your body. You do not have the right to do what you want with other people's, obviously, but you have the right to ingest what you want. And if you want to take your own life, you also have that right. These are tons of things that, like, you know, humans just are born with these rights. Whether you believe they come from a creator or you believe that, you know, they're just natural rights, the government cannot take them away from you and the government cannot grant them to you. So, you know, and the Constitution was written by people who were absolute hypocrites because they literally owned slaves, you know, and also treated women like property. So it's baffling to me. Like, using the Constitution is only like a small part of the argument. Like, you could say, because obviously you have rights outside of the Constitution, but even the people who wrote the Constitution have explicitly said, you know, we're not the ones giving you the rights. We're just stating that you have these rights.
Right.
So,
well, there was definitely a division there too, because you had like, you know, I mean, the Constitution wasn't written by just one person; it was written by a group of people. Some who, you know, and yes, arguably the most anarchist of them all still owned slaves. But you had some who were like, no, we need this big, powerful government that can do all this stuff, and then other people were like, no, we need to get rid of all that stuff and start. So I think, like, if you look throughout history, yeah, you have really bad tyrannical governments. And then you have this Constitution, and it's not perfect, but it's definitely a huge step in the right direction towards recognizing that.
It was revolutionary in the world for its time.
I believe what we're talking about is natural rights.
Right. Well, okay. I want to get to this too, because this is okay. Well, I want to say this first. So we talked about governors and presidents pardoning people and getting them out of prison for like simple drug possession, nonviolent crimes, and all these other things, right? The Supreme Court has ruled in the past that if a law is overturned, then anybody who's basically been convicted of that law should be treated as if that law never existed. So that means that they should be let out of prison immediately. They should have everything removed from their criminal record because that law was never a good law to begin with. It was never a valid constitutional law to begin with. So we have that, right? So now we have these two approaches. We have the approach of saying, okay, let's change the laws so we can legalize cannabis. But then you have this problem where you still have all these people in prison. Now, I want to propose this. If we were to say we could use, and especially if we can already use the history from the Supreme Court and rulings that they've already made to say that consuming, possessing, manufacturing cannabis is all part of a human right, then that means if the court will recognize that, then they have to let everybody out of prison. And it doesn't require a governor or a president or anything else or changing laws or anything else to make that happen. Now, I want to read some. There's some really interesting things that the Supreme Court has already said on different topics, but very, very similar. And so here's this is Meyer versus Nebraska. No state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. While this court has not attempted to define with exactness the liberty thus granted, the term has received much consideration, and some of the included things have definitely been stated. Without doubt, it denotes not merely freedom from bodily restraint, but also the right of the individual to contract, to engage in any of the common occupations of life, to work, to have a job, to earn an income, to acquire useful knowledge, to marry, to establish a home and bring up children, to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience, and to generally enjoy those privileges long recognized at common law as essential to the orderly pursuit of happiness by free men, right? So it's saying a lot here, right? But I want to mention again. It says you can't be deprived of a right without due process. It recognizes generally anything that is your pursuit of happiness, and all these things that you can do, and you know, this is really interesting. And one of the things that it says here, I emphasized a word a minute ago, is there's another Supreme Court ruling that says basically a right cannot be converted into a privilege and charged a fee for the exercise thereof, which basically means if it's a right, they can't say, oh, it's a privilege, And you can have that right, but you have to pay a tax on it. Now, this goes back to what I was saying about all the, let's legalize cannabis and we'll charge taxes on it. No, this is a human right. This is a consumption of a product that maybe you're using it for your own state of mind. Maybe you just want to get high, maybe you want to have a good time. Having a good time is part of your pursuit of happiness, right? Whatever the case may be. This is all a right, which means that right cannot be converted into a privilege where you have to pay a tax to exercise it. You should be able to grow and consume and buy and do all these other things. Contract. It says you have a right to contract. If I have a right to give money to somebody for growing that cannabis for me so that I can consume it, that's a contract. I'm exchanging this money with them. This is a contract. This is a right, and it cannot be taxed. And it's amazing because you look at some of this stuff, and if you go buy food at the store, that's recognized as a right. There's no sales tax on food, right? Unless you have somebody prepare it for you. Then they say, oh, that's a privilege. You're privileged for having somebody else prepare your food. And so at the drive-thru or at a restaurant, they're charging taxes on top of that, right? This case, Meyer versus Nebraska, said you have a right to take a regular, ordinary job. Well, how are they taxing us? And this, I'm not going to get too far into that, but they actually don't have a right to tax you on your income. There's a very limited scope on that, and most people don't have to pay it. But I'm not going to get too far into that on this conversation. But this is really, really important stuff to know, because these are our fundamental rights, and we've been brainwashed to believe that, like, no, the government can decide what we can consume, what we can eat. The government gets to decide what our rights are. The government gets to decide what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. No, that's not right at all. That's not the function of the government according to the Constitution, which, as we said before, is imperfect. But even according to that Constitution, that is the law for them to follow. And if you read the Constitution, like really read it, it's not giving instructions for us. It's giving instructions for the government. When you ever have business, right? You get a job. What do they give you? The user's manual, right? This is the employee's manual. This is how you perform the job function. The CEOs have the same thing. What's that?
I said all 300 pages.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
So just real quick, Dan, a lot of the things you've talked about seem like we're being told things that are not true. That we're being told things of the law that are not the law, and that we're being duped into following what's not law.
Yes, that is absolutely the case. And it's, I mean, it's big and small. There's all these little things. There was I want to say it was there was a book and a documentary called Freakonomics, and they wrote about this, saying that one of the reasons why they have so many small laws, or maybe this, I don't know whether they proved the motivation for it, but they said when you have a lot of really small laws for minor things, like you didn't turn using your blinker, they suggested that reduces major crimes. Hey, there you go. So you should be able to tell me. Okay. I was gonna say you should be able to tell me if this was in that book or if I got it from somewhere else. But
I did see the documentary though.
They were claiming that
I'll be right back. If I don't let my cat out, she's gonna beat me up.
All right.
Tell Adolf I said hi, or Mittens, whichever.
Yeah, I'll be here too. My video was going in and out, but I'm still here.
So they were claiming that they make these little small violations because it makes people more conscious to follow the law. And when you're more conscious about like the little things, you're basically walking on eggshells and you don't do any of the major crimes. Whether or not that's true is irrelevant, because at the end of the day, what you're doing is you're saying we're going to violate people's rights in order to make sure that they don't violate someone else's rights. And it's like that makes no sense. Like you could say like, oh, the minor violation.
They feel safe that way.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's that false sense of security,
Yeah,
part of that.
there's it's all conditioning and everything too, right? Because we're told like you can't do this, you can trust the police, right? When the police tell you something, you should know that, like, oh yeah, they're the police. They should know the law. Well, here's a fun one that happens all the time. This happened to me. A police officer told me I had to show him my identification, and I said no, I don't. And he's like, yeah, you have to, or else I can arrest you and charge you with failure to ID. This was in Texas. If you look up the failure to ID law in Texas, failure to ID has nothing to do with an actual ID. Failure to ID says if you have been arrested for a crime, lawfully, it even says lawfully arrested. So you have to be arrested first, right? And they ask you to identify yourself. You have to give them your name and address. That's it. You don't have to show an ID, social security, none of this stuff. Name and address, right? And that's only after you've been arrested. So they can't arrest you for not giving that information if you haven't been arrested. And this is like, we've seen the same thing a million times too, when we see people getting arrested for resisting arrest. It's like, well, yeah, but what was the initial cause of the arrest that he was resisting? You can't just be charged with resisting arrest. But we see it all the time. And it's really frustrating that, like, you see so many people that are just like, oh, well, he must have done something wrong. And if he would have just complied, it would have been okay. And it's like, no, it's not. If he would have just complied, then basically he would have had his rights violated by this police officer.
And not just that, but don't even get me started on all the proven accounts of police planting evidence or literally raping people in their custody and shit like that. And then these
that's
people
only the
say,
times they got
just
caught.
comply. Yeah, I'm not going to get into this rant now. I would stop myself in my tracks.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, this stuff is really all interesting, and like it's so okay. I've had friends who were former police officers who are the kind of people, they're on our side now, right? They're like, yeah, what the government is doing is total bullshit. And even when they were police officers, they were still pretty good people. And you know, they would break laws and do all kinds of shit. But like, you know, like my friend was he was ordered to give out more traffic citations, right, or stop more cars, right? And he's like, man, that's bullshit. So he pulls over a bunch of people and gives them written warnings so that he doesn't have to give them tickets, so he can at least go back and say, here's your fucking photo, right? You know, this kind of stuff. And you know, he was a cop back in the 70s, and you know, this is still a mentality now. And cops will recognize this if they hear it. You don't say it to people like us, because we're not part of that thin blue line. You can beat the rap, but you can't beat the ride. And what that basically means is like, yeah, I might not have a good reason to arrest you, but I can arrest you anyway. I can take you to jail, because the chance that you're going to find a lawyer who's going to have enough evidence to sue me for an unlawful arrest is slim to none. Not going to happen. And plus, the jury's always going to trust me because I'm the police officer. So I just had to make up any bullshit reason. You know, oh, he was drunk, I took him in. Oh, he was inciting a riot. They have like all these like bullshit things that they just pin on anybody. They arrest you.
To that note, Dan, I want to point out something. I'm always walking both sides of this line. I don't hate cops. I hate the institutions they work for. I hate the regulations they work under. I have friends who are police officers. I know police officers. And we're talking about cannabis. And I want to kind of bring what you just said about traffic tickets being warnings back to cannabis. And what I've seen growing up in rural New York, before it was legal, if you weren't hurting anybody or blatantly smoking in public around people, nobody cared if you used cannabis. Nobody cared if you had cannabis. However, in a traffic stop, in regards to tickets, they would. So it's interesting that our police officers do often have the times to be our line of defense against the law.
Well, which is strange, because apparently police officers can choose not to comply with certain laws. Like, for example, we won't enforce these gun laws, but they don't do that with literally anything else, things that will save thousands of lives. Why? Because they just choose not to. You know, every single police officer is complicit in all of the crimes against humanity that, you know, they aid.
So I feel that's a bit of a hard statement because, you know, it's technically correct. But here's the thing. A lot of people get into police work because they want the help. A lot of people do it for the right reasons. And then they get there and they realize the structure they're under is going to make them do things that they don't want to do. However, you know, these people, you got to remember, they're human beings. They have usually a spouse and children, a mortgage, bills to pay, groceries to buy, and they're highly incentivized to break their own morals.
And you'll
And-
hear this from cops themselves. You know,
Yes.
there's the thin blue line of defense and stuff like that, where even if they acknowledge that there's bad cops, they can't say anything.
Well, and part of that is because they're punished if they do.
I want to talk about the incentives too. So you talked about like cops have the right to not enforce certain laws. And so, okay, first of all, there's two types of cops, right? There's police and then there's sheriffs. A sheriff is elected, right? He's accountable to the people. He can't be fired by anybody. A chief of police works for the mayor of a town, right? A mayor, in most cities, the mayor appoints the chief of police. In some places, there's an election, but the mayor can still technically fire the chief. The chief works for the mayor. And so whatever the mayor says, like, this is what I want you to enforce, the chief of police is going to do that. And all of those officers have to do that. The same thing goes with the sheriff. Whatever the sheriff says, but the sheriff is accountable to the people. If the people don't like it, they can vote him out a little bit easier than they can with a police chief. But a sheriff can say, I'm not going to enforce these laws. Now, here's one cool thing that the sheriff does have is the sheriff actually has authority over the police in his county. So there's a little bit of that. But anybody who works for the sheriff, the individual officer usually doesn't have the discretion to say, I mean, they can always turn a blind eye and say, hey, I didn't see anything. But for the most part, they don't have that authority to say, oh, well, the sheriff, I'm just a deputy. He tells me if I see this, I have to arrest you. So sorry, I don't agree with it, but this is my job. But let's take this a step further and recognize what the federal government is doing, because the federal government gives incentives to police departments. Like, if you remember a few years ago, they were giving tanks and like all kinds of crazy military equipment to local police departments in exchange for their doing a really great job in the war on drugs, which means making more drug busts. And you see all these cops always posting on social media, look at all the drugs we caught. And sometimes it's like bullshit. It's like $20 in ones and like a couple little dime bags. And they're like, oh, this is all part of the same thing. The federal government is incentivizing them to really go hard on this so that they can get extra federal money and do all this other nonsense. So at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, I don't really like this, but my entire department's pressuring me, and so you have all these other forces. So yeah, I kind of want to agree with both of you guys. Like, there's these forces, there's decisions that can be made. Some of these people are good people. They did join for the right reason. Of course, it is a powerful position that a lot of bad people join for the wrong reasons too. And we don't really have a good system, especially when you have qualified immunity. We don't have a good system to keep them in check. And this is, back to taxation as theft, one of the really most important things that we need if we want to keep this system in check is the ability to say, hey, you know what, guys, you're doing a terrible job and I can't vote you out for whatever reason. I'm going to stop paying you. That's the most important thing, because at the end of the day, if enough people say, you know what, there's not enough of us to vote the guy out, but at least we can stop paying him, that's going to cause a huge dent. But right now, police officer shoots your 6-year-old kid while he kicks your door in. What are you going to do about it? You're going to keep paying your taxes. You're going to keep paying his salary. You're going to keep paying his retirement fund so that he can retire and live wealthy and all this other stuff. Because you have absolutely no choice. Because if you try to stop paying those taxes, some other cop's going to come with another SWAT team and kick down your door, this time for not paying the taxes.
Right. So
it's absolutely insane.
We have a system that fosters an incorrect application of the law, an incorrect application of police force. Is that a good summation?
I mean, yes, but I think that's just like a small part of it.
Sure. I think what I want to get at, well, I'm going to go ahead and put this comment up. We both know Karen. She's saying that our argument, or that my argument that most cops are good, is garbage, because saying most of her employees are terrific, but she has that one guy that steals from our clients. Right. So that actually makes my point. I'm sorry, Karen, but you have that one guy that steals from your clients. Perhaps that's the guy that needs to be fired. And when it comes to our institutional police departments, they often don't have the ability to fire a bad cop. because of police unions and things like qualified immunity. If you'd like, I will allow, Brianna, go ahead.
Counterpoint. There are very few good apples, and there's a whole lot more bad apples.
I would argue that depends on. I would argue that depends on which department you're talking about.
Well, even if you have
And what do you consider a bad apple? Because you have, like, this is an argument too, right? You have every single cop who's out there enforcing bad laws could be said to be a bad cop, because, like, it's like the Nuremberg, right? Like, oh, I was just following orders. It doesn't matter. You were oppressing people and violating their rights. And but I was just doing my job, and it's like that doesn't matter. You're still, what you're doing is a crime, and even though you don't recognize it, it is a crime. You are harming people.
Yeah, and I have another point to that. I have another point to that. There was a study, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, Dan. I think Harvard did it. They took some college kids. They made some of them fake prisoners and some of them fake guards. And the guards had, a uniform and a position of power, and the prisoners, they had their own prisoner uniform and no power. And what we saw in that experiment was that average college kids became abusers the minute they were given power, the minute they were given authority, and the minute that they were given, and this is the key part, instruction to exercise it. So when you create a group mindset, you have a psychological effect on that group. I believe that this is part of what happens with our police officers. Now, because I have friends who I believe are good police officers, then yes, Karen, exactly what we were talking about. Fire the bad ones.
Well, hold on. Consider this, because you said good police officers, right? And when you say good police officer, like, that really means, like, I mean, think about it. Like, if you were to call someone if you were to call someone a good waiter, that would mean that they do their job as a waiter good, right? But you're not calling them a good person. So I think what you're trying to say is, cops who are good people.
Correct. Thank you for that.
But they're still enforcing tyrannical laws and still violating people's rights regardless. But I just want to say, when we're talking about bad apples, I want to add on to Dan's point. When we're talking about bad apples, we're talking about the cops who literally will shoot and murder someone. Those are the bad apples. But what about the cops who do literally everything else, like traffic violations? Okay, whatever. But there are cops who literally beat people half to death and get away with it, even if they don't kill them, and it's just still fucking ridiculous, regardless.
I'm aware, and I agree. And to that note, again, I would state that it does kind of depend on your department. Locally, here in rural New York, we have some bad cops, but we don't have as many as what we see purported in places like New York City, parts of Florida.
I'd like to bring up New York City for a second. The NYPD has a $5 billion police budget, and they are literally one of the biggest militaries in the world. Like, not even joking. Like, I had the page pulled up here. They have a Navy fleet with 36 vessels. The NYPD has its own Navy, as well as branches in other countries. Just let that sink in for a moment. Our tax dollars in New York are going to a military, not just the federal military, but the New York military.
You have to send me that. That's outrageous.
Just literally just type. What did I type in? I typed in NYPD Navy, and it's like it's one of the first results.
I'm laughing, but I'm crying inside.
Actually, I can pull up some more things. Let's see. Yeah, so the annual budget as of 2020 was $6 billion. We have about 50,000, almost 51,000 police officers. Let's see what else.
Yeah, I can definitely believe it.
Yeah, we have 9,624 police cars. We have about 30-something police boats. We have several helicopters, horses, dogs. Okay, whatever. But the Navy, though, that's really what I wanted to just put out there.
Right. So we do need to sum this up a little bit, because Holly is waiting to come in.
Just get her in here. Throw her in, literally.
All right. Why not? Anybody's welcome to stay. You don't have to stay.
My phone is probably going to die at some point.
Same here.
So, yeah. But hello, Holly.
Thanks for the throw, Brianna. Appreciate that.
Sorry.
Point real quick though. you know, with the whole like good cops, bad cops, and I am met both. A lot of it comes down to just bad laws and laws that they're enforcing because it's their job. Yes, there are cops who enforce it in brutal ways, and there are those like, you know, I've had cops come up to me and say, "Look, I'm sorry, it's the law, it's my job," like who plainly told me, you know, and a lot of it nowadays is literally just wearing a mask indoors because I live in New York City, or being vaccinated and things like that. So, you know, so I think that's really what it sums up to is the laws. And that's why, if you see rolling across here, you should vote for Tom Queter in District 52 so we can get some good laws put in place or change them up a bit. And yeah, so Tom.
And send him
I just
money.
want to say hi.
Send him some money. That's what I'm here for. But I
definitely, yeah, definitely send the campaign money so that we can get Tom in office. And even if Tom doesn't get in office, we're still going to continue doing what we're doing and working with people and building coalitions to actually get better policy pushed. Believe it or not, you don't have to be elected to make change in your community. You can literally.
I gotta stop you.
Okay.
You are correct. You do not have to get elected to make change in your community. You do not have to get elected to have positive effects. And you know, my volunteerism message goes a long way. We made a lot of headway with individuals in certain circumstances in district to the campaign and after. But I want to make sure everybody knows I am running to win. I work hard. I work as
I'm
hard
not
as
even
I
talking
can.
about volunteerism. I'm talking about people in your community can lobby to change bad laws. Individuals
Correct.
can try to change laws even if they're not in office. You can
Yes.
you can talk to your city council people and your state senators. You can
And I
literally
just-
send them letters and phone calls, and we should be doing that. Please do that.
I just
Well,
participated
Brianna, I
in
think we can
something
do
local.
that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, I just participated in something locally. So Dan is here to talk about cannabis, although his time is up. We're going to let him stay.
Yeah, we kind of just.
So you were talking about locals pushing their own initiatives. Brandon, you remember the cannabis thing that happened here recently that I was involved in, right?
Yes, I do.
Well, yes. So the town board had voted to opt out of allowing recreational cannabis sales in town. That did nothing to stop anybody from having or using cannabis, and actually didn't even stop businesses from nearby towns who opted in from delivering cannabis to them. What it would have stopped is the growth of jobs, the improvement of properties, and you know, Dan and I, we don't really like taxes, but part of this legislation allowed some of that tax money to stay locally in town and in county. So for a board to, in a very untransparent manner, opt out was ridiculous. We had one good board member who really spoke up about this and let people know what was going on, and we got together, we passed a petition. I wrote up the petition for them. We got twice the number of signatures necessary, and when the vote came down, cannabis dispensaries for recreational use are allowed by a vote of 2-1 in Guilford. And that's why Holly's here, is to talk about local participation in government and the roots of that, because I know she's a history buff.
I am a history buff, and I'm also a local government enthusiast. Not that I don't love the federal government or, you know, state landscapes, but I am living currently, I'm in the border of Fairfax County and Loudoun County. I'm in Virginia, which is the hotbed of this CRT issue and lots of school choice and public school mandates going on. But Tom, I want to highlight, just because I jumped in, and folks may not know this at all. So I'm in Virginia. And the reason that I love Tom is I was on a Libertarian event, and he popped in randomly and said, no one's going to get anywhere if you don't ask. So my name is Tom Squeeter. I'm running up in New York. Please volunteer for me and send me money. And this was last year's campaign, which I still have my proud volunteer mug.
Right.
Yeah, right. So I'm in Virginia, and it was an off year for us. And so a reminder that you don't even have to be in the local district to help local governments, right? I don't live in New York. I'm not a local New York resident, but the value of having a local involvement and a local engagement campaign with an actual candidate who's not running for paper, who's not running because they're part of a party system that's a party system. Tom has always been able to talk about the issues, knows the laws inside and out, has advocated for things even when it's outside of a typical like legislative body or structure, which is why you see success coming out of Tom. It's never a question. Like, absolutely, I'll get involved. Absolutely, I'll jump in and support local candidates and campaigns, especially ones that make a difference. I have never seen a local candidate or campaign reach as much national news as you, Tom. True story in all of my volunteering. And so I will never hesitate to continue to volunteer to help you.
Well, consider this the ask. You can go to tomfor52.com. And anybody watching can also go to tomfor52.com. Brianna's favorite page, /volunteer. And there's a nice little form where you can tell us what you're good at, what you like to do, what you want to do. There's a box to type anything else in if your time is limited. You can tell us everything about what you're capable of and wanting to do. And you can volunteer remotely, in district, or who knows, from Mars maybe.
It's my favorite page, and I get email notifications every time someone fills out the form. I am watching all of you.
Speaking of which, did TJ fill out the?
I wasn't sure what.
Yes.
I was getting.
What happened, Robert?
I said, I know you can't hear me too well. I'm on my phone up here in Alaska. I just want to throw in that, I didn't really know what I was getting into, but he said, go on the volunteer page and fill it out. And here I am, and like Holly was saying, it's nice to get some locals, involved, but I'm way up here in Alaska. And so I'm doing what I can from here. So you don't have to be just local. And you see somebody making changes and somebody standing up, quote unquote, for what you need to be done, stand by them. It doesn't matter which district they're in, honestly. I mean, if you see something being done in a positive way that really is going to affect, a community standard, Tom is definitely the way to go.
When it comes to states like New York, there's one important thing that I try to tell people who maybe they want to support me, but they don't think they should because they don't live in my district or they don't live in my state. Bad policy starts in states like New York, California, Texas, Florida, and any state that's more powerful. And stopping bad policy there is important. So if you support me, you're actually going to help stop bad policy from being created and spreading across the country.
Yeah, New York politics are quite literally national politics. Like, more often than not, people in other states will know what's going on in New York politics. Meanwhile, I don't know what's going on in most states in the country, but people in other states definitely know what's going on in New York, especially in New York City. And the state Senate covers the whole state. It doesn't just cover, even though candidates run for a particular district, they still make laws for the whole state.
Yep. So one thing that we see in my region, so I live in Northern Virginia, and we're right next to DC, right next to Maryland. West Virginia is about an hour and some change away from us. And within where I live, we've probably got about 20 different what you could consider local governments, right? So we have Fairfax County. Oh, you bet, Karen Thompson. You bet petitions terrify local politicians. We ran into this here. So when COVID came, I have two small kids, and they were in school, and COVID came. And we watched how DC public schools responded, how Fairfax County responded, how Maryland responded. And we watched everything play out. And I remember they came up for us with this care facility where the teachers didn't have to be in the school to teach, but we were going to pay additional aides to be in classrooms with the children while the teachers taught remotely. And there was an extra fee that you had to pay for the county employees that were already paid, for the school buildings that were already paid, for the utilities that were already paid, for the lunch services that were already paid. And it wasn't very clear. And I remember I reached out. I thought, okay, I'll write my local board of supervisors, who they, unfortunately for them, know me very well. And I reached out and said, hi, explain this program. And they told me they didn't own it. The Board of Education did. So I reached out to our local Board of Education. They told me they didn't own the program. The Board of Supervisors did. And I literally had to have a conversation with the head of the Board of Supervisors and the head of Board of Education. And neither one of them could even tell me where this policy or program came from, where the fees came from, who came up with the fee schedule, who put it on the website, my own local county. And by the time that news got around about it, and, you know, I started petitioning people locally to contact, the program was dropped entirely because they didn't even know who owned it, which shows you the lack of efficiency in local government. But also with local government, you have to look at somebody. I don't know about you guys. I'm a people person, and I love going into someone's office. I love taking the meeting. Or my favorite is when they decline the meeting. I'll show up at the government center anyway, and I'll say, I'll just wait. And I just sit there and I just stare at the receptionist, and they're like, okay, Miss Ward, did you find 5 minutes in the schedule? That's fantastic. Thank you so much. But it's hard. It's hard to say no to someone in person. It's hard to explain bad policies to someone in person. And you know what? If you ever go to local board meetings in suburban areas, the number one turnout are people on fixed incomes, typically senior citizens, right? Like they love going and saying, hi, your bad policies are now impacting my taxes. Now I have to eat cat food. And I want you to look me in my eyes and tell me that you're okay with that. Look at me and tell me you want me to starve with your tax policies to fund something different. It's so effective. And you can't do that on a national level. You know, I can't just like stand outside the White House and peer in and just, hey, look in my eyes so I can tell you you suck. That'll never happen.
To be fair, you can, but you might get shot.
I suppose.
My grandfather
Go ahead, Robert.
is a good example of that. My grandfather is a good example of that. You know, he died when he was
Hopefully
98
not
years old,
an example of getting shot.
No, an example of him going in on the, you know, in the community league meetings and standing there, you know, face to face and saying, you know, you are being heard, you are being watched, and you know, and so it makes me realize why he did that more now that he's passed and getting more involved with you guys on how very important and how, you know, literally just him sitting in could have really, you know, curbed a lot of what's going on now. And simply
That's
because he's
absolutely
not
correct.
sitting in the meetings anymore, live.
I thought
Like,
that was going to take
shit's
a really
getting
dark
kinda
turn.
So I want to point something out real quick. Robert is one of my favorite people. He calls himself a baby libertarian. I would say that he's a tried and true libertarian. He just didn't know it. But Robert is getting involved in local politics.
Yes.
What are you doing, Robert?
I am getting involved because, you know, in my community, I'm not in a bureau and I'm not in a municipality. I'm in a free-range homestead community. So there's no taxes on my property. I have 90 acres here. Anything that happens within the community, like, for instance, the well, there's a community well that used to be free. And now, for some reason, they're charging $150 per key per year. And so there's like $15,000 to $20,000 of misappropriation of funds. I'm just, you know, wanting to audit myself and go to the meetings and find out, well, where is this money going? Because as far as I can tell, there's not. You know, for the upkeep from a well, you got to test the water, and then if the well freezes, if there's any damages. There was no visits at all in 2021 to the well. And so there's this money that, like, where's it going? And if I don't go and sit in the meetings, you know, then what can I say about it? But, like, my vote is just as strong as the next one. The community league is made up of volunteer president, vice president, treasurer, and secretary. So whatever happens in that little meeting there, that's what goes. And so a lot of people are just paying blindly. And so I'm looking into taking a stronger stance. If there is $15,000, $20,000 in funding from the community, there needs to be an option for water that's more sustaining than hopefully you can drive down and get water in the middle of winter. It should be literally, you can pay for somebody's salary 6 months out of the year to deliver water to the elders and the locals that need it. And it's become something, where's that money going? And why am I falling under almost a burden to the community in a way, because I don't want to pay that money, or I don't want to have to, you know, get involved on something that I feel is corrupt. So if I'm going to have any say in what goes on here, I just need to go down locally, sit in, and just watch and listen to the notes and bring up my concern. Because transparency is everything. Who knows? Maybe there's a reason that, you know, they have to charge that money. But when I see things happening like parking lots getting paved, is that essential for getting water to the people in the community? Absolutely not. Nobody has paved. Nothing's paved around here. So that was just kind of like something in my face. I'm like, why is this? why is it marble buildings at the courthouse? You know, that kind of stuff. But that's just me being a local.
No, no, so Robert, check it out. So part of what I do, and I'm working with People for Liberty. Everyone that I tend to find somewhere in the liberty sphere, if I'm talking in a public setting or a private setting, that's just me. That's just me. And people, I think, are starting to realize maybe you're not alone. There's a very big liberty streak that's really starting to wake up and come to fruition. And I personally have taken my charge as to remind people that they're not alone. And there are people that are getting very uncomfortable with the government in what I would say are great ways in huge swaths. And it's so important for people to realize they're not alone. Robert, there's no way you're the only person in your town that thinks paying for that well is crap. There's no way. There's no way that anybody else in the town is thinking, you know, I don't know, where is this money going? You're not alone. And so there's a study by a guy named Arthur Ashe. It's all about conformity. And all it takes is one person. This is psychologically proven. One person to stand up and say, excuse me, I have a question. This isn't right. And as soon as people start standing up and speaking out, people congregate to that. And someone else says, you know, I thought the same about my well, and I thought the same about my water. So Robert, and anybody that's listening for local government, you're not the only one. If you notice an increase in taxes, if you have the same crappy service, if you notice a pothole, if you're not the only person. There are millions of people, America, they're unsatisfied with their government. And you can be the voice. You can be just one voice. It's so easy to be one voice.
I want to point something out here.
I gotta run. But it's been awesome. I'm still gonna be listening to the YouTube channel, but I gotta run. So
all right, thanks, Dan.
Get you guys later. Nice station stuff. Later.
So, buddy, you know, Holly just pointed something out. You're never going to be the only one. If you're in a community and you have a complaint about the government locally, you're never going to be the only one. And as libertarians, right? As libertarians, we believe that individual rights matter most. We believe that the individual has power. But in this conversation, when we're talking about a local government, realizing that you're an individual with an issue, and as Holly pointed out, other individuals in your community are going to have the same issue. As individuals with power, you have more power together. You find the people who think the way you do about the problem, and you all show up.
Yeah, that's public authority. I'm sorry, go ahead, Robert.
I kind of feel like, okay, thanks. I'm not going to echo. What I feel like is happening is, you know, like the meetings, the community league meetings, which are usually supposed to be monthly, there's no posting of it. You know, everybody's supposed to be able to go and listen and vote and this and that, but there's no postings on it, what they're talking about. There's no release of the notes on what the finances are for the community. So it's like, it really comes down to, if people aren't being active in the community league meetings, then there's just the 4 people that are there making the decisions. And maybe they're not using the well. Maybe they're not utilizing it at all. So it's like, it doesn't really directly affect them. So they're not getting there's a division in the community.
Oh, but it does. Oh, but it does affect them. There's a monetary impact for sure. And you see this happen in local governments. And when you think of the most corrupt local governments, right, there's always monetary drives behind it. And Robert, I see this too. And I've had a problem. Someone says, if I want to see your priorities, I'll ask for your budget. Right. And if you haven't heard that, that's a very true statement. And so I know for me and my budget meetings, my local county holds their budget meetings at like 8:30 in the morning on a Tuesday. You know, like no one is coming. I'm clear that's a very intentional meeting time. And then I see all the time from my supervisors, you know, we want to make things accessible to everybody. And then I see the Women's Council is Wednesday night at 7 p.m. And the community potluck get together is Thursday night. How about you hold a budget meeting when people can show up and see what happens? Just see the difference in attendance instead of having a potluck. I'm sorry?
Pass out some flyers, you know, let people know when, at least put a schedule out there that people can read.
And so sometimes there's a schedule. Like I'll give it up to my county. They have a schedule. Like they have a local schedule that I can follow, but I can look at that schedule and know that it's not meant for the public, right? My husband and I, we both work. We've got 2 kids. They're both in school. The budget schedule is not made for me. It's not. And you know who's up at Tuesday at 8 a.m.? The old guy at Hardee's sipping his senior citizen coffee. That's about it. Those are the only people that really can make it to those meetings.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar.
I wish.
So here in Guilford, the schedule is fine. It's usually Wednesdays at like 7, I think.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice until you consider the fact that the town hall is on a back road in the middle of nowhere, despite the fact that we have 2 or 3 main roads. They went $4 million over budget, got in trouble at state level for that, by the way. They do the bare minimum of legal notice with newspapers and a website. The website looks like a 12-year-old built it in the 90s. And you know they claim to be transparent and open to the public, but they don't publicize anything, let alone everything.
Hey Tom, it sounds like Guilford should give me a call.
Right? That might actually happen, and that's already on my mind.
Oh,
sus. Yeah. Well, there's a couple of board members replaced next year. So, I mean, the point is, even in local government, small government, Robert's local government is much smaller than mine. Mine is very small. They get into this institutionalized
bureaucratic way of thinking. Of course you should know this. I know this, so shouldn't you know this?
Yep.
Absolutely. I worked for the federal government for many years, as some may know, and that was absolutely a thing, and one of the reasons I left, to be honest. So good luck with that, Space Force. But
the Libertarian candidate for town board this past fall was also ex-military. She had a 29-year career, and she came home, and this is her words, to realize that she hadn't been defending what she thought she'd been defending. After 29 years, things had changed so much. Rights had waned so much that she was disgusted. She joined a local advocacy group to push certain legislation in a certain direction. They failed. They tried their hardest, but it's New York State. So her next step was to run for town board. She didn't win, but she came close. She had good numbers for her first run, and
bringing people together,
so new,
showing them they're not alone. And that, again, that sentiment is not foreign. So I did active duty, but I was a federal civilian for 3.5 years, and I got asked to start Space Force, and I started, and I was on my honeymoon in Jamaica, enjoying the beach and, adult libations as one does when you're on, well, not honeymoon, it's anniversary, whatever. So I turned to my husband, and it's just the same. I said, what am I doing? Like, I'm a libertarian, and I can't do anything because of the Hatch Act. And so I came home, and I was like, I got to find a job. I got to get out. Like, this isn't good. And ironically, Dan Fishman was dropping off a wood splitter at my house, and he said, hey, how are you? And I was like, man, I got to quit my job. Like, it's time. And if you're not familiar, the Hatch Act limits as a federal employee what you're allowed to do. You can't really.
I was just going to ask.
Yeah. You can't be public. So, like, I've been a libertarian since 2006, but if you say anything, you lose your job and get fired. And if you're in the military, you can get punished. So, like, Dan was at my house, and he was like, here's a hot idea. Quit. All right, Dan, I'll do it. So I did. I quit. And it's been really liberating. But so many people that I still am connected with that are in the military or in the Fed, I hear it over and over again. I'm so glad you're doing that. I agree with everything you're saying. I just can't, because my mortgage, my job, my kids, my bills, whatever it is. Again, going back to you're not alone. And, I will always talk about the fact that I was a federal employee that didn't feel comfortable what I was doing. I didn't. And Adam Kokesh talks about this. If you find a lot of military veterans, that, especially after Afghanistan, it was way off local government now. But I'm going back to you're not alone. Like, you're not alone. There's so many people that agree, and they come home. And for me, like, okay, so I'm home, right? Where do I start now that I've quit my job, and what do I want to do? I start locally, right? I start in my own backyard. So how do I start involving that? Like, I know I got involved with my local party and my state party, and now I work for People for Liberty, which is obviously a much broader national component. But local is where it starts. It's where it begins. And introducing people to libertarians and libertarian ideas and libertarian values, there's a difference between having principled messaging and showing that you're a competent individual. So Tom, you said it earlier, right? So there was a program and it had taxes and you weren't happy that there were taxes involved, but there was a benefit to it. And there's this huge old party narrative that libertarians were all crackpots or were crazy pants. And every time I encounter it, there's some stigma that I have to like constantly fight through. Shocker, I'm articulate. Shocker, I have multiple collegiate degrees. Shocker, I know the law, right?
Yep.
And so the same, you can articulate your views and values and principled beliefs and say, yes, David Fight, I was in fact a Fed. Thank you. But you can articulate all of your values and beliefs while still saying, this is what I believe, but I can compromise. I am an adult. I am a human being. And if this is something that we're reducing a tax, maybe it's not down to 0, but it's down, 25%, 50%. So like Robert, in your well example, maybe you can, the goal is to get rid of the well tax, right? No well tax. Well tax is bad. Taxation is theft. But if you can reduce it.
There never used to,
I'd like
there
to
never
just,
used to be a charge.
sorry, Robert.
No, go ahead, Brianna.
So I'd like to just say two things there. One, yes, taxation is theft, but how do we maximize people's individual freedoms, right? Like we were talking about cannabis earlier. There are people who have voted no to legalizing cannabis because, taxation was involved. Like, I think it's far more important to stop putting people in jail and to get people out of jail for possession violations than it is to fight against a bill that might include taxes on that possession. Like,
right. So I think we can
there's
all
a very clear scale here, and one is objectively worse than the other. If you're not going to support a bill that wants to legalize marijuana because they're going to tax it, you're basically saying that you're okay with people being in jail for it. Whether you actually feel that way or not doesn't matter. That's literally what you're saying if you're not supporting that bill. And of course, not every bill is going to be perfect, but if we can move the needle in a better direction, then let's do that. And
that's an excellent
where
point.
Can we move that needle?
That's an excellent point. And I can speak to that, Brianna. I can back you up.
I had two things. The second thing I wanted to bring up was that libertarians do have a stigma, and if you don't know this, you haven't spent a lot of time around libertarians, and we constantly have to break it down every single day. And the stigma is not unfounded either. It's not like, that's just crazy talk. Libertarians aren't like this. No, if you're in the Libertarian Party, you know exactly how libertarians are, and you know what the issues are. And the party has been getting more, I want to say we've been getting more sane people involved in the last decade. But
Brianna, can I say something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I wouldn't even say sane versus insane.
Okay, that's fair.
I study politics and part of just my losery PhD self. And so there was a big shift in the Obama versus McCain campaign because Obama started using social media and he started speaking to a different generation in a way that we spoke to a different generation. And what we're starting to see now in the Libertarian Party in general is a lot of people are coming up and they're speaking differently. They're speaking in different platforms. They're much more articulate in terms of identifying individual issues and then tying it back to the concept of liberty, right? So it used to be like legalize cannabis because we want cannabis legalized. And now I think as a whole, people have really started to grasp the concept of legalized cannabis because the government shouldn't be telling me what to do with my body. Right? Let me have chickens on my property because the government shouldn't be telling me what I can do on my property if I'm not hurting someone or taking someone's
Robert,
stuff.
you have to get the chicken now.
So I would like to expound on Brianna's first point. Not supporting cannabis legalization because of taxation. Something interesting happened recently in another state. Now, New York has passed one of the most arduous tax scales for cannabis with legalization. Some of the people that I've talked to at the corporate level, they're not very fond of it. But here's the thing, right? California did the same thing some years ago. And what's California doing now? they're rolling back taxes on cannabis so that legal dispensaries can compete with the black market. So that's another way that people have the power, because if the regulation and taxation is costing a product out of their ability to attain it, then they're going to find it at a cheaper price some other way. And with cannabis, that's the black market.
Unpopular opinion. Black markets are cool and good.
Well, they're good in that they preserve our rights. We saw this with alcohol prohibition. We saw this with cannabis prohibition. A lot of people are greatly in favor of medicinal cannabis. What they fail to realize is that for some 50 years, we had a national network of medical cannabis smugglers. Ooh. Because we had to be criminals to give the little old church ladies her rheumatoid arthritis medicine. I mean, that's a way. I'm not advocating that anybody breaks the law. I'm not advocating that it's
I
right.
absolutely am. Let's be very clear there. 100%. There are laws that exist. I think, Gabrielle, you said it earlier. You're talking about police. And I've heard this before. It used to be police officer, and somewhere it got into law enforcement.
Yeah.
And if you are doing something for law enforcement, if it's not hurting somebody and if it's not taking someone's stuff, have a good day. Before my voting accident and before the foxes got into my backyard and ate all of my animals, that was my philosophy. Unfortunately, now it's not. My foxes have taken everything out. I have nothing. But before that,
So, I mean, look, I wasn't saying that we shouldn't disobey unjust laws. I was saying that we shouldn't put ourselves at risk unnecessarily. And the police argument is exactly why you would be at risk. I don't want to be responsible for the next guy gets beaten to death. But ultimately, I believe somewhere it's written that it is our duty as residents of this country to disobey laws that are unjust.
We saw that in Virginia. Another great example of a local law. We had a restaurant in Fredericksburg called Gourmelts. Huge shout out to Gourmelts. The owner's name is Matt. So the local area came up with all kinds of closure mandates. You couldn't be open. Here's what everybody had to do. Telling him which door he had to let customers in and out of, right? Like, they've never been to this guy's restaurant before. They don't know. So he said, I'm not going to do any of that. And he kept his restaurant open the entire time, never had a COVID outbreak. The local government tried to sue him. Then the state tried to sue him. Oh, no, it looks like, Brianna, you're about to lose your phone.
Yeah, I was just texting that my phone's about to die. So peace out, y'all. It was great being here. I love everyone. This has been awesome so far. And I will be watching from Facebook.
All right. Thanks.
I love you, Brianna.
Brianna.
Hi, Brianna.
Thank you so much.
But in Gourmelt, there's a local restaurant.
Thank you so much for having me on here. Such an honor. Thank you guys. And
Thanks
Tom
for coming.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
TomFor52.com/donate.
There you go.
Thanks for
there it
hanging out
goes.
with us.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night. Happy.
Bye, Gabrielle.
Bye.
Happy New Year.
So Gourmelts, this is where both the local government tried to enforce something and the local community was really successful in stopping it. So guess what all the residents did? They all ate at the restaurant like 24/7. This dude's business boomed ridiculously. Line out the door. People couldn't wait to go in to support him. He was like the only restaurant that was standing up to any of the laws and mandates. And ultimately he won the suit. It was deemed, all of the laws and regulations were deemed unconstitutional because the local community and the local government, again, back to it, it's people. The local government is people. It's not an abstract idea. Local governments, Tom, I bet when you talk about your district and where you are, you know the roads, you know the neighborhoods, you know the cultures of every subsection. It's so important to be engaged with local government because that's where change happens. And that's where you find the change and make the change and grow the change and build it.
Earlier I was talking about when I get asked how I became a libertarian, one of the answers that I land on and it does change depending on my mindset, is my fifth grade teacher, the way he taught history. Yes, the way he taught history. I wouldn't doubt that he was a libertarian. But one of the things he would say is that the local government is your last defense against the state and federal government. The local government is what can ultimately defend your rights and lower your taxes.
Yeah. We definitely, yes, Tom and Robert, 100% champions. We here, and I can't believe you guys have been going for this long. It is, well, I mean, I can. Like, Tom, I've never seen you stop since I've known you. Like, every time. You just...
much to the annoyance of my parents when I was a child, I never quit.
But that's a testament to your spirit, and it's a testament, you know, as you serve in a leadership role within the entire libertarian movement and bringing people together and joining people together, you don't stop. And I think remembering that it's a marathon and not a sprint, that's so important. A lot of people, Tom, I'm sure you've heard this before, I wish more libertarians ran for office. Anybody heard that one before? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Local elections, another reason local elections, especially in the libertarian movement, are so important is usually they have a lower ballot access threshold. Being able to get on the ballot as a libertarian in a local election, I know in Virginia, it's much easier. Oh, absolutely, Alice.
Alice is a neighbor of mine. She lives right up the road with her husband, Rick. They're big supporters, and they're even volunteers. They're great people. They're locally minded. And you know what they've been doing in regards to local government? They've been showing up.
It's funny how that works.
Exactly what we're talking about.
And Tom, if people wanted to volunteer for your campaign, where would they go?
That's tomfor52.com/volunteer. There's a nice little form. You can tell us what you want to work on, what your skills are, what your time frame is, how much time you can commit. And actually right now we are encouraging people, if the only thing that you think you can do is help us with petitioning, volunteer now, put that in there, and we will get to you when it comes to petitioning period. We'll contact you initially right away, but we will ensure that you are there for petitioning. That's our number one volunteer goal, other than certain upper level positions. We need petitioners.
You'll notice that Tom's email is scrolling across the bottom right now, tom@tomprofit2.com. You can get a hold of him there on his email. And then, of course, the tomprofit2.com/donate or /volunteer. So it's pretty catchy. Let's throw that in there.
I think Tom's a catchy guy. And I remember when I first met Tom and heard many of Tom's catchphrases, and I was like, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to laugh at this or not. My favorite is that you run better than the government.
Well,
yeah.
I can qualify that one. I can manage a single step and a dive, which is at least one step better than most government.
Okay, I'll take it.
Oh,
I've worked for the government, and I can probably certify that's true. So, Tom, you have been on for quite some time. What are some localities that you have had featured in different guests that are here?
Oh, wow. I will bring up the list so that I can make sure I am accurate. But I can tell you that Dan Fishman was on earlier.
Yeah, he's a Maryland guy. We joke all the time. We live 45 minutes apart, and we have such different laws and regulations dictating what we do. So DC is enforcing a new mask mandate that's coming out with a vaccination mandate. And what's starting to happen, I don't live in DC, I live in Virginia, but I'm starting to find that more of our restaurants are getting people because people don't want to go to DC to support that community. And then I talked to Dan in Maryland, and he has a completely different outlook. Maryland's handling it very different from Virginia. And so even though we're just, and what that goes to show you also what arbitrary lines are, right? We're 45 minutes apart and lead very different lives and relationships with our small businesses, with our local governments, with our community, and how we can do outreach, chamber of commerce, etc.
You know, that's an interesting point to make, because when you have people that live close to the border of another state, you will often see people hopping that line to purchase things that are taxed less in the next state. In New York, it was going to Pennsylvania for tobacco for a while, not anymore, but that used to be a big thing. Now everybody goes to the reservation. You had asked me the guests that we had today. The very first guest was actually Brian Lambert. Yes, he's going to help assist with coordinating our petitioning drive. He has some success with that in Illinois and other states. And, we were having a conversation about it one day, and I just, you got to ask. Always be asking. And
this is true.
I asked, and he said yes. And so now I have someone with experience and a track record of petitioning to come help coordinate our petitioning efforts. And he actually wants to be here for that, too, which is awesome. Then we had Dwayne Whitmer. He ran for Congress out of New York. And he's a big 2A advocate. He trains with his weapons. He knows what he's doing. And so we discussed the nuances of gun rights. The hardcore pro-gun people, they say it's you can overthrow a tyrannical government, and that's true. That's true to a degree, but there are many other uses for a gun. I live in a rural area. As a child, we would not have had enough food without a gun. It was walking around the backyard, but without a gun, we wouldn't have had it. So
Tom, I
hunting is
think
very important.
to go a little bit left field. So I think your Second Amendment rights are one of the rights that local governments come at quickly. And one of the arguments that I've heard here in Virginia versus DC and Maryland, both of whom have very restrictive firearm laws, is what other right do you have that's legislated as much as your Second Amendment right? You very rarely do I see the local government legislating anything as much as they want to hold on to my firearms. And this reminds me of how also ineffective a local government can be if it's run by the wrong people. Down in Virginia Beach, in Virginia, there's a no swearing law on the beach, and there's all these signs that have like the asterisk and the @ sign and the pound sign with a big red circle with a slash through it, right? Don't swear. Of course, everybody gets drunk at the beach and drops F-bombs. Like, that's the nature of people. That's how that goes. And it's almost like a public display of, look at the power and authority we think we have. And this was our priority. We prioritize this sign over anything else that you see is wrong. And it's so sad, but it just goes to show, again, local governments to change the impact, the face value that they have in their relationship with citizens. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but
I don't know. That was a very good point. So for me, when people from outside of New York State who haven't been to New York State think of New York, they typically only think of the city. They forget that we have, I think it's over 7 million acres of agricultural land, and that doesn't count state parks and woodlands. We have a lot of deer, an awful lot of deer. In fact, we have so many deer that they often eat themselves into starvation because there's so many deer that there's not enough food. And then they get sick, and we have mass die-offs. So, I'm an environmentalist, right? I'm an environmentalist libertarian. You don't hear that very often, do you? But I'm a practical environmentalist. So when we're talking about whitetail and hunting, we remove the predators that would cull their numbers. And because of that, it's now our responsibility to maintain the herd. And maintaining a herd means culling so that they have enough food to survive.
there's a great study about this up in Washington. And again, local governments, the power that they have. University of Washington hired this guy, Dr. Robert Wildguest, to conduct a study on what would happen if wolves were reintroduced. And Robert, you may, being up in Alaska, you may encounter some similar themes in this story. So this guy, Dr. Wow, I guess he does this study, and it's funded by the local university. I think it was Tacoma. I could be totally wrong on that. But the local government that was like partnering with the university. So they fund the study, and the outcome of the study was, turns out that you can reintroduce wolves, and it's not going to mess with the livestock too badly. And the local government didn't like that. They were very upset by that finding. They wanted a no way Jose wolf. So the local government said, cool, we're going to pull the funding for the project. We're going to pull the funding for this, like, I think it was a hospital edition that the University of Washington was getting, if this is what's published, if this is what comes out of the study. And so the university and academia and the academic journals that were supposed to publish this, it was suddenly like, okay, don't release the findings anymore. And this guy, Dr. Robert Walgus, was like, no, this is the facts, right? I'm going to release it. What's the worst that's going to happen? Boy, howdy, that guy's career done. You can look him up. I think it's like Weilgus. Gone, done. And so what happened years later is they did reintroduce wolves. They reintroduced them into Washington and Yosemite. And now wolf populations are starting to grow again for that same like culling and thinning of herds, because there was an imbalance of wildlife in that northern tier region. But yeah, local government tried to shut down an entire university study and stop publish of facts because they didn't like what the fact-finding answer was, which is why we need honest guys like Tom.
Just real quick, I have invited David White to join us, so I'm going to add him to the screen, and then I'm going to get back to this list. After Dwayne, we actually had Tony DeRazio talking about campaign infrastructure, something David talks to me a lot about. And David is he's my fundraising director, soon to be, I hope, assistant campaign manager. Basically filling that role anyhow.
Yeah, I thought I made that jump like a month ago.
Well, you made that joke, but we still have to finalize a contract.
What are those?
Yeah, well,
those technicalities.
Yeah, you can pretty much just copy Brianna's and change the name. It's the same thing. So, after Tony, we had Tim O'Connor. We talked about mandates in healthcare a lot. Tim's the neighboring county chair here.
Okay.
And we work together a lot. We have a lot of things in common. But, I think the reason that Tim and I really hit it off is that when we disagree, we can go on to something else afterwards.
Isn't that refreshing, Tom?
Oh, very. Adult
you
behavior.
You can end it with, we
politics,
don't see eye to eye.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of different libertarian groups and circles and whatever. And Clubhouse is one of those. I've seen you on Clubhouse. And what we've noticed, particularly when it's in person or when it's vocal, when we're able to really recognize that it's another human being on the other side, the best place for politics is libertarian circles, because there's no vitriol. People actually have the discussion. I'm not counting Twitter or Facebook. I'm sorry. Social media is trash. Thank you for watching my live.
But Tom, I think a lot of that comes back to there's this kind of silo effect, right? And coming back to the idea, especially locally, that you aren't alone. One of my favorite things that I like to do, and I see other keynote figures doing, is commenting or engaging on social media with a hot libertarian take. I've been doing that for a while, and I do it specifically on my Virginia and local representatives. And it's A, fun, but B, if you can take that, I always try and find like the positive people or the people that resonate with me, especially locally. I can't do it nationally. I can't be like, oh, David from Ohio loves my comment, I guess we're friends now, right? But if I say like, don't regulate my chickens that I don't have, and Betty Jean is like, yeah, leave those chickens alone, and I see that Betty Jean lives near me, I'm like, hey, Betty Jean, we should talk, we should chat. And you can do that locally so easy. And I think people forget, maybe not forget, but don't intend to use social media as a connection tool. right? I'm not going to hot news. I'm not going to Facebook or Twitter for my news, right? I didn't log into my Twitter account to get the latest and the most breaking information. I do go for funny commentary on sports, but that's different. But I find my community
Twitter right now.
Oh, I haven't been on Twitter today yet. Yesterday was my daughter's birthday, so we've been
I get all
rocking
my
out and playing.
Clubhouse pretty much.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do actually get
Clubhouse-
most of my news from Twitter and Facebook. More Twitter than
Yeah?
Facebook, but I've actually almost completely transitioned into getting the majority of my information off of Twitter, whether it's by
Wow.
following news sources or like other trusted sources of information. And then I have a couple of like group chats that I'm in that are specifically just to like send articles back and forth that would be relevant to whatever group that group chat is. So I'm in like 3 or 4 of those. That's where I get the majority of my news, actually.
So less than 2% of America is on Twitter. And I try to keep that in mind when I'm trying to get information out or learn about things. But I will say for me, my local government is almost primarily only on Facebook. I couldn't find my like district supervisors anywhere else. So Tom, where can people find more information out about you?
Well, obviously that's tomfor52.com, TOMFOR52.com. And I'm going to let David finish this because he is the fundraising director.
Oh.
Finish.
The plug.
Yeah. So, David, if I wanted to donate to Tom, where would I go?
Well, you can go to this wonderful URL that's scrolling across the bottom of the screen right now, tomfor52.com/donate. You'll be transported to a beautiful red, white, and blue page with Tom's face on it, I believe. And you can sign up to donate any amount. You can also make it a monthly donation if you so choose. Those are really helpful because it allows us to actually plan out a budget for the campaign and know what we can expect in the coming months. And so it's not a constant dash to always be fundraising. If you guys can set up monthly donations, that's really helpful. It allows us to bring on staff with a more consistency and like actually know that we're not gonna have to leave them hanging at any point in time. So go to that website, sign up, donate some monies.
Now,
Tom,
talking about social media, Tom, I know I tagged you in it, but for folks that are following along in our comments, do we have your official Facebook page or Twitter handle? How do folks find you?
So this is on both the Facebook and the YouTube. But if you go to that same tomfor52.com, the social media links are at the top and bottom. I believe the YouTube is only at the bottom. We should move that up. However, you can find all of that there. And, you know, what I've learned about social media, it's basic. But Twitter is for press. That you want to tweet things that you want the press to pick up or see. Instagram tends to be for a certain age group. Facebook tends to be for a certain older age group. And that's what I know. Beyond that, I'm not a huge social media guy other than using it, as you pointed out, Holly, for specific networking purposes.
There's networking purposes, but also, you know, making sure you're breaking out of your silo. We encounter this at the state. I'm guilty as charged until I had a really tough conversation with someone who sat me down and said, no one cares about what you're saying. But I've read all the people and I know all my doctrine inside and out. No one cares, as it turns out. Nobody cares about any of that, right? Show a picture with you and your Liberty friends in this little square IG and tag it, you know, fighting for freedom or something. And different avenues, right? So how I engage with people on Facebook versus Instagram versus Twitter versus, you know, Snapchat or TikTok. It's all different. And I don't love any platform more or less than the other, but remembering that if like, so my job, and especially with People for Liberty, is spreading the message, right? Getting out there. And I can't talk to the same channels. I can't talk to the same libertarians about being libertarians because guess what? They're already libertarians. And I can't talk to people about liberty in general, right? People for Liberty is totally nonpartisan, but you have to get out. And that means I have to be on Instagram. I have to be on on, TikTok. I have to be in Clubhouse, wherever I go, talking about just liberty, the concept of liberty itself and what liberty itself is. And you have to do that outside of your comfort zone. You have to do that in different ways, different people. Maybe I'm sitting down face to face in a, retirement home, in an IHOP. Who knows? You just, I don't know. You got to keep going. I'm weird like that. I try to reach out to as many people as possible. But
I'm sorry, but I think you mean Waffle House.
So I am a member. There was a big discussion. I'm a member of the Waffle House Caucus. I should have put a pin on. But I'm a member of the Waffle House Caucus, and we are in a sticky predicament because our Waffle Houses up here don't really have, A, there's not a lot, and B, you can't really meet in them. So one of our affiliates meets regularly in an IHOP. And yeah, right, David?
That,
so I had,
oh my gosh. That's heresy.
I was a guest speaker one time, and I had to say, I just want to be on the record that this should be at a Waffle House, and you should be embarrassed of yourselves. I need the person making my pancakes and waffles to be like strapped with a 38 and like a half-done cigarette hanging out of their mouth. Like there's an essence to a Waffle House that just adds the kiss of freedom onto my breakfast, and that's a mandatory thing.
Yeah, one of the many reasons I want out of New York State, because we have 0 Waffle Houses in this state.
Yeah. Everybody wants out of New York State because they're afraid of the fight. I'm staying here for the fight. That's why I run for office. I intend to fight for every single constituent in district and in the state. As a state senator, that means that I represent the entire state through my vote on legislation. The interesting
eating waffles all day.
The interesting thing there is, I understand why people leave the state. I understand why David wants to leave the state. He's young. He's got a future ahead of him. He's brilliant. And you're not going to be able to do anything with that here currently. Let's change that.
So I totally disagree, Tom. I 100% disagree. And this is happening in Virginia. A lot of our statewide policies that were coming out of Richmond were this is what the state wants, this is what the state wants. And so many local governments here in Virginia, people who didn't leave and people who didn't go to, like a lot of people fled to West Virginia or North Carolina or Kentucky or Tennessee. That happened a lot in Virginia the past 6 or so years. Our local governments got really mobilized. For us, school choice was the mobilizing catalyst. But once all of our local governments got mobilized, we flipped. We flipped to a Republican state, and we haven't been a Republican state in a long time. And that's not to say that I'm pro one old party versus the other, but that change started with local governments. It started with local movements. It started locally. And locally, as you build coalitions, the power grows and amplifies. So staying behind to be that one voice, to be that change. Not every voter shows up. You know that, Tom.
Yep, and I'm not disagreeing with your perspective. I'm just trying to. You have to understand why people leave the state. Why are people leaving New York State? Our kids leave New York State, and they have been since before I graduated high school, for opportunity. They leave because they want to go forward in life. They want to have a family. They want to be successful at whatever it is they want to do. And they look around in this state and they realize just how difficult the government has made that. And that's why they leave. Now, it's kind of hard to blame them when they leave, but I would encourage every last person, young or old, who cares about this state, who cares about the family they have in this state, the friends they have in this state, the neighbors they have in this state, anybody they have in this state, to stay, get involved, just as Holly was pointing out, flip our local governments, flip something, change something for the better at the local level.
Well, and as more local governments throughout, oh, hey, Robert has brought a craft. As more local governments begin to spread the message of liberty and freedom and small government and reduce taxes and just the ability to be yourself, people are tired. People are tired of the government telling them what's best for them and the government telling them what they should do, what they have to do, what they need to do. Here's what we say. Don't think, just do. And even as, local governments get mobilized for us, Loudoun County, it's a local government. It's a county government. We got mobilized. Look at the effect and conversation that's happened across school choice nationally now. Corey DeAngelis, follow his feed, man. It's on fire.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, right. But just that happened from one look. And honestly, it was one parent. It was one upset parent who learned that, and here's again the power of local schools. The teachers were trying to build a database, or they did build a database on kids and parents that didn't agree with their philosophy, to include like where the parents worked, who the businesses were, phone numbers. And then there was a call to action to call these parents like work centers to get them fired, so that it got really ingrained. And it was two parents that spoke up. Hey, this sounds illegal. This sounds wrong. You're on the school board. You shouldn't be doing this. That was the change. That was it. It was two concerned parents that got on Fox News and started a movement. Heck, what's that kid? David Hogue, the kid from the school shooting. Right? Agree with them or not, he was one kid that stood up and powered people together. That turned into a national rally.
The interesting thing about that, Holly, is that's a school that kids go to learn to be in politics. A lot of people didn't realize that.
I didn't.
The reason that school and movement went so far is that those kids were already trained in politics. That's why they were there. We have one Mr. and he's a little scruffy looking, Adam Reinhardt on the hook here.
Yay!
Thumbs up if you're ready there, Adam.
Haven't seen Adam in a while.
Oh, look at that.
Reverend Reinhardt. How goes it?
I don't mean to be rude, but the candidate has to visit the toilet, and I will be right back. I drank a lot of coffee to get through these 12 hours, and there's 1 hour left. So, Adam, thank you for being here. I love the sign. I will be back in 5 minutes.
I did not get the beard memo, apparently. That was not given to me.
Come on, Holly. Girl one right now.
All right. I'll work on it super intensely. But Adam, I'm glad you brought swag. I brought some swag too. I've been sipping my water.
Right.
Yeah. It's from last year. I'm a proud volunteer who just didn't quit. I was sending text messages and everything. So we were talking a little bit about local government. We've been all over the place. But Adam, how are you doing?
Well, very good. And on the topic of local government, the LPPA, Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, is absolutely killing it in local elections. You may have heard that in this past November, we elected about 150 Libertarians to local office, in addition to the roughly 70 we already had elected, many of whom were reelected. So we're around 200 elected Libertarians in the municipal level government here in Pennsylvania. And, it's more than the rest of the country combined in terms of electeds. Not quite as impressive maybe as Wyoming over there electing someone to the state legislature. That's pretty impressive. But in terms of sheer numbers, we're leading the way. And so I'm feeling very jazzed up to be a Libertarian right now. It was a tremendously successful election cycle, at least for us here in PA and across the country. Some other really amazing election wins. Ashley Shade up in Massachusetts, Darryl Perry up in New Hampshire, a couple others across the state had some really great turnouts too. So it's a great time to be finding that candidate for you to support. And having worked on Tom's campaign in the past, he is one of those excellent candidates that is worth your money, worth your volunteer time. He could really go all the way. He could be in Albany in a couple of months with the right amount of help. So thank you.
Adam, sorry, one of the things that I brought up earlier was people often make comments or feel alone, right? I know I'm just this one person. The tide is obviously turning in Pennsylvania. Are you starting to see or feel more people coming out of the woodworks? And are you guys, I guess, less alone? Are you feeling that?
I would say Pennsylvania is one of the most thriving state affiliates in terms of numbers of people actively engaged whether it be at the county level on campaigns, volunteering to run for office, registering as a libertarian, or getting involved in the various committees. There's practically a line of people at every committee who want to be on our state committees to be doing the work of the party. So the enthusiasm and the energy is really high. And there's a couple of factors to why that is. I mean, number one, for the past couple of years, we have very intentionally tried to professionalize the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania. And that kind of started with the hiring of our executive director, Kevin Goggin. And that has made a huge difference in terms of boosting new membership, membership retention, which is underrated in terms of its importance. You can't just expect members to re-up every year. You need to be actively engaging them. Increasing our donor base, that's been huge. And then really our magic bullet has been what we've coined affectionately the Moulton Maneuver, named after Dr. Chuck Moulton, our elections expert, in which we were able to identify thousands of positions across the state that had nobody running for them. And so we did a massive candidate recruitment drive to find libertarians in those areas who were willing to serve their community. And that kind of engagement and that kind of positive feedback where it's like, you know, you're hearing from the party and we're making you promises, but we're not giving you empty promises. Like we told you we would elect over 100 libertarians this year. And guess what? We're at 150 and counting. And that jazzes people up. That gets people to open up their wallets and give money. That gets people to volunteer their time. So really, it's been an exponential growth over the past couple of years. And so other states out there listening, like don't feel discouraged because you're not seeing this rapid exponential growth that we're having in Pennsylvania. It's been a combination of factors. It's been the right kinds of people in leadership. It's been strategic action that has paid off. And it's been follow through by the tremendous leadership team that we have. So one day I hope to see every state affiliate in the country reach and surpass the levels of success that we've had. But look at what we've done. Look at the things we've done. Try to emulate them. Look at your state election law. See where there are missed opportunities. And campaigning. Nothing gets people more excited to be in the Libertarian Party than getting involved with a really great candidate, whether it be someone running for mayor locally. I got my buddy Joel Getz, who just ran for mayor. I was his campaign manager, really energizing campaign. Or whether it's someone running for governor, like my good friend Joe Solosky is getting ready to run for governor here in Pennsylvania. People get excited to work for somebody they believe in. And Tom is one of those people that I think has all that potential to get a mass amount of support because he's inspiring, and all you got to do is spend a couple of minutes with him, and you will believe in this man the way that I do.
You know, that's interesting you say that, Adam. Something that surprised me once I made it well known that I was running again, and I had decided November 4th. You know that. We had the conversation on the night of the 3rd.
Yeah.
And what surprised me was the minute people knew that I was running again, locals started sending money. Locals who donated previously started sending money.
Nice.
And there's one in particular, I'm not going to name her by name. She's a public school teacher, Democrat, and she's in favor of gun legislation. She's in favor of gun regulation. For obvious reasons, from messaging over the whole situation, libertarians, we understand that. And I ended up meeting her in person and having a conversation about guns. And, you know, there was no angle to be had because of my situation, right? And I'm willing to point that out because I'm not the only one in that situation. I'm not going to run away very fast, am I? My wheelchair and I, we're not going to hide in the closet very well. I'm certainly not going to beat anybody off with a broomstick. My option for self-defense has to be something I can use. And for me, that's either a knife or my favorite, which I no longer have because I had to sell it for money because I needed money, is an AR-15. That's not an assault rifle. It's an Armalite rifle, right? Holly, you can probably back that up.
Yes, before I lost all of mine in my tragic boating accident, it's often compared to an M4, which it has a different bolt. It doesn't have the multi-round burst function that an M4 does. And I hate the term assault rifle. Anything could be an assault. I own assault knives and assault, scissors, and anything can be used for an assault. I despise that phrase. It's used to inflict fear in people.
If I beat David with this remote control, that would be an assault remote control, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, it's got to be illegal now. Got to go.
And that's actually already in legislation. Anything you use to harm people is a weapon.
But the use of the word assault, and we see this is a common ploy by most governments, right? The same with marijuana, which is a made-up word that was used to tie it to the Hispanic community to scare people, right?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so the phrase assault, it's an assault rifle, it's an assault weapon. It's a rifle, it's a gun. That's the reality of it. And
I happen to have a salt shaker right here. I could assault you with the salt shaker.
Oh man,
that was so bad of a pun.
I
hate the.
I'm going to make it worse, David.
Of course you are.
I also have a battery, right? Assault and battery. And technically, I could use both of these things.
I really wish this was my show so I could gulag you for that.
But no, seriously, if I wanted to, I could assault people with that. That would be assault and battery with assault and a battery.
Yes, Tom. And I guess the point to be argued here would be having a mechanism of self-defense, and in your case of being more in a rural New York area, a way you can't go hunt, right? You aren't going to be able to climb and operate a compound bow while you're in a tree stand. That's not a reality. And the more that we allow people to use labels for tools that aren't appropriate, that aren't applicable, and that exist to solely input fear into the use of that tool itself, I'm so opposed to that. And another one that I know I encounter a lot, for those of you who don't know my background in the military, I spent 12 years as security forces. I dealt with a lot of heavy weapons, a lot of like actual legitimate machine guns and 50 cals and grenade launchers. But I get people who don't know me. Aren't you scared? Aren't you worried? Aren't you concerned? Right? I'm this poor suburban housewife that lives in Northern Virginia. And I said, no, actually, I have a concealed carry permit. I'm like the least concerned person here. But there's this stereotype. People want to prey. They want to scare people. And I hate that. I hate that stereotype. I hate that. And it's accepted. It's accepted in society so often with open arms. And I try to combat it every time I hear it. I can't stand it. I hate the phrase assault rifle and anything else that goes into that. Look how terrible guns are conversation.
So well, the video that made my my best friend popular on the internet was a video that him and I made while red pilling a couple of Tulsi Gabbard supporters on guns in New Hampshire. But basically, it started off with me shooting an AR-15. Didn't have a bump stock, but I was bump firing it. And he comes up and he's like, I can't believe that we still allow these like dangerous weapons on the street, like these assault rifles. They're so scary, whatever. Like it's not quite as cringy as I just made it sound. But he makes like the anti-gun argument. He's like, all we need are good old-fashioned hunting rifles, and holds up an M1, holds up the rounds that go in it, which are three times the size of what I was shooting, racks it and bump fires the entire clip of 8 in about 2 seconds, and is just like, this is all we need.
So I want to get back to the AR-15 argument. For my own.
Is there an argument?
Yes, I'm arguing in favor of AR-15s.
Oh, I thought you meant someone was taking the other side, and I was confused at what podcast I was on.
Yeah, no. So the thing about AR-15s, the disabled community loves them. You know why? Because they're one of the most modifiable and affordable guns. I had my stock at the minimum, I had my barrel at the minimum, and I had the weight loaded down to 6 pounds. That is a weapon that I can operate and fire safely. If I tried to operate and fire a weapon that was heavier or more cumbersome, anybody, actually, Holly, you would probably tell me not to, right?
I would, yes. And honestly, for you, Tom, another thing that I would advise you not to do, I would say in your position, it would be better to use a long gun than it would be a short gun, because you can use your body for more support. You can use it to support the recoil and to come back on target once you fire a long gun. A handgun, I mean, especially if you don't fire often, a lot of people jerk and they pull back. And if you're in a situation of self-defense, for you, that's going to be all the time in the world that you lose. Like, that could quite literally be your life.
Yes. And actually, you know, I don't talk about this often. I think it's pretty obvious that I'm disabled. There are certain people in the world who view people who are weaker than them in any way as targets. And I have been in those situations. I have felt the target on my forehead. I have been taken advantage of. I have been harmed because I did not have a means of self-defense. Just think about that for a few minutes. Who am I going to call for help in that situation? Around here, this is another argument I made to that teacher. Around here, it's between 30 minutes and 3 days police to show up when you call. Not very many places have a response time of less than 30 minutes. What are you going to do? I mean, I don't know about you, Holly, but I have never heard of a police department employing a necromancer.
Nope. That would be a first for me as well.
It's called holistic policing.
Do you know what I have heard of? I've heard of people dying because the police can't get there quick enough. I've heard of people dying because local regulations said that there was a Senate hearing about this. Local regulations prohibited firearms, and so a woman, she was at a bank and she didn't bring a firearm because the county had just changed the law, and there was an active shooter and her family died. And she was devastated because she almost always carried her gun, and she stopped because of the local laws. So I've heard about people dying from restrictive gun laws. I've never heard a story where somebody said, you know, I was going to bring this gun and shoot everybody up, but then there was this law and I didn't, and it saved everything. I've never heard that story either. So I've heard too many stories about government failure. I've heard too many stories about nefarious characters in government legislating or regulating for the sake of it instead of listening to individuals, looking out for the rights of people and individual people such as yourself. And that all came from local government, which is why I would want someone of sound mind in my local government.
Absolutely. You know, it's interesting how people will have an opinion on a thing they've never dealt with. They've never handled a gun. They've never had to use a gun for survival or food or defense. And so they think nobody needs a gun because they think everybody is like them. They think everybody has the same life, lives in the same place, has the same level of safety. And that's just not true. But I do want to move on from the gun argument because we do have, in fact, the Reverend Adam Reinhardt here. And when I went to Pennsylvania the last time for Liz Terwilliger's event, he had a really interesting talk that just piqued my interest. And I've heard some of these things from some other people who consider themselves Christian libertarians, and they're always very, very easily aligning Christianity with libertarianism. And I want to hear that from Adam. And Adam, I know you've done a lot of theological study. If there's anything else in the way of other religions that you can relate, I want to hear it. Let's talk about this.
Sure. No, I'm glad that you brought up that event at Liz Terwilliger's fundraiser. By the way, if you've already given to Tom and you're looking to give to another great candidate, Liz Terwilliger for Congress is a campaign that I'm currently working on. She's phenomenal. Ordinarily, I say that any campaign going beyond the municipal or county level is probably a messaging campaign or a ballot access campaign. But if anyone can do the impossible and actually win a congressional seat as Libertarian, it's Liz Terwilliger. So please take some time to look her up if you can. But she had this wonderful event earlier. Let's see, what was it, Tom? 2 months ago? Something like that.
I think it was September.
Was it that long ago already? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, everything was still
reads together. But she brought together people from all different corners of the libertarian ecosystem to talk on various topics. And the one that I was invited to talk on, along with my good friend Hesham El-Maligi, the founder of Muslims for Liberty, a Muslim libertarian organization, and myself as a Christian pastor, and Hesham as a scholar of Islam, sat together and talked together about how our faiths together led us, down the path toward radical commitment to human freedom as a religious calling. And that's the best way I could put it for myself, is that it's not that I modify my Christianity with libertarianism. It's that my Christianity leads me to many of the same conclusions that some of the best libertarian thinkers have come to through similar or completely different thought processes. And that's what's kind of amazing, is that, myself and Hesham, we believe in two very different religions that have very similar origins. We both consider Abraham to be the founder of our religions. We both see, all of the prophets as we have the same list of prophets, right? We both love Jesus. But at the end of the day, we have two completely different religious branches that together comprise the two largest religious factions on the planet. And throughout human history, we haven't always gotten along. But here we are at a table talking about how my faith means that I need to fight for the religious liberties of you, and you fight for the religious liberties of me. And because of our faith, we believe in the inherent human dignity of every person. And therefore, that human dignity means that you have certain rights. And among those rights that we think are very important, me and Hesham agreeing completely, is that you have the right to be free, to make your own decisions about your life, that you have sole dominion over your body, over your choices, over your home and your property. And as long as you're not infringing on the equal rights of others, you should be left alone, unless you call out for help, and then it's incumbent on the community to help you. That's, in a nutshell, kind of what I think myself and Hesham and people of various other faiths that I've talked to can kind of all agree on. And people of non-faith too. And that's why I say, there's nothing, faith is not required to believe these things. However, faith leads a lot of people to these conclusions, leads a lot of people to completely other conclusions too. And so that's an important conversation to have, that faith is a deeply individual experience, that religion is a tool and a vehicle that can be used responsibly or irresponsibly, depending on who's in charge and who's authoritative. And when we think about these things, we have to take the broader view and also consider in our own souls what has been our spiritual experience, right? So I'm talking to 1, 2, 3, 4 other people here. I don't know where any of your religious backgrounds came from or where you're going on your spiritual journeys, but what I do know is that you're all spiritual beings. How do
Adam,
I know that?
can I tell you a funny story?
Yeah.
I'll tell you a funny story, and then I am going to go ahead and jump out of here.
Thank you for coming.
Anytime, Tom. I'm always happy to support you in any capacity that I can. I'm actually doing my monthly recurring donation right now.
Mahalo.
Yeah, you're welcome. So my kids, we're Catholic, and my kids go to Catholic school, and my daughter is getting ready. She's in 2nd grade, and she's getting ready for her first communion, which if you're not Catholic, that's like a really big deal. And so we're going through the scripture, and she's reading about it. She's also my daughter, right? So she hears a lot of our political conversations at home. And all the time she comes home and she's like, Mom, I think Jesus was a libertarian. Not like, and she really, you know, she's like, we learned this today in school. Isn't this what you say? Isn't this what you believe? And these stories and, you know, how she ties them. And I don't think about this often in my head because, right, church and state are so separated that finding the commonalities is often discouraged. But my daughter often is, you know, I was thinking about this, and wouldn't you do this when, you know, when Noah's getting these animals? And I thought, why did he get a mosquito? Because even if he hates them, they're animals too. And I was like, man, you are a crazy smart 7-year-old.
Damn.
Yeah, right. How deep is that?
Sounds like you're a crazy great mom.
I try to be. I don't parent like most parents, I guess that's for sure. Our kids have come everywhere, every step of the way. Anyone that comes to any function or event, you meet my kids. And honestly, meeting my kids is usually the requirement for being my friend in social media. I try to keep my actual profiles really small. But no, my kids they're hip. Dan Fishman is over at my house once a week, and they listen to us talk about People for Liberty when I have phone calls with Joe Jorgensen. Like, my kids are in the room, they're listening. And so as we're like editing nuance of, you know, speeches or blogs, my kids absorb that. They listen to it, and they are, call me in 20 years if I have to pay for a therapist. We'll see how it all turned out. You know, but they get it all for better or worse. And my husband is, you know, also a libertarian, and we don't agree on everything. So then they watch like the libertarians fighting about libertarian doctrine, and we'll see what happens with their kids. But yeah,
so you're raising like an indoctrinated like contrarian that's just gonna like know how to pick people apart forever.
Yeah, all right. So I gotta get. I'll be right back. I'll show you guys what my daughter made for 4th of July. Give me one second.
You're raising a David fight?
Lord help us.
Well, I will say, Holly, that's it's another thing we have in common, aside from being people of faith in a general sense, is I'm a foster dad, and I know that's a bit different than being a natural parent. There's a lot of parts of the journey that I missed, and there's lots of nuances that I don't get. But my 14-year-old is an enthusiastic libertarian.
Yeah.
Could he define it if asked? Probably not, but he understands at least one thing. It means he can say fuck Joe Biden and fuck Donald Trump, and he loves that.
So real quick, Holly, before you leave, hang on, let me make you big.
Hell yes.
Yeah, right. So
there it is. Oh,
yeah. Uh-oh. Are we making it big? Is that where?
Hold on.
There it is.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So yeah, she
A really happy dead person.
Yeah. I guess that person.
I mean, if you die for the sake of liberty, you should die happy.
Did somebody?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Somebody gulagged Holly.
Hold on. Hold
Okay.
on.
We're holding
Technical
on.
difficulties.
Well, I live in Virginia,
back?
right? And so I am back. And I live in Virginia. So we take our kids, like, they've been to Patrick Henry's house, they've been to Jefferson's house, they've been to Madison's house, they've been to Monroe's house, they've been to Mount Vernon. And we talk to them about, like, hey, here's what the Patriots did and why. Like, there was this treasonous, traitorous government and all these crazy taxes. And then we have, like, the elderly innocent docents who are, like, really excited to talk to kids about this stuff, who, you know, are pumped to talk to my kids about liberty. We just went to Montpelier, which is how you say it, which was Monroe's house. Man, they were gun shy. They were like, "Don't you ever let the government tell you what to do, young lady." And my kids were like, "Oh, don't worry, we won't." But seeing these, you know, like that's just how we raise our kids, and that's where we are. But I will say on this note, I do need to go log off. I have to start packing my house up.
It's great to see you, Holly. It's been way too long since we've spoken. We should talk sometime soon.
Yes, agreed.
Thank you.
What's up, Tom?
Yeah, so I have an interesting story. Just because you brought up Catholicism, one of the first events that we did with my affiliate here in Shenango, that was 2 years ago. Yeah, We had a gentleman show up. He rode his bicycle for miles. He's probably 70 to 75 years old. He lives off grid without municipal facilities. He considers himself a Catholic, but he doesn't like the hierarchy of the church, so he called himself literally an independent Catholic.
There's a lot. There's a lot of folks like that. That's a very real thing.
So he
Where I come
homeschooled.
from, we just call them Lutheran.
So he homeschooled his children. He homeschooled his children. He homeschooled 7 children, working his land to provide for whatever needs he could produce himself. All 7 of his children became professionals with degrees. Think about that for a few minutes. Somebody living outside of the system, somebody living outside of even a religious hierarchy, even though they were religious, raised 7 children who became successful.
The system hurts kids, though, right? So my daughter in kindergarten, she was in kindergarten when COVID happened, and she knows how to read and she knew how to write. We thought that, you should just teach your kids reading and letters and numbers. So when they sent every kid home virtually, they were telling my daughter, like, you can just turn your camera off. You already know this. Don't worry about it. You don't have to come in. We found out that when she was in school, they were just having her read to stuffed animals in the back of the classroom because she didn't need the regular class that the rest of them had. And I don't live in a bad district, folks. I'm in Fairfax County Public Schools, which is supposed to be one of the top premier school districts in the nation. We confronted the schools about it. So both my husband and I made the same plunge. He resigned from his position as a public school teacher when I resigned from the federal government. But yeah, we pulled our kids. We homeschooled last year, and we're doing Catholic school this year. I've had great experiences with both. But here's the difference, Tom. So my daughter, now she's back in a school system, and they did their annual assessments. So my now 8-year-old, she tested at a 7th grade reading level. When public school was testing her, they said, well, she tested out of the 1st grade, and that's as high as we're going to go because we don't have time to do anything. Her private Catholic school made an individual curriculum, individual reading lists, individual books, found a way to tie in all of her advanced level things with the same subjects that the class was learning. So she was learning the same material in a different way. She's still super engaged. She's still learning and gaining traction, but she can also still go outside and play Moana on the playground with her friends. And that's the difference. The public school system, God forbid if I would have kept my kid in that. How long? And they told me, they said it won't be until 3rd grade that we can begin to assess her. That would have been kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade. 4 years of just wasting away. Would you be excited about education after 4 years? No, you would have killed my child's spirit 100%. And so when we homeschooled, Thomas, not only did we homeschool, but before I lost all of my guns in a boating accident and all of my wildlife to that terrible fox attack, right? My kids know exactly what to do. They know how to pick produce, how to plant things. They know the parts of a gun, but they know how to make pancakes, scrambled eggs. They know how to get eggs out of a brood box. Right? They can function. My kids know how to do laundry. So
what a novel fucking concept to actually teach your kids how to function as humans.
Within homeschool, within the whole parameters of homeschool, we were able to do the exact same things. And I don't live in a rural area, folks. I'm in as urban as it gets. It doesn't have to be. I could complain about schools forever. I had lunch with Corey DeAngelis a few months ago, and I'm pretty composed. I'm sorry?
I definitely feel you about the fox attack, Holly. Mine is the owls.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard about this already. It is kind of traumatic.
It is definitely traumatic, and Robert, I hope you understand that my foxes are with the same boats. I'm just having really bad fox and boat relationships.
The story of your daughter and the reading thing got me. When I was in kindergarten and 1st grade, they put me in the back of the class with a stack of chapter books and older kid books. my mother started teaching me to read from an early age. She made sure I was starting to speak at 18 months eloquently, so I could be understood because I'd communicate my injuries from my disability. By the time I was in kindergarten, or by the time I was entering kindergarten, I'd already read the Narnia series.
Yeah.
And so they quickly realized I was in a very rural school with older teachers. People understood things a little better. They didn't give me a special learning program or anything like that, but they did give me a little bit more freedom to pursue what I wanted to pursue. And disability was partly an advantage to that because gym class, recess, those were opportunities to go to the library and do my own learning. But
I'm
I really want to.
so grateful that you had that opportunity. But I will. That's my last story. I promise. I just want to show you guys my kids' sweet little liberty or death sign because how do you not?
Great. Got New Hampshire written all over it, right? What's their slogan? Live free or die.
Yeah, we tried on the back and then we misspelled tread, and then she got really upset. So we're working. I think she was 6 or early 7 when she made this, but I was going to the cute box. But Tom, excuse me, I need to sign off. I've been chugging cough drops if you haven't noticed, and I will no longer be of use to you this evening. But thank you so much for having me on. I'll plug you one last time if you are just tuning in. Tom452.com/donate if you haven't already. Tom is one of my favorite candidates that I've donated time and money to before, and I know exactly where it goes, and I'm so happy at where it goes, and I'm happy to do it again and again. So thank you, Tom. Everybody donate your time, your money. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. You're welcome on my show anytime.
Thanks, David. I will follow up at some point, but not in the next 2 days. All right, bye everyone.
Yeah, so I hearing those stories, it really makes me thankful that my parents homeschooled me. When I was in kindergarten, my mom didn't really know what to do with me either, but she had my sister, so my sister would have been in 4th grade at the time. I did everything she didn't finish from 3rd grade, as well as sat in on her 3rd grade stuff and then had some kindergarten-y stuff. But there was 3 classes. It was English, history, and Bible that she didn't finish from 3rd grade. And I did that, obviously, a third the speed or whatever. I did less than a third of the curriculum towards the end. But I just finished up her 3rd grade work in kindergarten. And then by the time I started, my mom was able to help me through stuff faster. And, I was just done with school by noon every day and got to enjoy my life. When my sister started algebra in 9th grade, I was in 4th grade and I did the entire 1st semester of it with her. So I did all of middle school and junior high with a comprehensive understanding of high school algebra in my head, made all of math super fucking easy. It was fantastic that we were able to kind of adapt and overcome. And during all of that, it hurts to hear people talk about their public school experiences, and because I hated being homeschooled while I was being homeschooled. It was awful, and I complained about it, and I always wanted to go to public school, and I wish I could have played sports, and I wish I had more friends, and I wish that I had done drugs earlier, and had parties, and had had experiences and wasn't so sheltered. I hated it when I was in it. But looking back,
wait.
What?
Are you encouraging people to go to public school so that you can get drugs at an earlier age? Go to school, kids.
I'm saying that as an immature child.
Going to show up and show you how to use them.
What I'm saying is that as an immature child, I thought that I wish that I had gone to public school so that I could have done drugs. But looking back, I'm so fucking thankful that I was homeschooled, because I just compare basic vocabulary of mine to people. I have friends that are about to graduate with master's degrees in psychology, and I'm having to explain to them words that I learned in 3rd grade, and it's weird, and it's confusing, and I don't like it. But it makes me very thankful that my parents put so much work into educating me growing up.
Yeah, I wish I could have been homeschooled. My school broke my femur several times. People complain about public education, and I absolutely agree with those complaints. But there is nothing worse for a child with a severe disability, particularly if it's a spectrum disorder, than public school. I mean, the things
Well, I'll
we've
tell
seen.
you from my own experience, Tom, as a foster parent, my younger boy has some pretty significant learning disabilities. He is when I took him in about a year and a half ago, when he was 13, he was reading at a kindergarten level, first grade maybe if he was trying, and he was in all these special education programs that were supposed to cater to his individual needs, and they didn't. I mean, it was basically glorified daycare.
They held them back.
What's that?
That kind of a program holds people back from learning.
Well, 1,000%. And I understand that, a system that's overwhelmed with children with learning and behavioral disabilities, because this facility handled both learning and behavioral disabilities. And to be perfectly honest, my boy has a bit of both. And it's overwhelming. I understand that. But if I had a nickel for every time I had a teacher call home and say, we just don't know what to do with him, I could send him to private school. I'd have that money. And it's like, don't tell me that. It's your job to know what to do with him. That's literally what you get paid for. That's what you went and got degrees for. Do not tell me that. Don't look to me. I'm a 31-year-old dude who just decided, in a moment of insanity to practically adopt a dysfunctional teenager, right? I don't have the tools to do this. I don't have these tools. You're supposed to have these tools, and you don't. So it took a lot of rigmarole. It took a lot of me, jousting with the system. And ultimately, it took the system basically saying to me, we don't want to educate your kid anymore, for me to find another alternative. And it's within the public school web of things, but it's a school that's got smaller classrooms, more individualized attention, and he's done a much better job there. All that to say, public schooling is a mixed bag, right? So I grew up the first half of my life, first half of my childhood in private school. So up until about 5th grade, up until about 10th grade, I was in private school. And then from 10th grade on, I was in public school. And I can say on both sides of the spectrum, it's a mixed bag, because my elementary private school was great. My middle school private school was absolutely terrible and bordered on spiritual and religious abuse, because it was a hyper-conservative fundamentalist Christian school. It was frickin' traumatic as a young boy trying to figure out my own sexuality and come into my own as a gay person. It was a terrible place to be. Then you get to public school, and for me, that was a liberation. That was a revelation. That was incredible. I had some great teachers in public high school. But not everyone has that experience, right? So for me, it was, part of my journey was being held back by an extremely abusive and constrictive private school. And then the openness of public school was liberating. But now looking back at the other end of things, now having a child in school, it's like I just sit here shaking my head. How did a boy get to be 13 years old and not know how to fucking read? How'd that happen? Massive failure of our education system. And
well, not only that, but I always make the argument. So I come from a family of high IQ, self-taught intellectuals, right? My grandfather was in Mensa. My mother was, the military attempted to recruit her to be either a sniper or a nuclear physicist. Yes, I also got a sniper and nuclear physicist and code breaker on my ASVAB. But the thing here is, public schools do not offer options; they offer blanket solutions. Even in my own case, your local school board is important. Run for school board.
Yes.
Your local town board is important. Run for town board.
Oh yeah, these are winnable positions, Tom. Even for a libertarian, you run for a school board, you run a good enough campaign, like that's winnable.
Yeah, in a lot of places they're nonpartisan.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be a libertarian without saying it or it mattering. But here's the point I'm getting at.
Campaign. You have to get your name out there. You follow all the rules of the campaign playbook, and I guess it's even better in situations where it's a nonpartisan office because you don't have the baggage that comes with being third party. In Pennsylvania, every single position is partisan, so we do run into some trouble there. I had a great school board candidate in my county a couple of years ago. She ran a killer campaign, had beautiful campaign literature and signs, and really got out there and busted her ass. And she lost. The reason was on the ballot, there were 5 openings, right? And there were 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans, except when you looked, about half of those Republicans and Democrats were cross-listed. They were Republican/Democrat. And that was because we have the straight ticket voting option, and if you click straight ticket Republican, you're only going to vote for like 2 or 3 candidates for school board, and that's going to leave 2 open. So they allow people to cross-file. So if you get straight ticket Republican, you get your 3 Republicans, and then like the Democrats that also cross-filed as Republicans, and vice versa. So it really screwed a great candidate who had a lot of support out of that position, right? So in New York, if it's nonpartisan, that's so much better. Like, learn how to campaign effectively, get a team, and you know what? You can be on the school board for very little money and a little bit of exciting effort. It's a great thing.
So I want to shift a little back to spirituality because I've had something on my mind here, Adam.
Sure.
We've only got about 15 minutes, so before I go, I want to remind people, Money Bomb Tom is a promotion code. You go on to the website, tomfor52.com, scrolling across the bottom of the video, TOMFOR52.com, and you go up to the menu at the top and you click shop. You go to our store, Money Bomb Tom. If you enter that as a one-word promotion code at checkout, you get $5 off any t-shirt. So Money Bomb Tom. And you can also go to the /donate link and donate. You can also go to the /volunteer link and sign up to volunteer. We do accept remote volunteers. There's a lot of work to do. David, you can talk about remote work. What do we need people to do for remote work?
Right now, we need people for some text banking and phone banking work, both working with event promotion and local outreach, as well as fundraising nationally. We need people to help with social media content creation, as well as we could use a couple more platform managers for our social media. So if you love being on Facebook and you want to be the person who's like the point person to respond to messages and stuff on Facebook, hit us up. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we need. If you are the kind of person that just like has a bunch of random interesting thoughts and thinks that maybe they could be a decent social media presence if refined and put together better, we need that too. We have a great system built out so that you can kind of put ideas out there and we can make them into a great social media content plan. So we need that kind of thing. Works the best if we've just got a lot of people putting in a little time. So hit us up. Like you said, tom52.com/volunteer. Honestly, it really doesn't matter what you're good at. We can probably use you for something, but those are the things we need the most right now.
Yes. And that'll change as we go through. We'll update people on what our needs are. Now, Adam.
Yeah.
I am very expressly keen on ensuring that the people that I teach about libertarianism, because they don't know what a libertarian is, understand that libertarianism involves humanitarianism. And you know the story, right? I was talking to a group that had its own initiative, and a Democratic State Committee member was on that group and accused me of wanting the poor and disabled to die.
Funny thing to say to you.
Right. Well, it was a Zoom meeting, right? You can only see it from the face up. I got talking about crowdfunding. No, well, that happens for pretty people. I guess that was a compliment. But she's support. So
the camera must have been really fuzzy on that Zoom call.
Right. It's very important to me that people understand that libertarians do not want anybody to suffer and die. That is not the point. The point is to help better. And humanitarianism is a part of libertarianism. And it's also a part of Christianity, is it not?
Yeah. So there's a lot to unpack in all that. Number one, libertarians are individualists, right? So to say libertarians believe X is already, it's an impossible statement. I know a lot of people who are libertarians who are, for lack of a better term, assholes. They're selfish. They want liberty for me and they don't care about liberty for you or anybody else. Like the reason they're libertarians is I want to be left alone so I can make money and live my life, which is fine. I mean, that's everybody, at least at the very base level, wants that, right? We all want to be given enough space and freedom that we can actualize our vision for our own happiness and our own lives, that we can accumulate the wealth that we need to secure a place for ourselves and our children and our extended family. And if we have enough, our friends and neighbors, right? We all want to, we all kind of, I think, implicitly want this. But there are some people who don't. They really just care about themselves, and that's why they're libertarians. And for me, it's like, well, great. I'm glad you're voting for us. I'm glad you support us. I don't want you to be our banner carriers, because that kind of libertarianism, that Ayn Randian selfishness is good libertarianism, is not appealing to anybody, outside of a small group of narcissistic sociopaths. And there are others who, they only want liberty so that they can create their little bubble and say, no gays allowed, or no Muslims allowed, or no Mexicans allowed, or no race mixers, or whatever their thing is, the Hoppians.
I've heard the no Mexicans allowed thing.
Yeah. If you're a libertarian and your only reason to be a libertarian is you want to create your own little bubble that gets rid of everybody that you don't like, I'm sorry, you're not really a libertarian. You're kind of like accidentally overlapping with our philosophy for a second, but that's not what this is about. Libertarianism at its heart is a humanitarian project. And we have to recognize that there are two main ideological streams that lead to what we call libertarianism today. One is the anarchist stream and one is the classical liberal stream. And both of those things, I could talk for probably an hour about where those intellectual traditions come from, where they diverged, and how they kind of come back together to create this weird little party we have. But at the end of it, whether you're a classical liberal libertarian or an anarchist libertarian, there's a couple of principles that we all share in common. Number one is the inherent and untransgressible value of the human individual. It doesn't matter if you are great or small, really moral or really shitty, whatever you've done, whatever you do, if you're a human being, you have a certain degree of worth, and that worth requires other human beings to treat you in a certain way. And in the libertarian universe, that at the base level, we can all agree that you should leave somebody alone if they're not hurting you. Like, that's the base level of dignified treatment for others. And then we can all also agree that if your neighbor is in trouble, you should help them, whether they're good or bad or great or small. Like, if your neighbor is in trouble, you should help them. And do we create massive government structures in order to help those people? We don't have to. Communities are stronger. If we have community-based mutual aid networks at the local level, that will be a stronger safety net for people than any government contraption might be.
I'm glad you said that. I'm very glad you said that.
Can I play devil's advocate real quick, just because I want to
hear
your...
In a minute, David. In a minute. I did just speak. So, we've essentially, in direct action, voluntarism, people doing the thing. And my perspective on that is that when we say crowdfund a wheelchair or a vehicle or a need that anybody has, we're doing it quicker. We're usually ending up with a better quality of whatever it is we're seeking. I don't know why David is laughing. But we also do it cheaper.
Yeah.
We can do more for less. It is possible.
Oh, 1,000%. If it goes through community engagement, it's always going to be cheaper than going through government, because you have all these layers of bureaucracy and all these middlemen who have to take their cut, all these bureaucrats and administrators that need to get paid, and then you've got the companies that are contracting or contracted out by the government, and they know they can charge whatever the hell they want because the people writing the checks, they don't care what the burden on the taxpayer is. So it's an inefficient system. And then you have to look at the local systems. Like if you, Tom, had to rely on just your community there in Shenango County, right? You're in Shenango, right?
Yes.
If you just had to rely on them, it might be a little more difficult to crowdfund your wheelchair and your van. At least if everybody in your county who needed such things needed to rely on community support. There might not be enough capital there to make those things happen, which is why the libertarian position is actually the most complementary to the communitarian position, because we believe in the economic policies that will give the people of Shenango County more economic opportunity, more prosperity, more self-sufficiency, so that if they as a community are stronger, they're more ready to help people like you and others in your community when you fall down on your luck and you desperately need somebody to help.
No,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah, so
there's a statistic that I like to point out in these conversations. The residents of our country are statistically the most generous people on earth.
Yeah,
they give $1 per capita than anywhere else. What do you think will happen if we allow them to have more of their own money?
That's a good point. Yeah,
probably get more.
Especially for those people. Like I saw a meme the other day, and it was like really stupid. It's like give a poor person $1,000 and they'll spend it all. You give a rich person $1,000 and they'll invest it so that it makes more money for them, and they'll. And it's like, no, rich people are inherently more financially savvy than poor people. It's just that rich people probably have enough money to hire a financial manager. The reality is, if you increase prosperity among the people who most desperately need it, yeah, there's going to be a season of time probably where they spend it irresponsibly. But what does that do? The spending generates more wealth in the economic engine. It creates more financial opportunities, more jobs. You know, the people complain about immigrants all the time. You realize every single immigrant that comes to this country is somebody who needs to be fed, housed, and clothed, and those are jobs that are created because someone's got to provide. Someone's got to create the clothes, create the food, grow the food, and prepare it, and build the housing. And as long as those people are working, in order to achieve those things, they're creating jobs. They're creating wealth. They're not just a laborer, but they're a consumer, and that it all feeds into a more prosperous economic system.
Right. I was just going to point out all of those jobs you listed sounded like jobs that